Brockton, Mass. This is October 20th. I don't know who the guy is, but the guy's from Brockton, and he's a patriot.
Parking lot. Hold on. You can't park here. Bitch ass nigga. Look right there. One. Fuck you. Look, another one right there. Another one right there. Fuck you, bitch. Oh, he's gonna get me. Yo. Oh shit, look at this one. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit, did I get in trouble? My window doesn't work. My window doesn't work.
Okay. Where you come from today?
My house.
Natch or born here?
Born here.
Natch? Thank you, son. Appreciate it. No reason to flip us off, dude. Just doing a job.
Freedom of speech, no?
What's that?
Freedom of speech, no?
Yeah, man. But it doesn't be nasty, dude.
Yeah.
We didn't give you a hard time, right?
All right.
Is Freddie back?
Yeah, you did give him a hard time.
That's right there.
Yeah, actually, they did give you a hard time. They have no right to pull you over. Absolutely none. Giving the finger, the lack of giving a finger to an ICE agent should be the only thing that causes suspicion at this point. People should just be automatically giving the finger to ICE people if they are in a position to do so.
Natch? I can't get over that.
Yeah.
Whenever someone say you natch, like that's just how our Nazis. That's just the lines that our Nazis speak these days.
And the softness of these freaks, you're gonna get all up in arms and butthurt because somebody flipped you off. I mean, anybody that commutes to work probably gets one of those a week. If you're in like a densely populated area with road rage, that's enough for you to pull a guy over.
Oh, this is a way of intimidating people,
Yeah.
and establishing their authority, and that's why it's really important. If you are somebody who has the privilege, who is not in as tenuous a position as someone who's on DACA, someone who's here as a legal resident, someone who's here as an undocumented immigrant, and you have those resources, just that, level, that cachet of extra privilege, you need to be able to deploy that finger, because it obviously is a way, like, they know the reason why they pull that guy over is that they know it's bad if people don't take them seriously. And so
Tom Homan's talking point now, he's going everywhere talking about rhetoric. We need to tamper the rhetoric. And it's like, maybe tamper ziplocking naked children.
Right.
Yeah.
But because it is a petulant, childish act to flip off a ICE agent, but it also indicates to them they don't have the authority or the power that they want to have. And each individual ICE agent who sees people cowering in front of them is only going to feel like their ability to do things is enhanced, like that they have more power than they do. So any type act of like sort of quiet defiance indicates to them that they don't have the power they aspire to. And that's also important, because that also means that in the back of their head, like, they may be accountable at one point. This is the type of stuff that people need to start to think about. Like, psychologically, how are they going to approach these people? Because we're going to start to see them. I mean, in New York and other places. And there's all sorts of stuff you can do. If you got, I wish I had one of those like tubas that I could put like and just go around and do like oompa music around those guys. Anything that makes them feel like you're mocking them is very important. This guy, do we know anything about this? Number 2? Should we
don't
play
know who he is, but he's a patriot, and I would like to nominate him for a Congressional Medal of Honor.
This is not safe for work. But you know, we'll probably get demonetized for this one too. But again, it is our homage to patriotism, and it's worth it. So I honestly, I would pay a significant amount of money to be able to like pin a medal on this guy's chest. This is in Wheeling, Illinois, October 19th.
Put that brown. You guys are pieces of shit. You guys are pieces of shit.
Get back in your truck.
Fuck you. Fuck you. I have rights, motherfucker.
Get back in your truck.
Leave them the fuck alone. Leave them the fuck alone.
We don't take orders from you, man. Back up.
Yeah, you only take fucking orders from a pedophile rapist, you piece of shit.
Relax.
You want your fucking
yeah.
bonus so fucking bad, you broke bitch. You broke bitch.
Yeah.
Give me your Venmo, I'll fucking PayPal you some shit, you stupid bitch, you broke motherfucker. Yeah, this is our fucking community. I went to school in this community. I grew up in this community. I'm not gonna let you fucking ice pigs terrorize us motherfuckers. Fuck you.
Get back in your vehicle.
Man, fuck you. Or what? Or what? You're gonna fucking shoot me? I'll die for this shit. You fucking pigs, get the fuck out of here. You don't fuck. What the fuck you gonna do, motherfucker? This is my fucking village, motherfucker. I went to school here. You fucking pigs.
Have a good day. Have a good day.
Valen mierda. Valen mierda todos. Valen mierda.
Por eso los andamos buscando ahorita.
Valen mierda, hijo de su perra madre. You fucking pigs. You fucking rats. Get the fuck out of our fucking town, motherfucker. I'll die for this shit. I'll die for this shit, motherfucker. Yeah, motherfucker, look at these fucking pigs. Show your face, pussy. 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 Of course you won't. You're a fucking rat, bitch.
Oh, gosh. You know, we didn't think that woman at 26 Federal Plaza could be topped, but I mean,
That's pretty good.
we
Although
need to put those two people together and then run them for president. Yeah.
my question would be, why all the swears?
Oh.
Why?
It's free
You don't
speech.
got to be so dirty about it.
Why all the swear? I feel like a lot of that could have been communicated with just some other adjectives. It just makes people think that like you don't have those other adjectives.
You want to use I statements, nonviolent communication.
I think it's nice to hit all of them in 2 languages.
I honestly, I want to learn Spanish so much more because I want to be able to say that. But I have to say that my 2 favorite are one. That's right. You don't take orders from anybody except for that pedo rapist. And the other one is tell me your Venmo, you broke bitch.
yeah. Well, I'd die for this shit too. You know, because showing no fear. It's the same as that woman in New York where she said, put that on the news. Let Trump see it as the elevator doors were closing.
Also,
like,
that's why your wife fucks on you.
yeah, that too. Honorable mention. But like showing basically you think that you can intimidate me into standing down or not protecting my community. You've got another thing coming, basically.
It's just so fantastic, honestly. Like, if anybody knows, that guy, email us, let us know. We'll have him on the show, and buy him dinner or something. I honestly, that stuff is fantastic.
And great job filming it too, because people need to see that type of behavior modeled.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
You know, maybe I will. You know, perhaps I may consider it.
So I saw this video from Glenn Beck, who apparently still has a show on the Blaze Network. I think he used to be the owner of the Blaze Network. Then, if I'm not mistaken, he sold it to some other group. But he still does a show on the Blaze Network. And watching this clip, I just thought to myself, this is incredible. I have to show everybody this, and I have to react to it because, like, we need to talk about how insane the entire right has become. Because that is what's happened. The entire right has lost their mind. There is no such thing as a moderate Republican anymore. It's seriously, really and truly does not exist. It doesn't. If you still at this late date can say to a pollster, I support Donald Trump, I'm sorry, you're gone mentally. You're just not there. Now, to be fair, he has a 37% approval rating, 61% disapprove. So it's not, it's a minority of the country. It is, he's not doing too hot with the polls. But if you're part of that 37%, as Glenn Beck is, I think it's time to admit these people are mentally ill. This is mental illness we are about to see here. So let's take a look and we'll break it down as we go. But I mean, the whole right has collectively lost their mind. And I think that this clip sort of sums up in a clean way how that's the case. Here we go.
I want you to listen to something, see if you've heard this before. Here is our Speaker of the House on Friday. Listen.
They're going to descend on our Capitol for their much-anticipated so-called No Kings rally. We refer to it by its more accurate description, the Hate America rally, okay? And I'm not sure how anybody can refute that. If you think about what's going to happen here tomorrow, you're going to bring together the Marxists, the Socialists, the Antifa advocates, the anarchists, and the pro-Hamas wing of the far-left Democrat Party. That is the modern Democratic Party. That's where they've gone. And
Okay, stop.
Hate America.
Did you hear this? Have you heard that before? Listen to this.
I put this up and said, radicals, Islamists, communists, and socialists will work together against Israel, against capitalism, and work together to overturn stability. There are radicals.
It's finally the government has caught up. But notice what he said. I was saying they're going to work together. He is saying they have become the Democratic Party.
Oh my God. So first of all, let's just point out, Glenn Beck from that era when he was like the number one Fox News host for a little bit, and then he got fired because he was too crazy even for them in 2009 or whatever it was, 2010, 2009. He was known for going on these insane, paranoid, schizophrenic rants with his chalkboard where he would connect all these dots. It's like that meme of the dude who's like connecting all the things on the whiteboard, and it's like, oh, look at this, seeing connections where there aren't any. That was his whole show. His whole show was a paranoid, schizophrenic breakdown, where he makes these insane, he draws lines between insane things and then, like, blames the entire Democratic Party for it. And, he was all in on every fucking insane conspiracy when it comes to Obama, for example, right? And, accused Van Jones of being some, like, closet communist something or other. How's that working out now, by the way? He's like a right-wing hack on CNN. But those rants from Glenn Beck were universally understood to show, even at the time, how unhinged and disconnected from reality the right wing in this country is. Well, now here we are, fucking 15 years later, and he's go, aha! I was right. Mike Johnson is saying it. No, that's just further proof they've all gone down to your level. They've all become dumber. They've all become more conspiratorial. They've all lost their fucking minds and sound like paranoid schizophrenics. Like, he uses this as validation. He plays the old clip of himself like he's something to be fucking proud of. Meanwhile, you're just explaining the absolute implosion of the Republican Party and the lack of any standards whatsoever or any connection to empirical reality. So let's go through some of what was said there. Mike Johnson said it's a Hate America rally talking about no kings. Then he says it's all Marxist, socialist, Antifa, anarchists, and pro-Hamas. Okay. Literally all of that is wrong. If it's a Hate America rally, why were they bringing the Constitution and saying, hey, we need to stick to the Constitution? If it's a Hate America rally, why are they saying no kings? No kings is the most American idea possible. If it's a Hate America rally, why did 7 million people show up and oppose Trump's illegal bombings, illegal wars, stupid trade war, which is leading to inflation and causing unemployment, standing up against the ICE thugs that are rounding up innocent people with no due process? People are fighting for due process. The most American idea ever. But he says it's a Hate America rally. He says, they're Marxist, socialist, Antifa. And again, Antifa, that's not even a thing. There is no official organization of Antifa. It's not a thing. They keep wanting to make it out to be this, high.
I know that this is false though because I am CEO of Antifa. So just so
The
everyone
organized
knows.
Al-Qaeda-like terror cell, and it's just not. To say they're pro-Hamas. Why? Because there were some Palestinian flags there. I don't know if you noticed. Israel is mass murdering Palestinian civilians, and people are standing up for humanity and for those innocent people getting killed. That's called being a decent human being with a moral compass. Not pro-Hamas. It's just a smear to say they're pro-Hamas. But look at how proud he is. Look at how proud he is. Oh, Mike Johnson is saying the dumbass shit I was saying 15 years ago. Pfft, see? Turns out I'm right. How? How? The only violence that happened on the No Kings protest day was from fucking ICE tear gassing innocent people. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
And I believe that is true. What people had a problem with back then was anarchists. I mean, they don't want a state government. They don't want hierarchies or centralized authority. How could they possibly? Communists, they're going to work with the anarchists. They want absolute state control over every aspect of life. Islamists, you throw them in. They want theocratic rule. They want Sharia law. Yeah. I know it was for the simple-minded back then, couldn't understand it, but I think you do. Why do they?
What? So he's saying anarchists who want no government are teaming up with communists who want all government, are teaming up with Islamists who want Sharia law and jihad. First of all, those are definitionally contradictory. Second of all, there were no fucking Islamists. Like, what are you talking about? Oh my God. God, I hate this. I would love to be having a serious conversation about policy details. I would love to be, quibbling over the exact top marginal tax rate that would make sense for economic growth, but also enough of a tax base to fund the social safety net. I would love to have that conversation, but I can't because I'm too busy talking to somebody who's about to eat his own shit. Seroquel, Glenn Beck. That's what you need.
Because they all share one immediate goal, and that is destroy the existing order. I did a monologue on hour number 1 of today's podcast. I urge you to go back and listen to it. Why is this being funded by billionaires?
Okay, when you say they want to destroy the existing order, fucking of course we do, and we should. It sucks. In fact, Trump, when he ran, he would say, make America great again. Why? Because he said it's not great right now, was his point, right? So he ran as using that as his slogan. He said, our country is disgusting. He said shit like that when he ran. So to change shit, of course you want to change shit. Why are you acting like that's some fucking nefarious thing? But did you seriously just accuse them of raising money from billionaires? Oh my God. This is the dumbest conspiracy I've ever heard. There were 7 million protesters. No, this is not funded by fucking George Soros or any other billionaire, but I'll tell you what is. Literally all of Trump's project. He has the world's richest man cutting pediatric cancer research and Meals on Wheels. You guys are the ones who are in bed with billionaires. You guys are. You sing Elon Musk's praise.
Me.
Glenn Beck, that's what you do. Your whole movement is to represent the billionaires. The billionaires are paying for Trump's fucking Great Gatsby ballroom that cost $250 million, and he's giving them favors. They're doing insider trading right now. What are you talking about? It's you guys are the billionaire party. Oh my God. They're so out of control. They're so out of control. I don't know how to deal with somebody when every fucking word out of their mouth is bullshit. I don't know how to deal with it. How do you deal with it? There is no dialogue with a person like this. This is just like you need a straitjacket is what he needs.
For the same reason, destroy the existing order. All of them think they will win in the end, okay? They know they can't achieve their utopia without first tearing down the system that they hate, capitalism, constitution, Western civilization, whatever it is.
Trump is the one destroying the Constitution. Oh my God.
And once the system is down, that's when real chaos begins. That's when they turn on each other. But in the meantime, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So how do you measure are we moving towards tyranny or not? Yeah, first thing, forget the labels.
As Donald Trump is ushering in tyranny in the clearest ways anybody's ever seen ever, he's fear-mongering about the left theoretically eventually coming to power and doing tyranny. Yeah, I don't know, Glenn. I think the guy who said we should terminate the Constitution, all rules, regulations, and articles, because I lost in 2020, I think that's the guy you have to worry about. I think the guy you have to worry about, remember when he gave a press conference and he said, only I determine the law? He was like, only I or Pam Bondi, the head of the Department of Justice, only we determine the law. In other words, the courts can shut the fuck up. The guy who's literally ignoring court orders. Literally ignoring them. This is the guy who's the tyrant. The guy who got rid of due process and has ICE Gestapo thugs rounding up innocent people and putting them in concentration camps. And you're worried about left-wing tyranny? About left-wing tyranny. I can't. And He keeps saying, like, they want to destroy the order of things as if that's bad. Yes, we do. But when we say that, what we mean is, I want to destroy for-profit health insurance companies and do universal health care, Medicare for all, so everybody has health care, and it costs them less money. You know, I want to destroy the existing order, as in I want unions, and I want collective bargaining, and I want higher wages for people. I want Social Security for all, not just for old people. Like this, that's how I want to destroy the current system. The fucking rigid hierarchy, the corporate slaves that we now all are.
And so the truth comes out. He does want to destroy the system to give us something better because he cares about the American people. Unbelievable leftists.
I want to bust that system up and give regular people more power and more wealth.
So how do you measure are we moving towards tyranny or not? Yeah, first thing, forget the labels, okay? Are constitutional norms being eroded or bypassed? Do you even know what those constitutional norms are? Are voices being silenced? Is my side saying, yes, we should silence voices? Is it being done by the state and or by private actors working hand in glove with the state? If so, you have a sign of fascism.
Again, he's saying this to fearmonger about the left is going to take away your free speech. The left is rising fascism. You are supporting a guy who tried to get Jimmy Kimmel fired over jokes, who threatened a RICO case against protesters for
to be fair, the jokes were really mean, okay?
Code Pink people for protesting to his face, who sued Ann Seltzer over a poll he didn't like, sued CBS about how they edited a Kamala interview, sued the New York Times for $15 billion, wants to criminalize flag burning, which is literally a First Amendment and free speech issue. Trump is the biggest opponent. He's rounded up pro-Palestine protesters and people who wrote anti-Israel op-eds. He's trying to kick them out of the country. They did kick 6 people out of the country for joking about Charlie Kirk after he got shot. The threat to free speech is here, and it's your fucking guy doing it, and you got nothing to say about it. In fact, you support it. You support the crackdown. You are the tyrant. You are the fascist.
Are businesses punished for political beliefs? Is a bank saying you can't do business with us because of your political belief? If so, you're on the road to fascism. Are loans being denied by ideology? Are laws enforced against political enemies but ignored for political allies? That's a big one for both sides. Are public-private partnerships being weaponized to shape behavior or restrict liberty? If the answer is yes, even if people are saying we're doing it for your own safety or for equity or for democracy, liberty is in danger.
I know it sounds like he's ranting against Trump there. He's not. He's ranting against the left. This whole rant is against the left. Meanwhile, the exact thing that you're fear-mongering over, Trump is doing it. NSPM 7. NSPM 7 is a change of the whole of government. They have this anti-terrorism task force now to go after people for anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, extremism on migration, on race, on gender. In other words, if you are okay with trans people, you're terrorist or terrorist adjacent. If you are anti-racist, you're terrorist or terrorist adjacent. If you are in favor of either...
What if I just like the blue lady on Twitter? Then what? What if that's me?
Borders, or just having borders but having reasonable humanitarian altruistic rules around that, you're a terrorist or terrorist adjacent. Again, if you're a socialist, they'll put you on a fucking government list and investigate you. Like Trump is announcing he's doing all the things that Glenn Beck is fear-mongering the left will do. The lack of self-awareness is astronomical.
When they're enforcing the law, like arresting drug traffickers or gang members, or those people who are entering the country illegally, that's not fascism.
When they're enforcing the law, talking about going after gang members, it's so ironic he says that because we just got a report that Stephen Miller berated the ICE agents and said, stop going after the gang members. Stop going after the human traffickers. Stop going after the people that it requires a lot of work and investigative stuff. Go directly after the people in the fucking Home Depot parking lot. I'm losing my mind because everything he says applies. Like Trump is doing it, but he's fear-mongering about theoretically the left doing it at an undisclosed future date.
What sovereign nations do to remain free. What is fascism is when the government decides which laws to enforce based on politics or race, when it punishes thought, when it merges with corporate power to control the people.
Literally all of that is being done by Trump. The fucking going after Letitia James, going after James Comey, for example, just mucking up totally fake charges. He's probably going to try to do the same with fucking Jack Smith as well. Like all of that is happening. Merging the state and the government. You mean like what Trump is doing with the fucking AI broligarchs? and Palantir, letting Peter Thiel, a guy who's obsessed with the Antichrist, fucking make a mass spying blackmail database on every single American and punish wrongthink? Oh my God.
That's also what authoritarians do. When you say no king, what does that even mean? No king.
What
It
is
means
no
Trump is no.
Dude, it's giving. What even is APAC? I don't even know APIC. I don't even know what that means.
king, and he shouldn't be a king, and he should stop acting like a dictator. He should abide by the Constitution. That's what it means. You know what it means.
I bet they can't even tell you what that means. Well, I mean, somebody's going against the Constitution. King doesn't care about a Constitution. The king is appointed by God, and so he has complete control of the land, of the dukes and the earls. He hands out favors.
You think that's not what Trump is doing and wants to do? You think...
I love the idea that this guy has never understood a metaphor in his fucking life. He's just like, well, he's not a literal king that was appointed by God, so checkmate, liberal.
He doesn't want to be a king. He's already acting like one. Oh my God.
He makes all of the decisions. That's what a king is. I'm sorry. Donald Trump does not fit authoritarian. He does not fit fascist. He does not fit Islamist or communist. And he doesn't fit king. So what is your side doing again?
He thought he just hit it out of the park with that rant. And that level of disconnection from reality is just incomprehensible.
Bro, he thought he ate and he had no idea he was chopped, bro.
Incomprehensible. We're literally sitting here looking at a guy who ordered his DOJ to lie and disobey court orders. That's who Trump is. That alone is a big enough scandal that it would have taken down any other president at any other time in U.S. history. That's who Trump is. This is a guy who's got his ICE Gestapo thugs rounding up innocent people, sending them to concentration camps like Seacot, like Alligator Auschwitz, like fucking Guantanamo Bay, where he wants to send 30,000 immigrants. Again, no due process. These thugs are assaulting 84-year-olds who are married, an old married couple. They're shooting a priest in the face with a pepper ball. They're tear gassing cops. They are completely and utterly out of control. And here he is pretending like it's the left that fits the definition of all the things the left are against. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this, but the fact that this tweet has 51,000 likes, 971,000 views on Twitter. That is 51,000 mental patients. That's what that is. That is 51,000 mental patients. This is why I've been talking about it. I mean, it sucks to end on this much of a downer note, but it's true. This is why I've been talking about this national divorce, bro. I get it. It's unlikely to happen. It's difficult to iron out all the specific details. I get all that. But you have to compare it against the alternative. The alternative is what? Still peacefully coexisting in a country with these psychopaths? Still peacefully coexisting in a country with MAGA? No, they hate us. They hate us. They literally want us dead. That's why they don't even bother to condemn anymore if, one of their group chat, JD Vance was defending the group chat where they were saying, I love Hitler and shit like that. I mean, we are so through the looking glass, bro. And so what's the point of blue states? We get less representation. We pay more taxes to the federal government. We get less in return. And now you have red state National Guardsmen invading our blue cities. What is the point? What is the point? When you listen to Glenn Beck here, he is so disconnected from reality, there is no way to untangle all of this and get him to a place where he's not insane. So I look at that and I go, you know what? Let's peacefully, amicably separate, right? Let's do that. Set up two countries, 65% left wing in one country, 65% right wing in the other country, and you'll still have elections. It'll still be democratic, but one country will be way more progressive, one country will be way more conservative, and we'll check in after 40 or 50 years and see how everybody's doing. And I think I know the answer, but the fact of the matter is they won't even agree to this because they like to hate us, and they like to gaslight us, and they like to abuse us, and so they can't live without fucking, dragging our name through the mud and hating on us. They thrive off of hating on us. Meanwhile, we thrive on trying to make this country a better place. I'm telling you, you want to talk about irreconcilable differences? I've never seen anything like this. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications.
Kyle, how fucking dare you? I will absolutely like and subscribe. The right would start a war after a month, yeah. Ironically, they hate us for our freedom. I mean, they just Republicans and conservatives just like to pretend like they have other reasons why they hate us. So like they'll look at trans people and the genuine feel that they feel is bigotry, just like pure unbridled hate. But they can't just say that, so they have to be like, well, it's not that. It's that like the kids, the children. That's why. Not because we ever indoctrinate kids, so we assume everybody else has to be doing it, but that's yep. Masters of projection. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, one last thing. I just want to say, no one is allowed to be annoyed at me for being a little late on stream because I was awake till 2 a.m. All right, and I powered through. I'm here now. All right, so we're gonna watch this little video.
All right, guys, we got to talk about this, bro. We got to talk about this. Now, there was a time years ago where if somebody had said to me, "Oh, the right are just Nazis," I would have went, "Okay, that's a little much, isn't it?" That's a little much. Like, there's plenty of room on the right wing of the spectrum between like centrist and Nazi, right? Like, there's hardcore libertarian types and populist right types and paleo-conservatives and neo.
I don't know if he's talking about voters or if he's talking about like politicians, but I agree with that politicians aren't Nazis. They're just like ghoulish pieces of shit that just want to line their pockets, right? They'll align with whoever they have to line their pockets, and if that happens to be the Nazi party, they're happy to do so. But they're just ghoulish pieces of shit that don't care about anyone except themselves, which I do think is different. But, anyways.
Like, there's all sorts of different kinds of conservatism, right? The idea that it's just, oh, it all collapses into Nazism. Like, that's sort of reductive, isn't it? That's what I would have said in the past. Now, oh my God. Oh my God. The harshest critics of the right all along were always the most correct. Because, like, when you look at their group chats, everything, oh, look, they're just Nazis. Oh, look, they're praising Hitler in this group chat. Huh. Oh, look, they're praising Hitler in this other group chat that just came out. It's like, when push comes to shove, especially among young conservatives, they're just, like, they're in a competition. And the competition is vice signaling and the based ritual, as Richard Hanania calls it. And it's like, it's a race to the bottom. The more extreme you are, the more right-wing you are, they're trying to like out-edgy each other. And so you end up calling black people watermelon people. You end up saying you love Hitler. You end up saying we should get rid of MLK Day and shit like that. And that they are just Nazis. So here's the thing, though. You have a bunch of people in MAGA, and even in positions of power, that are not white. And I think they think, like, I'm one of the good ones, right? Like, think of, like, Vivek Ramaswamy, who snuggled up to the right. He thinks, I'm one of the good ones. They'll accept me. Kash Patel, same thing. Well, let's see how that goes. So Kash posted the following. Happy Diwali, celebrating the festival of lights around the world as good triumphs over evil. So Diwali is, let's just say, it's a holiday that is not a Christian holiday. And that's all you need for the right to go, what the fuck did you just say? First, let me show you this. Mario number 4 says, the replies when Indian MAGA celebrates a cool holiday. Happy Diwali, brother. Go back to your country. The reason he's tweeting this meme is because that's exactly what happened in these replies. So here, how it started. Happy Diwali, celebrating the festival of lights around the world as good triumphs over evil. Here's how it's going. Christ is king, with like a dead Hindu god. This is America. We don't do this.
It's literally soy right. I'm so sorry, but the fact that chess.com, they have like their Twitter account and they do like this meme every once in a while where they're like, thinking about renaming this piece. What should we rename it? And they do this about every piece. Like they've done this with the knight, they've done this with the rook, they've done this with the pawn, and then they did it with the bishop, and every reply is just like, how fucking dare you? Why the fuck do you think it's okay to rename the bishop? What the fuck is wrong? It's like, son, it's just a game. All right? It's literally just a board game. Calm down, son. Like, actually chillax. Like, it's not that serious. It's really, really not that. They literally do this tweet every other month. What are you talking about? It's real to me. It's a real bishop to me. It's like, hey man, if you have a problem with, if you should have, okay, listen, the only problem anyone should have with bishops is why is it shaped like a fucking butt plug, okay? If you have a problem, you should take it up with the people who make bishops, whoever was the first person that made bishops look like a fucking butt, like straight up, why does it got, what's the term? Sorry, I'm not a sex haver. What's the term? It's got like the flared bottom. Like and I'm supposed to believe chess nerds are not freaks? Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Whatever you say. No, I just really love these pieces and what they can do. Sure. Okay. Whatever you say, man. That's crazy.
Fuck out of my country. Sir, please don't promote the festivals of foreign gods in America. This pagan BS is un-American. Go back to India. Good triumphed over evil when Jesus Christ died on the cross. Get your pagan nonsense out of here. This is America. We don't do this. I've seen that one. Is that the festival where they all shit in the street? No, America is a Christian nation. Every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess. Heritage Americans don't want demon worship in our country. Christ is king. Bro, that's just one. I can keep scrolling here. So MAGA, why aren't y'all mad Trump was celebrating this? By the way, they will be. The Groiper types, the white nationalist types, oh, they'll be on it because Trump did celebrate Diwali in the Oval Office. Here, watch that. Here he is, celebrating Diwali. So like I said, they'll be like,
the West has fallen. No. It didn't fall when we elected the rapist pedophile, and it didn't fall when we elected the guy who's like had 17 different wives and cheated on all of them. And it didn't fall during any of those things, but the West has fallen. A white man celebrating a brown holiday. The West has fallen.
Can sell out. Surrounded by Indians, see?
Thank you all. Thank you.
Scrolling through these comments, Cash has done everything he could to support a party that hates him. They hate his family. They hate his religion. They want to make life worse for people.
Guys, don't show them. Don't show them. Do not show them J.D. Vance's wife. No, not the couch, the other one.
Who look like him, and he still supports them. What a pathetic person. Exactly right. Are those the Epstein files? I guess they're zooming in on something in his Diwali post. Amazing fan base you've cultivated here in the replies, Cash. Happy Diwali, and it shows a bunch of Indians in a dirty river potentially going to the bathroom. It's amusing how much racist hatred is being spewed on Cash by Christians, likely of his own party, in the comments to this post. All this for being unapologetic about his dharma. There really are two Americas, and the Bill of Rights should be read with a pinch of salt. Damn, Cash, you realizing yet you'll never be one of MAGA because they are racist twat waffles? You're just a useful idiot to them. Happy Diwali, though. They have their way. You won't be able to celebrate in this country. Bro forgot he works for Hitler. Anyway, yeah, a lot of the initial Groiper Nazi right-wing posts actually were pushed down over time. But literally, when I read it yesterday, it was like just fucking nonstop far-right Nazi types just berating him and castigating him. How dare you? We don't do that here. Fuck your fucking religion. Fuck your holiday. All that shit. Look, I hate to say it, but this is the bed he made, and he's going to sleep in it. And what I don't want to hear is, this doesn't represent a... It doesn't. I'm sorry. Yes, that is...
No, we swear. We're only racist a little. No.
Parcel of right-wing ideology is xenophobia, is bigotry, is a hierarchy, including a racial hierarchy. There's a class hierarchy. There's a racial hierarchy. They are defenders of the status quo. They are defenders of billionaires and corporations. They are defenders of white Christian men, and everybody else is below them on the totem pole. That's just a fact. So you sign up with that thinking like, oh, no, I'm one of the good ones and I'll be allowed in the club. You are until you aren't. You are until you aren't. And the true colors have come out over time. I mean, look, when Trump in 2015, 2016, when he ran, remember when he had that moment where he said we need a total and complete shutdown of Muslims coming into this country until we can figure out what the hell is going on? In other words, over 1 billion people should not be allowed in this country because some terrorist somewhere exists and is Muslim? That's insane. That's insane. That's like saying one Christian anti-abortion terrorist bombs a Planned Parenthood, and you go, and other countries say, we're not allowing any Christians in here. Everybody would look at that and say, that's insane. That's insane. You're blaming everybody for the actions of one, but they do this when it comes to other groups because this is how they think, and they genuinely don't like minority groups. They don't like them. They don't like them. And now a lot of them are upfront with that. Nick Fuentes is very upfront with that, right? This is who they are. So instead of, it's a political project that is not committed to making the world better. It is a political project that is committed to hierarchy, that is committed to dominance, that is committed to social Darwinism and a social order. Whereas the left-wing political project is all about, how do we improve people's lives? Let's give everybody health care. Let's give everybody free college. Let's make it so everybody can join a union and get higher wages. Let's have paid vacation time. Let's have a 4-day work week. Let's have Social Security for all. You know, let people actually get the fruits of their labor as opposed to being exploited, your surplus labor value being exploited by the wealthy. Like, that's the left-wing project. How can I make things better? The right-wing project is, how can I kick out of the country everybody who doesn't look like me? And that's the nice ones. The mean ones will be like, how do I exterminate them, right? That's where we are. And so this is the side you picked, dog. This is the side you picked. Fucking deal with it. Deal with it. You made your bed. Now you're sleeping in it. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Did you guys fucking hear that? Don't beg, Kyle. God, have some grace, Kyle. Jesus. Sorry. He's been using that outro for like 10 years now. I know. But I get it. I get it. I get it. With content, it's like you're so focused on what you're doing like every single day that it's very easy to forget about like the small stuff. Like I've been meaning to change, not my stream starting soon screen graphics, but like my channel graphics for over a year now. And it's like, I really should like revamp this stuff. So I get it. I've been there, man. I've been there. Oh my God. Why Starbucks sucks now? This looks like a good video. I mean, let me just say really quickly, Starbucks has always, the coffee and the food has always sucked. I just have only ever liked Starbucks because it was really, really great when I was in college. Because I would just go to Starbucks and I would study. I would go to Starbucks and study, or I would go to my library and study. And it was just like a really good place for like sitting down. No one is going to bother you. Music is going to just play very lightly. And it's always some white people music that's very non-offensive, you know. And you get some like mediocre coffee, some water, maybe an overhyped milkshake. So the vibe has always been the thing that's good. And then they like decided because of COVID that they were just going to close down all of like the actual physical stores and just make these fucking pop-up drive-through garbage things. So I really liked it. I really liked it. Their fruit drinks are pretty fucking good. There was one drink that they had that was like the best shit on the planet for me personally. And not because it was a really good drink, but because it had such good macros, which is the stupidest thing I'm about to say. But like, there's something different about physically going and getting a coffee from somewhere else compared to making your own coffee. Both are their own pleasurable experiences, but sometimes you just want to go for a little walk and get a coffee. You know? And unfortunately, the vibes at Dunkin' are just wrong. The vibes in Dunkin' are, like, incorrect. I don't know how else to describe it. And I've been to many Dunkins, and as, like, a Northeasterner, I have Dunkin', you know, like, loyalty, but the vibes in a Dunkin', it's like, you know, there's like a 50% chance any given hour someone could get stabbed or get in a fight. It's like the Waffle House of coffee shops. You're like, someone might get beat up in here. But that's okay, because I just want some coffee. And also, Dunkin', they started just making terrible... There was a time where their coffee wasn't ass. Like, it wasn't total ass, and then it just became watered-down garbage. And the worst part about it, coffee in a show, duking it out of the Dunkin'. The worst part about Dunkin' was that they decided to follow the Starbucks route and then make a million different sweet drinks. And I was like, dude, no one comes to Dunkin' so they can have, like, fucking sugar. Holy that's what the point of the donuts are. The donuts are the sugary part. I don't need sugar with my coffee and then sugar with my donuts and then sugar with my sugar. Like, please, can I just get some coffee? I went to a real coffee shop for the first time in a while the other day. And I got this rose and date latte, and I thought it would be trash. I was like, whatever. And it was so good. It was so good. It was so good. And I was like, damn, coffee. I forgot to put on a bra. Let me go grab one. 1 sec. All right. Braless wife. Dude, what compelled Ninja to say that? What compels Ninja to say anything that he says? True. 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 Oh no, what's next? Barefoot? Can I be honest, chat? I'm really sad that we're not in the braless era. I don't know if this is too TMI, but I'm just gonna treat you guys the way I treat my friends on this topic. I don't want to wear a bra, man. I just want to like let it free, let it hang. Can you imagine if you had to like cup your balls every time you had to fucking go outside? That'd be so ass, bro. Like I just want to free the nip, dude. I just want to have nips. They're natural. They're normal. Everyone has nipples. Why do I have to feel embarrassed going outside in a shirt with no fucking bra, bro? Like, I still do it. I'm just like, I hope no one sees this. And it's like everyone sees it, but, but I don't care. I just want us to go back to everyone just being braless, dude. Come on, please. What the fuck do you mean 3 nipples are best? What if you need to jog, think this through? Okay, I just pull the classic woman move where when I have to like, because you guys know what it's like living in a not walkable neighborhood. Sometimes the crosswalk, like it turns green and then it immediately turns red. It's like 10 seconds. It's like, well, I just started walking. It just switched. And so you have to run past the crosswalk because it's the world's biggest road and you're about to get hit by 20 different cars that can't see you. And I do the tit grab run where it's like, oh God. And then everyone, listen, not even just women. Anyone who's had tits knows the experience. You grip and then you run. Because that shit is not comfortable, okay? Letting them bounce is not comfortable. Finding out that big-breasted women can't really find bras that are comfortable I felt so bad for them. I was like, damn, there's no bra that, like, you can wear. Because sports bras, I can still wear sports bras and they're very effective. But I remember my first conversation with a woman with like F cups. She's like, dude, there's no sports bra that can fix this. Okay? They don't make sports bras that can do anything about this. And I'm like, damn, that's fucked up. Dude, you were braver than the troops. Damn. Anyways. I don't know why the fuck I'm talking about this. Just pretend. Just you individually grab both, or is it like securing your arms kind of thing? Sorry, I'm a dumb gay man. It's like sometimes I grab both, but most of the time I just like use one arm and cross them over both boobs because it's less like visually offensive. But I don't get why we should be ashamed. They're just boobs, man. They're just boobs. It's fucked up, bro. I can't believe we told women. Why the fuck can I see your nipples? That's disgusting, you harlot. Put those things away. It's like, stop, man. Please. Why?
By the time you hear the next pop, the funk shall be within you. The funk shall be within you.
I'll be honest, I'm not vibing. What the hell? No.
The funk shall be within you. The funk shall be within you.
Song name, anyone? F the disco. Here you go. Good morning, everyone. Hi. I was going to sit in this chair. But unfortunately, Mayor Cat decided he sits in this chair, so... Mashallah, Sister Minnie. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to a shit Saturday. I'm happy to have all of you here. I hope you guys are happy to be here. We got a little too far left. Okay. We got some Celsius. We got some, I feel very like woman coded right now. Cause why did I get a plate of like scavengeables and like forageables? I was like, you know what'll fix my headaches? If I just eat a bunch of little fruits and vegetables and nuts. So that's what I did. And I looked at my plate and I was like, this is such a woman moment, dude. This is messed up, dude. This is messed up, yo. Actually, girl breakfast, bro. Actually true. Acai bowls. My biggest crime is that I actually do like acai bowls and they're actually kind of good. Okay. Squirrel core. Dude, for real, bro. Catch me in the trees fucking collecting snacks. But anywho, good morning, everyone. Hi, 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 hi. I hope you guys are having a great day so far. A great shit Saturday. And then, I would like to say, is that Wormy or Mayor? This is Mayor Cat. Wormy's a little bit more squirmy, so she would never stand by as, as I gave her a little scarf. But, we got a lot to get to. First and foremost, dude, what is Ludwig doing? Like, literally, what is he doing? Bruh. He walked everything back and was like, actually, I don't, on my mother's life, like, literally, on my mom, like, on my mother's life, it's not a shot caller. It's like, that's crazy, because you said you were 100% sure a day ago. It's like playing both sides, so I never end up on top. I never end up. You guys get the saying. I would feel unsafe as his mother. Dude, stop betting on my life, dog. Like, please, stop. Stop using my name in vain, bro. Stop. So I want to talk about that. Do the center shuffle for real. I want to talk about that. And then, don't say the S in Ludwig stands for spine. Don't say that, dude. Shut up. Anyways, and then Iron Mouse put out a little video about TwitchCon, and I know that like a lot of the VTubers, the teams just like threw out the gifts that they got, which was fucking insane. Hold up 1 second. I'm getting kind of cold. I actually want some pants. All right. Pants lady went and got pants. What was I going to say? Yes, I hope Mayor Cat entertained you guys. Yes, so Iron Mouse made a little video. I haven't seen it yet, so I thought I didn't want to pre-watch it. I wanted to watch it with you guys. We can watch it together. And then, there was the post from Twitch This is the first good Twitter post so far from the Twitch team where they're like, hey, we're sorry about that. Oops. Whoopsie daisy. Sorry. Sorry about that. So we're gonna get to that as well. And then I think I'm sort of feeling like maybe we should cover it first or maybe we should cover it last. I don't know. Probably first. But I saw a lot of stuff happening in the Twitch leftist space. And some of it seems like just like disagreements, but most of it seems like just fucked up bullshit. And I want to talk about it because you guys know, I know a lot of other Twitch streams and a lot of other Twitch channels, they don't really care if other people get harassed in their chats. And this has always been something that has pissed me off. And I vowed that, like, if I ever had a community filled with cool people, I wouldn't allow other people to get disparaged in my chat because I didn't feel like dealing with it. And there have been so many chats where, like, I know that I felt unwelcome, where it's like, oh, yeah, I know that there are people being mean, but, like, you know, like, everyone can say their opinion. It's like, let me guess, you wouldn't go to my funeral? And it's like, it's really not that hard to just tell people, like, hey, don't talk about this. If you talk about this, you're going to get timed out. Don't talk about it. You want to talk about how much you don't like this other streamer? Go do it somewhere else. I don't care. Go do it somewhere else, not here. Like, I would hope that friends of the channel feel comfortable typing in here. If I like this person and they're VIP'd or whatever, I don't want other people to, like, feel like comfortable berating them or whatever. And unfortunately, I can't do that until I, like, cover this stuff accurately to the best of my ability. So I feel like we should do that so that everyone is on the same page, and then we can move past it. Right? I only wish we knew what we were talking about. Yeah. And then the other thing is, like, so much of it has devolved to the point where, like, I feel like most of it's going to be very confusing to most people. So I will do my best, and we'll try and deal with it. Okay. Obviously, please feel more than welcome to make fun of Joe Rogan or make fun of Ben Shapiro. Please, you can still make fun of people. Fed posting and making fun of people are not the same thing. You can absolutely make fun of as many right-wingers in here. Okay? I will never stop that, okay? That's just good living. Okay, so let me pull up this. Maybe you guys are right. Maybe we should cover it first, just so we can get it out of the way so that we can get to all the other stuff. So I think we'll go over it first. Let me close this. So it's one-sided making fun of? Yes, you can make fun of... I know this is a crazy concept, all right, for 1 second. I don't know if you know about this concept, but you can dislike when your friends are being shit-talked or being disparaged and not care when right-wingers that want to remove gay rights, queer rights, trans rights, brown and black rights, when you make fun of them. That's actually not the same thing. I know. Whoa, 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 whoa. Are you serious right now, Denim? Is that really not the same thing? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, it's actually different. Okay, so let's get into it. I didn't have any caffeine today. I stayed up. I just want you guys all to know. I was at a Halloween party. I had a great time. Thank you for asking. And I went to bed. At this party, I had a great time, but I powered through and I stayed up until 1 a.m. So I didn't go to bed until 2 a.m. But I'm here now, okay? I am here now to deliver. Okay. What fucking idiot doesn't know how to drink out of a can? Can you imagine if someone didn't know how to drink out of a can? That would be so cringe. Holy shit. Thank goodness no one here does that. Okay. Now let's get into it. Close these tabs. Yes. Alrighty. Too poor for a straw. Feels bad, man. Okay, all right. Now let's get into it. For realsies this time. So I saw, wait, where is it? Did you say someone was disparaged here yesterday? Yeah, we'll get into it. We'll get into it. Hold up, I want to start at the beginning. What? Sorry, I'm trying to find the first video. I don't know why I'm struggling to find it. Pausers. Okay, here it is. Found it. Okay, so for anyone who doesn't know anything at all and isn't up to date on this, I don't blame you, okay? Because I'm only really hearing about it myself. Because I kind of just like, I mostly just play video games and hang out with like one or two friends, and that's it. And I don't really do much else. And I'm happy doing that. So all of the stuff that I catch up on is always like, I feel like a little bit late on it. So I'm going as I spent some time yesterday trying to figure this stuff out so that we can work on it together. But the TLDR is, I know personally that I have seen Theo, friend of the channel Theo, getting harassed in this channel. And I don't understand why. Because that's like, I don't know, they've always been cool. And I watched this video. It's like very depressing because it's just like the same discourse we had like a month or two ago, or a little bit longer. Where like, leftist spaces have so much misogyny, it's crazy. Just like all spaces just have so much misogyny, it's crazy. And Vio put together a video sort of talking about why she's been getting harassed recently and what all this is about. So I just want to like let her speak. So if you guys are down to watch with me, we can watch together and figure all this stuff out together.
I want this space to be comfortable for people, and not just get
Oh, sorry. Volume's too quiet.
demonized or like just feel uncomfortable to the point where they don't want to fucking be here. Wait, is Vio copying my emotes? So she just reskinned my emotes? Oh, cool. Looks like 16 of my emotes got lifted. Like, oh, cool. There's a bounce. No. Me and Rare Flowers created. Shake is literally, why are they all mine? That's so fucked up. She stole them and made them ugly. Yeah, that's true too. You can tell the new emote.
I want to let the video play so that Vio can make her points, but can I just say just really quickly, disparaging a random artist who worked on emotes that they were commissioned for by calling them ugly is like so fucking rude. Like, it's actually crazy.
Or lazy copies too, definitely not as much time and effort as you put into them. There was an intentional stealing of like 16 at least emotes from this channel in a rebranding for Vio's channel. Name and shame publicly. Everyone knows it's Vio.
Hey guys, I'm Vio, and as some of you may have heard, I released 17 new emotes for my channel. A few days after releasing my emotes, I noticed people piling into my offline chat calling me a thief.
Which, like, dude, your community going into someone's offline chat
thief?
To say, why do you have reskins of this person's emotes? And then for other people to be like, stealing is wrong. Stealing emote art from another leftist creator without credit is wrong.
investigation, I was extremely shocked to find out that Rhizome had not only gone on a rant about how I maliciously debuted 16 of his emotes and stole his original work from his channel, but also has been encouraging his viewers to dogpile and say nasty comments not just about me, but about my artist Feed Me and his hard work as well. I'm sure you're dying to see what original emotes I have allegedly maliciously stolen and traced from Rhizome's channel, so let's get into it.
I just saw the raw one today and I was honestly grossed out by how bad it looks. That's the thing about imitations too, is they are always gonna look worse.
So Rhizome is accusing Vio of stealing all of his emotes. And he like did this stream. Not the whole stream was dedicated, but he dedicated like 10, 20, 30 minutes to saying that the emotes are stolen. And like these are his emotes. Like, I'm sure that your artist worked hard on these, and like I don't have any hate or whatever for any of the artists that work on this, because it still takes time and effort and it's still labor. But like, how can someone steal emotes that you yourself are stealing off of original Pepe's? Like, this is just like recolors. Am I stealing because we have like a couple Pepe recolors in here? Dude, someone needs to tell Moon Moon that Moon Moon stole. Dude, Moon 2 Pain? Does Moon know that he stole Pain from Rhizome? Dude, what the fuck? I can't believe Goon Goon would do this personally. It's like, if you're clearly taking inspiration, because some of these don't really look traced. Some of these look like they were personally drawn over again. And you're taking inspiration from pre-existing emotes. And someone else also ends up getting emotes that are the same as like this shit or whatever. Like, did Moon steal this? Moon 2 Pregario. Stop posting Moon 2 Pregario.
Like, ours looks good because I tailor-made them for the channel. That looks like it got punched in the fucking face. Like, it doesn't have any sense of, like, how to connote the emotion that it's even going for because it's unoriginal. You know, like, Rot is an original emote. That's me. I had the thought, I was like, this is what it would look like. It's like a dude decaying in his chair, rotting.
What do you mean this was your original thought when it's derivative off of, like, Pim from Smiling Friends? What do you mean this is my original work? Like, little known fact for some people in chat, most of if almost all of the emotes in this chat I've actually personally drawn, and also most of them are emotes that I saw some other channel had that I thought was cool. And I was like, oh, I would love to have this. Like, I think the most offensive one, DNMgasm, I saw it. I saw some version of it in someone else's chat. And I was like, that's amazing. We need something like that. But that's like emote culture on Twitch. Like, I don't... That's the same thing happened with Wiggle. Does everyone remember Wiggle? Suddenly, overnight, everybody had their own Wiggles.
Away, and that's why it looks good, because like I know why the decisions were made to reskin it and be like, yeah, look at my new shit. It's crazy.
Spoiler alert, not one emote was stolen, traced, or directly lifted from his channel, but let's continue.
In no.
Oh, and then he shows like, wait. Okay, and then these are like Vio's emotes on the left, Rhizome's emotes in the middle, and then the original like Pepe emote or like the inspiration on the right. And it's like, I don't know, man. Really? These are like traced and lifted?
In no. Like when it turns its head, there's the smear frames. So we learned that for that emote, and those were lifted.
1. Just because you learned a technique that existed since the 30s doesn't mean you can now gatekeep it. And 2, ours doesn't even really have smear frames anyways, and in fact needed an additional 7 frames because it is animated so differently. The inspiration comes from the...
Like, dog, how do you say that it's like traced when like... Someone literally can pull up the receipts and show that they have like twice as many frames and it's literally animated differently.
Inspiration comes from the no
Do
person.
people really care about emotes this much? I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to comment on like whether or not people give a shit about this stuff that much. I will tell you guys, I've had emotes that have been stolen that I came up with that are actually original emotes. And I remember this experience many, many, many years ago. And I was just like, whatever. I don't really care. The problem that I have is like, why would you dedicate your stream to talking about this shit instead of just like reaching out? Like what? Anytime ever, ever, ever in the history of streaming, I've really tried. If I feel like something is weird or I'm confused about something or I'm concerned about something, I just don't talk about it. I try to clear it up first and then I talk about it. I mean, I did this yesterday where yesterday I saw a lot of people were talking about what's happening between Mike and Gremlo. And I was like, I can't talk about this right now. I need to actually talk to these parties, figure this shit out. And then I can feel like I can comment on something like this.
Emote, but also from a GIF from the
Also, if you're saying something is stolen, you're the one placing the significance on the issue, not the person you're accusing. Well, again, it's like I literally saw Vio getting harassed in this chat by people posting like you know, blue emotes, and it's like, really, this is why she was getting harassed? I didn't dedicate my stream. Yeah, I corrected myself. I said you dedicated like 10, 20, or 30 minutes.
Boki the Rock. There are many reiterations of this GIF as an emote, and many other streamers have their own versions of this emote as well.
But like skip itself is for this channel because like we skip or we lock stuff.
The skip emote being unique to Rhizome's channel is just completely false.
Also, like, out of all the emotes here, I don't know. I feel like Vio's emote looks really original. Obviously, again, it's like the skip emote. It's all derivative. It's all inspirational. It's like this is Twitch culture. People, some original person made that original Pepe skip, and everybody else loved it so much, and they're like, oh, we need our own skip. We need to skip. We need to skip. We need to skip. We need to skip. And I will say, like, if there's anyone that's like tracing or whatever, it's like it's certainly not Vio's skip. I feel like Vio's skip is like really fun. I like the font. I like the artist, what they did a lot. Again, it's all derivative and stuff, but I feel like that's really nice.
People Skip has been around and been a meme in channels for as long as I can remember, and Vio Skip has been a meme in my channel in multiple ways for years now. As you can see, our emotes have clear stylistic and animation differences and use different references, colors, horns, proportions, and in every case, completely different characters so unique that each one has its own individualized horns. To call these emotes traced or stolen when they clearly weren't is not only wrong, but it's also harmful to both me and the artist who made them. Besides, emotes have always been derivative by nature, and this is literally how Twitch and emote culture work. They reflect a community's emotions, memes, and personality through art in the chat. And seeing as Rhizome himself uses blue Pepes as his mascot and has made his own versions of Pepe emotes and memes that already exist, I thought he'd understand that better than anyone. At the end of the day, inspiration is not theft. My emotes are unique to my community, just like his emotes are unique to his community. And while I thought this was clear as day, I wanted to lay out the facts so you can see the truth for yourself. By his own logic, my emotes clearly aren't stolen. So you can imagine my confusion.
I just want to say, listen, I know my emotes aren't that great. All the ones that I've made are pretty mediocre because I'm not like a great artist or anything. But if there are any streamers that like any of my emotes, you're more than welcome to make your own version of the emote. I will not take any personal offense, please. You can have every single one. I don't care. It's fine with me. Go for it.
Confusion when I watched Rhizome spend 2 days on stream maliciously ranting about me and Feed Me and spreading harmful lies.
But not Pepe Balls. That's my personal IP. I invented circles.
Now, it's important to me to go through the rest of the emotes that he accused me of.
Also, thank you for the link, Marianne. I just want to go through everything chronologically. Because, like, I think that's the fair thing to do.
Maliciously stealing. However, if you've already seen enough and want to see Rhizome's horrendous behavior, feel free to skip ahead to this timestamp. Let's start with VioWow and
Okay, I don't want to go into too much detail on all of the emotes, but I prepared for this stream, so I did watch this video, and she goes over all of the different emotes and how a lot of them are animated really differently, and how there's a lot of stylistic choices that were made that are not like these are not like rips and stuff. So, and I mean, like, I don't know, like, again, there are so many like Pepes with flames behind them. The fact that like her artist put together this like these like green flames and she made the face all different. That's dope. I feel like the stylistic differences are really cool. I think it's worth showing. I know, I want to make sure we go through everything in a reasonable time frame, but I do implore everyone, if you are interested in seeing like the details on stuff, I think we can all agree like nobody like owns Pepe. If anyone owns Pepe, it would be the guy who made Pepe. And the only time that he took issue was when the Nazis were co-opting Pepe. And I really like it. I think Vio's artist's name was Feed Me. If Feed Me has commission slots open, I would love to commission them. This is like, I actually really like their work.
As long as I can remember, and I've even commissioned different versions of this in the past. Next.
So this is really cool.
By mistake, Rise doesn't have an email.
So anyways, I like them, and I think that they're cool emotes. But let's skip ahead a little bit to this stuff.
Of this emote, and it's not something original or unique. Honestly, I would have preferred to have had this conversation in
So Vio on her stream said she found out that Rise was telling people at TwitchCon that she stole his emote.
Private. And
Feed Me did the art on J Marianne stream. They're fucking great, do great work. Because I've needed animated emotes for forever, because we have animated emote slots. So I do think it'd be fun to do like an unveiling of emotes.
Resolved it in 20 minutes. But on the other hand, this whole thing led me to find out what kind of person Rhizome really is.
I mean, I can't watch VO stream anymore because whenever my service dog hears Mike's voice, he leaves the fucking room, so I haven't been in there in a while.
But this is sort of what I mean when like I say that I don't really like having an environment that's hostile to other creators. Like I time out anyone who says this type of shit about any other like, listen, if you want to shit talk other creators, I get it. Not every creator is going to be for every single person. There's going to be lots of people that watch my stream that don't like Mike. There's going to be lots of people that watch my stream that don't like Gremlo, that don't like whoever. And that's fine, but it's not my business, and I don't want you typing it in here because I don't want you to feel comfortable shitting on other people in here, you know? If you have those opinions, that's fine, but like, shut up, you're so annoying. Anyways. Yeah,
Education. This is the He's spending more money against me than I would even tax him. Every day it's like $1 million. Like $1 million. I'm like, Habibi, I don't even want that. You're going above and beyond.
Okay, but so I don't think anybody's moving, and I honestly feel that way. And like I'm in the tax bracket. We're going to tax more. Like, dude, if you're going to deliver all this shit for 2%, give it. I'm 100% supportive if it makes life easier for New Yorkers. This is my one identity in my entire life is a New Yorker. It's the thing I care the most about. But what I will say is that I think that there are going to be people in government that are going to try to restrict you from doing that. And I know that you're aware of that. So I'm like, how? And there are people that might disagree on economic policy. We can have like a philosophical discussion about like what economic policy works. I don't even know if, I think that's like a waste of time. What the fuck do you do when special interest groups are going to be lobbying like crazy? They're going to say, I want to build 200,000 units. And then the second you try, they're going to be like, well, not in my neighborhood, I don't.
Yeah. I mean, you have.
How do you do that?
You have to be ready to take on these fights. You cannot be naive
taking
to
on
the
it right
fact.
now. Special interest groups are.
But I mean, it's. I appreciate
Let him
the
answer,
point
please.
because there is a reason why we haven't had progress. right? If you look, for example, at the Department of Education, this is the agency we spend the most amount of money on in any agency in New York City.
Yep.
Of the $40 billion we spend about $10 billion on contracts and consultants.
Yeah.
Those are a lot of people who are looking forward to the renewal of their contract.
No, it's to educate you nerds at Bronx Science. Some of us dumb kids that went to regular public school, we don't need all that money.
Look,
Where'd you go to high school? Baruch College.
Sorry, he goes in to call out
McKinsey, yeah.
Where, like how they brought in McKinsey to consult on how to design a trash can, and he's like, of course they're going to fight me when we tell them they're no longer needed.
I mean, he's just so personable, and good at this, but he also is able to go into any room, and he has the courage of his convictions and doesn't treat voters like people that need to be manipulated and changing everything he's saying based on who the audience is, or throwing one issue over one group of people under the bus to create some sort of like perfect message for what's perceived as like a right-wing podcast, or it leans right or whatever. He just goes in there, and he was like joking about bench pressing and making these guys laugh so hard. He's very talented, but it's also just like, make your argument, and these guys will follow. People are looking for something in terms of just like a strength of vision right now.
Here's the McKenzie bit, if we want to just play this real quick.
Yeah.
There are people making money off the status quo. And so there will be a lot of interest in retaining that status quo.
Yeah.
Right now, the city of New York will pay McKinsey a few $1 million to design a trash can. McKinsey's not going to be happy when I say we don't need you to design that anymore. We can actually design that ourselves. The Second Avenue subway, which is the most recent extension.
Okay, but
what does he say about the Second Avenue subway?
Schultz completely derails him because,
of course.
Yeah, they get into some locality argument about how I guess people from Manhattan don't like the Second Avenue subway.
Okay, well, regardless, like it's just, I mean,
I wonder why that might be.
Right. That first
where does
line,
the Second Avenue subway go?
Harlem, but I mean, that Zoran's been making that point, and good for him for not backing off of it. But like that first line about how he's spending more against me than I would tax him, I hope other Democrats are listening to that line. It's a very, very potent one, I think.
He's given a playbook.
Yep, he should.
I would also say, like, the idea of capital flight from New York City because of a 2% tax is completely absurd. It is completely absurd. First of all, they instituted a millionaire tax in all of Massachusetts, and the only thing that has happened, there was two things that happened. One is it raised billions of extra dollars for the state. And the other thing that happened is they got something like, 200 more millionaires in the state from after implementation. I'm not saying it's because of that, that they got 200 more millionaires, but it clearly, they didn't lose any millionaires in the state. And 200 is 200 more is plenty. Don't say like, well, there could have been 10 that left. Good riddance.
They're threatened because people want to live in New York City. That's why they're freaking out. It's because they have no intention to move because it's New York City and they don't want their taxes to go up. So the threat is it's the most abusive like partner logic possible. And I was curious about how the Schultz fans were reacting to this. First of all the comments are glowing. And then it was just recommended to me on Reddit. I saw his like Reddit page and people responding there. And it's like, the way these fans of the show think, they say he's like the Democrats' Trump. He basically, it's about how he's authentic and he speaks directly. And I knew that might upset you when I saw that, but like that's where it's this perceived authenticity. Obviously, Zoran has actual authenticity, but isn't that crazy that the Democrats allowed that to happen?
By accident, yes. In fact, they're still attempting to not allow that to happen. But I meant about Trump allowing him to present himself as outside of the party establishment and somehow more authentic in that way. Like that perception still exists, and he's been in politics for over a decade. But I think the thing with the bro podcasts, why they respond and their fans respond to both Trump and Mamdani goes back to like if the fundamental sort of aspect of conservatism that has been sold over the past several decades is this notion of do not doubt yourself. Any doubt that creeps into your ideology, into your worldview is problematic. That was like Rush Limbaugh hit this over and over again. It was almost like, divorce from politics. And what are those creeping doubts that can come into the minds of people during the past 40 years? Hey, should women have the same rights as us? Is like maybe a gender is not as defined as I thought it was, or maybe what's the big deal if two people get married, or there's no other system other than capitalism. I mean, the whole thing was do not doubt, right? And so if you think about it as confidence, Trump gets on these shows and is in these situations with an immense amount of confidence. That's why also like Sanders does very well in those situations because he's so sort of single-minded that it comes off as he's completely confident in what he's saying. Mamdani has that same thing. And this is why he resonates with these sort of bro podcasts. And I'm not, I'm agnostic as to whether that's, it's a good thing because he should resonate with everybody. But the reason why he's able to do that in these contexts, and the reason why their fans respond that way, is that it's only confidence. They have no other ideology other than I'm here and I have confidence and that I'm right. And if somebody walks in there and sells them something 180 degrees different than they did yesterday, but they do it with confidence, they'll buy it. And they'll completely buy it because they have
but would they buy Gavin Newsom? I don't know.
Does Gavin Newsom come off as confident though?
I mean yeah, but not in what he's selling. I mean, the confidence that emanates from Zoran is the courage of his convictions and his belief. I
agree.
Yeah.
But I think, to me, Newsom comes off as having swagger, but not necessarily confidence.
I think he reads as disingenuous by everybody.
I just think if AOC were to go on there, it would be a very different situation.
I think the commenters, but I have a feeling that AOC would also put them in
But I'm just trying to make a point that the perception of authenticity too is gendered in that specific context as well.
I think that's probably true as well, because one of the things that they don't want to have to contemplate if you're a 17-year-old boy is can women be, am I competing against women too? That's sort of feeds into that. But I'd be curious. I feel like if there was someone who could go into that situation and exude that level of confidence, I think they might be afraid to have her on, to be quite frank, because
it's a lose-lose.
She might say, let's actually, it's a lose-lose.
Yeah.
It's a lose-lose.
Yeah. But it is, it just shows that you have to make your argument. This is a more ancillary conversation, really, because I think it's more than just this podcast space. It's about what wins people over, and that is having a confident and clear and coherent message. That being one that I think liberals can't really get behind, because everything is focus tested, and
what is the
class
world?
is the number one thing we need to be talking about.
What's the utopia that liberals want to create right now? I'd say the best, the more, even non-socialists but progressives have some kind of world where it's maybe Medicare for all or something like that. What is the world that these people are wanting to go towards? Zoran has one. It's clear. Even Trump has one. It's a white nationalist, police state. What is the one that Cuomo or even Kamala? What world are they trying to take us toward?
A bad plan beats no plan.
What do you always say? Loud and wrong.
Yep. Or strong and wrong.
Strong and wrong.
Strong and wrong.
This is what I said since day one. The best thing that Mamdani's campaign put together was being able to immediately answer the question. It's obviously the world's dumbest fucking question, but being able to answer the question, how are you going to pay for it? And the fact that he can immediately point at how he's going to pay for it, and that every single person who asks him that question has to just sit there with their thumb up their ass as they're Okay. That seems stupid. Huh. That seems dumb. So good.
Wrong beats quietness.
Also to the chatter who's why did this message take me out? I think we should government mandate and assign lonely men homosexuality. Like, bet if you're lonely, okay? Why did this take me out? This is the stupidest thing I've ever read. Alright, okay. Incels hate this one secret trick.
All right, y'all. So a comedy civil war has erupted. You have basically Joe Rogan and Andrew Schultz, and they're the two who are in the Rogan sphere who are now leading the charge against the Rogan sphere critical comedians. But yeah, there are some clear dividing lines here. Of course, you have Mark Maron on the other side of them. You have, you could argue, Andrew Santino, Bobby Lee, Stavros. So there's some clear dividing lines here. And this is the first time that it appears like both Joe Rogan and Andrew Schultz sort of snapped and decided to call out some of their detractors. So we talked a little bit about Rogan versus Maron the other day on Friday, but I wanted to dive a little deeper here. So shout out to Too Lazy to Try, who has a great YouTube channel. Definitely go subscribe to Too Lazy to Try. They broke down the Rogan versus Maron thing, and we're going to go ahead and break it down. Here we go.
Addicted to these arguments that people have constantly every day and calling people assholes and losers, and you're just carrying around all that bullshit with you all day.
That's exhausting.
Which is why I don't do it. I mean, I could go in on fucking every person that ever wronged me or this, that, and said bad things about me, like, and it's just like super unhealthy.
Well,
super
we know
unhealthy
people
for you.
our age who are still doing that shit.
Of course, don't
Comics.
Mark Maron, don't say it.
So as he does his little, I would never, bro. I'm above the fray. I don't engage in this petty drama bullshit, sniping back and forth. He's now going to proceed to do exactly that. And he didn't just do it in this podcast. He did it in another one. He had on Andrew Schultz after Callan and did it again.
He's sad. He wants other people to hurt. That's what it is.
It's just not charitable. It's
also he's pathologically jealous. Like he's like literally mentally ill. The thing is that Maron's podcast, which was #1, isn't even in the top 100 anymore.
Oh my God. So understand something. Maron's criticisms were substantive. They were political in nature. It was like, hey, you're riding Trump's dick and ushering in fascism. And also, you're making comedy worse because all you're doing is trying to out-offensive each other, right? So he's saying negative effects on comedy and making comedy like this right-wing hack space. And also, you're ushering in fascism. That's what Maron's criticisms were. It had nothing to do with any interpersonal bullshit. Nothing to do with that. But notice, Rogan's response is to go personal. Rogan's response, oh, he's jealous, oh, he's insecure, oh, he's mentally ill. So everything he's saying is about the personality, the person of Mark Maron. Everything Maron is saying is about the impact Rogan is having on the body politic and comedy. So Maron's criticisms are substantive, Rogan's criticisms are personal. I mean, it's such bullshit, not addressing any of the actual criticisms.
I don't even think it's in the top 200. It went away. And it went away not because he did anything. He didn't get arrested. There was no scandal. People just stopped being interested in it. And I think that hurts the most.
Well, then, if that hurts the most, you should already be starting to hurt Rogan because he's fallen from grace. He's no longer the top podcast in the world. He's washed.
Why did they stop being interested?
It's not good.
All right, so it looks like Joe Rogan finally proved that he's not above shit talking, even though, of course, he still somehow tries to act like he's above it. You know, he goes from saying he doesn't hate on people who have said bad things about him to spending 20 minutes going off on Mark Maron. So he finally just snapped. And, of course, he's way more tuned in to what people are saying about him than he wants you to believe. And he's definitely not above drama, you know, because usually Rogan tries to avoid feeding into any beefs with other comics or saying anything bad about them, publicly at least. Like Maron, he's been trashing Joe for around a decade, and Rogan would rarely acknowledge it on his show. But it looks like Maron's last special, where he made a joke about Theo Vaughn, and the media tour he did, where he was trashing the Rogan sphere every chance he had, really got to Joe, and now the gloves are off. I mean, he must have been holding this in for years, and he finally just ran out of patience. because he was ready to go. Like, he was prepared. He mentioned a Reddit post that was criticizing Mark's podcast, and he knew this weird stat about his comedy shows, and he's aware of everything Mark said about him. So Rogan acts like he's above all the haters and doesn't care what people think about him. You know, it's all just noise. But it turns out he's human, and he's actually pretty invested in what Mark, and I'm sure a lot of other people, are saying about him and his crew. And even before this, that was already starting to show. Like, last year, Joe thought Mark was trashing Bert Kreischer, and he sent Bert a message and told him he needs to stop being friends with Mark. So now I think...
I'm sorry, that is like petty high school type shit, bro. That is some petty ass high school type shit.
Just all the criticism of the Rogan sphere and the Austin comedy scene has reached a boiling point for Joe. And I think specifically comedians that have been mocking him and his crew got to him the most, because now it's not just Mark. You know, there are a good amount of prominent comedians that goof on him, which their opinions mean more to Joe than just a normal civilian's opinion.
That's such a good point, and I didn't think of that. That is such a good point. When it was just assholes like me and, you know, like my audience, you guys, people who like, you know, left-wing YouTube, when it was just us sort of mocking Rogan and the Rogan sphere, saying they're not funny, calling out their right-wing bullshit, then it was whatever. But then it sort of spread. It was beyond the left-wing community. It became part of this, just like this new, like, I would call it like almost like a comedy policing space on YouTube. Too Lazy to Try is part of it. There's other channels that are part of it as well. And like then it spread to there, and they started criticizing the Rogan sphere. Then, I don't know, criticism of the Rogan sphere became very mainstream. And then it's like the comics who are still somewhat in touch with the audience also shared some of those criticisms. Like Shane Gillis, by the way, who's in the Rogan sphere, has criticized the Rogan sphere and been like, the comedy's getting kind of hacked and all they got to do is their anti-trans jokes and whatever the fuck, right? And so, yes, it finally got to the point where, like, I guess Rogan was able to tune out the noise when it was just people like me criticizing. But then when it grew to the point where now there's a whole cottage industry that criticizes the Rogan sphere, and you have other comedians, even ones that are somewhat friendly with Joe Rogan, go, I don't really like that Austin shit they're doing. That's why it looks like he's snapping. And the target for all the anger is Mark Maron, who sort of emerged as one of the leading voices that criticizes the Rogan sphere.
And Joe desperately wants to be seen as a respected comedian and be respected by comedians. So I think it hurts him the most when comics are trashing him. And now that that's kind of become mainstream and Maron's getting more attention for it than ever, Rogan finally felt the need to respond. You know, I think Rogan realized a lot of people are actually starting to agree with Mark now, and that's why he needs to point out that Mark is just a miserable and jealous hater.
Correct. That's exactly what it is.
Also, it's hilarious. Rogan decided to respond right when Maron ended his podcast. I'm sure that's definitely another reason why he responded now. And Joe thinks Mark's podcast falling off is a big reason why he's so bitter. Because apparently early on in podcasting, when Mark had the #1 podcast, Joe said that's when he's the nicest and he stopped talking shit about people. But then once Joe and other podcasters started passing him, then he went back to his old ways. And Joe said it's the same thing with stand-up. Mark has a falling out with everyone who does better than him. So Joe saying this stuff is definitely going to set Mark off.
But by the way, like, Mark Maron is very open about the fact that he was insecure. He is a jealous guy, that he has been hard to get along with. He's very open about that fact. But having said that, all of the criticisms that are going against Joe this time around, like, all of them are substantive. Like, that petty, insecure, jealous type stuff, he admits that's the kind of person I am, but he's open and honest with that fact, and he's open and honest with the fact that this criticism is political in nature. And, you know, he's angry also about the destruction of comedy and making it an offensive fest, right? So it's like you're not... Whatever the shit is that Rogan is saying against Maron has already said it against himself. He's been very vulnerable with all of his flaws, right? And so you can't just...
I remember being one of the few people that hated Rogan in like 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20. I have consistently been a Joe Rogan hater for the longest time. I've hated him for like my go-to line for the longest time has been, he should just go back to making people eat roaches or whatever. And so watching his world collapse around him has brought me so much joy, because I've always, and even like, I don't even want to get too deep into it, but like, obviously Fear Factor and the situations that people were put in Fear Factor were crazy fucked up because it's reality TV and all that other stuff. So I don't want to get too deep into that, but like literally, it's just, I just never, let me be clear. He's had a couple of jokes that have landed, and he has really good stage presence because he's been a personality for so long. He's been in media for so fucking long, right? So just so that we're all on the same page, I agree that, like, it's not like Joe Rogan has no sauce. It's not like he's sauceless. He's more like like, if he was a sauce, he'd be mayonnaise. Okay? That's what I mean. It's not that there's no sauce, it's that the sauce is pathetic. Okay? It's just so and everyone's like, "Oh no, I like him because of the guests that he brings on." And it's like, "Bro, come on." Oh my god. Whatever, man. Whatever. Whatever. I don't really care. So I am personally happy to watch this fall off. Finally. Finally.
Peg all this on that. But he's trying. But that's what Rogan is trying to do.
And he's probably going to want to bring his podcast back after he hears this, just so he can rant about Joe every episode.
Vegan mayo? Yeah, hey, wait. Listen. Look, as someone who's had a lot of vegan food, okay, let me say, vegan mayo actually, it fucks. All right? It actually is pretty good. Maybe it's just that I like the vegetable flavor. I like vegan mayo. Now, vegan cheese is disgusting. I'm so sorry. Maybe the tech has gotten better in the past 2 years because I haven't had it since then. Vegan cheese, they need to work a little bit harder on that. But vegan mayo actually is kind of good, though. I don't know. I think vegan mayo is actually kind of good.
Like, do you understand? Mark, when he first started, when he was just first coming up, was friends with Mitch Hedberg, and then Mitch Hedberg hit, and he couldn't be friends with him anymore.
Really?
Yep. Stop being his friend. Same thing with Louis C.K. Louis C.K. and him were tight. Louis blew up. Mark didn't. He had to fucking hate him, and he turned on him. Talked shit about him openly. And then he became successful. And the years where Mark was successful were the best years of Mark, because Mark was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've had ups and downs with Mark. I've gone through this with him like 3 or 4 different times. Where
I like how he's talking about him like an ex.
he gets upset at me, and then we talk, and then, are we good? We're good. Like, he likes to do that. He likes to talk shit about you, and then you confront him, and he says, you're right. And with me, my relationship with him was really complicated, because when I was an open micer, I was 21 years old, and I was just starting out. Mark gave me a compliment once that really helped me. He came up to me and he goes, hey, man, you're really funny. He just keep doing what you're doing. Don't listen to anybody else. Just keep doing what you're doing. I was like, wow, thank you.
That's his best side. That's the good side.
It's not all bad.
No.
And he was a young guy back then, right? So he was just being cool.
I like how Joe Rogan's example of someone being a cool, good guy is a guy who compliments him. And an example of a guy who sucks is a guy who doesn't compliment him.
And then over time,
my favorite Joe Rogan diss is that Joe Rogan identifies as a comedian.
obviously I became more famous than him and more successful than him. And he does not like that. He fucking hates that. And the only time we were cool was when Mark was #1. So Mark, the podcast took off, and you got to realize it took off when he was deep into his 40s, right? And it was the #1 podcast in the country. And he was on Rolling Stone magazine, and, you know, he...
Again, notice none of this is about the substance of marriage criticism. None of it is.
Had his own show on IFC, The Marin Show, and he was fucking great. He was cool to hang with. He was fun because... he didn't have to compare himself to anybody anymore because he was a success. Like, he could look at his own success. He was doing a television show. He had his podcast. Everything was great. And we were cool. Like, we were friends. Like, I'd see him. I'd give him a hug. I'd say, what's going on? We would talk. We're friendly at the store. We never hung out off site. But we were...
This was, by the way, before Rogan went full MAGA and Trump dick rider, too. So it makes sense. It makes sense. Marin has always been a left-wing guy. He used to host an Air America radio show. Air America was the original left-wing talk radio. In fact, when I was growing up, it's what I wanted to do for a living. Obviously, Air America doesn't exist anymore, but he hosted a left-wing talk radio show. And so, yeah, I'm not surprised he was buddy-buddy with you. This was probably back when you were supporting Bernie Sanders, right?
Friendly. Like, we had pushed all the beef aside, and he even did my podcast. We had a great time. And then... I started getting more successful, and then my podcast passed his. Then my podcast became #1, and then the Spotify deal, and that's when he started talking shit about me. So he started talking shit about me long before all this Trump stuff. This Trump stuff is just the most recent iteration of this bizarre thing that he does with people.
And I'm sure Mark's going to flip out over this, but also he's probably a little satisfied knowing he's really getting in Rogan's head. I mean, this goes on for almost 20 minutes, which is wild because normally Rogan tries to avoid talking about any conflict between comedians. You know, he never really wants to call out comics anymore. Like he used to back in the day, you know, with Carlos Mencia and Jay Moore. Rogan ruined those guys. Like, he used to be able to destroy careers, but I don't think he's really called out a comic like that since Jay Moore. So that's why this Marin beef is a pretty big deal. You know, shit's getting serious for Rogan. Because also at this point, why even address it? Like, if Marin's a washed-up comedian who's had a failed podcast and nobody listens to him now and he's just a hater, why not just let him fade into irrelevancy?
That's such a great point. And the reason he's addressing it is because he knows there's truth in what Marin is saying.
So Rogan must think of him as more of a threat now than ever. And also Joe said he got really pissed about that joke.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't really keep up with like comics and like which comics are beefing with which ones, but I will say, anytime anyone is shitting on Joe Rogan, I'm happy. Like, really, just genuinely. So happy. Because Joe Rogan totally ruined the first of all, ruined the landscape of podcasting, ruined the political landscape, and then ruined all of our elections because now we just have fucking right-wingers and like left-wingers that pretend to be right-wingers. Or rather, right-wingers that pretend to be left-wingers. And I will never forgive Rogan for that, like straight up. And it's like, he's so successfully convinced people that he's like, oh, no, dude, I don't have any politics, man. I don't do that on my show. Anyways, here's 17 right-wingers in a row. Like, fuck off, dude. Literally, fuck off. Made a generation of podcast bros. I know. I know. Always voted Republican too? Well, yeah, that's always been the stupidest fucking thing about all this shit. Alright. I want to shift gears a little bit into...
It's going to be interesting. We've been saying this for a while. They're obviously going to come to New York City. And the difference between an LA and even a Chicago and New York is the density. There's no places in New York where you're going to be able to roll up on people without there being a lot of people around. And this is a good example of it. Set the stage here, Emma.
Yeah, so we got word yesterday that ICE agents raided Canal Street, and this is very much likely based on the fact that there was a TPUSA right-wing internet personality named Savannah Hernandez, who over the weekend had 2 separate posts where she basically tagged ICE and told them to clean up the area. And it seems like within 48 hours at the very least, ICE responded to it. We can play what happened yesterday, and then, if you'd like, how do you think the sequencing makes sense, Sam? The right-wing personality first in chronological order? Okay,
yeah, let's do the
that.
chronological order.
Yeah, because so this is this woman, Savannah Hernandez, Turning Points USA, and she had posted this over the weekend, and it seems like this is how ICE and DHS is operating, is if you have a right-wing online spectacle or attention drawn to it, they will respond to you, and she got what she wanted.
This is Savannah Hernandez in New York City, and okay, my friends, I was just driving down the street, I was Ubering, and I saw this huge market of African migrants selling all of these bags along this sidewalk. The sidewalk was actually completely full of people, so I was like, okay, pull over, let me see what's going on. Now, I'm walking along this street, and the entire sidewalk was completely packed with people buying these Louis Vuitton bags, buying these YSL bags. Obviously, all of them are knockoffs. Now, I spoke to some of the migrants. They were telling me they're all from Senegal. And as I'm walking around, they all start grabbing their bags very quickly. Again, this entire block was filled with all of these bags. And they picked them all up very quickly. Within 2 minutes, they all started jumping in vehicles, running away. I was speaking to one of the migrants, and he ended up telling me that...
So, you can see that she's breaking news here. They sell counterfeit bags on Canal Street. I don't know if you've ever heard this.
Is she from New York?
No.
I mean, I'm guessing.
Shocker.
That would make sense. I mean, this has been going on for. I'm going
to be honest. It's been going on my whole life. Like, I have never not been in New York and seen people selling counterfeit bags in New York. This idea that it's the immigrants doing it is so funny.
I can attest to it being going on for at least 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
This is fork found in kitchen mode here. Wow, what investigative journalism. She's really brave. I hope she's wearing a bulletproof vest because she's on the scary streets of New York City surrounded by people from Senegal.
She's from Texas. She calls ICE to do this. And now I know, for a long time, there's been like, in a lot of the stores, I don't know if it's still the case, but I remember 20, 30 years ago, I knew somebody who, when she was trying to get her acting career going, one of the jobs she had was to go into some of these places on Canal Street, see the really expensive high-end knockoffs, and working for like companies that would protect their IP or stuff like that. And she would go with video camera glasses and stuff like that. But this has been going on for years and years. Nobody cares about it. In fact, not only did nobody care about it, people go down to Canal Street to buy that stuff.
I
Like,
strongly recommend if you need AirPods or anything, they're not knockoffs. They're sealed and they're like $30.
But I mean, New Yorkers know this. I think even tourists know this.
100%.
People come here to get knockoff stuff.
Yes. It's part of the flavor. It's part of what makes New York, New York. It's like going to New York and riding the subway and being like, oh my God, there are rats here. It's like, bro, that's their home. Shut the fuck up. Leave. Leave then. You don't like them? Leave. That's part of the city's charm, bro. It's like watching Ratatouille and being like, why does Remy exist in a kitchen? It's like, that's part of the movie, you fucking idiot. All right, where do you think wives get their bags? What a nothing burger. Yeah, it's just so stupid. It's so, I getting mad about that shit is so fucking funny.
So let's play. So is she the one who calls ICE, or is that just a coincidence?
She tagged
ICE is
them.
watching her.
Yeah.
Presumably.
She tagged them on social media, and all of those ICE Gestapo goons who couldn't do, what was the threshold? 15 push-ups, these tough guys?
It was 1.5 miles.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, maybe these are the guys that passed the physical fitness test that so many of the other applicants are
Just
unable to do. So, like to see this immediate reaction by New Yorkers as they saw this going down. Flipping them off.
It's so funny too, because I've never met a New Yorker that's been mad about bootleg stuff being sold in the street. Like, it's never happened. They don't even bother anyone. Like, I don't even understand what the point is in calling ICE on them. Like, what?
I just got off work too.
Yeah, I mean, this is literally completely spontaneous.
Yeah.
And this is the thing with New York. It's a much more dense place. And so, what would normally be, 5 or 6 people yelling at them, all of a sudden they're going to have 50 to 100 people, surrounding them. And here they've grabbed one guy. I don't know how this is sequenced, this clip, but
it's also, the reporting is unclear how many they took, but they were moving south basically towards 26 Federal Plaza, which is like basically one subway stop away from Canal Street. And the one thing where I'm saying, I agree with you, Sam, about the density and how unique this makes it, but my concern is that at least in Chicago and LA, they have mayors who are not compromised by corruption scandals and who are actually present in their office.
Oh, yes.
The scary thing about New York here is
there's no leadership right now.
There's no leadership. Eric Adams is complicit. We don't know the extent of the deal that he cut to drop out of the race, but Sliwa is claiming that he was offered $10 million by some of these billionaires, donors that were so scared of Mamdani so that voters would coalesce behind Cuomo. We don't know the extent of what the deal is that Eric Adams cut with nefarious actors, but he's not protecting New Yorkers. There's no way.
Hey, I still wanted to watch more of that. What the hell? Then you need to stream on more days. I want to. I've just been really dealing with these. First of all, annoying busy stuff. I'll talk about it when I'm on cam. trying to finish getting ready as quickly as I can. But also, I'm still dealing with these fucking headaches, and I just don't know what to do. Like, I've tried really everything at this point. So I don't know. I'm getting really pissed off. I don't know how people just deal with headaches in their life. This has so far been the worst CCing of my life. It's so impossible to do anything. Weed, yeah, but then if the point is to be able to work more, weed is not going to make you work more. So I don't know. It's the CIA heart attack gun, but they keep missing. Yeah. It's the only thing that gets me to work, spoken like a true weed addict. No, I don't do that. There's no amount of there's not a small enough dose or a large enough dose that will make me work on weed. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna work on it. I'll just we'll see. Oh, maybe it is maybe it is migraines. Interesting. I haven't looked into the differences between migraines and headaches. I don't know. But anywho.
All right, guys. So it looks like we have some trouble in paradise. We have Ben Shapiro calling out other MAGA pundits and figures. He goes after Marjorie Taylor Greene and Alex Jones, but he also, and we'll get to this a little bit later, but he also seems to be pissed off at people who work for his own company. Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, and basically it's because there was that group chat that came out, that like pro-Hitler group chat, the young Republicans who are fucking 40 years old, and they're saying like, put our opponents in the gas chamber and we love Hitler and shit like that. And for understandable reasons, he doesn't like that too much. So let's start with him going after Alex Jones and Marjorie Taylor Greene.
We need to be real about the agenda of many of the people who are continuing to rely on the kindness of the quote-unquote traditional Republicans who quote-unquote don't want to attack right.
The kindness
Marjorie Taylor Greene is dividing
of
the Republican Party,
Republicans.
not the people criticizing Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Sorry.
She is attacking the president day in and day out. Who's dividing the party? The people who mention it or Marjorie Taylor Greene? Marjorie Taylor Greene spent the last 24 hours ripping into Republican men. For example, Marjorie Taylor Greene, apparently, she tore into her party and said GOP men in the Congress are quote-unquote weak. Apparently, and now she's getting this media blitz from the left, while torching Speaker Johnson, torching Donald Trump, accusing Donald Trump of a cover-up over Epstein. Quote, whereas President Trump has a very strong dominant style, he's not weak at all. A lot of the men here in the House are weak, Greene said. There's a lot of weak Republican men, and they're more afraid of strong Republican women. So they always try to marginalize the strong Republican women that actually want to do something and actually want to achieve. Sure, that must be it. It can't be that you've been out there day and night getting the strange new respect from the left by attacking Trump over his foreign and domestic policy while engaging in the most rudimentary, conspiratorial nonsense. If you point that out, are you the divider or is it Marjorie Taylor Greene?
So, in other words, if she keeps talking about wanting to release the Epstein files, then she's a traitor. She's a traitor because Trump obviously doesn't want to release them. Come on, Ben. Come on, dog. This is crazy.
Conspiratorial nonsense. If you point that out, are you the divider or is it Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's busy taking victory laps on CNN? When people keep trotting out folks like Alex Jones, and the idea is that if you don't, quote-unquote, unite with Alex Jones, somehow you're undermining the party. It's Alex Jones who's torching members of the Trump administration. I mean, here's Alex Jones on Tucker Carlson's show, torching, in order, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Dan Bongino. Who's the one who's dividing things? Who's the one attacking the president's policy? Who's the one who's shooting inside the tent, by the way? I'm getting rather tired of this idea that
Hey, it's
everybody
kinda quiet.
who is not on the sort of extreme wing of the conspiratorial right, those are the ones who are wrecking the party by not accepting the extreme wing of the conspiratorial right that is constantly attacking inside the party. It's a wild supposition. Here's Alex Jones. This is, again, within the last 48 hours.
From what I've heard, Bondi's not bad. She's just lazy. Bongino's emotional and a big baby. Patel is compromised. And it's just so sad.
I mean, like, I just have to wonder, is that, who's dividing? Who's the big divider? Again, politics is a coalitional business. And people can vote for whomever they
Alright.
want.
Do you know how long I have waited for right-wing infighting? Do you know how long it's been? Years of waiting, and we finally fucking get it?
But the question now is not about voting. The question right now is about who gets to define the message and the future of the Republican Party. That's an ongoing battle all the time. That's an ongoing battle on the right. And if you don't call this stuff out, you end up with the right-wing version of AOC running your party.
He's right that there is like a total contradiction in the Marjorie Taylor Greene and the Alex Jones approach, because they will seemingly say things that make them more independent, like, hey, you need to release the fucking Epstein files. They will say stuff like that. They will, call out the endless support for Israel, for example. But then at the end of the day, Marjorie Taylor Greene refuses to criticize Trump by name. Alex Jones refuses to criticize Trump by name. And so they try to have their cake and eat it too, where they keep their finger on the pulse of their viewers and try to hit the issues that they care about, including Israel, including the Epstein files and others. But they're not honest enough to just say, Trump's in the fucking Epstein files, and, the Israel lobby owns the U.S. government, and, Trump's doing Miriam Adelson's bidding, and they're allowing themselves a tiny dose of truth without going all the way. And so Shapiro's kind of right. They're like, who represents Trump and Trumpism better? Well, Trump is the ultimate arbiter of what Trumpism is. And Shapiro is the one who's basically cucking himself to Trumpism more thoroughly than the others are. So he's basically saying here, like, well, I represent Trump better. My side of the Republican Party represents Trump better because we're not criticizing him for shit. And that's true because Shapiro agrees with Trump's fucking warmongering foreign policy. He agrees with Trump doing Israel's bidding day in and day out and doing that fake peace deal. He agrees with not releasing the Epstein files because, God forbid, it exposes all these high-level elites, and it exposes that Epstein was Mossad. He doesn't want that because he's that pro-Israel. He wants to hide that Epstein was Mossad. So he's kind of right that he represents Trump more than they do, as they ironically pretend to represent MAGA more. So on that front, I actually sympathize with him. All right, but now it goes deeper. So now, back to the group chat thing, right? How you had the young Republicans who are 40 years old group chat, I love Hitler, send our enemies to the gas chamber, call black people watermelon people, just all sorts of fucking cringeworthy fucking vice signaling and the based ritual that was going on. Well, here are the Daily Wire hosts talking about that. Let's see what they say.
Again, I'm not even disagreeing with the motivations of the Politico story. In fact, even on my show today, I talked about the motivations of the Politico story, which, Matt, I agree, are completely scurrilous and designed to distract from the sort of violent rhetoric we've seen from the left. But it has led to...
How dare Politico release this? They're just trying to distract from the violent rhetoric of the left. Really? There were 3 MAGA terror attacks within the past month, and none of you guys said dick about it or said this is, a problem endemic to the right. But yeah, that's what they were doing. They were distracting from the violence of the left, please.
I think a reactionary response on some parts of the right to say there should be no policing ever at all. No social consequences should ever attend to things that are said on the right, that it's basically just pure my side versus your side. The problem I have is, number one, I think that's moral, and number two, I don't think that's pragmatic. I don't think that's moral because I think that there are things that get said on the right that are really, really, really ugly, and pretending those away doesn't make them go away. I think that they're rising. I think that they're getting more common. I know that my death threats from that side are getting more common. I know I have more security because of that, and it's not just from the left. I have lots of security from the left, and I also get lots of security from the right. Matt, I think a little bit earlier today you tweeted that kind of your litmus test is the people who are trying to kill you, and I totally get that. I also have that litmus test. The difference is that I think that if somebody tries to kill you, Matt, there's a good shot that it's going to be a leftist. If somebody tries to kill me, it's a frickin' Agatha Christie novel. I just don't know which direction the bullet is coming from at this point, given the sort of various and sundry radical extremes that exist. I'm not going to say that the right is equivalent to the left in this respect, because I don't think it's been mainstreamed to nearly the same effect on the right that it has been on the left. But to pretend that it has not infiltrated a lot of very important spaces.
So, in other words, what you have Ben Shapiro saying to his own Daily Wire host here is, we have a Nazi problem on the right. Yeah, lefties hate me, but these right-wingers hate me too, and if I get killed, it might be one of the far-right terrorists, one of the Nazi types who does it, so, hey, we should probably criticize it when a group chat comes out where they say stuff like, I love Hitler, And he's basically begging and pleading with the people who work for the Daily Wire going, can you fucking say something about this? Meanwhile, Matt Walsh was going out there and making a big point of saying, I'm not going to criticize anybody on the right. We need to unite on the right. So no, I'm not going to criticize anybody on the right at all. If you're on the right, you're on my team, and that's the end of the conversation. And then Ben Shapiro, who of course is very Jewish, he's going, well, hold on. Some of the people in the right-wing tent want to shove me in a gas chamber or like deport me from the country and view me as like inferior, inherently inferior. I don't know, man. I kind of want to say fuck those people, and I think you should say it too. And so if you scroll down here, you got to watch, see? Right up, here's a Groiper tweeting fucking Nick Fuentes.
Get back to work, Matt Walsh. Get back to work. Do not criticize Israel. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Ben Shapiro.
Now, by the way, the question is, where is the heart of Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh? Right? This other guy here is Andrew Klavan. He's also Jewish. He's more on Shapiro's side. But where is the heart of Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh? And look, on that point, I think they're terrified of Nick Fuentes. And I also think deep down they kind of agree more with Nick Fuentes than they do with Ben Shapiro. And so in a scenario like that, they're in a weird position where it's like, you know, hey, I'll try to split the difference. I'll try to appease anybody. But right now, you can't really appease everybody because Ben Shapiro is telling you there's people in the right-wing coalition who want to fucking kill me and who are open anti-Semites and Nazis, and that's not cool. And then, you know, how are those two guys going to react to that, right? And they, like you saw, they constantly get shit from Nick Fuentes basically saying, like, look at you, fucking, you know, you're a little cuck to Shapiro and his network and, you know, their political project, and they're very pro-Israel. Are you guys also little bitches to Israel? And so you get this weird conflict that's bubbling up, and who knows when it's going to come to a head. We already saw that they already went through this, remember, with Candace Owens being part of the Daily Wire, and there was a big blow up over that. And by the way, Candace interviewing Kanye was not the straw that broke the camel's back, even though Kanye was going full Nazi. No, the straw that broke the camel's back was when Candace said something against Israel. That's when they went, oh, how dare you. I was okay with the Nazi stuff, but the Israel stuff, a little too far. But, you know, it's at the point now where Shapiro can't ignore it because he tried to ignore it for a while, too. But when you have somebody like Nick Fuentes, who's a big voice on the right, and you have this growing Groiper problem on the right, you either take it head on or, you know, you welcome them into the coalition. And I think Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles would say, welcome them in. And at this point, I think Shapiro would go, can't do that because they want to fucking kill me. And so here we are. So I think this problem is only going to get worse. This is only going to be a bigger issue on the right as time goes by because they're totally and utterly irreconcilable. The funny thing is, they actually do agree on literally everything else. They actually do agree down the line with, like, none of them give a shit about, you know, Trump being a warmonger. They all kind of support that. You know, none of them disagree with Trump and his fucking concentration camps and rounding up innocent people and ICE agents assaulting elderly couples and shit like that. They're all fine with that. They all agree with that. They all agree with Russ Vought and his fucking, you know, crusade against every government agency that does any half-decent work. They all agree. They all agree that, you know, black people need to know their place and shit like that. On every other issue, they're simpatico. But the one issue where they're not is you have Shapiro, who is 100% pro-Israel and wants to keep giving them billions of dollars and wants to cheerlead the genocide and wants the Israel lobby to be super powerful. And you have the Nazi wing that doesn't want that. And so, as Trumpism continues to fail and become less and less popular, you'll have more and more of a battle of what the future of MAGA looks like. Remember, Trump is also old and struggling with his health. And so at some point, he's not going to be with us anymore. And then you're going to have all these people, you know, vying for the crown to say, I represent the real MAGA, the real vision that Trump had for the future. And you're going to have the Marjorie Taylor Greene types fighting for that crown, and you're going to have, you know, the Ben Shapiro types fighting for that crown, and the Tucker types fighting for that, and the Nick Fuentes types fighting for that crown. And at some point, it's all going to come to a head. But they are probably way more, you know, apart than the left right now. Liberals and leftists are becoming one right now. Certainly the voters. You still have problems among the Democratic politicians, who many of them are still too corporate and too centrist and sold out to Israel as well, to one extent or another. But among the base, the liberals and the leftists are all becoming one. So we're kind of unified here on the left side of the political spectrum, from center left to far left. But on the right, I mean, it's ugly, and it's only going to get uglier. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
But this has always been the problem with power. Once you have it and you start wielding it, people start getting upset because they don't want it wielded against them. It's literally just leopard eating face party. So no shit, this is bound to happen eventually, right? It's just we haven't seen rightoid infighting in so long that it's hard to believe it still exists. But yeah, once they have power, I mean, even just like look at Roe v. Wade, overturning of Roe v. Wade. So many people who were like, yes, finally the right has power. We're like, wait a minute. I just realized this whole like overturning abortion rights actually impacts me. Wait a minute. Wait, can we think this over? We're not going to watch this whole thing. Just 2 seconds. I'm going to go grab a shirt.
Josh Shapiro went on The Breakfast Club. He is auditioning for president.
You think he has higher ambitions?
No.
You can tell that just the way he talks?
Well, I mean, is he still doing the Obama impression, or was he sufficiently bullied on that?
I would say he's still doing the Obama impression.
Because I haven't heard this video yet, but I did see that the headline, which was that Josh Shapiro apparently called the questions that Charlemagne the God had about AIPAC money lazy. Let's see how he...
Better than interesting.
Yeah. Right. This is...
He's actually uninterested.
Israel compromised Mad Libs. What adjective are you going to throw at the interviewer to get out of answering the question about Israel's influence on your politics and in your political career? Because it's happening so rapidly. And these guys are already behind the ball, but
yes, they're outside the safe zone.
Right. And what's very Seth Moulton was on MSNBC last night, and he's returning his AIPAC donations and not accepting any money from AIPAC in his challenge to the right of Ed Markey, who I do think should probably step aside for a more younger progressive in that race. But still, if it's Markey versus Moulton, we know who we're supporting in this situation. Moulton is running as a I'm not old candidate. And he was asked by the MSNBC crew, like, what policy difference do you have from Ed Markey? And he was like, I wouldn't support Schumer for speaker. And it's like, I mean, if it were put to a vote, would Markey support that? Like, the point is just that these guys are trying to repackage these moderate centrist Democrats who have taken pro-Israel money, who have voted to fund the genocide. They are looking for new angles to get out of this. And my hope is that they can't. And exchanges like this give me hope as well.
The article in the New York Times about Democrats pulling away from AIPAC. So clearly it's having some impact on them politically if they feel like they got to...
I don't know. I mean, I think it's become a political issue. You've used it as a political issue. You've questioned federal representatives when they're on here on that. I mean, I think... If I can say this to you, not trying to offend you here, but I think it's a little bit of a shortcut and a little bit of a lazy question. I think the better question is, how do you really feel about Israel? How do you feel about a two-state solution? How do you feel about the war? How do you feel about...
Oh, bullshit. Oh, bullshit. It's not a war. Two-state solution is a fiction. What was the first thing he said? How I feel about Israel? Oh, I feel like I think ethno-supremacist states shouldn't exist. All right. There's three answers to your questions there.
And why doesn't he answer those right now?
Exactly.
Well, he likes to let people can have the discussion, let alone like not standing up for people who protested the genocide over the past couple of years. Like, but now he's going to tell you how open he is to different varieties of conversation.
Charlemagne is making it a political issue. I love that he shows that he was anticipating this question. I mean, immediate defensiveness.
This is it.
To say as if this is coming out of Charlemagne, bro, the base, the people you want to win over in a primary, a national primary, over 70% of Democrats think Israel's committing genocide. Over 70% across polls. Quinnipiac, YouGov, it should be higher. 8% of Democrats support Israel in their war effort, to use his terms, from a Gallup poll that came out a few months ago. How do you think they feel now? So this is not an issue that Charlemagne or podcasters are kicking up as, you know, Cory Booker was attacking the podcast space for daring to ask questions about, or for not talking about Africa enough. That was the way he got out
I'm
of
trying
that.
to stop all of the pain in the entire world, and why don't you care about Africa?
Yeah, right. Like, no, this is the impulse by these elite Democrats to say that this is a manufactured issue, or that, like, you know, these podcasts are doing for clicks. Like, they're digging their own grave, because it's actually the opposite, and the listeners are going to have the same reaction.
Well, why would there be clicks?
Exactly.
Their producers are doing SEO. That's why they're talking about this stuff.
Right.
Feel about the war? How do you feel about, you know, the hostages or hungry kids or what have you?
I mean, we can answer all those questions. How do we feel about the hostages? There should have been a ceasefire and a hostage exchange, including the thousands of people held in Israeli torture prisons, the thousands of Palestinians, including many, many children. They should have been exchanged instead of any of this bombing happened that Shapiro supported.
I think demanding answers on those questions is more important than, hey,
it's interesting. Like, who's doing the demanding? Answers, like what you're demanding answers of us. You are the one that needs to have the answers right now.
Exactly.
Like why?
Right. Well, I mean, it's the Chuck Schumer outsource the opposition to the streets, but we're not going to lead on that. Lead, encourage it, have messaging that would complement it. No. That's on you, plebeians. Your job is to vote for us every 2 years and shut the fuck up.
This is from a month ago, the forward Jacob Kornblue talking about the polling. I don't waffle or waver because of what the polling said. He also mentions that he first visited the Jewish state at age 16, and his position is grounded in a long history with the country. Now, I don't know how long it could be, because he's only, 50 years old, and Israel's only 75. So
can you read that again to me? I want to translate that.
Yeah. I don't waffle or waver because of what Pauline said, he said.
Okay, so that's, I don't care what voters think.
Yes,
Go on.
Because I have donors that are going to offset that.
Yep.
But he first visited the Jewish state at age 16. And I would suggest that maybe you are, there's a reason that you differ with 77% of your voters. It's because maybe you're a little bit too close to this, Josh.
This clip is actually aggravating me more than I thought it would. Yep. Let's keep going.
More important than, hey, what about this lobbying group or that lobbying group?
Well, what do you say to the critics who argue that U.S. foreign policy on Israel is often shaped not by national interest, but by the lobbying strength of these?
I think that's a fair conversation to have.
Oh, thank you.
And I think it should be on any elected official at the federal level to say, hey, I'm listening to this group. But by the way, there's groups on other sides too. I'm listening to that group. But
listening is a funny word for taking money to pay for your campaigns. Like, we're just having a idea symposium.
Oh yeah.
we're listening where it's you're taking money, blood money, Josh.
At the end of the day, we want our federal representatives to be able to sit here in the chair and answer the questions about why they voted A, or why they voted B, or
no,
why
we don't. No, we don't. I'm sorry. We don't. I don't care. We want them to change their votes.
Yeah.
What is mysterious about this? I'm sorry that Charlemagne the God politicized the Holocaust that's been happening in Gaza.
Or the political contributions.
We wouldn't want to get all political about the Holocaust. The active one.
I think it's just a little lazy to say, oh, it's got to be because of that interest group. Maybe someone actually believes those views, or maybe someone feels strongly about that particular way.
Is it possible for an elected official?
I mean, it's funny, but then just do it without taking the money for your campaigns. But I fully believe that somebody like Cory Booker would support Israel, or someone like Josh Shapiro, frankly, if he was president, would support Israel, and the money that he would take would just be because...
And then there's John Fetterman, who just had a stroke, and now he loves Israel more than anything else in the world. And that's it. That's the only thing he loves. He's like, please, just give all of my money to Israel. Please, just let Israel kill as many people as they want. Please. Please, 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 please. Just $500 more to Israel. Just 1,000 more. Just 1 million more. Just 10 trillion more, please. And then he just drops his sandwich on the floor and eats it. Just like, sorry you guys had to see that. God, dude. Fetterman is such a fucking disappointment. Lord almighty. Wait. Okay, guys. It is time. It is that time of day. It is time. Was it good? I don't even remember. Good morning. Hi. Hi, everyone. Hi. 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 Hi, guys. I changed my audio up a little bit, so let me know if anything is wrong with it or if it needs to be quieter or louder. But I hope you guys are all having a great... What is this today? Friday. Friday. I hope you guys are having a nice fungal Friday so far. We got a big day ahead of us, all right? You look amazing. Thanks. My hair was really, really greasy. So it took a little bit of time to make it look a little less greasy. So I appreciate that. But we have a good day so far ahead of us. First and foremost, I have to talk about it. I'm sorry. The thing that Ludwig did where he just like went on social media and was like, I know that Kayagate is over, but I'm going to reopen it just to have the stupidest stance on the planet. Oh my God. Oh my God. So we got to talk about that. It's just, and then I saw that he said like, I wouldn't even go to this guy's funeral or some shit about Hassan. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? It's just so unnecessary. Anyways, I want to talk about that. Okay, moving on. And then I want to go over some highlights. We might cover it in its entirety tomorrow, the Cuomo and Mamdani round 2 debate. And then Taylor Lorenz, I saw she had interviewed also, yeah, why would you diss your girl's close friend and business partner? It just didn't make sense. It just like didn't, the timing and the behavior and the way that he did it didn't make any sense. It felt more like he was like lashing out like a small child because we'll get into it. We'll get into it. And then Taylor Lorenz, I saw she had interviewed Dan Clancy. I want to watch a little bit of that. And then I saw like Cinna was shitting on Taylor Lorenz's statements. And then that became like a whole thing on my timeline. Dude, I've had a lot of like random shit I've had to deal with, which has been really annoying. I put together a fun little Halloween costume and I shot in it and I got some cool stuff that I wanted to show you for it. So that like took up my whole Thursday last week, which I know you're thinking, why does that matter? That happened so long ago. Well, I was already super exhausted. I was like, we're going to power through. We're going to have a nice stream week. And then it rained and I was so happy. I was like, oh my God, it's raining. Yay. The rain. It hasn't rained in LA in so long. And you'll never believe it. My fucking walls leaked again. And for anyone who hasn't been here for that long, I had this like mild flooding problem in my apartment years ago when it last rained, or like over a year ago when it last rained in LA. Really, really, really bad. And my building management was like, they're like looking at clear water damage and they're like, yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. There's actually healthy levels of mold that you're allowed to have in an apartment. This is last year. And I was like, that's hilarious. I will call the city. That's really funny that you said that, but I will call the city or I will move. Those are the only two options that I see. That's crazy. That's crazy that you thought you could say that to me. That's insane. That's wild that you said that out loud while staring at an unhealthy level of mold. That's crazy. So anyways, they fixed it. They like, I fought with my fucking management company so hard to make them fix it. A year later, And it didn't like the flooding didn't make sense. They were like, oh, maybe it's because like your unit is like a corner unit and that's why all of the influx and rain, like we'll try and patch it up and see why it's happening. A year later, we get like a lot of rain again. And by a lot, I mean like not a lot, just a lot for LA. And it happens again. And I'm like, no, this was supposed to be a nice stress-free week where I get to just do whatever the fuck I want to do. And they show up. They like rip up all the walls again. Thankfully, guess what, guys? Big, big, big day for me. They ripped up the walls that got wet again, but there was no mold. So the fact that I forced them as hard as I did to fix what they're supposed to fix as landlords, by the way. Hello? It was all clear. It was all clean. It was wet, obviously, because it had just fucking flooded in my apartment. Mild flooding. I'm using the term flooding really lightly. But basically, like, the nearby staircase or something, like the floor above me, it's really complicated, but it doesn't really matter, had like a leak. So they fixed it. They actually fixed it this time. And the management changed again. So the supervisor or whatever in my complex actually was like, yeah, no, we'll do this. We'll make sure we'll do this. We'll do this. We'll make sure everything's all good to go. It's like, oh, thank you. I don't have to fight you for you to maintain your own fucking units. Thank fucking God. So they fixed it all up. So we're all good on that front. Whew, thank goodness. Because I was always a little stressed. I was like, dude, did they actually get all of the mold or not? Like, I don't want to become J.K. Rowling. Like, just so you guys know, if I ever randomly become incredibly transphobic and decide that I care about which bathroom people use, that's why it's happening. It's happening because there's mold in my head. That's the only option. So when they reopened that wall, because I was always stressing, I was always like, did they clear it all out? The fact that they reopened it and it was totally clean, it was just like wood, because that's what American homes are made out of, just wood. I was like, yes. Oh, it was so worth being such an annoying bitch. Which is like not even that insane, because like I would hope everyone would be an annoying bitch to their management if there was fucking water damage and mold in their apartment. Like, I was literally like, in my brain, I was like, there are two options right now. Or sorry, three. You either do what I'm asking, which is, I don't know, maintain your property to the city standards. 2, I fucking call my fucking representative or my senator or my goddamn whoever I need to call to get them to fucking get you to do this. Because this is crazy. This is like, I should not have to do this. Or I just move. So it made me really happy that they just did it. And it actually was totally clear. Totally clean. So that was nice. But anyways, that was a whole ordeal. Because like, as you guys might imagine, they have to like come in. They bring in this like fucking chainsaw to like rip the fucking wall open. And it was all this dust. And then they had to like, they were like, well, we want to leave it for a couple days, make sure it dries fully, make sure there's no problem. So like, I just had this open wall for like days. I'm like, cool. I love this for me. This is so good. This is great. And then they have to like let it totally dry and then treat it and then come in and build the walls again and then paint it. So I've just been like inhaling all of these fumes and I'm like, smells good. And at the same time, right before this happened, I decided I was going to paint my walls. And I know what you're thinking. Why would you paint your walls in an apartment? Because life is too short. Okay? I like this complex and I can get them to do what I need them to do. So it's worth it. And it really doesn't take that much time at all. I've painted so I offer to go over to people's places and paint their walls. Okay? I painted Lana's wall. I was like, do you want your wall to be green? And they were like, yeah, I do actually. I was like, I'll paint it for you. Do you want to go paint your wall? And they were like, yeah. Are you kidding me? And then I painted their wall. And I was like, dude, why am I painting everybody else's shit, not mine? So I painted my wall. But that was so... I painted 2 walls and it was so much time and so much work. And it was actually such a hassle because one of the paints I got was super thin. But it was like... I'll show you guys a picture once I actually clean the entire place. So basically my home has just been a health hazard for the past week. Between all of the paint fumes and the wall fumes and the leaking and the everything, it's not been good. And then on top of like just having headaches, everyone should have an air filter. I actually have an air filter that's like running, so I don't even. Hey Denims, I think I solved your headache problem. But also the headaches might be getting caused by the fact that I hate wearing my retainer to sleep. And I know you're supposed to wear it like every night, and I wear it like once a week, which is not good, which can't be good. So I'm like, oh. It's just like, I forget to wash the retainer and like brush it and make it clean. And I don't want to wear it if it's not clean. So I'm like, well, I don't want to wear it tonight. I didn't clean it. And then so I don't wear it. And then anywho, the air filter isn't enough for paint fumes. Yeah, I just need to get like a fan and open all the windows, I think. But gotta get one of those cleaner things. Yeah. Get one of those ultrasonic cleaners. They work. Are you serious or are you joking? Realest shit you ever said? Well, cause then I went to the dentist to get my cleaning, and of course they yelled at me. They were like, "Girl, do you floss?" And I was like, "Sometimes." I don't know. Sometimes when I feel like doing it, when I remember to do it. And she was like, "Girl, you're gonna get you're fine, but you will get bone damage if you don't start flossing." I was like, but I hate flossing. It's just so much extra effort, and I don't want to do it. So anyways, you have to understand, once it hits like 7 p.m. for me, I clock out. Doing things after 7 p.m. is so difficult. It's like it's like, do the flossing picks make it easier? Yeah, flossing takes 1 minute. It's not about the time it takes. It's just like brain, not so good. Brain, not so good. So anyways, flossing feels so good. Bro, you are not going to reverse psychology me. Like, it's not going to work, all right? String floss is better. I know. Get a water pick. So I had a water pick, and they were like, water picks don't do enough. You need to use actual flossing. And so I was like, are you sure? In the biz, we call that depression. In my biz, we just call it ADHD. Are you a sociopath? Wait, what? For not flossing? For hating floss? I floss. I just floss like once a week instead of every day. If you use a water pick, then the flossing is easier. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know. Anywho. Anyways. Thank you for the link, Mr. Glitchmaster. We'll see. We have a lot of stuff to get to. So yeah, all of that was to say, the dentist was like, yeah, I just want you to know, if you wear your retainer, you have to wear it when it's clean. Like, you can't wear it if it's dirty. Like, you have to wash it every time you wear it. Because what you're doing is, when you wear it to sleep, you're like vacuum sealing all of like any and all bacteria that's in your mouth. And then I was like, well, I guess I just won't. I'll just wear it when I wash it. And when I wash it is like once a week, which is not good. So maybe that's what's giving me headaches. I don't know. It's just like, I am Sisyphus, and the boulder is just flossing and cleaning my retainer. I'm down to brush my teeth. I'm down. When it comes to flossing, I just don't. I'm like, I'm so tired. I just want to go to bed. And then when it comes to cleaning my retainer, I'm like, I'm so tired. I just won't wear it. I'll just wear it tomorrow. And then tomorrow comes and I'm like, I still haven't cleaned it. What if I just start cleaning it in the morning? The boulder is extra dental care beyond brushing them. You got I'm sold. Brushing my teeth, you got it. I got it. That's easy. Every other thing that you have to do, that is my boulder. Maybe I just need 7 retainers in a special spot in the dishwasher. I'm straight up, I'm this close to because I got a bunch of spare retainers as well. I'm this close to getting a container for my retainers and just switching them out every day. And then at the end of the 4 days, I just clean all of them. That might be better than what I'm doing now, which is just not wearing them. But anyways, yeah. A retainer container. But yeah, I don't know. I'm at the dentist right now. I got stage 2 periodontitis. Told me to floss and then use my water pick. My lazy ass was thinking, no, I know. Anyways, Anyways, I don't know if that is relatable at all, or if this is just like ADHD brain, and if you don't have ADHD or depression brain, this is harder to understand. But I really just, man, I don't know. Brushing my teeth, I got it. We got it. We're down. Flossing, I just don't want to. I just don't want to do it. I don't feel like I should have to. Okay, this is fucked up. This is not right. This is wrong. Human beings were not meant to floss. Okay, I feel like everyone hates flossing. Yeah, I don't. Maintenance is hard. I know. It's just. I feel like everyone hates flossing. Okay, thank you. I was a little stressed telling people that like sharing my deepest, darkest secrets, which is brushing my teeth is fine, but just flossing just causes me psychic damage. I don't know why. All right. Anyways, you should. Habit building, yeah, it's just habit building. My boyfriend uses these tablet things, so he puts the retainer in the morning in a cup of water with the tablets ready to go by night. But do the tablets work? But other than that, my dentist was like, your teeth looks good. Your teeth look good. You have like I got a lot of cavities as a kid. Other cavity kids, please relate. Please, I need this. And one of my fillings just needs touch up. But other than that, it's like, it's good. So life could be worse. Life could be much worse. All right. I have to shame myself into flossing. I got to work myself up to it. Come on, you dirty motherfucker. Flossing, damn you, floss. All right, moving on. So I've had a busy week of just like stupid shit happening in my life. And I wasn't able to stream, and I feel really bad because I wanted to stream. But we've got a big day today, and then anything we don't get to today, we'll have a lot to talk about tomorrow. There is one other thing that I wanted to talk about a little bit before we start, which is I'm just catching up on this like today. I briefly saw it, I think like yesterday, but I'm catching up today. I'm scared to even call it really leftist infighting because it doesn't seem like it's like infighting so much as like weird behavior. I don't know how much people are tired of this or like how locked in people are or what, but I did see like I had seen like VO was getting harassed in my chat, which was very weird, and I didn't really understand why. And apparently it was about like some stuff regarding emotes. I don't know anything about this situation between Gremlo and Mike, but I did see that, and that was like really depressing to see. Because the little that I saw, and maybe if people are interested, we could talk about it, seemed really like mean-spirited. On like the emo front, I don't know. Yeah, she did a video on it. The gist is just Mike had called out Gremlo for supporting people who were harassing VO. Oh, okay. Yeah. I just like... I think that like... Ludwig is a really good way to talk about this issue, but it feels like a lot of the people who get into streaming and streaming content, it's like one of two things, I feel like, just from my experience talking to people on the inside. Either people who get into streaming are internet degen losers like me, and they stream because they love their computer, and that's why they do it, which is like, I'm going to say it, I'll be brave, based, okay? And then the other 50% are like just total sociopaths that just think that they're better than everybody else, i.e. like the Ludwigs of the world, where it's like, dude, even if you had all those thoughts, you have to be a crazy person to share these thoughts out loud and say like you wouldn't even show up to this guy's funeral. Like that's an insane thing to say. That's so crazy to say. It's so anywho, what did Hassan do to him? I know, right? I don't understand any of the situations. Dude, that just means you're normal. That's all that means. So we'll get into as much as we can. I do want to talk about like all the stuff we have planned for today. And then if we have time, I don't know how fast we'll run through these stories, but if we have time, then maybe we can talk about and get caught up on like the stuff with VO and these emotes and stuff. Cause it's just like, oh my God. And then the Nazi tattoo saga. I can't believe I missed that. Man, the world just like exploded. I was like not there for a little bit. And then that was crazy. The Plattner Nazi tattoo. Like, hello? Dude, what the fuck? Okay, all right. So we got some stuff to get to, like this emote, Moon to Pregario. Why would you post that? Why? Why would you post that? What the fuck is wrong with you? Literally, what is wrong with you? All right. Let's close all this shit. Also, Sawyer, thank you for the 5 months. Hog Truck, thank you for the 12 months. Welshie, thank you for the 13 months. Bass, thank you for the 30. Define, thank you for the 5. Flappy, thank you for the 10. Slater, thank you so much for the 13. Sand, thank you for the 15. Quicks, thank you for the Prime. My Dude, thank you for the 32. Overgod, thank you for the gift sub. Magic, thank you for the 12 months. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Emily Reed, thank you for the 14. Joel, thank you so much for the 16. Conjureman, thank you for the 25. Use this money to keep the mold away. Thank you. I need it. I need it desperately. Okay, let's get into it, shall we? We have a full docket. So I had a quick question, because all I had seen were there were like people posting these like 5-minute clips from, I think it was Ludwig's stream. He didn't make a video, right? There was no video that Ludwig made. It was my understanding that he just like decided he was going to go hard on stream for some bizarre reason. Or can someone correct me if I'm wrong? Because it's possible in the past 24 hours he's done something else. All right, let's close this. Would hope not. It was just on stream. Okay, all right. No MAGA mail. Yeah. Oh, and the other thing is I've been coping with all the shit that's happening in my life with by playing Pokemon Legends. And let me just say, I don't care if Pokemon fans hate it or love it. I actually really have been enjoying the new Pokemon game. And don't get me wrong, I love turn-based combat. Especially because I don't get to experience turn-based combat that often, but I think they did a pretty good job with the turn-based combat. I think they did a good job. Or with not using turn-based combat, excuse me. All right. Let me pull this up. Sorry, I just saw some awful fucking clips on my timeline. Dude, like, what the fuck is this? Like, literally, what is this? Nina Lynn faces major backlash after denying she sexually assaulted Silky's assistant, said, and calling it embarrassing for men to be assaulted. Dude, tell me this is fake. Tell me that's not what happens in this clip.
So what if he says, I feel like you did some shit wrong? No, so the whole side, you think?
So he tweeted out saying, I've been vocal on the situation originally and nobody cared. It took me a lot to talk about it again, and for the third time, it's hurt me once again, where it'll take me time to heal from it again. I've been invalidated by other parties, which don't realize what it did.
So what if he says, I feel like you did some shit wrong? No, so the whole Saeed thing, no one essay Saeed. That's why today I was actually looking for Saeed. I was going to talk to him and be like, you definitely felt disrespected as a person. Me, I take accountability what I do. If you dead ass felt disrespected, I didn't know. So you gotta let me know. If you did, I will always apologize. I mean, that's just normal people. But for him to walk around and say all that crazy shit, you never think about what Saeed's thinking too, though. Like, who wants to walk around being called that? That's embarrassing for him as a guy. You ain't see Saeed today?
No, I was looking for him. I was looking everywhere for him.
I need y'all to patch that up.
I think he came out.
No, he was here. But I didn't see him at all. I saw him one time and he disappeared.
No, the moment I came over, he wasn't here. Oh my God. Oh my God. Saeed. Come here. I got you.
Hey, come here.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
He's 23.
No.
He's consensual.
No, he's not consenting.
Yes, he is.
He's not even saying nothing.
Grabbing random dude that doesn't want to be grabbed. No, he's consenting.
He likes it. Yeah, give.
Oh, no. I don't think he wants to.
Yeah, stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Hold on. Hold on. Sit down.
Yo.
Sit down. Sit down.
You know, you remind me of that one video. It's like a cartoon where the niggas start throwing out. It's like buy a car. Oh
Why
my
you
God.
in the way, bro? Let him go out. Like that ass, you are really a. Why you?
No.
You trying to block a nigga from getting ass? You weird.
Bro, he don't want it, bro.
That's borderline assault? That's not borderline anything. That's just assault.
He did not tell you
He
that.
don't want it, bro.
Bro, like, this is weird. I'm so uncomfortable. Oh my God. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna make you guys watch any more of that. That's so weird. What the fuck? It makes me really pissed off that so many people are so down to talk about reversing the roles, and it's always the usual suspects, but when it comes to the roles actually getting reversed, so many people are so fucking silent. Like, why does this tweet have like 600 likes but 1 million views? Like, I don't get, we just saw Emeru got assaulted and everyone understood, hey, this is totally fucked up. That guy is a sexual predator, is a freak, it's not funny. There's no universe where that's acceptable. That guy should be held accountable for his actions, you know, with the law. And then when it's like a chick doing it, it's like, haha, that's so funny. Ah, ha, 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 ha. And it's the least funny thing you've ever fucking seen in your life. Even if you don't even take the sexual part seriously, it should at least be bad because it's humiliating. I mean, yes, I agree. I think every part of it should be taken seriously, but I don't know how anyone could see this shit and be like, haha. I don't know, man. I don't know. Fucking weird. Oh. Only incels fantasize about these situations? Yeah, it's like, it's so depressing too because there's so many, I feel really bad thinking about the number of dudes that I've met that have told me that they were sexually assaulted, but they can't really talk about it and they haven't really processed it because they wiped it from their memory or tried to wipe it from their memory because nobody else said anything, so they figured it was fine, even though they didn't feel okay with it. Anywho. Yeah. All right, I'm going to pull up a couple of other things really quickly. Let's talk about the Ludwig thing. I want to talk about that. Sometimes I'll lie and say it was a man so that I'm taken seriously. Isn't that fucking sad that that's what you have to do for people to fucking take it seriously? All right. Let me pull up. Does anyone have the full stream that this happened on? This full stream that Ludwig had on this shit? This is what I had seen. Let me pull this up. But I do like to watch the entirety of a VOD if I can, or as much of it as I can. But this is what I saw. One sec. Pull. Okay, here we go. This is what I saw making the rounds on Twitter.
I have no fucking clue. I think he lied about having a shock collar. Do I think Hassan shocks his dog? I have no fucking clue. I think he lied about having a shock collar. I think he 100% had a shock collar based off what's on my For You page. Maybe I'm getting psyoped. He's adamant that he hasn't shocked her. But that 100% is a shock collar, as a fact.
As a fact, that is 100% a shock collar, says Ludwig.
I feel like that shit is 100% a shock collar. But I got no clue.
But I got no clue.
And I think when you come in and you say, oh no, you're going to get the Hassan call now, I think like you are like genuinely pathetic. Like you are still pretending to live in a universe where it is.
It's funny that he realized he's getting flack for this. So he decided to like pull back and say, but also the people who are still typing hashtag Free Kaya are really cringe.
Like brave to speak out against Hassan, as if that is not like the popular side to be on. Truly, I think it's pathetic. Do I think?
It's funny that he's doing what he's criticizing in this video, by the way. So let's talk about a couple of these things. One sec. Let me pull up. I want to go find the context for this.
Drama than before, you know, or they moved on to fucking WestJet or Asmongold or Pyrotechnical or whoever the fuck, right? Like there are people who still consume drama videos who are mogul male enjoyers who will then, you know, come in and try to goad me into it. But it's just not something I'm interested in participating. Like I am, and it's not fear. It's not because I was told not to. It is because I have always said that I don't like this type of content. And I got lost in the sauce because I got addicted to the views, the grind, the money. And I don't need to do that.
Translation. I was happy to talk about this stuff when it was actively benefiting me more than it was hurting me. And then once I started getting flack for having a spine, I decided I didn't want to do that anymore and pulled a Moist Critical and said, actually, I'm not going to talk about drama. I already got my bag. I'm good. Thanks.
And so I shouldn't do that. I should actually put my content where my values lie, which is.
Sorry, am I allowed to have the position that like this is the most pathetic thing I've ever seen, like from Ludwig? And it's not the fact that he has a position against Hassan. It's not, and it's mostly the way that he did it. It's also the timing that he did it, but it's the extent that he went for no reason. Because the correct play, this is my humble opinion, I don't know. You shouldn't take such a hard stance. You just shouldn't take such an insane hard stance. It's way more effective, in my opinion, to just not comment. Because then you don't get caught up in the drama at all. If you don't go against him or for him or toward him, guess what? You don't have to deal with anything.
Hassan's hot. Oh, I'm going to fuck him.
In making things that I'm proud of. Now, that's not to say that I'm not going to talk about things that I think are serious situations that I might have insight on. I talked about.
I get the position. Like, I hate doing this thing where I am charitable and then no one actually ever sees the charitable part of the stream. People only see like the clip chin part of the stream, but whatever I do, I'm going to do it anyways because I'm soy. But like, sorry, I'm getting comfortable. The correct stance is literally what? Shut up, you're being silly to the chirpers. Yeah. I know I'm probably getting fed edited clips, but it's not true, and I'm not sure, but it's 100% a caller. That's a fact. How does he take himself seriously? Yeah. In the same stream, he talks about why he stopped Mogul Mail, and it's because he was covering drama without all the facts, and then literally proceeds to talk about Hassan drama and then admitting he doesn't have all the facts. The correct stance is just auto-modding it. Yeah. Okay, sorry. The fair position to have on this, and like, I get this, dude. Sorry, too. I get this. It does feel like the internet has become like more cruel and like more of a shithole. And it's become like, I think algorithms have made things a lot worse because everyone's just fed stuff that makes them mad. Like, Twitter is the best example of this, where it used to be the case that a hot woman would post photos of herself on Twitter and everyone would be happy because that's a good world to live in. It's like, yeah, yeah. And now when it happens, it's like nothing but negativity. Nothing. And it's like, it's not, I get if it's coming from someone you don't like or like someone who's a shit person or someone who has like shit opinions. Of course, I get that. I understand. But like, it'll be the most non-controversial person, someone who doesn't post any of their own opinions ever. And it's all like negative comments. Like, I saw this one tweet that was like peak a month or two ago, and it was like this female firefighter who was bad. And people were like, might have to just join, like, might have to become a firefighter. I don't know what you would join. And every comment is like, she's actually mid. She's actually a mid whore. She's actually a whore who's mid. And it's like, and then I saw the quote tweet on this, which was like, dude, Twitter is cooked. You used to see like a fine ass woman, and then every comment would be like, damn, if I had me that, oof. And now every comment is just negative. Every comment. And it's like, it's people who nobody even knows. And that, I feel like, is like the epitome of what the internet has become more of over and over and over and over again in every single platform, on every single platform. That like, if you boost shit that makes people mad, your website gets more clicks. So that's what every single fucking website does now. And that's what's happening here. It's happening on Twitch, and it's been happening on Twitch, and it's also happening on Twitter, and it's happening on YouTube. It's happening everywhere. And on Twitch, it sucks because I feel that like I feel like this golden era of Twitch where Twitch was a lot less aggro, but I think that has more to do with the fact that there's a massive hate campaign against Hassan because it gets clicks, so why not farm it? And then, of course, anytime that something like that becomes profitable, there will be people who farm it, aka like Asmongold, Tectone, whatever. Like, you're wrongfully criticizing everyone and everything instead of rightfully criticizing the people who are doing it, because that's too bold of a stance to take.
The failures of TwitchCon and how they handled Emiru's situation poorly. I have no problem talking about this. I'm not going to put it on Mogul Mail. It'll probably end up being a Ludwin video. I'll talk about it live on stream, and this will happen, I'm sure, many, many times again. But I am now not going out of my way to seek out drama-laden topics for the sole purpose of you know, making a video that gets a fuck ton of
Yeah. Ludwig and Sea-Dog are best friends, and Sea-Dog literally banned Hassan from White Man Watching Anime podcast. Oh, excuse you. Sometimes they have non-white guests. Why do you have to make everything about race, huh?
views that I can sell a sponsor on and see the number go up. Does that make sense? Do you guys understand? And look, we'll have people come in and say shit like, whatever. Hassan gagged you. You're a pussy for not talking about XYZ situation, whatever. That's fine. Like, I'm okay with that. I forget who I was talking to about this. You know, ultimately, this is the trade-off. I have one of the greatest jobs on earth. It affords me a lifestyle that I otherwise would never be able to achieve because I have no earthly talents that belong making this much money. And also gives me like an outlet that I would never otherwise have. So if the downside of that is I have to deal with in like a few people who think I fucking blow, so be it. I can't control my reputation and their thoughts of me. I genuinely wish anyone who comes in here feeling some type of way about me a wonderful life. God bless you and your fam. But it won't stop me, and it also won't change what I'm motivated to do. And that's it. Bang. Thoughts? Cool story, but what about the latest drama? Okay. I disagree. I think there's some value in the videos, not all. Yeah, but any videos that might have had value are still topics that I'll talk about, right? Because I agree with you. Like, I think it's important for me as a Twitch streamer to speak up when Twitch does something wrong. Even if it's a drop in the bucket of all the Twitch streamers who talk about it, I will still talk about it. But I can do it on this stream, and we can upload it on Ludwig. It doesn't mean I have to bring back Mogul Mail.
No, it's that Twitch drama is safe because everyone knows you can shit on Twitch. The safest position you can have on Twitch is that Twitch sucks, Dan Clancy sucks, everything about Twitch sucks. That's the safest position, which is why he's happy to say, well, it's because it relates to me. It's like, no, it's because you know that it's a safe position to have and people are going to like you. There's like this problem that I think a lot of, it's particularly bad with like white dudes on the internet where they've received so much positivity throughout the entirety of their career. They literally don't know how to deal with negativity. Like they haven't built the skill for dealing with negativity. And they think that they have because they had like one position on like a speed running campaign or some stupid shit. And they're like, and people were really annoyed, but they don't understand negativity. They don't understand people hating you for no reason except that they want to hate you because that's what it's like being on the internet as a successful white dude. They literally just don't get it. They don't get it. And so when they have to start dealing with negativity, they don't know how to deal with it because they want to be liked so desperately. That's why they're on the fucking internet doing whatever this content is. That's the same thing with Charlie. It's like people don't understand. It's not that Charlie's a right winger or that he's a grifter or that he's any of these things or that he's a fence sitter. It's that he wants the internet to like him and he will do whatever he has to get the majority of the internet to like him. That is his position. That makes him a right winger. I mean, yeah, by necessity, it has to, right? Or like, just logically, that's what it ends up becoming, right? But you have to understand that the motivation is different. The motivation for that position is, I need the people on the internet to like me because I don't want to have a campaign against me on YouTube that when people look up my name, a bunch of people are being mean to me.
Do I think Hassan shocks his dog? I have no fucking clue. I think he lied about having a shock collar. I think he 100% had a shock collar based off what's on my For You page. Maybe I'm getting psyoped. He's adamant that he hasn't shocked her. But that 100% is a shock collar, as a fact.
Making it about white dudes is just weird, not gonna lie. Okay, so here's the thing. If you were incapable of understanding all the sentences I said before that, I can get how you could come to that conclusion, but that's not actually what I said. That's actually not what I said.
I feel like that shit is 100% a shock collar. But I got no clue. And I think when you come in and you say, oh no, you're gonna get the Hassan call now, I think like you are like genuinely pathetic. Like you are still pretending to live in a universe where it is like brave to speak out against Hassan, as if that is not like the popular side to be on. It truly, I think, is pathetic. And by the way, like I get pushed a lot from like certain audiences. Like I got absolutely shit on by Destiny's audience for how I covered the adpocalypse. I was so fucking right, dude. Oh my God. They wanted so badly deep in their hearts for Twitch's AdSense to have been chopped and for it to have been Hassan's fault. And not for defending Hassan. I didn't give a shit about that. Just because I'm a fucking Twitch streamer who's been on the platform doing it full time for 7 years with conversations with other Twitch streamers, I knew that the adpocalypse was fake. And it was actually just one, maybe two partners who pulled out of their ad slots. But the AdSense was totally fine. Calling that shit an adpocalypse was like insane.
Remember when I said that the problem is the harassment? That they don't like that people dislike them or think that they're stupid or dislike whatever the negative emotion that they are receiving that they feel like is unwarranted and unfair and they don't know how to deal with it. That's what you're witnessing right here. In the same way that he got really pissed off that he was right about the adpocalypse, that it was nonsense, that all this like Twitch is over, Twitch is 100% done. And meanwhile, it's like fine. It's just like if you do politics, you're just fucked. But everybody else is fine. And he got like an influx of harassment about it, or because of it, because he had a stance on it. That there was like this massive backlash to something he said that was a totally reasonable statement. And this is what I'm talking about, chatter. The chatter who was like, why are you making it about white dudes? See, the thing is, when you're not a white dude, you know and you've experienced what it's like for people to just hate you just because. Not that white dudes have never, ever, ever experienced what it's like to be disliked for no reason. That's not the point that I'm making. I'll try and use a really simple analogy to explain white privilege. It's like able-bodied privilege. You as an able-bodied person, you don't recognize when streets aren't made with disabilities in mind. When I go into a building, I don't notice if there is or isn't an elevator. When I'm trying to enter a premise, I don't have to think about whether or not there's a ramp. It doesn't cross my mind. I never have to think about this thing. I get to live my life never being concerned about this in a way that other people have to. And I'm not just talking about people who are in wheelchairs. There's lots of people who deal with chronic issues that can't use stairs and this is one example. This is one example. That if you're dealing with an injury and your doctor's like, hey, you really need to limit movement, you really shouldn't. I know it feels like you can walk, but like you really shouldn't be going up and down any stairs, that it's not going to be good for your recovery, right? And guess what? You'll enter premises and they'll be like, yeah, you can just take the stairs. It's like, okay, I know that I don't have visible disabilities or visible issues or whatever, but I'm not supposed to do that. Huh? Just take the stairs. In the same way, there are all these things that you never get to experience or never even get to see or never even get to think about as a white dude. Like they're just not things that cross your mind. In the same way that if you're able-bodied, you just literally don't think about whether or not there's a ramp into a building. You just don't think about it. It just doesn't come to your mind. Maybe once in a while it'll come into your mind. You'll be like, huh, there's a ramp here instead of stairs. That's weird. Or maybe if you're dating someone who is dealing with chronic issues or disabilities, or if someone in your family is dealing with them, you are now peripherally aware, but that's what privilege is. Privilege is the lack of the negatives that have to impact other people. In the same way that, like, when you... Sorry, I want to read a quick chat message from a chatter who says, I have spine issues but don't require a wheelchair, and that explanation is real as fuck. The reason I found out about this form of able-bodied privilege is because I was hanging out with a friend who had, like, work done on their knee, and they were dealing with this, like, pain, and they were dealing with these issues, and their doctor was like, you probably shouldn't take any stairs. And they're, like, able to walk just fine, but their doctor said, hey, you shouldn't take any stairs. You really, really shouldn't. Make sure to take the elevator. You really don't want to cause more damage. And we walked into a building, and we were like, hey, where's the elevator? And the lady's like, oh, the elevator is, like, all the way, like, across. Just take these stairs. And my friend's like, I really am not supposed to, my doctor. And they're like, oh, you're not supposed to take the stairs? Okay, well, there are stairs out there that you can take. I'm not joking. Like, I was in awe of what I was witnessing. I was like, lady, they just said they can't take the stairs. What do you mean take the stairs outside? You think the ones outside magically do something different? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is happening in my world? Oh my God. And I was like, holy shit. I would be permanently mad if I had to deal with any chronic issues. I'd be so fucking pissed all the time. I would be beating the shit out of people with my cane. Oh my God. Okay, sorry to, like, get so sidetracked, but it's crazy. But this is what privilege is. This is able-bodied privilege that I get to benefit from because the rest of the world hasn't caught up. And whether or not I'm, like, the person that makes stairs get built over ramps doesn't matter. I still benefit. I don't have to personally be making the world worse for disabled people to be benefiting from this world. It doesn't make me this evil person that hates disabled people. It just means that I benefit from this world, whether I want to or not. And in the same way, that's how white privilege works. You can be the least racist person. You can have no racist bones in your body. You could have been born free of all racism for now and forever. You still benefit from this world that has patriarchy, that has white supremacy, that has all these other things, right? In the same sort of vein, people who have to deal with constant bigotry, whether it's because of their gender identity, whether it's because of their sexual orientation, whether it's because of race, whether it's because of whatever particular modifier, that's something you don't have to deal with. You just don't see it. It's not visible. But that's just what you don't have to deal with. You just never got you never get a chance to see it. So like me as a chick online, I can tell you, dude, the internet is so sexist. It's so sexist. Literally every time you like, it is the safest thing in the world. Also, this chatter who felt really strongly about this white dude's comment left once I brought up the able-bodied analogy because they realized, oh God, I'm starting to think about whether or not white privilege is real quick. I gotta unfollow and leave. But anyways, dude, if you want to farm someone online, if it's a woman, you're in luck. There are very few women that you are not allowed to farm on the internet. There are very, 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 very few. Whereas there are so many dudes that are just like off limits that the second you try and farm them or harass them, you'll just deal with an influx of people that are mad at you. Because there is one key core component to harassing women, which is people are not allowed to defend them or they get called simps. You can defend your male creator as much as you want because you won't get called a simp. So you're incentivizing people to defend their male creators and incentivizing them to harass anyone who defends female creators. So just by necessity off this one thing, you're allowed to harass female creators more than you are allowed to harass male creators because you're going to get less backlash if you harass female creators because less people are willing to defend them because they don't want to get called simps. Good luck trying to farm K-pop groups. The distinction there is that the people who watch or the people who enjoy K-pop are mostly women, and women aren't afraid of being called a simp. Women like being called simps for women. It's about men being afraid to get called simps for women. If you attack female creators that have majority female audiences, then you'll get like some backlash, but not if you harass women that have mostly male audiences. Someone followed me into my own stream from your chat to repeatedly call me a denims cuck. I mean, I think the entire concept is stupid, and I think being offended because you get called a simp is even stupider, but I don't. That's neither here nor there. Me getting called a white knight every time I call it a sexist in any of my gaming spaces. Exactly. So anywho, what was I gonna say? That's just not like you never see this. Like you as like a male creator, for example, you never see and have to deal with the fact that anyone who wants to defend you ever has to get called a simp or a white knight or a cuck or whatever. That's an aspect of being a male creator that you don't have to deal with. You literally never have to deal with it. And like there are so many female creators who it doesn't even matter how sexual they are on the internet. Either they get told that they need to make an OnlyFans because they can't offer anything else, or they get told, well, you have an OnlyFans, so I don't have to respect your opinion, which is also like the dumbest thing on the planet. I saw that one paleontologist going viral because like people just still don't understand that making an active decision to leave a field that's dying or leave a field that doesn't pay well to do something that's creative in nature that AI can't really take over the job that you do is a smart decision. People don't understand that. They literally can't, it doesn't comprehend for them. I'm just going to say, maybe just anecdotally, all of the women that I know who do sex work are some of the smartest people that I've ever met in my life. They just understood, oh, well, this career that I went to, this degree that I got isn't useful for what I want to do. It makes way more sense to pursue this. And I've seen their schedules, and their schedules are like packed. Like they work harder than any streamer that I have ever met. Every OnlyFans creator I know works 10 times harder than every streamer I know. So moving on, that's again, neither here nor there. It's just not something that you, and like that, I can say that with confidence that male creators just don't understand that the harassment, the level of harassment that female creators get and how they don't really have a way to fight back against it in the way that male creators do. And because at least I have this experience, I can take brown and black creators' experience seriously when they tell me that the harassment they deal with, that the specific challenges that they deal with, the unique difficulties that they have are real. But anywho. How miserable do you have to be to get mad about a pretty lady that likes to talk about dinosaurs? I know, right? Like, oh my God, yeah, Bass. But anywho, and this is the core of it. This is just intersectionality. I mean, anyways, this is the core of it. And then we're gonna get back to the video. It's It's because white men aren't yelled at unless they actually did something, so they assume it's the same for everybody else, without realizing some people just want to hate brown people, women, gay people, etc. You don't actively notice how and why something works, but you are forced to encounter and acknowledge what's broken. Exactly. Well, then you must be doing something wrong if you're getting harassed, because I don't get harassed. I only get harassed when I say certain things. So I don't know, maybe you need to, it's like, dog, you're so cooked. Your goose is cooked, your beans are baked. You're 100% done. It's over. Okay. Oh, thanks, Twitching Michael. Let's continue. That's what I mean when I say that, like, white male creators have a unique experience on the internet, and so they don't know how to deal with getting harassment. They literally don't know how to deal with being disliked just cause. Like, not to the extent that female creators have to deal with it, or to the extent that gay creators have to deal with it, or to the extent that any queer creators have to deal with it. Like, trans creators are, unfortunately, unbelievably, like, just being trans and streaming on Twitch means that a bunch of people will show up and be like, you like grooming children and you're a pedophile. It's like, what the fuck? Like, that's crazy. That's an insane thing that happens to people. Oh my God. So, anywho. They aren't disliked solely because they were white guys. Exactly. But okay, we're getting off topic. I just wanted to explain that really quickly. Not that you guys don't already know that, but okay.
Illusion. And I got roasted for that. And I was right. I was right.
Like, look at how taken aback he is by the fact that he was right about something, but he got harassed because he went against a community that decided they wanted to harass him. And they didn't care about what was right and what was wrong. In the same way that, like straight up, go watch, like, Big Red compilations. She's not even saying anything that's wrong. She's not even saying anything that's anti-men either. Like, she says pretty explicitly, if you want to have a men's right activist protest, why are you choosing to do it at a feminist protest? At a women's rights activist protest? Why not make your own? It's because you're trying to take over our event. That's why you're doing it. I believe in men's rights. I believe that the patriarchy negatively impacts men. I believe that all of these things that we have in our society, and that male supremacy in our society is bad for men. And by the way, feminist literature backs it all up. But they were like, she hates women. She hates women. I'm not going to listen to the words she says because she has red hair and she's mad. It's like, dude, bro. Yeah, I'm sorry. The internet is that way. It actually doesn't matter if you're right or you're wrong. It matters if people like you or if people dislike you.
Time. So I think,
another good example. Now this one, and this is like, okay, I'm just gonna stay on this unlock forever. Let's go.
That's the tough thing, right? That's the tough thing. It takes months to be vindicated. I've been vindicated. I feel phenomenal about it. But it takes months sometimes. And I have to tank it. And people are like, well, he only said that because he's fucking protecting his son. No, I'm just right. I'm just right because I'm good at my job.
Saying this right after you said 100% a shot caller. But I don't know. It's crazy.
Thank you, Deckles, for the 46 months.
Okay, and then I saw, I don't know when he gets into, 1 second. Hold.
We're acting like it's popular to defend her son or some shit. All right? And I don't understand why. Now, coming clean politically, I don't know if you guys know much about me. I share probably a decent amount of politics with Hassan. Not everything. I'm not a socialist. I like making money. I'm a fucking CEO here. But, some other maybe more social issues, sure. I'm also not even friends with Hassan. Legitimately, I'm not. He's not someone that I invite to, like, my birthday or things like that. He's someone I've done streams with, and I think they were fun. He's a streamer friend is the group I call.
Okay, so this is what this this is the part that I don't understand. It's not about not being friends with Hassan. That is fine. Like honestly, Hassan's probably hard to be friends with because he just streams so many fucking hours. Like when do you get a chance to fucking hang out with the guy? He's streaming from like 12 o'clock to 12 o'clock. So I understand that. I do. I be friends with whoever the fuck you want to be friends with. I don't care. Why would you share it online? Why? It's so weird. It's such a bizarre, like, you're just like shooting yourself in the foot for no fucking reason. There are people that I interact with online that I'm not friends with. I don't share that because it's weird to share.
But we're not boys. My boys are fucking Slime, Aiden, Nick, the people that I hang out with actually on a week-to-week basis. When I retire, I will never speak to 95% of the streamers I collab with again. Hassan is part of that group. That's a fact. This is just the reality of life. Okay? Connor, I'm an actual friend with. Connor, I would actually speak with after. But most streamers, I wouldn't. It's just true. They wouldn't go to my funeral. I wouldn't go to their funeral. We would never speak again. The same thing.
This is a crazy thing to say. This is so crazy. Why would you share that thought out loud? Why? Why would you share out loud? I wouldn't go to their funeral. They wouldn't go to mine. That's so insane. It's kind of sad because I know Hassan always referred to him as a friend and has been confused why he hasn't hung out with him recently. He talked about it on Fear and. Such a weird thing to say, and it sounded so hostile. That's the thing that I don't get either. It's like, it's way, and this is what I mean. If you're like a capitalist CEO businessman, fuck, whatever. This is not the play, idiot. You want to make money on the internet? Why are you burning all these bridges? Like, you think fans are going to forget this? I don't know how to tell you this. There are Hassan fans that give you money because they think you're friends with Hassan. You saying that means that they just don't want to support you anymore. Like, hey, fucking stupid, you want to make money? Why are you burning random people that, like, brought you to relevance? It's like, it doesn't even make sense on a business perspective. It, like, doesn't make sense on any perspective. It's just like he's mad because, like, the internet has become something that he doesn't like, and he was down to profit off of it. He was down to profit off of drama and get his bag and get his relevance and build his brand off of it, but now that he actually gets criticized because he's gotten too big, he doesn't like it anymore. It's just so pathetic. It's just like, I just don't understand. But like, I think this might just be partially like Tylenol brain on my part. I've just never understood this. Like, I've never understood having values and not like believing in them 100% thoroughly, completely. Like, I don't get it.
That you would experience if you ever worked like a job and then retired from said job or moved on to a different job.
I mean, yes, but also people stay friends with the people that they go to work with. There are people that I stayed friends with, first of all. Second, no one expects, okay, no one on the internet, unless you're an idiot, expects every single streamer to stay friends with every single other streamer that they've ever collabed with. It's that you're deciding to share the names of these people for no reason. Do you know how many falling outs I've had with random streamers for whatever stupid fucking reason? I don't get on stream and share that shit. That's so weird to do. There are lots of streamers that I just like don't fuck with and don't like for whatever reason. And I don't share that. That's weird. Also, hi, Oxy. It's just bizarro. It's just so, I don't understand. I genuinely, I don't understand. You know what's a good example, actually? Man, what are the chances? The last stream we were talking, I think I willed this into being. The last stream we were talking about content online, and I was talking about streamers, I said, like, yeah, there are some streamers that just, like, they give me the wrong vibe. Or, like, there are some streamers I just, like, I don't know, man. Or, like, I have my opinions on it, but, like, people aren't ready for it. I will say, Ludwig is definitely one of them. Where Ludwig kind of always gave me, like, sociopath vibes. Like, he's just in it for himself, and he doesn't give a shit about anyone else. And he's always given me that vibe. He's, like, there's a look that people give you. I think it's, like, social anxiety kind of made me more powerful and made me capable of, like, reading people a little bit better so that I can perceive the situation correctly so I can act correctly. But there are people who talk to you, and they look at you, And there are people that talk to you and they look past you. And I don't know how else to describe this phenomenon. I will say, and it impacts how I judge people a lot, whether someone looks at you or looks past you. I will say, in a very bizarre turn of events, XQC was definitely someone who looked at me, not past me. And Lud was definitely someone who looked past me. Like, I don't know what other words to use to describe this. If you know, you know. Like, there's a level of, like, I don't want to call it intimacy because that's not the right word. Or rather, people have a certain connotation with that word that makes it into something more like romantic or sexual, and that's not my intention. I mean, like, intimacy in the most platonic way. So I'll try and find a better word, but, like, there are people who, like, hear what you're saying, and there are people that are trying to listen to what you're saying. And this was always a sus vibe. This was always a sus vibe. This was always a sus. I was always like, dude, this guy is definitely just, like, in it for himself. He's just gonna get his bag and, like, he's down to get the fuck out. He doesn't care about any of these people. These are, like, these are all just, like, pawns to him. And, like, the fact that it was so right is crazy. It's so crazy because he's literally saying it in this. He's like, I wouldn't go to any of the fuckers' funerals. And, like, 2 of these people are my real friends. And that's it. It's like, God damn. That's fucking cold. That's ice cold. And it's not the thinking it that's the cold part. It's the sharing it that's the cold part. Because if you're cold, if you're ice cold like that, you don't realize nobody else is thinking that way. And when you say that shit, it's weird to other people. Even people who don't fuck with this on, it's like, damn. You didn't fuck with him that hard and you were just like, you were down to farm him when it was beneficial to you, and now that it's not, you're just like, you're dipping. That's ice cold. Holy shit. For no reason, you're just like, because people are coming in chat and being annoying? Damn. That's insane. Yeah, and this was a good tweet about it as well. But I find this Ludwig stuff so interesting, not because of the drama, but because it confirms so much about humanity under capitalism. The things he says here are the epitome of what the highest levels of success bring. Loss of empathy. There's a ton of research behind it. Yeah. Now, I'm just going to be very clear really quickly because I see a lot of people mentioning Cutie. I know 2 things to be true. I know that 1, people are not their partners, but I also know that 2, people are usually like their partners if they're with them for a long time. So it's like a 50-50. So I don't want to comment on Cutie. I don't want to comment on their relationship. I think it's fucked up that he did this when Cutie is in an active personal and business relationship with Hassan because he put her in like a weird position, but also it's not my fucking business. It feels weird to bring her into this. It's also the last thing that she would want. Like, it's like literally, I don't want to comment on that. That feels really weird to comment on. But I will hold like Ludwig accountable, or like not accountable. That's the wrong word. I'll criticize Ludwig for the shit that he says. I'll make fun of it if I think it's stupid. I don't want to bring Cutie into this. It feels so weird to bring Cutie into this. It's so bizarre to do that. I don't know. Maybe that's just me and I'm being soy, but I just don't. People are their own people. And like, I think part of it also is just like, it's so often that female creators have to, what's the term I'm looking for? Female creators are so strongly attached, whether they want to be or not, to the male content creators that they're dating or married to or whatever. And it feels so shit to have to like respond to all of that stuff when you're not the one that's actively dealing with it. And people can have disagreement. It's possible that they said that Ludwig said this and then they had like a 6-hour argument about it. It's possible that they said this and they were both like, yup, so true. I don't know what their relationship is like. I don't hang out with them. I don't hang out with them. Why did you close the Cutie clip on J Man? You are hallucinating something that didn't happen. Just so you know, you're hallucinating. I think you're thinking of a different beautiful woman known as Sasha Grey. That's not me. I know. It's hard to distinguish so many, but yeah, you're thinking of somebody else. Go hallucinate somewhere else. So anyways, all of that to say, I don't know, Cutie like showed up to like Murat's wedding and like made this beautiful cake and she does this podcast every week and all that. I think it's fair to say that Ludwig and Cutie have different opinions, or they could have different opinions. I've always really liked Cutie. I always thought that she tried to make the space better. And I don't know, maybe my impartiality or sorry, my partiality is impacting my judgment, and maybe people are harsher. But on the chance that they disagree, which I think is likely. I think it's likely that they can disagree. I think it's likely that I just like to hold female creators accountable for the shit that they actually say. Okay? Like, one thing I will say I'm a little disappointed in Cutie about is, like, even mentioning Aiden Ross and even mentioning Asmongold. I get the position that she's in, which is, like, I'm so tired of getting shit on and, like, I don't know what the fuck to do and I'm just tired of dealing with this. But also, like, I also get why people are upset because it's like, why are you even addressing these people? But, like, I'm gonna criticize you for your behavior, not for what your fucking partner says. You know what I mean? Right? I also have a lot of respect for Cutie because she's just dealt with so much on this platform. And it, even with, like, for example, the Streamer Awards, she's one of the few creators that's tried to make something bigger than herself on this platform. And she's just gotten relentlessly harassed because she didn't invite these people, or she invited these people, or she didn't do this event, or people didn't like how the people were picked, or blah, blah, blah. It's like, for fuck's sake. Oh my God. People act like they don't disagree with their partners on even important things. It's like, also, yeah, it's very, anyone who's dated anyone has disagreed with their partner, okay? How big the disagreement is dependent on the relationship, but everyone has disagreed with their partner. Okay, so I think it's, I think it's weird to attach Cutie to this. This is not, I will say, the only way that I'm interested in attaching her to this is like, dude, love, this is like fucked. Like, she does this podcast with this guy and you're saying you wouldn't even go to his funeral. Bro, can you think about how your actions will impact her? Because she's going to get harassed for this. Whether I talk about it for 10 hours about how not to harass her, do not harass Cutie, she should not be held responsible for what this fucker says. It doesn't, like, you know what I mean? It boils down to nobody. It's literally a who asked situation. But, you know, yeah. He said that. That's fucked up. I mean, he said this.
Okay. That group. That's a fact. This is just the reality of life. Okay? Connor, I'm an actual friend with. Connor, I would actually speak with after. But most streamers, I wouldn't. It's just true. They wouldn't go to my funeral. I wouldn't go to their funeral. We would never speak again. The same thing that you would experience if you ever worked like a job and then retired from said job or moved on to a different job. So anyway, this is the reality. So back to the first question. Why don't I upload on Mogul Mail? Why don't I do it? And if you followed me, if you're actually a fan of me, you know the reason. You know the reason. In fact,
he doesn't want that smoke. It's pretty simple.
You look, this is 2023, all right? This is the peak uploads for Mogul Mail. Every single one of these little dots here is an upload, all right? And if it says a number, that's, 3 uploads. 1 upload, 2 uploads, 5 uploads, 2 uploads. I uploaded something like 70 times in 2023, okay? 2024 comes around.
But Cutie's boyfriend saying here makes sense, but it's, can we just call Ludwig Cutie's boyfriend? No, but I don't want to attach her. I want to demean him the way that women get demeaned and just get called ex's girlfriend, but also I don't want to attach. Ugh, so. Anyways, what the fuck is Mogul, man? Shut up. What was I talking about? Fuck. No, there was a comment that I read. What he's saying makes sense, but it's weird to state it like this. Like, he's obviously just doing this because he's too afraid to be associated with Hassan now. The thing that I don't get is, like, out of all the opportunities he had to stop associating with Hassan, he picked now to do it. He could have done it at the peak of Collargate. He could have done it at, like, the peak of Hassan as terrorist sympathizer, whatever. Like, the timing is just so bad. Out of all the times to distance yourself, this is such a stupid time to distance yourself. Because it would have made sense if he had done it 2 weeks ago. And been like, yeah, no, fuck this shit. But, like, it's so weird. I just don't fucking... Whatever. Also saying I saw enough TikToks is wild when witnessing when a witness to the dog drama lives in your house. Dude, like can I just say also really quickly, why is he distancing himself? Because he doesn't like the negative press. I mean, he's literally as he's talking, there's an AT&T sponsor that shows up on the screen. It's always about the money, okay? He said it himself. He literally said it himself, dog. I think once you look at a lot of these people and recognize that they only care about the money and they only care about the sponsors and they only care about themselves, everything else makes a lot of sense. I hate to break it to you, but content creators do content for money. Yeah, but I would hope people actually have values that are more important than the money. I mean, I don't have any fucking ads on my channel and I don't have any fucking sponsors because I believe in what I believe in. Also, most people who do content don't actually do it for the money. They do content because they love doing content. If you try doing content for money, you're going to burn out really quickly. So I don't know. I like content creators that have values that are more important than just like one more bag. But whatever. It's just like censorship. If you really cared, you would speak up when you felt that way and stand on it and keep moving. Well, yeah, I mean, he wanted to see how the chips were going to fall. He wanted to see whether or not the Hassan harassment would continue. He sees that it's not going to, what's the term? It's not going to stop anytime soon. So now's a good a time as any to finally distance himself so he doesn't have to deal with it. Die down, I think is what I was looking for. Or let up. Nurse sticking you 50 times trying to find a vein. Stop complaining. I just do this for the money. Anyways. Yeah, I just don't. It's just so... I think that the part that's depressing is like... I saw this clip and like low-key. I would want to drink a cup of lava if I was Hassan and I saw this shit on my fucking timeline. Let me see if I can pull it up.
By me in my car when he was on his Vespa. I texted him, "Hey, I hope you're doing all right, King." No response. Does this dude hate me? What the fuck? You too. You both. I always will hit you guys up to be like, "I hope you guys are doing well." Dead. Nothing. I am a good friend who is constantly, I'm defeating the allegations of autism and Hassan is not around. I literally am trying my fucking very best.
I'm not a texter.
You are cold, bitch. That's what you are. Okay? I text you anytime you're like in a bad mood. I'll be like, "Oh, is everything good?" No response.
Yeah.
When Lug got...
That's brutal. Does he hate me or something? It's crazy. Man. Like, you know, an example of someone who does a good job of like sort of staying out of controversy, but would never do such a stupid thing like this? Fucking Will Neff. Will Neff gets it. He understands. He's like, I want to be friends with you, but I don't want to deal with all of the shit that comes with all the insane people you have to deal with. It's like it's the jump between saying nothing and saying I wouldn't go to your funeral is crazy. That's crazy. And like I don't judge Will or even like Caroline for like trying to stay out of it. It's because like the drama cycles around Hassan are so nonsensical. They're so fucking stupid. It's like, oh boy, he's getting canceled for, what is it, breathing now? Okay, great. Mayor cat. But anywho, and even Caroline does talk about it and then just gets harassed. Yeah. They've also said that Hassan tells them not to speak on it behind the scenes so that they don't get shit on for no reason, which is the thing that any normal person would do. I mean, anytime I hang out with anyone and they take a picture, I'm like, do you want me to get out of the picture? I don't want you to get harassed. I'm not going to take any offense. Don't worry. No. I'm serious. You could, like, anytime I'm in a photo, you can crop me out. I won't take any offense because I don't want you to get harassed because, like, I have a loudmouth and I'm a loudmouth and I want to talk about my opinions. And they're like, I don't care about the harassment. And they'll post a picture. I'm like, okay, I mean, I really don't mind. Anytime I post any photo of me with someone else, I'm like, hey, do you want me to, like, put, like, a sticker on your face or whatever? Because I don't want you to get harassed because you associate with me. Like, I don't want you to have to deal with that. That would suck. Because, like, then you're going to get a bunch of people being like, I don't know, what's the current cycle about me? I don't even remember. Which is just the reasonable thing that a person would do who has friends in the content space, but you know you're controversial. Luckily, a lot of my friends are such real ones. They're like, I don't care. Like, I take photos with Lana, and Lana's like, send them. I would love to see their pathetic attempts. Oh my God, please. And then it's really funny because, like, they go from calling me a whore to calling Lana a whore. And Lana's like, I do porn. Do you think I give a shit? But I do outings and hang out with people. And I'm like, yeah, just, I don't want. Which is just like, I don't know, again, like the normal friend thing. Like, if you know that you get harassed for stupid fucking reasons, you don't want other people to get harassed for the same stupid fucking reasons. So, it's just annoying. I'm starting a new cycle. You're a fake yaoi enjoyer. No! Okay. Anywho, there was one other thing on this story that I wanted to talk about. Let me see. I think that was it, actually. I thought that there was one other thing that I wanted to watch with you guys on this, but... Oh, it was this one. I found it.
And then you can talk about something else afterwards. Now, I think a lot of people's lives live through the lens of Hassan, and then you can talk about something else afterwards. Now, I wanted to talk about that because this comes from a video that I uploaded almost 2 years ago. I think it was end of February 2024. This is the reason why this happens. All right. I uploaded this video called Huge Streaming Drama. Now, the reason I uploaded this video is because it was February 27th. I had a sponsor and I wanted to make a lot of money. So I uploaded a video that talked about really not much. It was a filler video, but Hassan saying that streaming is harder than a 9 to 5. I poked fun at Hassan, and then I went on to do a sponsored ad read. I forget for what sponsor.
Also, like, so dishonest. Hassan never said that it was harder. He literally never said streaming was harder than a 9 to 5. The AT&T logo is just like the chef's kiss on all this.
And then filled up some bullshit, called it a day, made some money. Easy gig. Until Hassan reacted to it on stream.
The funniest thing, too, is a bunch of streamers literally said after that, or people who've tried streaming have said their own personal opinion on, like, whether or not streaming was more difficult than X, Y, or Z job or whatever. And people still got mad. It's like no one is even saying anything objective. People are saying that they're either, like, exhausted or whatever socially, like they're socially drained, which is like, if you're someone who can talk for 10 hours a day for every single day and not be socially drained, wow, you are basically God. Congratulations. Okay. Like, that's amazing. Why are you not streaming? If it's that easy for you, then if you can talk for 10 hours a day and not get tired in any shape, way, or form, great. That has nothing to do with whether or not it's more difficult than 9 to 5 job. Those are totally fucking different. And also, can I just say the term like 9-to-5 job, lumping in the people who are in IT or software engineers that just spend the day playing video game from their work from home computer, okay? And putting those people in the same boat as the people who have to do call center jobs or like physical labor jobs or like retail. Like, don't put those people in the same group, okay? Do not. It is an insult to people who work retail, okay? Because streaming is a million times easier than dealing with customers. It's a billion times easier than dealing with fucking retail and dealing with fucking customers. Customers suck ass. Holy shit. At least you can ban chatters. You can't ban customers as like a random fucking employee. But if you're going to look me in the eyes and tell me that working an IT job at your computer for 30 minutes a day is more difficult, like literally to fucking suck my dick, dude. Oh my God. All right. Stop putting these in the same category. Streaming is definitely easier than retail. Streaming is way easier than doing retail or anything customer facing. And it's definitely more work than the fuckers on their computer working from home. Okay. Like there are levels to this. There are levels. All right. It's tough, Denims. I have a hard life. I have to nap at noon. It's crazy. But also, he never even fucking said that. He never even said that it was harder than 9-to-5. He just said that that his social battery was drained after streaming, which is like, I don't know, reasonable. It's the same thing as like, it's the same type of draining energy from working call center. And I would know, I've done call center work. Just sitting there talking and like making sure to appease people, not saying the wrong thing. It's draining in a different way than like, pouring concrete is. And also, can we just say really quickly, to say streaming is harder than any real job is wild. I can tell you've never had a work from home job where you worked for like 30 minutes a day. There's a reason that all the people in chat are writing caught and not, hey, I work 30 minutes a day and it's harder, okay? Like, come on, fuck off. You can absolutely ban people working retail. You just need to not care if you get fired for it. Oh, God. I'm getting paid to watch this stream. Yes. Let's be real. Also, the lower the pay, the harder the job. Oh, for sure. For sure. But anywho. And you guys already know my position. Fucking I'm so pro-labor, it's obscene. I'm a mailman. Petting all these cute dogs on my route is hard work. No, actually, mailmen work really hard jobs. I'm sorry. If you deliver mail or packages, I actually do think you work one of the hardest jobs. Is that wrong to say? Because some people don't have cute dogs. Some people have their dog Princess who barks and growls and foams at the mouth at every single human being. So I let me just say, I actually respect mailmen a lot. Mailmen could like throw the packages directly at my forehead and I'd be like, thanks. Okay, dealing with that shit is like, you're underpaid as fuck. You work basically, no, you work a physical labor job. And depending on where you work, depending on how hot or how cold it is, it's not very fun. Depending on people's pets, it's not very fun. So, yeah. Heaviest workload. Thank you from a USPS worker. No, for real. The only thing that I get mad about is when, like, I ordered something light. And it's like, sorry, your package, we missed you. It's like, girl, I don't leave my house. What do you mean you missed me? You did not miss me, okay? I haven't left this room. I can hear the doorbell and the knock. Like, come on. Just, let's just be serious for 2 seconds here, all right? And that's the only time. That's it. Everything else, it's like, and even then sometimes I'm like, damn, I really wanted that package. But, you know, honestly, I get it. You're just tired, man. You didn't feel like bringing the package up. I get it. Oh, and then sorry, the last thing I was going to say, different jobs are exhausting for different people. Let me just say that. This has nothing to do with streaming. This is just like normal everyday jobs. Forget about content creation for just like 2 fucking seconds. I've met people who've done physical labor jobs and they said the worst thing that they've ever worked is retail. And I've met people who've worked retail and said the worst thing that they worked was physical labor jobs. So forget about content for like remove content from this equation. The reality is just some people have struggle more with other jobs than certain jobs. Like I can tell you, I could sit in front of a fucking computer my entire life and I would be happy. I don't care how many spreadsheets you put in front of me that I have to fucking take care of. I'm happy. I can do the same labor, just like typing in the same numbers over and over again, and I'm satisfied. I've done that work. I'm happy. And I've met people who are like, who've worked those jobs alongside me, and they're like, I am going to murder everyone in this building if I have to keep working this job. And I'm like, you should quit. You should definitely not do that because I work here. Okay, so you should quit. You shouldn't do it. Shouldn't work that. So yeah, I mean, I can code for 10 hours, but 1 hour of Excel makes me want to KMS. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I don't know. I'm working in a windowless office with the same losers smelling their farts is soul crushing. Damn. I love a good cubicle. I'm sorry. I don't really care for comparing job difficulty. It's useless. Anti-proletariat practice. That when we do, we feel like we need to justify our hard labor. Like, who cares? Also agree. Also great. Also excellent. But the fact that he's like distilling that position into Hassan said that doing streaming is harder than 95 when he didn't say that. It's like so pathetic.
And then the video got a bit brigaded by Hassan fans who are upset. And the sponsors, not so happy these days. I don't know if you know this. When Hassan comes up for sponsored deliverables. So I took it down. All right. I uploaded the sponsor at a later date, and then I re-uploaded the video. But because of that, I inserted myself into some shit that has been with me for 18 months. Bitch move? Maybe, but I also don't care to die on the hill. I don't think I was like making a poignant.
And the most offensive part about everyone getting mad about Hassan on this take is Hassan is like one of the most pro-workers, pro-labor, pro-union people out there. Like if there was anyone that's actually trying to fight to make your job better, or like trying to bring more awareness to how difficult it is to work a job in America and isn't telling you to just bootstraps harder, it's that guy. This one chatter said, I've only ever had manufacturing jobs, factory, paper mills, metal shops. I would do that every day and destroy my body for the next 35 years before I ever work retail. Retail is soul crushing. The most controversial thing I can say is like, I do think people who do retail have the hardest job because you get paid shit to deal with annoying coworkers, a shitty boss, and insufferable customers. Like that is truly the trifecta of bad living. Having worked retail, it is so shit. It's like the worst job. It's, if not the worst, it's one of the worst jobs. Because you don't even, at least, there are other jobs that are difficult, but at least there's some like moral satisfaction you can get. Like nurses famously overworked, underpaid. But at least there's some moral satisfaction that it like fills your cup a little bit, that you know that you're helping people. Or like teachers, super underpaid, super overworked. But at least you know you're helping the world by like, you know, creating the next generation to be maybe a little bit less reliant on AI. Like there's something there that's giving you purpose. There's no fucking purpose in retail. You're underpaid, overworked, and you don't even have any fucking purpose except to sell whatever garbage your fucking employer wants you to sell. Like social workers are another one. Like at least there's one silver lining there, which is, you know, you're making the world a little better. As a fucking retail worker, you're not even making the world better. You're just suffering. You're just literally just suffering. So that's my opinion. That's my opinion on what job is the hardest. That's mine. But also, everybody's going to have a different opinion on this, to be very clear. Everyone's going to have a different opinion on this. And at the end of the day, I just care about laborers getting paid fairly, being able to unionize. I mean, I would go so far as to say, and I've said this before, I think if you do physical labor jobs, you should be able to retire sooner. It's insane to me that we, as a country, are like, yeah, you work job for X number of years and then retire. And then we pretend like these jobs are the same. Like, you are physically getting beat down every day that you show up to your physical labor job. You should be able to retire soon. Your body literally can only handle so much. Like, you can still like fucking use Excel at 60, all right? Maybe you're a little bit slower, but you can still do it. It's not causing stress and strain on your physical body, which has wear and tear and has like a fucking limited time on it. You can't be fucking paving the ground at like 60, or you shouldn't be. I'm a massage therapy. Every day is literally training my joints for money. That's so brutal. My dad died literal months before his retirement because his job worked him to death. Yeah. So, okay. Sorry, not Denim's going full Trump body battery theory. Well, no, it's that the employers don't care. There's a difference between working out and like in a stress-free environment, building up your muscles and you're improving the joint stability by stretching and stuff, and showing up to your job where you're expected to move things when you're not feeling great and then hurting yourself. No, I agree. I promise. Okay. Because it's not about like whether or not you're using all of your good juice up on this labor and then you're going to die sooner. It's that like you literally, there are things beyond what you can do. So anywho. Okay. Sorry to get on that. I just like get really mad when people misunderstand all of this discourse. And then also like, it's just so it's fucking stupid. Okay, moving on.
Statement about how I disagree with Hassan's politics. I think it was the equivalent of, haha, Hassan said 9-to-5s are easier than streaming. Anyway, check out this sponsor. So it's not like a moral hill that I was here to die on. It was, hey, I don't want to deal with the brigading from Hassan fans. I'm here to do this for a paycheck. So let me delete it. Was it the right move to make? Probably not, but it's the move I made at the time. It is what it is. I'm not that hung up on it. That was 18 months ago. And so, because of that, again, 18 months ago, I had dealt with people who now thought that, hey, Hassan messaged me. He made the boss call. I had to take down the video. That's not what happened. You can believe me or not believe me. I really don't care. But I swear on my mother's life, who I love more dearly than any human on this earth, that Hassan has never asked me to take down a video. And I did not do that because he asked me to. It just never happened. Right? It didn't happen on everything. You don't have to believe me. I don't care. That just is the fact. You know,
I like how so many people have said that Hassan doesn't make them do anything, and there are still people that think Hassan is literally demanding all of his friends do exactly what he says. How much did his mother pay him for this? Shut up. You're so annoying. Anyways. Yeah, It's pathetic. Has Hassan talked about this video with Ludwig? I don't think so, so no. I mean, if I was Hassan, I wouldn't talk about it. Because it's just, like, depressing. It's just, like, this person that, like, you helped out as much as you could, that you thought you were friends with, that you thought you were homies with. It's just, like, actually, go fuck yourself. I wouldn't even go to your fucking funeral. It's like, that's ice cold, actually. Holy shit. Jesus. I wouldn't want to watch this shit on stream. Are you kidding me? It's just like, yeah, whatever. He doesn't fuck with me. Okay. Moving on. I will say, I've been enjoying the quote tweets. Starting a fundraiser to buy this guy his spine is crazy. It's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, man. Whatever floats your fucking boat, dude, okay? It's 1000% a shot caller. Also, I don't really know. All right. Close. Close. Did you see Vanilla Mace's tweet? No, could you link it? Crescent clock. Chat came to the stream the next day and Hassan quietly shut them down. He seemed sad. Call me parasocial. I mean, I don't think it's a parasocial. I think it's just like, I don't know, basic math. If I was Hassan in this position, then I find out this guy that I was like, oh, he's always been really distant, but maybe that's how he just is with all of his friends. And then you see this shit, it's like, it's the blue blob. You guys know the blue blob meme. It's like, okay. I would just say, Chad, like, I would say the one thing that's parasocial, the one thing that's parasocial is like talking about or going after Cutie for this. Like, I've seen a lot of people doing this shit now, and it's like, dude, can we not do this? Can we not do this? This is weird. Now we're getting into like TMZ territory. I don't want to see this shit.
How long have you and Ludwig been together? 2020, so it's 2025. So 5 years. When do you think he's gonna propose? I don't know, because I don't really care about being married. Really? I'm not like a wedding girl.
If he said right now, will you marry me? Would you say yes?
Well, we have a problem because he wants kids and I don't.
Really?
So we have to figure that out.
You don't want a mini cutie Cinderella running around or a mini Ludwig?
I don't. I just feel like I'm so busy and tired now that if I had a kid, I'd be more busy and more tired.
Yeah. But
so
I don't know.
That would suck.
Listen, I'm just going to say, I get that she's sharing it on her stream and everything, but like, can we not clip and then send and whatever? I don't know if I'm just weird and cringe about this and I hate seeing people's personal lives dissected. And it makes me depressed to see that shit. But can we not do this? Can we not do this? If you see it and you like watch all of it and you scroll, I'm not going to watch the rest of this. That's fine. But like, can we not like signal boost and like whatever? I just don't want to. If they're together, they're together. If they're not, they're not. I just don't want to. It's like, can you imagine how annoying it is to be Cutie Cinderella? You have this friend, you have this group of people that you like, and now your fucking boyfriend or partner says some stupid shit. And now your life has to get dissected, and everything you say has to get dissected, and everything you say has to be clipped. There was a lot of like, what does she see in him discourse? It's like, dude, I don't want to see this on my timeline, please. That, I think, let's try not to clip chimp. Let's try not to dissect this. Let's try to do that. I would appreciate it. People can be their own people in relationships. If it means you don't want to watch Cutie or whatever, that's fine. But like, it's weird. I just don't like it. Maybe I'm just like a sensitive little bitch about it. Okay. I agree. What happens between them is between them. Yeah. And it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, I understand when people make these comments because someone is being very bigoted, because how do you date someone that's bigoted? Like, if Ludwig was like, actually, I want everyone to know that I am transphobic as fuck, and everyone that ever thought that I wasn't, I actually am. I can understand people being like, Cutie, question mark? Hello? Question mark? Because how do you date a bigoted person and just like, don't care? That's crazy. That part's crazy, right? But if the thing that we're arguing, or the thing that we're criticizing for Lud, is just like, he just doesn't fuck with this guy. Okay, whatever. I've dated people who don't fuck with my friends. I've had friends who don't fuck with who I'm dating. Like, that's just like a normal part of life. Just like a normal part of life is some people in your life don't fuck with other people in your life. It doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with any of these individuals. It just is what it is, right? Anyways, I do think that this was a stupid decision from Ludwig. Just to like wrap this segment up, I do think this was a really fucking dumb position from him. Like, For a guy who wants to get his money up and not his funny up, this was not the right play. Because he doesn't recognize that there's going to be a massive overlap between him and Hassan's audience. And he thinks that, like, Hassan's audience is, like, brigading his videos or whatever, or his comment section or whatever. But in reality, those are just people who like both of them. Like, maybe we'll talk about the stuff regarding these emotes and VO and stuff today or tomorrow. But, like, I'm going to assume everyone in here is just people who also like me and one of these other creators. I'm not going to assume immediately that I'm getting brigaded. There's overlap there. There is an overlap between people who watch Hassan and people who watch Ludwig, or at least there was. The people criticizing you are probably just people who like both of you. I really, really have to pee. I have to pee so bad. So for anyone who missed it, this is just like, I'll just play it one last time so that people who are just tuning in are like, wait, I'm sorry, I missed all this stuff. I'll play this. I'm going to go pee.
Having a shock collar. I think he 100% had a shock collar. Do I think Hassan shocks his dog? I have no fucking clue. I think he lied about having a shock collar. I think he 100% had a shock collar based off what's on my For You page. Maybe I'm getting psyoped. He's adamant that he hasn't shocked her. But that 100% is a shock collar, as a fact. I feel like that shit is 100% a shock collar. But I got no clue. And I think when you come in and you say, oh no, you're going to get the Hassan call now, I think like you are like genuinely pathetic. Like you are still pretending to live in a universe where it is like brave to speak out against Hassan, as if that is not like the popular side to be on. It truly, I think, is pathetic. Do I think Hassan shocks his dog? I have no fucking clue. I think he lied about having a shock collar. I think he 100% had a shock collar based off what's on my For You page. Maybe I'm getting psyoped. He's adamant that he hasn't shocked her. But that 100% is a shock collar, as a fact. I feel like that shit is 100% a shock collar. But I got no clue. And I think when you come in and you say, oh no, you're going to get the Hassan call now, I think like you are like genuinely pathetic. Like you are still pretending to live in a universe where it is like brave to speak out against Hassan, as if that is not like.
Sorry, I just got caught up in the tunes. Alrighty. Oh, did you guys ever piss? You guys ever piss? It's a good piss. Yeah. No? Go piss, girl. What do you mean no? All right. Well, anywho. Let's close these tabs, shall we? Shall we close these tabs? I really wanted to talk a little bit about the Taylor Lorenz stuff. So I saw Taylor Lorenz talking to Dan Clancy about this stuff, and like, let me pull this up. Denims is piss maxing things. Pulling these up. This is a case of Cinna getting baited by her chat, as is always the case. It's like, realistically, I still like Cinna and I still like Taylor Lorenz, and this is not going to change because of this. It's just like, I know Taylor Lorenz tends to have very, like, nuanced conversations about things because, you know, actually journalist. And Cinna probably was only engaged peripherally in, like, a clip chimp section, which is, like, there's a lot of people, for example, who I know have opinions about me because they've only seen clip chimp sections of me. But there was, I saw...
A lot of their rise has come because they just literally will create.
And I guess Emaru canceled the stream that she was going to do because I remember vaguely that like Emaru said she was going to do a stream like 2 days ago or something about all this stuff, but she didn't end up doing it or something. I don't know.
Hundreds of clips from a single stream, often posting them while the stream is still live.
As live streaming becomes an increasingly dominant form of entertainment, Twitch is at a crossroads. On one hand, the platform is an undeniable powerhouse in the live streaming space. It has evolved from a primarily desktop streaming platform to a mobile streaming app that facilitates hours of just chatting and IRL streams. Soon, you'll even be able to stream to Twitch via Meta's AI Ray-Ban smart glasses. But not everything is rosy. The platform has struggled to effectively monetize, monthly usage has fallen off since 2020 peaks, and it's facing increased competition from TikTok Live and YouTube. The culture on Twitch has also been called toxic and hostile for women creators. Dan Clancy is the CEO of Twitch, and it's his job to navigate these choppy waters. He sat down with me this weekend at TwitchCon to discuss how Twitch is evolving, its broader role in the creator economy over the next 10 years, increased competition from Hollywood, and how he thinks about balancing streamers' creative freedom with safety concerns. Here's our interview. Dan, thanks so much for chatting with me.
Great to meet you.
Also, huge thank you to Stream Elements for setting all of this up.
Oh, nice.
I could not get it set up myself. First of all, I want to ask you, how would you define Twitch's mission in 2025?
I think our mission in 2025 is more relevant than ever, and it fits, you know, as we talk about creating belonging through our streamers and the communities they create. I often talk about how, in many ways, social media has become antisocial. Sitting and swiping in your phone doesn't connect you to people. And I think that's one reason why we've seen this enthusiasm around Twitch, because I think people more than ever are looking for authentic connections with both other people, but also with the people, you know, in this creator economy. There's a distance when you're just watching something on, you know, a short form platform, and there's an authenticity that, you know, you can't hide when you stream. And so I think it's really going to the roots of what has made the foundation of Twitch, which is really community.
I feel like every app has been entering the live streaming space lately. I mean, obviously TikTok's been investing so heavily in live. We've got Substack Live now even. We're also seeing a lot more multi-streaming, right? Which is, you know, sort of becoming more of a thing. How do you think Twitch differentiates itself in this like increasingly crowded live streaming market?
No.
Oh, it was concerning. Yeah. I thought I was the only one that was catching that. I was like, I'm stressed.
Now, this whole, everybody building a live streaming, it's actually been happening for quite some time. You know, there was a period when YouTube, part of Google, Facebook, and Microsoft were all coming after Twitch. They were all doing big contracts to recruit our top streamers, and Twitch stayed on top. Mixer shut down. Facebook just sunsetted their live streaming, Facebook Live. It's still a valuable part of YouTube. And as you said, TikTok's doing it now. But I think the reason we were able to stay where we were during that period is the same reason why now I actually think
Don't say he's Ethan Maxing.
it's good for us. Twitch is a community-centric live streaming app, and we focus on live streaming. And it's really important that the way you get a sense of community is that shared experience together, and that requires people to pull up and share and stay for a while. If you're watching live streaming on one of the other platforms, if you take TikTok, you watch it, you've been programmed that if you get a little bored, your mind just says, come on, swipe. Let's see what's next. Right? If you're watching a YouTube video live and you get a little bored, your eyes glance to the bottom right. I was joking once with T-Pain. I said, you know who your big competition is on YouTube? It's this guy named T-Pain. He makes really good VODs, and someone's watching you live and your eye just drifts. Because again, you're programmed whenever you're watching a video, when you're watching VODs, to look to the bottom right. And so then you don't get that sense of community. And so I always say if people...
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Swipe. Let's see what's next. Right? If you're watching a YouTube video live and you get a little bored, your eyes glance to the bottom right. I was joking once with T-Pain. I said, you know who your big competition is on YouTube? It's this guy named T-Pain. He makes really good VODs, and someone's watching you live and your eye just drifts. Because again, you're programmed.
Oh, okay. I get what he's saying. He's just saying like live streaming can retain people more easily than YouTube can. But I don't even know if that's true. Like people will leave Twitch to go to a different platform, or they'll just like leave the stream.
Watching a video when you're watching VODs to look to the bottom right. And so then you don't get that sense of community. And so I always say if people are just every now and then.
I want to skip ahead a little bit because I wanted to watch, I guess they talk about a lot of different things, but I wanted to talk about this part.
Very clear, we don't want to, you know, be a short form content. We are a live platform. That's why you get community. So we're investing for our platform, but a big part is also getting people to take their content from cool stuff that happens on Twitch, post it on other platforms, because you want your content to find your audience. And that's no different if you create a podcast, right? And you distribute your podcast through various different platforms, but then you create shorts that you'll put on TikTok, because that's how you are finding your audience, not just new viewers. That's also how you stay top of mind with your existing viewers.
You talked about the kind of the unique bond that people have, and I've seen it so much firsthand of like this very deep parasocial bond, I would say, with Twitch streamers really specifically. I think that reaches a level that doesn't even happen on platforms like YouTube and others. Obviously, we saw one Twitch streamer yesterday, Amaru, get assaulted by a male fan, and a lot of streamers have, especially female streamers, have talked about, you know, the danger that they feel from these sort of toxic, I guess, parasocial kind of creeps. What are you guys doing to prioritize safety? Because I know also a bunch of Twitch content creators said that they were too scared to even come to TwitchCon this year, just in case something like what happened yesterday would happen.
Yeah, so the safety of our creators is a top priority. The challenge we face is a challenge in today's society. It's not limited to Twitch, it extends throughout our society. I do think that when you're live streaming, in many ways, since you control your community and you can ban people, you can, you know, make it so that those people that you don't want engaging with you and participating with you aren't there. You know, when I use other short form content and people say all sorts of stuff, well, I can't stop that. But when I live stream, they basically don't bother me. Now, what happened yesterday obviously was something that we care deeply about, securing this environment. You know, we're looking very closely at everything that happened there, and I care deeply about Emmy. She's a friend of mine, and so I want to see how we can support her to do that. But this is just something we have to keep working on. I think everyone identifies our tools in terms of trust and safety as the leaders in the industry about helping creators, but that means there's always more work to be done, because that's the world we live in now.
Demi had posted earlier today that I guess this fan was allowed to cross multiple barriers at TwitchCon. Why should, I guess, streamers trust Twitch to keep them safe at TwitchCon? Because I feel like simultaneously this has been such a secure event to the point that even like journalists have had struggled. Like, you know, it is very secure, but you know, here's this man that just walks up and is somehow able to bypass all these things. So why should they trust the platform when slip-ups or, you know, issues like this have happened?
Right. Well, I mean, as you know, I think you toured some of what we do in terms of security. The reality is, even as you do a lot in terms of security in today's world, there are challenges.
It's not that it's very secure. It's that some places are more secure than others. But the most important place to be secure is the one where people are allowed to get that close to content creators. Like, it doesn't matter how much security, like, I don't know, the artist alley had or whatever, or how much security X, Y, or Z panel had. What's important is that when people are this close to a creator, maybe we should have a little bit more security there. Like, that's that, and like at the entrance is where the security needs to be the so like I mean, like, I don't think that Twitch didn't hire security. I think that this is my genuine opinion. I think Twitch just has no idea what happens at their events, and they have no idea why people watch Twitch. Like, they don't understand their platform. They don't know what's happening at their events. They just, it is total like negligence. I don't think that it's active like, no, we don't need to do this. We don't need to do this. I think it boils down to spending more money on event security, PR disaster for them. I mean, this was like a massive PR disaster.
That can present themselves, especially when someone is putting themselves out there, right? And so, you know, we try to work very closely with each creator about what they want to do and what works for them. So I don't want to get into any, you know, specifics or details, but part of that is working with creators and, you know, trying to find, and right now we're definitely, you know, ramping it up to make sure creators know that we have the resources there to help them figure out what's right for them.
We've also seen this record assault on free speech by the Trump administration and efforts to increasingly
Taylor's follow-up with Kat is way more important. This is just blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think the difference between event security, minimum wage, short-term contract versus actual security, people, well, it's like, it's fine if they want to pay a company to secure their event. The problem is just like, you can't say that there was good security when people were able to enter the meet and greet area willy-nilly from the back or from the front without actually like identifying themselves. Like, it should take more than, oh, I know that person, we're with him, for them to just like wave you in. Like, every single, and this is like, again, I'm not a security expert, but I feel like it doesn't take a security expert to know that every entrance and exit into a specific area or zone should be monitored. You should have like I don't feel like that's. I feel like I can say that confidently as someone who doesn't work in security because it's very obvious. When security at each entrance is normal, yeah, just having like designated entrances and exits, and then having security in front of those or next to those. There's actually a video of 16 security officers just standing around the front lobby with their dicks in their hands. Dicks in hands is crazy, but yeah, I saw that Cinna reacted to this.
On Twitter, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. There were places it was really good. There were places it was lax. It's not as black and white as security is non-existent, and it's not as black and white.
Which is what I said. Like, I'm sure that they paid for enough security guards. It's about whether or not they paid and monitored to check if like there was good oversight on where the security needed to be and which areas needed to actually be most secure.
As security is over the top, because both things were not true. I did see one journalist say, security was so strict, journalists couldn't even do their job. Girl, you know damn well, all right? Like, let's keep it a buck. You know damn well they weren't that strict, okay? They did try to do better this year. You know damn well. Don't even try. I saw that. I said, yes, and what the hell were you reporting on the TwitchCon floor? You know what I mean? What were we doing? I said, there's no way. That's the same
Oh, dude, Cinna got so fucking clip-baited and clip-chimped.
girl who got sued for doxing people on Twitter. Is that true? I don't want to be spreading false information.
Oh, God.
Is that true?
This is not true.
Did she really? Uh-oh. Pre-address on Twitter. GG. Taylor Lorenz is a complete moron. You can safely ignore her. Well, I don't really know her, to be honest with you. I just saw that tweet and I laughed and I said, oh my God, you poor journalist. You had to get your wristband scanned and couldn't get into a private area, so you probably couldn't do your journalism. Like that, I just don't think that journalists were that restricted. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry. Like, what are we talking about? Are we being so dead ass? It's like sometimes it just brings out the brain rot of people on Twitter, bro. I said, what are we doing? What are we doing? I don't know. I don't know anything about her though. I have no idea if the other thing is true, so I just don't really care though.
What is happening to streamers, dude? The enshittification of everything. Taylor Lorenz did reply and like said, very disappointed to see Cinna repeat an outright lie. I was never sued for doxing anyone on Twitter. She's repeating nonsense from libs of TikTok. Completely misrepresenting what I said. Security was tight compared to other conventions. However, all the strict security in the world and all the police standing outside or face scanning or whatever is useless when women creators are being bombarded with misogynistic hate and abuse by registered attendees. It's a reality that security was so tight that journalists, many of whom cover conventions all the time, had a hard time getting around. I even found it difficult one day because my wristband wouldn't allow me on the floor. That's simply a fact. I'm making a longer video on this with another journalist who covers gender-based violence. It's okay if Cinna is not familiar with me or my work, but repeating garbage libs of TikTok conspiracies about me on stream also leads to harassment and threats. The reason I toured Twitch's security center and was interested in covering this angle even before what happened to Emaru is because I've written extensively about the harassment of women and creators / media figures. It's a core part of my beat and has been for over a decade. Almost like different professions on events have different experiences with how security went for them on said event. Yeah. Also, the lawsuit message was from one of her mods, not just a random chatter. Aw, dude, fuck. That sucks. I deal with doxing, swatting, stalkers, had someone paying people on Craigslist to follow, videotape me outside my house. 2 men traveled to TwitchCon specifically to stalk and harass me. I get a steady stream of misogynistic hate from stupid influence. I mean, yeah, if you watch a Taylor Lorenz video and you think that she's saying, no, security was really great on every single front and women have no problem on Twitch. Thank you so much for your time. You're like, you've lost the plot completely. That's not even remotely close to what Taylor Lorenz was saying. Her position is way more close to, it's crazy that I could have had this experience at TwitchCon where I can't even get around the fucking floor because security is so hard up my fucking ass. Meanwhile, some random guy can just cut the line and like assault a female streamer for like 3 seconds without anything happening and then just be allowed to leave. It's about accuracy versus consistency. Yeah. She literally called it a security theater. It's not exactly a ringing endorsement. Yeah. Shitty priorities. Again, it's like they could have hired the right number They could have hired more than enough security officers or security guards, and it doesn't matter if they're not in the right place at the right time. And it looks like she uploaded a full video.
It's not just that there's no deterrent to this behavior, but it's actually rewarded by the
Sorry, Taylor put out a full video a couple hours ago titled "The Price of Being a Woman Online"
platform and socially by other men.
Last weekend, popular cosplay Twitch streamer Emmy Rue was assaulted at a meet and greet during TwitchCon. A man cut across several meet and greet lines and attempted to grab her for a kiss as she tried to push him away. Her security guard quickly intervened and pushed the man off, but the man exited the building and was never restrained. The incident was obviously a catastrophic failure when it comes to keeping women creators safe. The man should have never been allowed to walk away after what he did, and it's unclear.
And it's like, here's the thing. I've already said this a bunch of times, but the problem was not, or sorry, let me be more specific. What happened to Emaru could have happened even if they had the craziest security, even if they had to check you in, even if there were no +1s allowed, even if, like, that guy could have went through the right channels, right? And he could have, like, signed up for the meet and greet ahead of time, had the background check, and still done that. Like, it could have been his turn to say hi, and he could have done that anyways. The problem, in my opinion, is not so much that that happened. Obviously, it's a problem for its own reasons, for its own social reasons, because the reality is TwitchCon can only do, like, what are they supposed to do? Not allow meet and greets at all? It's people are going to be fucking weird. That making them wait in a line might not necessarily deter every single person from doing it. It's the fact that he walked away and no one stopped him. That was the part that was insane. That's the part that's crazy, that there aren't, like, security guards or, like, entrances and exits that are secured by security guards for the meet and greet area, that no one could stop him, because he literally, he could have left the convention, gotten really pissed that he was denied what he thought was his, because obviously, like, incel mindset, and then gotten a knife and came back. And some people said that it looked like he had, like, a pen or, like, a weapon anyways, but he could have easily done that. The fact that they didn't know where that guy was, like, I'm sorry, I don't know if this is cringe to say, but, like, I would not have continued my meet and greet if that happened to me. I would not have done that. I would have been like, guys, I'm so sorry. I will try and make it up to everyone who showed up. But, like, that guy just, like, literally walked off and he can just come back. I'm sorry, the meet and greet is canceled. Like, I'm not. The fact that she pulled through is credit where credit is due. That's real. And I think any reasonable person would have been like, I'm sorry, that guy just, like, literally, he just walked off. Like, where the fuck is that guy going? Holy shit. Unless I know where that guy is, I'm not going to fucking do the rest of this meet and greet. Like, that's insane. Like, that's insane. And that's, like, again, that's the part that was the massive fuck up on Twitch's part. That's the part. I don't even think it's that. I think Twitch also creates a culture where if anyone did intervene, aside from security, Twitch probably would have banned them for trying to help. Oh, yeah. Didn't they literally ban her personal security guard because he had to defend her at the previous event? Yeah.
Why her security guard didn't restrain the man after pushing him off. It's also unclear why TwitchCon security or the police on the scene didn't step in and attempt to halt the man from leaving. The man was eventually caught hours after the incident, and Emiru is currently pressing charges. She said, quote, "He was allowed to walk away from my meet and greet, and I didn't hear he was caught until hours after he attacked me. It felt like this only happened because of my manager pressing for it, not because TwitchCon staff present thought it was a big deal." All of this has raised tons of questions about security protocols at TwitchCon and what should be done going forward to make the convention more safe. Even before TwitchCon began this year, high-profile streamers including Cutie Cinderella, Valkyrie, and others declined to attend the event over safety concerns. After the Emiru incident, tons of big content creators began piling on Twitter, pushing out-of-context clips attempting to show lax security at the event and calling for Twitch CEO Dan Clancy's resignation. Of course, most of these people actually don't give a shit about women's safety. They're just opportunists, and we're going to get into all that. But why am I
Which is true. I mean, like, all the, like, I'm sorry. Ethan Klein covering this, he doesn't give a shit about any of these people, right? He doesn't personally care about this. I mean, he put Valkyrie's safety in danger by like ousting that relationship. Like, that's not a position that he holds. It's just, oh, I want to shit on Twitch, and this is an easy way to shit on Twitch.
Talking about all of this on Free Speech Friday, I think it's a good example of how more surveillance and security theater doesn't inherently keep people safe. And I think it shows the significant barriers women face as content creators and how relentless abuse and harassment silences women and prevents them from speaking out and expressing themselves. To discuss all of this, I have Kat Tenbarge here. Kat is one of the top journalists covering gender-based harassment and abuse.
You don't think Asman cares about this? I think Asman only cares about this because of who it happened to. I think if it happened to me or Casey or Frogan, he would laugh about it and he would say, like, you get what you deserve.
And today we're going to break down exactly what went down at TwitchCon, why you shouldn't listen to a lot of the loudest voices online, and what can actually be done to keep women safe on the internet and off. Kat, welcome.
Thanks so much for having me.
So you weren't at TwitchCon. I wish you were there. But I feel like just to start off, I want to give people a sense of what TwitchCon was like. And then I kind of want to compare it to other conventions that you and I have both been at. Because I feel like we both cover these large events and conventions a lot and attend this stuff. So I think a lot of people have seen a lot of misinformation going around. And I want to explain kind of the way things went down. So I would say this security at this convention was stricter than any other convention I've been to. And we'll get into why that doesn't make things safer. But it was very strict in the sense that, like, you had to have a wristband, you had to scan in to get to different areas. They were very strict about maintaining that. There was this video online that claimed to show someone bypassing the wrist scanning system. In fact, that's not what that video shows. I reached out to the company about how those machines work. That video actually shows the person scanning and it turning orange, which meant that that person was a credentialed +1. So it actually showed the system working, but it was really, it was pretty intense. I mean, I couldn't even get into the venue when I got there the first day initially because I hadn't passed a background check. And every single person that registered for the event had to go through this like background check security review, essentially to make sure that they weren't on a known stalker list or had sort of criminal records, things like that. So I do think that it was very quote unquote secure, even more so than any other convention that I've been to, where I think journalists and a lot of people have a lot more free roam. I was in the content creator space myself with Twitch comms down there, and like I saw people even getting stopped, featured creators being stopped and asked questions and things like that. I'm curious, like your perception from the outside. I'm sure you've seen a lot of the discourse online, but like how would you say it compared to other conventions from what you saw?
I think just from like a technological perspective alone, there were more measures in place at this convention than any other convention that I've ever been to. And that includes conventions for YouTube. It includes like VidCon and Playlist Live, as well as like anime and comic cons and other types of conventions, even concerts and stuff. Like
okay, I'm going to make a not bold statement, which is New York Comic Con or San Diego Comic Con or any of these other cons aren't focused on creators, on individuals. So there isn't as much risk associated with each individual person. Like, yeah, they do have like guest stars that show up at these conventions for sure. But the security for those guests is very high. VidCon as well, but again, you would expect that the security, and like if it's possible that the security of VidCon is not good, but when it's TwitchCon and you're centering Twitch around all these creators, the security has to be airtight. Because she's right. My experience with like other conventions is there's like no, like Anime Expo had like no security. But there isn't as big of a need for something like that because it's not like you're dealing with some weird parasocial fans that are about to assault a creator that they've been like stalking or whatever. Not to say that it doesn't happen. Obviously it happens. But when you're focusing an event entirely on these creators,
have seen sort of this industry of security technology grow, and this to me is sort of like looking at sort of even what I was just seeing in viral videos. I'm like, they don't usually have this type of stuff at these types of venues.
Yeah, the whole energy was like very kind of tense around it. I mean, there were these big female streamers that chose not to go because of concerns around safety. It had the vibe to me of VidCon after the Christina Grimmie murder, where this YouTuber was murdered by a fan, and YouTube and VidCon really cracked down the next year, where they sort of started to realize, like, we really need to protect talent. It was significantly more secure than certainly Playlist Live, which we were both at a while ago. And I'm just speaking purely from influencer events, because I think that those are that sort of engender a certain type of fandom. It was the most secure, quote unquote, influencer event that I've been at. When I toured Twitch's security center the day after the Emiru incident, I was struck by the surveillance of it all. First of all, not only did they have police officers, plainclothes officers, like constantly, throughout the venue, and security officers all over, but they had just this huge surveillance infrastructure. So they had 92 cameras set up in addition to all the security cameras in every single corner of the convention hall. And then they had every single live streamer. If you went live from TwitchCon, they had your stream pulled up, basically like geofenced the whole area and like pulled in every single stream on these massive like 1984 style monitors where they had, I literally think it was probably thousands of streams. Every single stream had like the person's name.
But again, it doesn't matter if at one of the most important places for security to be airtight, security wasn't airtight, right? Like, I get why people are frustrated with Taylor Lenz, and I get why Taylor Lenz is reporting on this way. And I think what she's reporting is correct, right? Which is the security could have been very, very high, but it wasn't enough. Like, it could have been, the security could have been really good, but it wasn't enough where it needed to be. But I mean, like, I've had this problem with Twitch, where Twitch, like, they just, like, don't know what's happening at their convention sometimes. Like, me and friends got banned for 30 days for a panel at TwitchCon, which I don't know if I've talked about this before, but like I didn't even know what we were going to do at that panel. I was invited to come do the panel. I was like, sure, why not? And I showed up and I found out what we were doing in the moment, which is why I like facepalm like 3 times when I realized what we're doing. But I figure, it's a little like inflammatory to attack random creators at a TwitchCon event, but TwitchCon okayed it, so it's probably fine. And they didn't even fucking know what was happening at their fucking platform. Like, they don't even know. They don't know what's happening. And it's the same thing with, like, this meet and greet. Like, they didn't even know that there was no fucking security at the meet and greet, at, like, the entrances and exits. So they'll, like, do the first step, which is to hire all these people, set up this badge scanning system, do all this shit, but then they, like, don't double check and triple check and quadruple check, right? Oh, I know. I'm agreeing with... Sorry, let me clarify. If you let her speak, she's talking about the security as theater, not effectiveness. She points this out in the same way you are. Yeah, I know. I agree. I'm aware. I'm aware that Taylor Lorenz is trying to report on this as fairly as possible and as accurately as she can. I'm aware of all of that. I'm not disagreeing with Taylor Lorenz. I'm aware that Taylor Lorenz just got clip chimped. But I get why people got clip chimped so hard by what they saw. It can be, again, true that they hired a lot of security, but the security wasn't effective. Someone linked this. I haven't seen this clip. Oh, God. You linked the timestamp, and I just fucked it up. Hold up.
Partner Ryan, I had Sear with me, and I think I had, like, 1 or 2 other people that were doing the show with me. There were a lot of people doing the show. And we went over to the 21 and plus area to have a drink, which, mind you, also, actually remind me to tell y'all about my concerns about the drinking area. Somebody remind me in like 10 minutes. So we have a drink and we're walking over to the show area. I'm thinking there's got to be security now. We walk down that hallway, which again, there's Artist Alley Glitch Theater. So there's a lot of fucking people in this area. If I was standing outside a Glitch Theater, multiple people recognize me and would come up to me. So this is a very, very active area. We walked down that hallway again and opened an unlocked door into the backstage area where Emmy was doing her show. Emmy was back there. And there's a...
So remember when I said that Emiru was saying that like Neon like walked in through the backstage door or whatever and like people could just like walk in and out? Like this needs to be priority number 1, that like when a show is occurring or when the guests are actually preparing for stage, you can't just open any doors and any entrances and exits and get in and out however you like, whenever you please. Like they could have hired all these people and these people could have been trying to do their jobs. But at the end of the day, if the person who's supposed to be coordinating isn't coordinating correctly and they don't have security in the right places, then what? Like that's insane that like someone could be trying to get ready in backstage, or someone could be prepping for their show backstage, and you can just like walk in. Which, you know, the craziest thing too, I went to TwitchCon last year, or I went last year and the year before that, but one of the years I went, the way that the convention was set up was like, there was imagine a giant circle, and then actually I'll just like draw it because I think it'll be easier to draw. I don't remember if it was, I think it might have been TwitchCon 2020. No, 2021. But whatever, it doesn't matter. The top floor of TwitchCon, and I think this was the San Diego convention, it was like this, and it's like a little donut, and then this area is like blocked off, and this was like the partner lounge, and then this area was blocked off, right? And then in the middle is like, it's like a bunch of doors to a bunch of theaters and rooms where people do like their little shows, and it's a pretty like big area, so like walking all the way around takes like 5-10 minutes. And I was here, and I wanted to get into the partner lounge to meet a friend who was there. So I walk up, and the security's like, hey, no, sorry, you actually can't walk into the partner lounge, even though you have a partner badge from this side. You have to walk in from the other side. And I'm like, guys, are you serious? It's I can see the door to the partner lounge. You can see my badge. And they're like, sorry, it's the rule. You have to go that way. And I'm like, and I walk all the way around, and it's like a long walk. It's like 10 minutes. It's like a 10-minute walk, and then I finally make it, and you can on this side, you can see these security guards just preventing anyone from walking in. It's like, you know what? Whatever. Maybe they have a reason. I'm not going to bother the fucking security guards. All right, whatever. It's fine. I'm getting my steps in. Looks like the toilet seat from hell. Sorry. But you guys get the point. So it's like they've been capable of having good security in the past. But this is probably like a management issue, right? That like this year they probably just didn't have someone correctly managing all of these different sections, and the meet and greet wasn't secure in the way that it should have been. Because this year that I went, whichever year this was, which I think it was 21, it was like obscenely secure. It was like, dude, are we fucking serious? you can literally scan my badge. And they're like, yeah, sorry, you can't come from this way. You have to go for the other side.
Fucking unlocked door. Nobody's checking credentials. Nobody checked credentials. Not one person. I walked into the backstage area. There's dressing rooms. I was in that backstage area, and I had to change for that event. I had Will stand beside the curtain for me because I was like, this is just so weird. Like, you have your featured honored streamers just changing next to unlocked, unsecured doors with just a little curtain. And I just... This is the day after it happened. The day after it happened. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, and I remember, like, in the moment, like, everything was happening, so I really wasn't thinking about it that much. But I remember me and my friends, like, we're kind of, like, putting 2 and 2 together. We're like, because, look, let me tell you, Jessica Negri's partner, Ryan, one of the biggest badasses I've ever met in my life. I love him, and I could sit here for 5 minutes talking about my deep love for that man. But the one thing that he is really good at doing is sniffing out bullshit. And like, he's very protective of Jessica for very obvious reasons, because she's had crazy fucking people. And he's even like, this is weird. This is strange. Nobody even checked my credentials. And let me tell you, I met somebody of Emmy's team back there, and one total badass as well. And she's running this backstage area like Fort Knox, and for very good reason. She was like, hey guys, the show is starting. You guys can't come in and out anymore. And this is not, I feel like this is not on Emmy's team to be managing shit like this. Like, it's not Emmy's team's fault that the door was unlocked to the backstage area and nobody was checking credentials. Okay, I didn't know if you guys knew her name. Melissa. I met Melissa. She was running that shit for, like, Fort Knox. So whenever the show started, and they were letting people in, she was like, nobody can go around the curtain. You guys need to make up your mind where you're going to be sitting for the rest of the show, because you are not coming back here. But the thing is that nobody was like, door unlocked next to backstage area. And there were a lot of us back there. Senna was streaming back there. S-Fan streamed it earlier. Like, I just want to think about this as well. So S-Fan was with us during the first show of the day for Everything Now show, and S-Fan was streaming the backstage area. And you could easily know that this is the glitch theater that S-Fan is streaming in. And look, mind you, This is none of the streamers' fault. What I'm about to say, it is nothing against them. I think this is 1,100% convention-wise. Twitch. Like, what the fuck's going on? So now you have footage of the backstage area that you know that Emmy's gonna be in later that day. And then, like, we're streaming again in the backstage area where Emmy is currently in.
Like, how is it not basic security protocol that you don't have exits and entrance that are unsecure and unlocked? How? Like, it also doesn't take, like, a genius to know, oh, Emmy's going to do this show at this time. Here is this theater, because obviously people need to show up. Let me go find the back door.
And I talked about it with a lot of people because a lot of streamers noticed it. Massive hallway that runs the side of the theater all the way into the backstage area. And all the doors alongside were unlocked. They were unlocked doors. So there's like 20 doors, all unlocked. There is no security back there. So that morning, the people that were guiding us to the Glitch Theater had no idea how to get us into the Glitch Theater. So I find that a little weird. I'm like, okay, they don't know where they're going, which is strange because like they're supposed to be guiding us. And I'm like looking at the side of the hallway and I'm like, well, that's the entrance of the Glitch Theater and we're walking down this hallway. So this door must mean that this is the backstage area. So this show was with Everything Now show. Oh, this is actually, genuinely, what I'm about to say, I think this needs to be taken more seriously. I'm surprised that people weren't talking about it. I open up this door, and right there is Everything Now show changing. They were changing, which was crazy, because I just opened an unlocked door next to the dressing rooms. I just opened an unlocked fucking door next to a line of dressing rooms in the backstage of the Glitch Theater, and nobody stopped me. And I was like,
what, you have enough confidence? And like this, just so we're all on the same page, this is not a matter of the security guards being like, oh, that's famous streamer Peach Jars. You're more than welcome to go in. These security guards don't even know what Twitch is. They're like, I don't know if you've tried to talk to one of the security guards at TwitchCon. They have no idea what's happening. They don't even know what they're securing. They don't know what they're securing. They don't know what they're guarding. The security guards have no idea what's happening. They're like, I don't even know what Twitch is. Who the fuck is XVC? What I don't know what the fuck. Kids these days, dude. PVC? There's a PVC pipe? What? I don't know. I don't know what you're saying to me. I don't know these words. Yeah, this idea that like all of these people know and like that's why they let her through or anything like that. It's like, no, there's just like literally no security. There was this as well.
So because everyone else has already talked about it, I don't really feel like we need to really address it. It is unfortunate what happened, and yeah, I've just been trying to be here as much as possible for anyone who needs me, and keep the vibes up and keep the vibes positive. The only thing I will probably say that I haven't really seen people say is TwitchCon, it originally was supposed to be to celebrate like creators and kind of bring everyone together and to bring like the fans and the creators with the creators, and it was supposed to bring everyone together. But I feel like it's turned into like the complete opposite, where now everyone is scared of everyone else. Even the viewers are kind of like scared of things happening. So I don't really see what the point of the convention is. I feel like the convention has completely lost its point and plot. I don't think that the convention should exist. Unless it gets back to its origin of what it was meant for, and it's able to sustain that, then what the hell is the point? And until that happens, I won't be going to TwitchCon anymore, because I feel like there's a lot of restructuring that needs to be done. And I don't know if that can happen with how things have been handled. So that's pretty much all that I think that I have to say about it that can actually like bring anything different than what other people have to say about it. And I have the same sentiment as a lot of my friends. So.
It's just like depressing because most people are going to go to TwitchCon and most people are going to be normal and most people are going to behave. I mean, the fact that, you know, TwitchCon had so many people in it and we only had like one instance that was that egregious is a testament to the fact that most of the people that show up just want to go and enjoy this convention dedicated to this platform that they love. And it almost feels like a little depressing because Twitch is blown up into something that's like too big to handle for Twitch. But I'm not surprised. Like, in a weird way, everyone, so many big creators saying that they don't want to go to TwitchCon anymore, honestly, genuinely might make the platform or might make the conventions, I don't want to say better because obviously it's going to be worse without them, but it might make it better because then will be less to worry about. But that's like so depressing. It's like the space should be big enough for everybody. And it'll be full of IRL clip farmers. I don't even understand. Twitch's security is so bad they let Neon pretend to be Deshae Frost, a black creator, by the way, and steal his booth.
Sorry, what'd you say? Deshae.
Yeah.
Deshae Frost?
Yeah.
That's me.
Awesome. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
We'll put you right in.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm just gonna walk you down to number 8.
Okay. Is there already a crowd waiting for me?
I believe so.
Cool, cool.
That way or
okay, thank you. Hi, we can start whenever you're ready. Okay, let's go.
Uh-huh. That is good. That's good, dude. How is this guy like... So what I don't understand is, how the fuck is Neon still allowed when he just violates Twitch's rules so flagrantly over and over and over again? Like, I genuinely don't understand. If there's anyone that should be, like, monitored or should be banned, shouldn't it be this fucker? What happened to Shame? Bro, great question. Excellent question. The boy is a talented troll. It doesn't take talent to be a troll. Sorry, I'm pulling this up. One sec. Excuse me. I want to let Peach finish telling her story really quickly.
And where there's unlocked doors and no security in the hallway. That blew my mind. And I'm going to tell y'all is that this weekend in general was hands down, I can say it with my full chest, the craziest weekend of my life. I have never been so busy that a lot of this is still something like, because it wasn't in
1000 has made one bad decisions.
Cloud, thank you. A lot of this like realization to me about, I kind of realized, we were saying the door shit was weird. We were saying that actually. We were like, this is weird. Like we were all at dinner being like, nobody should have walked back in there. No, nobody should have been able to do that. At one point, at one point I was walking by that hallway in question and I saw like a red rope, like a little red rope with one dude standing there. But when was that? Because I never saw him. Anyways, in this area, again, is you have your featured streamers back here. And to use the restroom, you would have to leave the Glitch Theater, go down literally just right across that open hallway. But again, if somebody's looking down that hallway, you would see, oh, that's the streamer I like, you know? So empty hallway, again, massive empty hallway. I leave the unlocked door. I go to the bathroom. There's nobody in this bathroom. As I'm walking to the bathroom, this guy who's like in a little vest, I'm looking down at my phone and I'm walking towards the bathroom and he's like, look at me, excuse me, look at me. And I was like, thinking that, oh, finally, some security. Thank you, Stuart. Some security. And he goes,
fuck?
Oh,
Look away for chat for 2 seconds and some freak posting some anti-Semitic garbage in my chat. All right, nice try, buddy.
Oh, you are just the most beautiful little thing I have seen all weekend. And I'm like, oh, I can't even remember what I said because it was like blindsided. And I walk into the restroom and I walk back out and he was there. He was just chilling there. He was like carrying boxes. He definitely was not TwitchCon staff. But this dude was built like he should be security. Let me tell you that. They got the dude that should have been security holding dishes. And luckily, I can't remember. I believe there was like somebody next to me because I think it was one of my friends because I was like, did anybody else like see this shit? Like anybody, like what the fuck is going on? And so like, again, if a man said that to me out and about in a public area, I would be like, oh, whatever. Like there were dudes on the fucking street the other night that like just, they're drunk and they're like, oh, woohoo. Things like that. But the fact that this employee is in this backstage area the day after everything happened, and he's talking to women like that next to the unlocked doors, which are right next to the dressing rooms. Like, it's just weird, man. It's just weird. And I'm really disappointed with the Glitch Theater, bro. I'm really disappointed with the Glitch Theater. And that's like the most I can say. Why is there your mom emotes on the screen? That's not showing up in my OBS. What the fuck is that? Wait,
it's just like, again, how do I put this in words? I don't believe that any particular individual was actually actively trying to make the place unsafe, or that there were no staff that cared about the security or safety of the creators. It's that they just didn't put in enough effort and enough energy to make sure that every section was actually secure.
Oh, on-screen celebration? Today I learned. Yes, I'm dead ass. Oh, trust me, I'm going to fill out that survey. I'm filling out that survey in the email. Dude, I did not see this. Okay, alcohol area conversation. So another thing about security that I want to mention, and that these are some suggestions I have for TwitchCon that I will be putting in this survey. First things first is that there is alcohol at TwitchCon, which I like. I have partaken in the bar area many of times, especially like before I went on and did a show, I'd run over and doop, and I'd go do the show, which isn't going to be fucked up by any means, mind you. I like it. But I will say, if I was somebody attending the con and I was looking forward to like hanging out at the bar area with my friends, oh my God, the bartenders had really heavy hands, which like blessing and a curse. blessing and a curse. I had to actually tell them to chill out sometimes. Okay, if I was a regular person attending the con, I'm just here to meet some Discord friends and we love streamers, I would hate the 21 plus area. It is blaringly loud music in the direct sun, and it's all concrete. All concrete, all heat. It is so miserably hot that we are chugging our drinks as fast as possible and we're dripping sweat. And let me tell you, you know what? Fuck it. Especially, I'm just going to call you Daddy. Especially Daddy. Especially Daddy, because I met Daddy in the,
you met
maybe
what?
I should say that. I met Kit Kat in the bar area.
Ooh.
And I did meet a lot of people. Did meet a lot of really cool people in the bar area. But let me tell you why I think this is a safety concern. Is that when everything went down, for some really obvious reasons, some of my friends were really uncomfortable to go out on the convention floor now. So again, we're in the Purple Lounge. Purple Lounge can escort us places, but they were uncomfortable to go out in the convention area. So one of my friends goes up, because we have like in the Purple Lounge area, there are like staff that we can talk to, and like, when is our call time? How do I get here? Can I have an escort? Can I have a golf cart? Things like that. So we're like, hey, is there anywhere we can get a drink where we're not interacting with like viewers? And they said no. So that kind of like blows my mind if you have a streamer who is a security risk, that they're like, hey, if you want a drink to release some nerves before your show or something like that, you need to go to the 21 plus area where your viewers are drunk. Again, me personally, I had a wonderful time in the bar area, but let's just take that example. If you are nervous to be at TwitchCon and to be on the con floor, if you want to have a drink and hang out with your friends, that you need to be with drunk viewers in the heat where the lines are really long. Well, I swear they were like, they didn't have any shade anywhere because they wanted you to get the fuck out. Like the bartender, I would go all the way in the back to get a drink because there was no lines back there. And let me mind you, if you waited in a long line, I was yelling at people in the bar area where I was like, hey, there's secret bars back there. We were tipping the bartenders left and right because they were in the direct heat all day. I couldn't even be in the shade. The shade was so hot still too. Like your drink is melting if you are not drinking it fast enough. I felt so bad for those bartenders. And there was a sweet old man in the back. There's a sweet old man. And he was in the sun. And I was like, do you want me to move this umbrella? Why am I tearing up? I broke my heart. I was like, do you want me to move your umbrella for you? Why am I tearing up? You reminded me of my grandpa. And he's like, no, I'm okay. And then he's telling me about his daughter. And I'm like, I need to protect you.
I can picture all of this so easily with
I will say, this weekend, I went to the con and I kind of reached out to some people about the area with a Peach Jar's hoodie was death.
Dude,
Anonymous,
Peach Con. No more TwitchCon, only Peach Con.
You were standing in places with us in the artist alley where I was in a skirt and I had under boob sweat.
Deathly Ill just subbed.
Thank you. Thank you for the gifted sub. I really appreciate it. PeachCon? No, everybody dies. Everybody dies at PeachCon. Nope. And don't do that. Wait, what was I gonna say? Oh.
Right click Willie has made 13 bad decisions.
Everybody say hi to
Go
Willie.
TwitchCon.
It's my amazing agent and friend, Willie. Willie, also, I owe you an apology because I feel like, Willie, you always have the best energy, and half the times I was like mentally drained, and I was like, I really thought to myself, I was like, no
Kato's
ledges.
Live has made 1 bad decisions.
Thank you so much for the sub. CutieCon, Willie, you're just one of those people where I was like, I did not give him enough energy, and I felt bad.
Joe 4N Solo has made 2 bad decisions. Wicked, I heckin' love crying streams.
I feel like I need to have like 1 to 2 crying streams a year. So somebody tally this one off. We're getting close to the end of the year. So my other suggestion for TwitchCon, if we are having problems with high profile streamers getting assaulted. And now you have these high profile streamers going online and obviously talking about it, because why the fuck would they not talk about it? I think you should be, and this is not about me either. This is not about me personally. I was even shocked that they even let me in the Purple Lounge again. Like when Seer told me I had access, I was like, my relevancy. Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about, Direwolf, because I was literally where I was hiding out from that fucking heat, and that whole shaded area was still so hot. Still so hot.
This was my fucking frustration with TwitchCon in Vegas. It was so hot. It was so, even just like thinking about it is making me warm. It was so hot, and Vegas has no awnings, and it was so dusty, and it was so dry, and it was so hot, and I like the heat. And I was getting fucking brutalized. Oh my God. Because there's just no fucking shade anywhere. I really got spoiled by New York. There's just shade everywhere.
Anyways, whenever I realized that I had Purple Lounge access again, I was like, my relevancy for one more year has stayed. I just think that there should have been things put in place for your high profile streamers that obviously have a lot of pull and a big voice online to have a really enjoyable time. And this is like a really big thing that I wanted to say.
And again, it's like, if this is why everyone who was talking about like this is probably a liability issue for Twitch. You know what's a massive, not in the literal sense, but in the metaphorical sense, liability for Twitch? People not wanting to go to their convention. Think about how many people go to TwitchCon because their favorite streamer is going. Whether or not they get to meet them is not like relevant. It's whether or not they want to be part of the same experience that their streamer got to experience. If a bunch of large creators are like, I don't feel safe, I'm not going to go, I don't feel safe, I'm not going to go, and then one creator gets assaulted and they say, I'm not going to go going forward, and then a bunch of other creators follow suit, what do you think? Do you think all their viewers are just going to keep going anyways?
Is that there should be an hour.
I literally decided not to
go. And it's not
because
just
Hassan
for Purple
wasn't
Lounge,
going.
like for partners too.
Like obviously this impacts. There are going to be people that are not going to go because like they're too far or whatever, they're too busy, obviously. But think about all the people that live in San Diego or that live in California, that live in Vegas, or that live somewhere close that they can just drive. And then they're like, fuck this, I'm not driving there. Well, I should not. What's the point of going?
To be able to enter the con early one day, or maybe 1 hour at the end of one day, where we are allowed to go to the artist alley or like the con floor and meet people, meet brands.
I'm pretty lucky that like I haven't gotten to the point of like creator relevancy or like relevance where I get stopped often. Thank goodness. There's definitely a point of diminishing returns with being a content creator. And at a certain point, you're definitely getting diminishing returns, and your infamy or your general fame becomes a detriment. But I've been around creators who are very famous, and when they walk around conventions, they just want to go to Artist Alley and like buy a couple posters, and they literally get stopped every 2 seconds. It's like, damn. You really should have the ability to enjoy the con, even though you are this, like, you have to wear fucking glasses and a hoodie.
Meet the artist, buy some things that we want to buy, and just like chill. Because that's, look, again, we love meeting people, folks. We love meeting people. This is nothing about that. Like, I was on the con floor quite a bit, but I had so many friends that did not feel comfortable doing that in the first place. And especially after Amy being assaulted, nobody wanted to do that anymore. Like, even some people who I knew personally who had security felt uncomfortable being on the con floor, which is totally understandable. But I hate even like suggesting these things because it feels like I'm asking like, the red carpet, please. I want it rolled out. But I love conventions. I love conventions, and that is how I got started. So like, I love going around the con floor because it feels surreal to me to like meet people and like realize how far I've come with my content, that I get to meet y'all. And like, y'all are coming up to me and talking to me about Lego. I'm like, fuck yes, this is awesome. This is so fucking awesome. But there are people in on Twitch who do not get that luxury because there are safety concerns or you get mobbed and you can't go around and see all the cool things. And I know that sounds like a big request, but I also feel like, especially like where,
Well,
you know,
want
the main
like
floor area
here's
where
the
all
thing,
the big
right? TwitchCon is about Twitch, and Twitch is about the creators and their communities, right? If the creators don't go, their communities aren't going to want to go, and if their communities aren't going, no one is fucking going. So if you want people to go, you have to make the creators feel comfortable, and you have to make them want to go. If you don't make them go, then what the It's almost like TwitchCon shouldn't even be a thing, huh? I don't understand that logic. I don't understand how you got from 1 to 2 on that one.
brands are. Wouldn't the brands love that? If like the high like partners and Purple Lounge people and like big streamers and content creators are able to go around and take pictures and talk with your companies, I just feel like that's not a bad idea. And then they get to enjoy the con a little bit more.
Okay, I know that this is like pie in the sky, but I wish that there was a way to like hang out with creators or like and with your communities in a way that was like productive. Like I really wish so the last like 3 TwitchCons that I've gone to, I've tried to like organize some community stuff because I don't know. I feel like I don't want to just go and be there by myself. That's so lame. Look at this guy bragging in chat. Not all of us can be so lucky. Look at this guy. This is wild. I had no idea who this was. I literally met her in a bar on Wednesday here in Austin with my wife. Small world. You know, this is the equivalent of like showing up to like Small Dicks Anonymous and being like, dude, my cock is 10 inches long. That's crazy. You know, oh, look at this guy. Has a wife, gets to meet peach jars casually. Fucking, can you just chill with your flexing for 2 fucking seconds? Some of us don't get to be so lucky, all right? Just think of the little guys around here, man. Think of us. Okay? What was I trying to say? Oh yeah, I wish that there was a way to like organize like community events at TwitchCon. Like I don't know why Twitch hasn't thought of this already, because most people who want to organize community events end up having to do it outside. But in reality, it's like I'm sure that there's a lot of community members that would love to participate in something, and it's just like there isn't really good space for it, because I don't want to just do events outside when it's so fucking hot all the time, right? I wanted to do something in Vegas. There was nowhere to do it. There was nowhere to like plan a community meetup or anything like that. And the year before that, I did it outside in the grassy area of the San Diego Con, which was pretty fun. But I would have loved to be able to do something like that. Like I would have loved for Twitch to give its creators a way to like plan community events for their, because a lot of these rooms are just fucking empty, by the way, chat. Like so many of these fucking rooms at TwitchCon are just literally, they're just empty. It's like, what? Doing fun interactive things. Yeah, I had this fun idea of like, but like planning it was too much of a bitch to do, so I didn't bother. But I had this really fun idea for a community event where like everyone, we would put together, okay, it was gonna be, everyone gets like a Post-it note sized piece of paper, and we all have to draw collectively like this mural. And I didn't decide what it would be of, maybe like a peepo or something. I don't know. And so every single person's little Post-it note would add up and be put together for this giant mural. And then there would be something I could hang here. So it's like it's like the stream is the community and the community is the stream. But that's something, that's just like that's like one random idea that I thought of that I was like, that might be fun, right? That could be like a fun little thing. But organizing that was so difficult. I was like, oh, and then like what? I have people show up in person, and then there isn't really an easy way for me to like set this up online. And then, but if Twitch was like, hey, we want creators to be able to, you know, work together and be able to plan stuff for their communities. We understand that TwitchCon is about Twitch, and Twitch is about creators and their communities. So tell us what you guys want. We're listening. We're open to feedback. That's actually kind of cool, TBH. Oh, thanks. Like a picture of Wormy with a gun. Yeah, anything. I don't know. I thought it could be fun. Something. Don't let anyone steal my idea, though, chat. Okay, we have to do it eventually. But if Twitch was like, hey, we can give you a room, we can give you like some allocated security, we could do whatever level of security you want. If you want background checks, we can do that. If you want this, we can do that. Whatever you want. I would love to do something like that because I feel like the problem that I run into in conventions is like when I go, I feel like I have nothing to do. And so if I'm convincing people to go, even a little bit, I want them to have something to do, something to remember the event by, right? So yeah, it just like makes me good ideas for a kindergarten too. Well, it's really hard because you want to come up with ideas that can include everyone, right? So like physical ideas sound really fun. Like everyone playing dodgeball would be fun, but I want to make sure people who aren't able-bodied can participate too. And I don't want anyone to get injured, like get hit with a dodgeball in the face and like break their nose or something. So you have to come up with stuff that's like fun that, everyone can participate in, or ideally almost everyone can participate in. You don't have to worry about someone getting their fucking face rearranged. But Twitch doesn't even offer this ability to creators. Like, they don't even, like, there should be a way to organize something that isn't just like, oh, here are these famous creators, everyone get in line or whatever, right? Like, I wish there was a more, especially because Twitch as a medium is so interactive. It's like the most interactive creator platform. Like, the chat impacts the stream impacts the chat. It's not really like YouTube at all. Why shouldn't the event be like that as well? Right? So I don't know. It just makes me really sad because like it feels like Twitch doesn't care enough, or like they don't try hard enough to like care about the creators and like, that sounds cool, but with thousands of creators, that sounds like chaos. Well, most creators don't want to do that. Most creators don't have like the time and energy to do that. And it doesn't mean that like just because you request a room that you will get it. Because they already do this with like panels, right? If you want a panel to talk about something, you can get a panel to talk about something. You just have to apply for it. And they give it out to basically everybody. So, yeah, I don't know. There should be like a call for like, here, I want to do this workshop with my community. Can I have like some security? Can I have this? And then can we set this up? And it can be live streamed or not live streamed. Who cares? So, yeah. Leave. Get out of this country. What is this guy talking about? He's talking about TwitchCon. What the fuck are you on, dude? Some people are like, they're so high on their own supply, they have no idea what's happening in the world. They're just like, I want to be mad at something right now. Like DreamCon where they have basketball. Is that true? I don't know. I've never been to DreamCon. I want the ball pit from DashCon, but actually fun, okay? Not the foam pit from TwitchCon. It feels like we get the DashCon piss pit and the foam pit destruction of spine pit at TwitchCon. It's like, can we get something else? Can we get something fun? I don't know. Less piss and shit, dude. Exactly. Anywho, jump in the pit. No. Can we do a crayon eating competition? No, let's do a which crayon is the most edible. But anywho. Yeah, I hope that like this is a learning opportunity for Twitch and they take like a really hard look at like TwitchCon and really try and like change the event. Because fundamentally what the event feels like right now is like, here, come to TwitchCon so we can tell you why Intel is the best and go to the artist alley and then you can go home. And it's like, can we have more? It's like this medium is so interactive and this event is so not interactive. So I really hope that they take a good hard look at the event and they see that like, hopefully because so many people have spoken and have been so vocal about how disappointed they are that they really, really, really try and rework this. And there's so many, the thing is like, this is the one really positive thing about Twitch and TwitchCon or like Twitch creators. Some Twitch creators are so creative. Like Twitch is filled with some of the most creative people on the platform and you're not asking them for advice on what to do and how to run the platform. Are you kidding me? How? Like, okay, not Asmongold. I'm saying like Jerma's Dollhouse was great. Seer doing like that murder mystery thing, hilarious, great. Like there've been, or like the streamer games or whatever. There've been so many fun interactive things on Twitch. It's like, how do you not talk to these creators and try and actually make a really fun convention, like a really fun, memorable convention? Mayor cat. Mayor cat's being a little mayor. Mayor worm. He's sitting on the cardboard. So I don't know. I just makes me sad. You could use a poll in Twitch app to have some interactive stuff with audience, right? Fun conventions don't pay the bills. Wrong. Mayor cat, tell him he's wrong. What is that, Mayor cat? Mao, 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 mao. You want me to play Pokemon Legends for the next 16 hours? How convenient. That's what I wanted to do too. I love Mayor cat. Anyways, yeah. Well, I think that's about it for the Twitch stuff. I don't know. I really hope. The problem is that I'm super hopium pilled, so every time anything bad happens, I'm always like, well, maybe this will be a learning opportunity. So I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that Twitch can take a look at this and be like, dude, we fucked up big time. We have to fix this shit. We gotta sort this shit out and figure out where we went wrong and convince people to come to next year. So we'll look into it. I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping for. But in the meantime, I'm gonna head off. Tomorrow we can talk about this stuff with like, I'll try to do a little bit of research. I'm not going to pull a Mr. Ludwig, and we can do some of this stuff into, because I've seen people getting harassed, I've seen Vio getting harassed in my chat, and I didn't understand why, and looks like she made like a video on it and stuff, and I feel bad, because from the little bit that I saw, it seems like it's over nothing, and it seems like bullshit, and I don't know, female creators already have it so hard on Twitch, it's like, we'll maybe take a look into that tomorrow, since tomorrow, you know, it is shit Saturday, which is basically slop Saturday, so... Maybe we can do that tomorrow. Another Shatterday. Exactly. Anywho, thank you everybody for coming to the stream. I will see all of you wonderful people tomorrow. We will have... Oh, and then we have to cover the Mamdani debate. I want to go through the highlights. So please, have a great rest of your day. Stay hydrated. Tell your homies you love them. And I will see all of you guys in the next one. Okay, bye.
Don't always win. Recently, in New York, though, a charismatic young socialist, supported by both DSA and working families, running on a platform of affordable housing, publicly owned grocery stores, and more mental health responders instead of cops, actually won the Democratic primary. In a firmly blue city, in a firmly blue state, that's usually the end of the story. But then, in November, India Walton lost the general election. Back in 2021, Buffalo, New York re-elected centrist Democrat Byron Brown as the mayor. After losing the primary to a DSA candidate, Buffalo's establishment freaked out. Millionaires, real estate moguls, Republican donors, all terrified by the prospect of a politician they hadn't completely bought and paid for running a major city, formed a united front basically overnight and swept Brown into office on a write-in campaign and a mountain of establishment money. Despite losing the Democratic nomination, Brown won the general. And there are a lot of reasons this upset happened. For starters, while Brown quickly got to work outspending India Walton and pretending he suddenly wasn't a Democrat after 30 years with the party, The top party brass like Chuck Schumer took their sweet time endorsing the candidate actually running on their ticket. Some, like Kathy Hochul, the governor of the state, never even did. There was no vote blue no matter who mass mobilizing like we see every 4 years for the presidency. The party left Walton out to dry, and that meant that even though Brown was notoriously corrupt to the point the FBI was looking into his entourage, that poverty in Buffalo was going up, and that the racial wealth and homeownership gap was one of the worst in the country after 15 years of Brown being mayor, or even just the fact that he simply filed too late and couldn't legally be on the ballot, and so he needed help from the district judge, the brother of one of his top donors, none of that ultimately mattered. Buffalo got bombarded with Brown ads and door knockers and mailers. Meanwhile, Walton's life got put under the microscope. And the best the media could come up with, by the way, was that she did $300 worth of food stamp fraud at 21, 18 years before the election, didn't show up to court one time because her summons was sent to the wrong address, and at one point posted a, frankly, really good Facebook comment. Compared to a corrupt pro-oligarchy guy making life more expensive for regular Buffalonians and doing nothing about inequality and city water being a glorified lead distribution network, come on. But the Buffalo elite wanted Brown, and Brown is what they got. On December 31st, he was sworn in and got an extra 3 years as mayor of New York's second largest city, until he resigned to be CEO of a horse betting company or something. But if it wasn't obvious already, this isn't a video about Buffalo. We're talking about Zoran. Zoran Mamdani is not running to be mayor of the second biggest city in New York. He is a candidate in the race for the biggest city in the country. The rich came for Walton's head in Buffalo, but Zoran's in the financial and cultural capital of the world. That's not gonna cut it. They're gonna need him to be obliterated. Before we get to that, there is, I think, a real fear among the rich and powerful that a whisper of socialist success here could be a warning shot for their way of life everywhere. Just look at them freaking out. Our goal is anybody but Mamdani. Fighting Mamdani is expensive, but allowing him to win will cost you more. This tragedy is not just a moment of mourning, it's a call to reject policies that would make our city even more vulnerable. Every single one of his plans will hurt the very people that he thinks it will help. If he's the cure to what ails the party, then cyanide is the cure for a headache.
Look, it's blatantly obvious that the field needs to narrow or Mamdani will win. And I think that's a disaster for this city because we are the capital of capitalism and we need to remain that way.
Next week in New York, there's a chance that socialism could actually finally win big electorally and make daily life for some 8 million working class people actually bearable. This is exciting, but there's just this little voice in the back of my head that's scared because this story is looking just a little too similar to what we've seen before. A shock upset in the primary, a centrist with the worst track record still fighting after losing badly, top Democrats taking forever to endorse the winner or mobilize voters. Meanwhile, random dirt about petty bullshit like stolen tables and college applications makes the rounds in the media. They are trying to run back the Walton strategy, but it's not going to work. And I think they know that, and I think that's making them more desperate. As of writing, just about every poll is showing a Zoran win. This one even shows what could happen if everyone but Sliwa, everyone but Adams, and everyone but Cuomo drops out and they all unite behind one guy. In every single hypothetical, Zoran comes out on top, no matter what everyone else does. We're editing this script after Adams dropped out for real, and still Zoran is in the lead. And then there's clips like these.
I was a bit hesitant actually to take this interview because I didn't want to be seen wearing this shirt. Because I don't particularly support Cuomo. I don't think he's a righteous guy. I think he's a bit of a morally reprehensible person. But for me, I think, you know, even though he's a bad guy, he's paying $200 a day. And even if it is like blood money from like billionaires and super PACs and, you know, not righteous causes, a guy's gotta get money. I'm sorry.
So who do you support instead?
Personally, I kind of stand behind Zoran Mamdani.
I don't think anything, any poll, is going to explain how cooked everyone else is better than this. Actually, you don't even need a long explanation, just these 3 seconds. I think these clips, these polls, this primary, they prove something. Zoran showed Democrats that there is a path to victory, and that path is real working-class politics. From a guy that's actually invested and doesn't just talk about vague stuff like rising together.
So let's rise together.
Right after Trump's victory, Zoran showed us that he's ready to give average people real consideration and power. Going to places in New York that flipped red. He didn't stick to some consultant's script. He didn't appeal to vague positivity. He gave people the mic to talk about the stuff that actually matters to them. Rent, groceries, childcare, Gaza. But he didn't stop there. Instead of carrying a message of hope without substance, like so many Democrats do, Zoran's policies actually materially address people's problems. Childcare is expensive, rent is too high, immigrant and LGBT rights are being stripped away. Here are the solutions. Easy to find, easier to understand, and all under a simple slogan. New York is too expensive. Zoran will fix that. With over 50,000 volunteers, 1.6 million doors knocked, and more votes than any other primary candidate ever, all this, it works. But for all that positivity, that voice in my head is still there because I sort of skipped over the biggest parallel with Buffalo. It's not the lack of party endorsements or the hit pieces that killed Walton's bid. The key to Brown's victory was the money. In just 4 months, Brown went from not really running a campaign to raising $850 grand, mostly from the rich and powerful. And when the general election came around, his sudden vote boost didn't come from working-class neighborhoods, it came from the rich. And in New York, the anti-Zoran money isn't what's missing. It's coming from the same crowd we saw in Buffalo. Democratic cowards, Republican staples, and most predictably, the ultra-wealthy. Sometimes all at once. But the scale is just different. If 850 grand in 4 months in Buffalo sounds insane, New York's a whole different ballgame. You might have already seen the campaign finance statistics. Cuomo got about 5.3 million in donations, Adams nearly 7, and Mamdani almost 4. Big gaps and huge sums of money, but public matching has sort of evened things out. The difference, though, is that Zoran's campaign got to almost 4 million with 54,000 people donating. The other two can't even get to 10,000 donations. Their average contribution is in the hundreds of dollars and 10 times more than Mamdani's, meaning it's coming from people with a lot more money to spend. But that's not the freakout money. The freakout money isn't out in the open like this. It's in the new super PACs that keep popping up as the rich scramble for ways to shoot Mamdani down. You probably know this already, but super PACs are groups that can legally spend unlimited amounts of money on elections as long as they're not making direct contributions to a candidate and they aren't explicitly coordinating with the campaign.
Super PACs are a disaster, they're a scam, they cause dishonesty, and you better get rid of them.
The reason super PACs can spend unlimited money is because they can get unlimited money in donations, including from completely anonymous donors like 501c4s and 501c6s, what you might have heard called dark money nonprofits. These amounts aren't limited the way campaign donations are, with caps on individual donations and spending, which is why when you look at what a candidate gets, you see a lot of $2,100 donations. But when you look at what their super PAC gets, suddenly it's a wall of multi-million-dollar receipts. And that's a different scale. For the primary alone, for example, Cuomo spent $22 million through his super PAC, Fix the City. This is an insane amount of money to have spent and still lose, but he's not done, and they're up to $27 million as of writing. Just to give you an idea, in the 2021 election, the most a super PAC had spent on the primary was $6.5 million. Already you have an idea of just how scared the rich are. The thing is, Fix the City is just one player in a sea of new PACs that are all attacking from different angles and courting the same donors. Take a random one. This guy, Jeffrey Gurl, a real estate investor. If you look at his donation record, you can see he gave Cuomo like a couple $100. Nothing crazy. That is, until you look at his donations to super PACs. This one guy gave 25 grand to Cuomo's PAC in the spring, and then another 25 grand to Adams in the fall. That's just one guy, and 25 grand is nothing. Cuomo got like $8 million from Michael Bloomberg alone, another million from DoorDash, and then just pages of 500K to 50K, 100K donations. Let's zoom back out. Right now, there's at least 7 big super PACs on the anti-Mamdani train. For Cuomo, we've mentioned them already. You have Fix the City, but also Local Economies Forward NY, which is basically just DoorDash's separate PAC, and Housing for All, a super PAC that's just for landlords. Before he dropped out, Adams had Empower NYC and Protect the Protectors. Both of them are expected to have raised millions. Empower specifically has said they're hoping for 15. And then on top of that, there's the general anti-Zoran super PACs not affiliated with a single candidate, like Affordable New York, which is Airbnb's super PAC, and New Yorkers for a Better Future, who said they'll spend an extra $20 million against Zoran and are already raking in $500,000 donation pledges. I'm explaining campaign donations to Americans right now, and literally the rich guy is called Mr. Burger. I want to kill myself. But don't worry, hey, Mamdani has his own super PACs too. One has yet to report raising any funds, and the other has gotten a whole 700K since the primary. Not rigged at all. It's bad, but at the end of the day, I don't actually think that all this anti-Zoran money is going to be enough. He's popular. His policies are popular, and that shouldn't be surprising. The most popular politicians in the country are socialists. I don't think he's got this in the bag, but it's not like this money's doing much. And that is scary in a different way. If Cuomo loses at the polls, after the rich threw everything they could at the wall, he could go for the nuclear option.
Zoran Mamdani, who in his...
Every time they mispronounce his name, by the way, he shoots up 1% in the polls. Every time they're like, Zomai, Damdagi, he shoots up another 1%. He gets a little bit stronger. His name is also not hard to pronounce.
He could go for the nuclear option.
Zoran Mamdani, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zoran Mamdani.
Well, then we'll have to arrest him. Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation.
All semblance of democracy is gone anyway. Trump said he'd get involved in the race if it looks like Mamdani will win. He's already threatened to arrest, deport, and denaturalize him. He wanted Cuomo or Adams. Either. I don't think he cares. They're both getting money from his donors anyway. He personally stepped in to get Adams cleared of federal corruption charges and is taking calls with Cuomo, who he's had a long-standing relationship with for decades. They're tight. While neither of them wanted his endorsement in a city of Democrats, they both get that this is a transactional relationship. They're representing the people scared of Zoran and telling Trump what he wants to hear to get rid of him. That they want to work together, and they wouldn't really get in the way of ICE taking over the city. They're not saying that to us, of course. Voters are getting a centrist-friendly message, that Trump is going just a little too far. But at business meetings and in these private calls, they're making sure that Trump knows they won't put up a fight. With Adams gone, Cuomo is playing his part in the fascist takeover.
The Adams
Capitalists want to stay in power. They're spending like their life depends on it. And until recently, they had 2 guys willing to let Trump run wild on a city of 3 million immigrants. That doesn't matter to them. It just means they keep their taxes low and city rents up. And look, I don't know how this election will go, and I don't know if Zoran's going to be able to get all this great stuff, all these things that he's promised, done if he wins. I do know that there's still a strong candidate for head fascist lackey in the race. A guy who is more than ready to make New York yet another hellscape for immigrants, for working class people, and for everyone else whose rights are being stripped away. A guy cozying up to landlords and Wall Street and Trump, and ready to completely fold while more and more people are thrown in the back of a van and shipped off to some black site on the other side of the world. This is cheesy, but if you live in New York and you haven't voted early, make sure you get out there. Winning the primary was a great symbolic victory, but we are tired of settling for that. It's time for socialists to get shit done.
I'm just going to say to the person in chat who said OTKKK, you're crazy. Not you're wrong. You're just crazy with it. I want to take a little peek at this while I get ready.
Away from New York City's mayoral election, and Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani continues to lead in every single poll. With victory almost assured, it has prompted Islamophobic attacks against the Muslim candidate. And it is not just Republicans, to be clear. It's also coming from New York City Mayor Eric Adams and former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. Here's what Mamdani said in response to these attacks.
We stand on the precipice of an election, but that is not what today is about. We know that in less than 2 weeks, we will say goodbye to a disgraced former governor and our current indicted mayor. The bigger question is whether we are willing to say goodbye to something much larger than either of these two men. It is whether we are willing to say goodbye to anti-Muslim sentiment that has grown so endemic in our city that when we hear it, we know not whether the words were spoken by a Republican or a Democrat.
I spoke to Zohran Mamdani earlier today for an exclusive interview about these Islamophobic attacks. Here's what he had to say. You know,
Thanks, Sammy Tings. Thank you.
For someone who's been following this race very closely and has seen the level of attacks that have been leveled against you, you know, at some point they called you Marxist, they've called you socialist, they've called you communist, they've made fun of the way you eat with your hands, make fun when you eat with forks and knives. They've called you privileged. But it seems like over the last couple of weeks, and there have been a lot of Islamophobic attacks, but in the last couple of weeks, there's been a surge of Islamophobic rhetoric against you. And it's not new, but I'm wondering why you decided to address it now. Why did you decide to speak out against it so forcefully now?
You know, when I took a step back and listened to what was being said, outside of a question of electoral politics, outside of the question of the election, but just to the fact that major candidate for mayor in the Republican Party is slandering me as the first Muslim candidate on the verge of becoming the mayor of the city, as someone who supported global jihad. When I listened to a former governor, and Andrew Cuomo, laugh and agree when a radio show host said that I would cheer another 9/11. When I listened to the current mayor of this city explaining his decision to endorse Andrew Cuomo as a decision to ensure that New York City does not become Europe, that we do not leave it to violent extremists who burn churches in Nigeria. When I listen to all of this and then turn on TV and see ads that have the words of terrorism and jihad on top of my face that not only mock the way that I eat, but are all intended to terrify New Yorkers as to the prospect of having a Muslim mayor, I decided that it was simply too much. It was too much to think of these as the acts of desperate men looking to salvage the little power that they still had. It was, in fact, a reflection of Islamophobia within our political system that has become so endemic that when we hear it, we do not know from which party it comes. We just know that it is a fact of life in our city's politics.
You addressed this yesterday in the speech that you gave at the Islamic Cultural Center, and I want to just quote a part of it. You said, to be Muslim in New York is to expect indignity, but indignity does not make us distinct. There are many New Yorkers who face it. It is the tolerance of that indignity that does. To go back to your first point, how has that indignity been normalized in America by the politicians, by the media, and by the way that you're seeing it now?
You just look at what is tolerated. It's not a question of what is said, it's what is tolerated. And the fact that we're speaking about some of the most prominent politicians in this country, and to hear these words, you know, whether it's the words of Republican congresspeople who are openly calling for me to be denaturalized and deported, whether the words of a city council person here in New York City, selling T-shirts to profit off of a call for my deportation. And knowing that, in fact, this is but a glimpse into reality for Muslims across the city each and every day. And while they don't have the luxury of being the next mayor of this city, being a Democratic nominee for that position, they continue to face this, and they're not extended that same kind of solidarity. And I think often about Toni Morrison, she said that the function of racism is distraction. And I think that that is true. So much of the unabashed bigotry we've seen in the last few days, whether from Curtis Sliwa, Andrew Cuomo, Eric Adams, is a reflection of their own recognition that they do not have a plan to make the most expensive city in America affordable, or that their plan is in fact to make it more expensive. But Toni Morrison also said, I insist on being shocked. I refuse to accept that which would shock the conscience. And I too have oscillated between both of these quotes, the importance of running a campaign that speaks to each and every New Yorker's needs, and also a recognition of the fact that if we do not allow ourselves to be shocked by this kind of racism, then we are in fact accepting it as a fact of life, and that is something that I will never accept.
Why do you think they want to pit that fear into everyone? Why do you think they want to try to unleash a fear into how Muslims are in the city? I mean, when you think about it, J.D. Vance even took a swipe at you. The Vice President of the United States took a swipe, and we have the tweet where he basically mocked the mention. You yesterday mentioned in your comments your aunt, and he took a swipe at it, saying, according to Zahran, the real victim of 9/11 was his auntie, who got some allegedly bad looks, and completely marginalizing the experience of Muslim Americans in a post 9/11 America.
I mean, this is all the Republican Party has to offer. Cheap jokes about Islamophobia so as to not have to recognize what people are living through. Attempts to pit people's humanity against each other. And I think whether it's J.D. Vance or it's Andrew Cuomo, it is the same kind of politics. It's a politics of division. The reason that I've called Andrew Cuomo Donald Trump's puppet is not just because they share the same billionaire donors. It's not just because they see themselves in each other. It's also because their vision of leading a city or a country is one where you are only able to build a constituency by pitting it against another one. And that's what we're seeing in this moment. And let's just talk about the moment we have at hand. We have a shutdown of the federal government. We have Americans across this country living in fear about rising healthcare costs, about the fact that we're going to see decimating cuts to SNAP. We have active duty military families in line for food pantries. And amidst all of this, the focus of so many is just how much bigotry they can engage in.
God damn, dude. Fuck. Mamdani is just brutalizing all these people. They're gonna hit him with a terrorism charge for like brutalizing Cuomo's body. Like, Christ.
Let's talk a little bit about Zoran Cuomo.
Yeah, so they had a debate last night, Zoran Cuomo and Curtis Sliwa. Zoran had a good moment here, really sort of catching Andrew Cuomo and something that he said about leadership of the state. This is B1, guys. Let's listen.
Shame on you.
No, it is always a pleasure to hear Andrew Cuomo create his own facts at every debate stage.
Yeah.
We just had a former governor say in his own words that the city has been getting screwed by the state. Who was leading the state? It was you.
Governor Hochul.
You were leading the state for
Governor
10 years,
Hochul.
screwing the city.
No.
You cut homelessness funding. You cut funding for the MTA.
You as a legislator.
You did all of these things, my
That's
friend.
the past 4 years. It's the past 4 years.
And there's so much I love about that clip, but one of the things is that Cuomo really thought he could run on like his last name and like his leadership resume, and that this Zoran guy who just came out of nowhere and loves to say like, oh, he has never had a job, that he would be a fly that he could just swat away. And instead, here's Zoran, commanding lead, gonna be the next mayor of New York, and flipping on its head this idea that Cuomo's quote-unquote leadership is something that should be celebrating. He's saying, no, you're part of what screwed over the city. Like, you and your experience actually are the problem, and clearly, like, the crowd in New York City eating that up.
I wonder if Cuomo is going to go full MAGA when he loses.
I know. I was wondering that too.
Because it's like, where do you go after this? Because we saw what happened with Chris Cuomo. Have you been following that? He works for News Nation, and then he got in bed with the PBD guys, and he saw that the audience was like, loves it to be right wing, and so he slowly but surely went further. And like criticizes AOC. Remember when he criticized AOC over the world's fakest video?
Yes, some AI slop that was like the most obvious bullshit ever.
He also attacked Mehdi Hasan recently for some dumb bullshit that wasn't true. Like, he's just gone. Like, Chris Cuomo is just like total like pick me for the right now. It's just embarrassing. But I think Andrew, what's he gonna do after he gets destroyed by Zoran? What are you going to do? Where are you going to go? What are you going to do? Are you going to do anything in politics?
He's going to go take a bunch of Israel money. That's what he's going to do.
Is he going to go back to Netanyahu's defense team?
Netanyahu's defense team. Like, I mean, I think that's part of why he sticks on this. In fact, we can play this anti-Semitism clip next, guys, to cue this up as B3B. That's why he sticks on this issue, even though, like, I think he's intelligent enough. We got some audio that revealed he was intelligent enough to realize, hitting Zoran on his position on Israel actually backfired. Like, it turns out that people don't agree with me on support for the genocide, even in a very Jewish city of New York. And yet he keeps with it. And I think it's because he's like, well, that's where my probably next paycheck is at if I'm not going to be mayor in New York City.
That's a good point. Also, that's establishment bubble versus the country. That's Cuomo in the establishment bubble where everybody's pro-Israel. Everybody fucking knows Rabbi Shmuley. Like, that's seriously.
Right.
That's how they are. Meanwhile, the people are like, ugh.
Right. Yeah, exactly. All right. So with that being said, let's go ahead and take a listen to these attacks that he tried to launch against Zoran being supposedly an anti-Semite. B3B.
And there is no doubt that there's two sides on what's going on, and the passions are very high. That doesn't justify anti-Semitic behavior in New York. It doesn't justify having a Jewish population that feels unprotected in New York. It doesn't justify leaders who stoke the flames of hatred against Jewish people, which is what Zoran does, in my opinion.
I'll give him a chance to answer.
This is just total and complete bullshit. And the only thing they can ever point to is like his refusal to condemn. He didn't even say it. His refusal to condemn, globalize the Intifada. And Zoran hit him right back and was like, people are disgusted with you using this as a weapon and a political cudgel. And clearly Zoran is correct, judging by the polls, judging by his support in the Democratic primary. And there was a moment, I don't know if you saw this clip, Cuomo went on Morning Joe. And they asked him, like, a non-Gerardardist, sorry, I butchered that.
Just say Anand. Just go with the first name.
He asked Cuomo, like, okay, well, you clearly misanalyzed the city. What did you get wrong? And one of the things Cuomo said was, like, didn't understand that people would care so much about positions on Israel in a New York City mayoral primary. It's like, dude, you are the one who made this an issue. Like, Zoran was not out there talking. He was out talking about affordability. You're the one who wanted to make this some referendum on Israel and Netanyahu and supposed anti-Semitism. You're the one who made that. I mean, we all remember Zoran on the debate stage. They asked, like, oh, well, what's your first foreign trip? And everybody being like, Israel. And Zoran being like, I'm going to stay here. And this was supposedly a controversial answer,
Yeah, totally. I'm thinking of the parade clip and laughing.
Oh, it's so good.
That's from the first debate, but they were talking about debating parades. And Zoran's like, I haven't really thought much about parades. And Curtis Lee was like, every parade has a right to exist in New York City. And Cuomo, what does Cuomo say? He says some ridiculous shit.
Cuomo said that because the question was, will you commit to attending every parade? And clearly the moderators...
was, are you going to go to the Israel parade?
Right. The moderators wanted to get that with Zoran, but they felt like we can't quite just ask him, like, are you going to go to the Israel parade? Because it's a little too much, right? So they hoped his opponents would pick up on it. But Zoran's like, there's a lot of parades that I won't be attending because I have other work to do.
Right.
Cuomo says basically like, yes, I'll go to every parade. And then he thinks, and he's like, as long as they don't discriminate or anything. And then Slee was like, every parade has a right to exist
in New York.
And then they asked, okay, well, are there any parades that don't exist, that should exist? And that's when Zoran was like,
I don't think about parades. Shut the fuck up. It's like they're trying so hard to get him that they're humiliating themselves. Like it's so try hard to attempt to take him down.
It was a parody.
It's just not working.
It
None of this
was
is working.
literally indistinguishable from parody.
By far,
like you could not.
By far the funniest for me was his attempts to smear him as an Islamophobe and just failing over and over again when then the moderators asked Cuomo what he would do for Muslim Americans. And then the second best was when they were like, who is your favorite president of all time? Sleeboy just starts listing fucking mayors or governors. He is just like missed the question completely. And they're like, sir, the president. Sir, what was the best president? Sir, the best modern modern president. I'll have to get back to you on that. and then Cuomo says Bill Clinton. And then Donnie says FDR. And then Cuomo says, can I change my answer to FDR? That was so amazing. Oh my God, every part of that was so amazing. Jesus.
Make up a funnier sketch if you tried.
Totally. A couple things. When Cuomo says Zoran stokes the flames of hatred, it's like, you know that's not true. You know that's not. He's fucking gone to temples with rabbis. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
This is just total fucking smear merchant bullshit because
Absolutely.
he's anti-genocide. And that brings me to the other point. I like when he said, I know there are two sides and passions are very high. Oh, are there two sides of genocide, Andrew Cuomo? There's two sides to that? And you happen to be on the pro-genocide position of it? It's just so... Like, I don't know, he feels so dated as a politician.
Yes.
He's so dated. He's just ancient. You know what I'm saying? He's got that establishment groupthink. And the bottom line is, I think Zoran is just smarter and smoother. He's both of those things. He's smarter and he's smoother. And, like, what else do you got? You got nothing.
Right.
You can't out-charisma him. You can't out...
Do you guys know the... Where is it? Let me find. The clip from Breaking Bad where Jesse is like, he's smarter than you. You know what I'm talking about? This is how I feel about
Mr. White, he's the devil. You know, he is smarter than you. He is luckier than you. Whatever you think's supposed to happen, I'm telling you, the exact reverse opposite of that is going to happen.
This is about Mamdani. It's like talking to Cuomo. He's smarter than you. He's luckier than you. He's better than you.
Intelligence him, you know?
Well, and that's what a bunch of these people, like Democratic establishment types, they swim in these bubbles where you're right, everybody's pro-Israel. They came of age and their like political formation was during a time when you could never be too pro-Israel, where all the risk was on the other side. And they don't get that now for not for lefties like us, but for normal libs,
right.
It's no longer enough to do it. It's complicated.
Right.
Passions are high. We can see all of it. There's a lot of history here. And I support a two-state solution. And Netanyahu's bad, but Israel's great. Like, no, they want to know very simply, where do you stand on genocide? Is Netanyahu a war criminal? What do you think about AIPAC? Like, they want to know the answer to very direct questions. And there's no way to bullshit talking point politician and weasel your way out of it. As he's found out, as Gavin Newsom has found out, as Cory Booker has found out, as Pete Buttigieg has found out, as Alyssa Slotkin has found out. Like, they all think that they are so supremely gifted and talented and have the talking points so massaged that they can get away with being both sides on the issue of genocide. And it's just not possible. You're gonna have to pick a fucking side.
Totally. Do we have any more clips of Zoran and Cuomo?
I do have one more if you want to hear it on Trump. So we've got a little bit of Cuomo talking about how, you know, Trump wants Mamdani to be in there, and then Zoran's response. This is B2, guys. Let's take a listen.
Donald Trump, I believe, wants Mamdani. That is his dream because he will use him politically all across the country, and he will take over New York City.
Look, Donald Trump ran on 3 promises. He ran on creating the single largest deportation force in American history. He ran on going after his political enemies, and he ran on lowering the cost of living. If he wants to talk to me about the 3rd piece of that agenda, I will always be ready and willing. But if he wants to talk about how to pursue the 1st and 2nd piece of that agenda at the expense of New Yorkers, I will fight him every single step of the way.
Okay.
I think that's a really effective way that he lays that out. I saw him use a similar line in a cable news interview where he's like, listen, here's the 3 buckets. Here's what people actually voted for. If Trump wants to work on affordability, I'm all there. But if we're talking about the fascism, I'm going to resist him all day long. And I also think it's an area where, you know, Cuomo's trying to threaten people, like basically, oh, well, if Soren's in here, he's going to really come after this city.
He'll do it no matter what.
That's number one. And number two, this is again where Democrats are in a very different place. They're like, good, fucking bring it on. We're going to fight him. Like, we want someone who's in there who's going to fight him, who's not going to capitulate it to him, who's not calling him on the phone, trying to get some goodies or get other people to drop out of the race. No, we will take him on. And so, you know, even in that, Cuomo's approach feels very dated and disconnected from where many voters are.
And final point, Cuomo seems constitutionally incapable of saying Mamdani.
Oh, it's very disrespectful. And I think for, you know, a lot of people who have, like, New York is a very diverse place. Like, it comes off as a little bit disrespectful, sort of more broadly.
I'll go further.
Know?
It comes off as racist, a racist old white guy. It's like when you hear some old white guy say, like, Chinaman or Oriental. You're like, bro, it's not 1963.
Or some leaked chats from inside the Trump administration.
It literally, yes.
Where they're busting out some 1900s
Chinaman,
slurs.
and he used, Italian slurs for black guys that you'd only see in, like, A Bronx Tale, the movie A Bronx Tale.
Right.
But he keeps saying Mondami, and it triggers the shit out of me. Like, you've been correct on this 5 times. Well, say Mamdani.
And Anand also called him out for that.
I covered that. Yeah, I covered that.
Yeah, called him out. He was like, listen, his name is Mamdani. Like, you should learn that because you have a very diverse city. And so it's important to be able to, what did he say? Like, not have Mayflower tongue or something like that. He put it in an artful way that I appreciated.
But it's, you know what?
Which is ironic because I butchered his last name. So I'm a hypocrite.
You tried.
What can I say?
You tried, though. It's amazing how, though, like, you know, one generation, the Italians come here and they're viewed as, like, the other. And then as soon as they're, like, assimilated and integrated, you get assholes like Cuomo, like, sort of burning the bridge behind him. Like, no, we're in the in club and you're not. And I'm going to mispronounce your name and fucking disrespect you.
Very common
and it's
dynamic.
It's so gross. It's so gross.
Dynamic.
Like, bro, it wasn't that long ago that people were looking at Italians like, fucking, look at these subhuman filth over here, you know? They don't speak the language. They're fucking dirty. Like, all that shit.
Yeah.
And now he's part of the group that does it. I mean, it happened with Irish, too. It's just...
Well, you see, I mean, the number
Kyle said that with some hate in his heart. Kyle might actually be a little freedophobic.
He knows who voted for Trump.
I know. Well, I'll tell you what, though, and I made this point on a different show, that all the gains with minorities, they're all gone. Like, among young people and minorities in particular, they were the first ones to be like, oh, oops, you know?
Yeah, I mean, because they're, and on the mass deportation, you know, now with quote-unquote Kavanaugh stops, just out-and-out racial profiling, they don't even have to deny that's what they're doing.
Totally, yeah, that's right.
Like, if you are brown, it's a papers, please policy, and they will arrest you even if you have your papers and detain you with no access to lawyer and no phone calls and no nothing. They will assault you. Like, it's just, you know, and really no one's immune, but certainly if you happen to have, you know, the wrong color of brown skin, then you're in for it.
Totally. And before we bring in Rokan, let me just say, I love the hair.
Thanks, babe.
The hair is incredible.
Thanks.
And I'm sure everybody agrees too. I don't know. You have a very nice face shape.
Yeah.
And that, like, shows it.
This is so cute. Oh my God, dude. What a fucking simp. Look at this guy simping for his wife. Simp.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like, ooh, look at my nice, perfect
To
face.
be honest with you, when I did it this morning, I was like, oh, Kyle's going to like this hairstyle.
I love it. It looks great. It looks amazing.
Oh, this is so cute.
Hey, guys, just had an awesome conversation with Congressman Rokan.
I'm sorry, dude. It's hard to hate Kyle. It really is hard to hate Kyle. It's so hard, dude. It's not easy, dude. Not easy. Not the cuteness aggression, dude. You know what I mean, man. You get me. Jesus. All right, one last thing, and then
It is 31 days after her election and counting, and still Adelita Grijalva has not been sworn in, despite a new lawsuit filed this week to put pressure on Mike Johnson. The Speaker and the Congresswoman now at odds over what she can and can't do in the meantime.
Rep-elect Grijalva can work for her constituents right now. Constituent services answering the phone. She has computers and 16 employees, and there's no excuse for it.
So in the office, we have several desktops. They have an administrator passcode. I don't have that. Check out this cool stack of laptops. Guess what? I can't unlock them.
Congresswoman-elect Adelita Grijalva joins me now. So, Congresswoman, let's start with, what are you and staff? Do you have staff doing in that office?
Well, literally, I'm in district now, and we're at our headquarters, what used to be our headquarters, now in one room, because we don't have the ability to open up a lease, because we don't have a budget. I don't have the authority of the federal government to use federal dollars. And so when Speaker Johnson has the audacity to say that I should be doing my job, it's like, well, why don't you do your job, swear me in, and we won't have to do this back and forth. Because part of the issue is, there aren't very many people. I think starting in 2 days, I will have exceeded the person that has waited the longest to be sworn in a special. 35 days is the run, but I have exceeded the when the speaker obstructs your swearing in, because that's what Speaker Johnson is doing right now. He is, by him not swearing me in, it does not allow me to be a member of Congress. I don't have a PIN. I have to stand in line to security just like everybody else. I do not have the ability to enter into any sort of contracts. And so if Speaker Johnson says, I have all the tools I have to do my job, well, then let me sign the discharge petition. Can I do that? No, because there's certain things you can and cannot do as a member-elect versus a member of Congress.
So, again, we heard this from Speaker Johnson, but he says Representative-elect Grijalva can work for her constituents right now, constituent services, answering the phones. I mean, would they know where to reach you if they wanted to? But I imagine when you are out and about, what are they telling you?
Well, the problem is I don't have constituents until I'm sworn in. I have won an election. I have the support of many Arizonans to get to work. I don't have a constituency until I'm in office. I'm not in office, 1. 2, people just keep telling me to fight to get the representation that Arizona deserves. We don't deserve to have someone who has their hands tied behind their backs and not being able to do the full gamut of benefits and responsibilities that are charged to a member of Congress. So when I'm out and about, what I really do here, which I think is really, really sad. My dad had a reputation of having amazing constituent services in this office for 22 years as a member of Congress. And people in this community know what it's like to have a Grijalva to answer questions to have their back, to do research for them, to help them. My dad's office was closed on September 23rd. He had 2 different offices in district. Those are not mine by osmosis. I have to actually enter into a lease. This is not something that is handed down to me. And so Speaker Johnson, I think, has just forgotten what it was like to open up a congressional office. And perhaps he never had to worry about this because he was probably sworn in fully and didn't have to worry about what he can and can't do.
And knew exactly what day that was going to happen. So let me ask you about the lawsuit you filed, along with the Arizona Attorney General, Chris Mays, this week, demanding that the Speaker or another government official swear you into Congress. What's your legal argument?
Basically, it's taxation without representation. There are 812,000 Arizonans that do not have a voice in Congress. There are logistical things that only a member of Congress can do. Right now, anyone in district that has any questions or concerns reaches out to our amazing senators from Arizona, Gallego and Kelly, but that should not be their responsibility. It's my responsibility.
So while you're waiting to officially have constituents, and I know, having been around your late father and the work that he did for such a long time, you understand the need for that. Is there anything you can and are doing and preparing to do for when you actually do get sworn in?
Well, we do have staff that are ready to get to work. We do have, people that I need to hire for different positions. In this limbo, I can't onboard people because of the shutdown, but I wouldn't be able to hire anyone because I'm not a member of Congress yet. So I do think, I cannot provide constituent services because am I a federal employee officially? Do we have all of the, waiver consent forms that are needed if I'm going to collect information? Right now, anyone that's going to work for our office when we open up an office is just a person. What are they supposed to do? Send communications to all of the departments in our federal government from their Gmail accounts? I'm not going to put them in a position where they might be held liable for taking information from constituents because we really are not legally able to do that right now. And to get clarification on whether I can legally do anything, I can't reach out to counsel in the House until I'm a member of Congress.
So I just want to clarify something. The people who are staff, presumably people who worked for your dad, are they getting paid?
Well, so there are some people that are going to stay on that were in my dad's office, and then other people that are new to my office. And so when we reopened the office, they were onboarded because House administration asked for a list of who are we going to hire? So we provided a list, I believe, of 14, and then there were a couple other people that are assigned to more than one office. So they're not like my staff, they're staff like financial people, that kind of stuff. And so we provided that in good faith. And I think everyone thought, well, the 3 previous people that have been sworn in by Speaker Johnson were sworn in less than 24 hours, 2 during pro forma session, 1 during a regular session of Congress. And so the fact that, so we provided that and they presumably are in a system. That's all I know. I don't know if they're on a list of people that are going to have back pay. I don't know what that process is because I'm not sworn in yet. I'm not really sure.
Congresswoman-elect Adelita Grijalva, stay in touch and thank you.
Well, guys, can you imagine being this much of a loser on a Saturday? I am a fan of the legend Ethan Klein. I'm here to troll. Surprised I've not been banned. You're here to troll? Would you say you're here to pedo troll? Is this when you start making the pedophile jokes? As a big pedo troll fan? Oh, Bird. Oh, Bird. Sorry. Oh, boy. First day of troll school. I hope I don't flop. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hi. I hope you guys are having a good Saturday so far. We got Mayor Cat nice and melted. Just the way I like my cats. Melted. Sleeping melted. I got a nice full 8 hours of rest. Let's go. Got some energy drink, got some snacks. And we have a little bit of a heavy topic today on a real piece of shit that's been in the streaming space for forever. And I think all of us already knew that he was a piece of shit, but man. It's Sunday? Oh, I'm cooked. Oh, I'm cooked. Oh, I'm fried. Oh. Oh. I'm fried. Check QCO tweet. We have a lot that we have to get to. We have a lot. But the short version of it is, for anyone who hasn't seen the news, Emaru went on stream, and I remember she was talking about going on stream and talking about this stuff. And saying that she wanted to go live on Wednesday and talk about stuff that's been, like, bothering her for a very long time. And yeah. It was about Mizkif, and about how Mizkif is an abusive piece of shit. And she's alleging that he physically abused her and that he sexually assaulted her. And so I'm just going to let her speak. We'll watch her VOD. And I don't, like, see, this is the problem with Mizkif. The problem with Mizkif is that, like, he is such an unlikable piece of shit who's such a douchebag to every single person that he's ever met in his life, that when he's getting absolutely fucked online, no one is there to help him, which meant that his response yesterday was written by a fucking third grader because he had to write it. And he doesn't have anyone in his corner because he's such an asshole, he couldn't even give it to someone else to fucking proofread or make it sound a little bit less fucking stupid. At least it wasn't AI. I mean, I don't think AI could have written something that stupid. I can say with certainty that was not written by ChatGPT because it was written like a third grader. Are we sure it is an AI? At one point he says, and then we go to the BJ's, a common place we go for food. And that's how the whole thing is written. It was not ChatGPT. It was not possible to be ChatGPT with how it was written. In conclusion, I am the bestest boy and I would never do anything bad ever except all the stuff that I admitted. Stop it. Accidentally misclicked. So, shall we get into it? It's going to be a little bit heavy, obviously, like, you know, content warning for today's stream with regard to sexual assault and abuse.
So, I mean, you guys can probably tell,
But you guys already know. It's so insane because, like, I was one of the few people, like, the few people that covered the last time Mizkif was in controversy, aka the last time he handled his org completely terribly. And I said it since day one. If you are an org leader or you're an org owner, you don't get to pick sides when someone gets accused of sexual assault or sexual misconduct. You have a responsibility to the other people in the org, you have a responsibility to the sponsors, you have a responsibility to the employees. You decided to have that responsibility when you chose to be an owner, you fucking idiot. You have a fiduciary responsibility to your org to excise the problem. So I get whatever friendship that you had and you don't want to believe that someone you know is a piece of shit. I sympathize. I understand. I get it, man. Sometimes you are friends with people and then you find out that they're massive pieces of shit and there's nothing you can do about it. But the reality is when you chose to be a leader for people, for employees, for the other members of the org, you take a step back and you show everyone that you're taking sexual assault or sexual assault allegations very seriously. And you say, you don't go on stream and then watch like videos explaining sexual assault and joking about it and laughing about it. You don't go on stream at all. You take like a couple days off stream And then you make one statement on Twitter saying, we are hiring a team to investigate everything. We are taking this very seriously. We will not be talking about this publicly for the safety of all parties involved. And we hope to come to all of you with a resolution soon. We take sexual assault and sexual allegations against any of our members or side members or anything like that very seriously. And that is not what he did. And that is what he had to do. I don't think it was ever from like an evil, malicious standpoint. And I made that argument years ago. All this coming out the day Rich Campbell does his first stream back, his peak Twitch. My point is, you have a responsibility to all the people that are impacted by your words and by your decisions. And you have a responsibility as like a large creator to take things like sexual assault seriously. And he didn't do that. And then all this shit comes out and it's like, oh, what a surprise. You're not just a piece of shit and an asshole to all the people around you. You're also one to the people that you date. Shocking. Surprise, surprise. So we'll talk about all this stuff. I want to watch her broadcast, and then we can watch his broadcast, and then I want to go through some other allegations that are being made against him by other people. So, shall we? Shall we begin? I didn't even know they had dated. I think a lot of people, especially in the content space, kind of assumed it. It was like kind of an open secret, but it's one of those things where like you just don't talk about it because it's not your business. It's just not, it's like, again, it's just like not your business. If people don't want to publicize their relationship, they have their reasons. You're not entitled to their life. So, yeah, I'm going to try not to like pause too much when Emery is speaking because I want her to actually be able to like say everything that she wants to say. I don't want to dissect it to such an extent or like extreme extent. So let's go.
Today's not gonna be a normal stream. Not gonna, watch videos or play games or anything today. I kind of just have a bunch of stuff that I wanted to talk about, and then I'm probably just gonna go offline after. But yeah, it's I you guys know, I've been streaming for 10 years. Last week was kind of the first time that I ever really like spoke about a topic or like something that happened to me. And honestly, I'm really glad that I did, and I'm proud that I did. And I feel like I have to see it to its conclusion, if that makes sense. Not just for myself, but for, in a way, I kind of feel like a lot of people are involved because it doesn't just affect me. So that's why, sorry about my voice. I'm very, very nervous in case you can't tell. But I knew that this stream had to be done today. So yeah, pretty much, yeah. So I guess might as well get started. Not, stall too much or anything. I know there's a lot of people here who don't normally watch, and if you're wondering, yes, I do normally run 20-minute intros. And yes, my community at least claims that they like it. I think that they like it. I like playing songs for you guys, but anyway, yeah, anyway. We don't like it? Okay, well, whatever. Anyway, I'm probably gonna stop reading chat now as well, but you guys are free to say whatever you want, obviously.
20-minute intro. Rookie numbers.
So, yeah, like I said before, it's been a pretty crazy week, and a lot of things have happened since the last time that I streamed in relation to what I talked about last week, the whole TwitchCon incident. Some other things happened that kind of pushed me to talk about a lot of things that I want to talk about today. So as you can see, I wrote out my notes, and not only that, I have even more notes. So, yeah, if it seems like I'm like reading a script or something, it's because I wrote super detailed notes because I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay. So, I think everyone knows about last week, the stuff that happened at TwitchCon. I was assaulted, and the guy was able to, leave the venue, basically. Okay, so, like, intro, first thing that I want to talk about is, I did see the, Twitch tweet that I believe went out yesterday. I was literally in a Discord call with my friends, and they were like, "Did you see that Twitch apologized to you?" And I was like, "Wait, what?" So, yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is, they put out that tweet. I was never apologized to privately. They put that out without, like, consulting me or anything. I didn't know that they were gonna do that, so that was, yeah. I mean, I'm glad that, you know, they're trying to, like, take some level of accountability, but there's a lot of things that they didn't mention in the tweet that I feel.
To the people posting about Cuco's message, I want to go in order. So I want to let I want to let Emeru speak. And then maybe we can watch Ms. Kiff's response, and then we can go through everything else.
Like, should have been mentioned. But anyway, more stuff's been happening behind the scenes. So I want to say that last week, everything I said on my stream was accurate, obviously, except for one thing. I was wrong about one thing. I was going over the tweet that Twitch initially put out, where they're like, "Oh yeah, this thing happened to a high-profile creator. You know, police were on site. We're cooperating with law enforcement investigations." What I was wrong about was, they were not cooperating with law enforcement investigations. I found that out on Monday when I got a phone call from the San Diego police, and they were talking to me, and they basically said, "Hey, we can't really do anything right now because they apparently know the name of the guy, but they're not giving it to us until a warrant goes through." Which, if you know anything about that stuff, it usually takes a while. Even, you know, if it's expedited, which it was being expedited for me, but it still takes a lot of time. And they're like, yeah, they're refusing to give us the name, which, as far as I'm aware, is like a very common company thing, where they'll be, you know, they don't want to give out names of potential people involved in crimes, because then, like, that person could maybe, like, sue them for giving their name to police. I don't know, something like that. That's what my lawyer said. But basically, they were, Twitch was trying to make sure that the guy that assaulted me didn't sue them, which meant that the police were not able to work on the case right away. So, yeah, I got a call about that on, I believe it was Monday, from the San Diego police. They were like, "Yeah, we're working on the warrant, but, like, right now, that's, like, all we can really do, but, like, we're trying our best. Just, like, want to let you know, we're gonna keep you in the loop and everything." I was like, okay. I was very frustrated because I was like, damn, like, I didn't know that on Saturday. I would have said that if I knew. And then, I believe it was the next day, there was someone who, I don't know if they were a viewer or if they were just someone who, like, knew of the situation from social media. They contacted my manager, and they basically told her that at their place of work, someone came into their work who matched the description of the guy, and this person was saying, like, "Oh, I'm, you know, traveling to Texas, and I caused, like, quite a stir at a TwitchCon." And this person, like, you know, reached out to my manager, reached out to police, San Diego police interviewed them. But basically what I'm trying to say is, because all this stuff was delayed, this guy was able to get really far away from San Diego, allegedly.
For anyone who missed it, she's talking about her experience with this fucking freak who sexually assaulted her at TwitchCon. And let me see if I can find this. Twitch put out a statement. Finally, after like, here's my 2 cents. This is my opinion. You can have a different opinion. That's fine. This is just what it looks like from where I'm standing. I like Taylor Lorenz. I think she tries really hard to make the space better. And I think she tries really hard to do real journalism. I think her coverage on the dark money org that was paying out the fucking David Pakman's was really good. I thought that was really good reporting on all of that. I thought it was all very respectful, and I think it was all very responsible. And the fact that she made sure to reach out to comment from all these people, and all of them were like, nah, I don't give a shit. And then once the story started picking up, they were like, wait, we want to comment. We want to comment. We're not going to disagree with anything you said, but we want to comment. So, like, I think generally she does do good reporting, and she talks a lot about misogyny in the online spaces and how it impacts creators and how it impacts both female and male creators and how it makes spaces unsafe. And I think generally overall her work is beneficial online. What I will say is her interview with Dan Clancy was, in my opinion, bad. Not because Taylor did anything wrong, not because her reporting is bad because she's a bad journalist or whatever. But like, holy shit, that interview did not make Dan Clancy look good, and it did not make Twitch look good. It made them look unbelievably incompetent. It made Twitch look so incompetent. Like, it was not good. It was not a good interview. It was not a good interview. And like this, to be clear, like Taylor Lorenz is someone who takes harassment online very seriously. She takes sexual harassment and like just in general harassment against women very seriously. Like if there was anyone that takes it seriously, it's her. So at no point does she try and like downplay what happened to Emaru, but a lot of people perceived her just like talking to Dan Clancy as doing that because her experience as a journalist was that like certain areas had such tight security for no fucking reason, and then other areas had no security. So like it was not a good interview for Twitch. Like I think it made Twitch look really incompetent. Her newer video with Kat about women in the space is also really good. Yep. Because her opinion on this stuff is very well grounded because she personally deals with so many, stalkers and freaks and all this stuff. And so much like misogyny in the space. But Twitch decided initially after everything happened with Emaru, they were like, who's ready for TwitchCon Day 2? Yeah, let's go, gamers. And it's like, what the fuck? Oh my god. And they were like, anyways, we had a little oopsie. Sorry, we had a little oopsie. Have fun for the rest of the convention. It's like, what the hell? Sorry, we had a little oopsie. But just know, no more +1s for the meet and greets. It was so tone deaf. It was really bad. And then eventually, after they saw the shitstorm, which I feel like sometimes you can't tell when something is going to explode. So like if you had asked me if there was a Polymarket bet immediately after Kaya yelped on stream, was this going to be a new news cycle for the next 3 weeks? I would have bet all my money on no, because it's so stupid. It's such a hyper focusing on like there are so many different levels of insanity you have to go through to believe that Hassan shocked his dog. It's like, yeah, well, you have to like hyper contrast this, and then there's tape, but then this person says that there isn't tape, but then this person says that there is tape, and then this person said that there was, and now they're saying that there isn't. And he reaches over on the side for something, and everybody knows when dogs yelp, they've never, ever, 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 ever just yelped for attention, ever, in the history of ever. It's like, so much of it was like so fucking stupid that if you told me, was that going to blow up, I would have been like, no, just ignore it. Because it's done by bad faith actors who admit that they have bad faith methods. One of your most famous streamers getting sexually assaulted at her meet and greet and then walking off with no repercussions except a little 30-day ban. Hello? I could have told you within 10 seconds that would have been a major story and you had to take it seriously. Hello? And so Twitch did finally put out a statement. And they said, this is from Dan Clancy. It's signed by Dan Clancy at the end. It says, first, I want to be upfront, take accountability for the security incident that occurred at Emaru's meet and greet. It shouldn't have happened. We take that very seriously. We failed, both in allowing it to occur and in our response following. And I said this already yesterday. We're like, the reality is, if a crazy person, if like a crazy psychopath that has this insane like perception of the world and they think that you're dating or whatever, you know, they go through all the right checks and they're like, they sign up for the RSVP and they sign up and they do the background check and they wait in line for 2 hours and then they do that. Twitch reasonably can't do anything about a psychopath signing up for your RSVP and agreeing to do a background check. They're like, if you understand what I'm saying, you understand. At that point, someone who waited in line for 2 hours and was cleared to be there, if they misbehave, Twitch can't really, it's not like they can vet it's not like they can read your intentions of what you're going to do at the meet and greet. But the fact that he didn't do all of that stuff, because the point of that, like that 2 hour wait and the signing up is that it like weeds out a lot of the crazy people, right? Because someone can't just show up. It's the same purpose of like 24 or 48 hour wait periods on like buying a gun. It's that the process of doing these things makes you realize what you're doing, and then it makes you more normal. You're like, wait, whoa, what the fuck am I doing? Actually, wait. You like have like one good ice cream, and you're like, life is still worth living. I should be normal. And so it's a way to like help funnel out some of the insane people. Doesn't mean it's impossible to happen. Even with the best security in the world, it can still happen, right? Because someone can still do all the right checks and balances or go through all the right checks or whatever. But the fact that he was able to just like storm over to her and that there's no one there to stop, like there should be still like Twitch, even if someone wants to hire their own security, Twitch should still have security at the front of the line. Twitch should have security at all the entrances and exits. Like Twitch should be doing that. But the worst part about all of this on Twitch's part was the fact that he wasn't immediately detained after that. That he wasn't stopped and told, no, yeah, what are you, crazy? You think we're just going to let you fucking leave? We have you on recording sexually assaulting this woman, and you are not cleared to be there or doing that. She doesn't know you. You're going to stay right here until we figure out whether or not she wants to call the police on you. Oh, yeah, no, for sure. We'll just let you go so you can get a knife and come kill our fucking creators. Yeah, that sounds like a really smart idea. Like there should have been security on every entrance and every exit that should have stopped him, at the very least, on the way out. Just letting him walk away is insane. And I don't know if it makes me a selfish, vapid cunt. I would not have continued the meet and greet at that point. Because I would have been afraid that guy would have just went and got a knife and come back and tried to stab me. I would have been like, I'm really sorry. Like, I will make it up to everyone who showed up and everyone who waited so long. Like, I feel bad. I'll send all of you, like, gifts or something because I feel bad that you waited and but I'm concerned for my safety. Like, I'm sorry. That guy just literally walked off and no one stopped him. And that she continued anyway is like crazy. Like that's trooper behavior to me. Like I would not have been able to. Like I would not have been able to. If they had detained him, it would have been like, oh, okay, sure. What was I talking about? Right. So let's continue the statement. They say we mismanaged the communications about the incident, and that includes comments that I made. I apologize to Emaru for all that took place. What are we doing moving forward for meet and greets? We've begun a complete analysis of the incident that took place, as well as other issues that came to our attention after TwitchCon concluded. We're examining everything from how we do signups to the layout to increase security controls. And in my opinion, this is like the most important part. The layout of the meet and greet sections should be like locked the fuck down. So I know conventions, especially like Anime Expo, any conventions that have like 18 plus sections, because there's going to be a lot of people that go to conventions that are obviously under 18, but then they have like, you know, like the hentai artists or whatever. You can't just have like porn plastered all over Anime Expo. So they take all the gooners and they like seclude them. And there's like security outside of this. There's like paneling. I don't understand these people. What a leech. This is already covered, you grifter. I've been shitting on Miskit for being a total fucking sack of shit for years now. This is in line with everything that I've ever said and ever done. Keep defending Miskit, bro. Keep it up, Miskit. Keep it up. For sure. Keep defending your guy, bro. For sure, for sure. He definitely didn't do that shit, man. For sure. No, it's just that everyone who ever meets him thinks that he's a massive piece of shit. But it's definitely not him. It's got to be everybody else, for sure. Fucking pathetic. But yeah, like, if you go to expos or you go to conventions that have like 18 plus areas, that shit is like guarded the fuck up. They take that shit very seriously. There's like the tall paneling, and there's clear entrances and exits, and there's security by those entrances and exits, which is how the meet and greet should be. You shouldn't be able to just like waltz into the meet and greet. Straight to Gooner jail? Yeah, dude, you get like stopped trying to get into Gooner jail, you get stopped trying to get out of Gooner jail, and that's how it should be. Like, it shouldn't have this like lackadaisical fucking vibe to going and meeting these creators, right? If you care about their safety. So anyways, we're doing a comprehensive review of overall event safety, security, and we'll be making updates for future TwitchCons. While we won't be sharing our security updates for privacy and safety reasons, we will keep our communities informed about changes that directly impact attendees. The only adjustment I would make that Dan Clancy should have put in here would have been, we're also going to be speaking to any creators that are still willing to speak to us about what they wish we had done differently. Because Emma at one point says that like Neon just like walked into her meet and greet. And then there's that clip of Neon pretending to be some other creator, and he just like sits by that meet and greet desk. It's like, how the fuck is it? How is this so poorly organized that like people can just walk in from like the back? Also, can I just be honest really quickly? Ban Neon, dude. Oh my god. He's just there as an agitator. The rule should be, if you are doing IRL streaming just for the purpose of agitating, you shouldn't be allowed in the event. And he was there to agitate. If you're there to agitate, he did like 5 different things that should have gone and banned, and no one banned him. Like, what the fuck? Hello? Twitch wants content, but there's a way to have content without having it be like whatever the fuck that is. So, anywho. We've had concerns about IRL streaming at TwitchCon. Twitch has evolved over the years. IRL streaming is part of Twitch, but we need to ensure TwitchCon meets the needs of a variety of participants. We will be reviewing how we handle IRL streaming at TwitchCon. I think the easiest way to handle this is just like, you have designated zones for IRL streaming and you have designated not streaming zones, which is what they kind of currently have, but the zones should just be bigger for non-IRL streaming. Because I think everyone who goes to TwitchCon expects to be that there are going to be streamers that are streaming, but like more of the convention floor should just be IRL streaming free. Because like you can't stream in the partner lounge and like the partner plus lounge or whatever, you can't stream there. Which is reasonable, because you don't want people, like, the purpose of the partner lounge is to have people go and like chillax and not have to worry about anything and not have to worry about being approached or whatever and decompress. So you don't want to have, or maybe like you have to apply to stream. That would also be a good one. And then they only have like a designated like 100 or 200 streamers or something like that. Why? So apparently like a lot of people were IRL streaming and a lot of people were kind of like being dicks about it. Like Neon, for example. Like Neon was just like literally walking up to people, agitating, pretending like it was his meet and greet at different booths. Like it was not good. What happened to listening fully to Emaru and not stopping a lot? Okay, wait. To be clear, that I was talking about when her talking about everything related to Mizkif. I didn't know because I hadn't seen this part of the video or this part of the stream that she talked about the TwitchCon stuff. So I wanted to cover it briefly because it is important. TLDR, this was a mostly pretty good statement, but holy shit, this needed to be the first thing that happened. Like, the fact that they didn't release this statement immediately and instead they released a bunch of other fucking tweets and then they went and Dan Clancy went and did that interview that was not a good look for Twitch. was so bad. If they had released this statement immediately, I think people would have been a lot less mad. People still would have been mad, obviously, but I think people would have been a lot less mad. But the fact that this is so late. So, anywho, yeah, I think she talks about TwitchCon in San Diego and talking about this stalker and dealing with the cops with regard to this stalker and this abuser, or sorry, not abuser, assaulter, for like the next 40-ish minutes. And if you guys are interested, please go watch her video and you can hear her talk about it. I've already said that, like, I think it's insane that Twitch didn't immediately, like, stop him from exiting the premise. Like, it's crazy to me that they just let him walk out. So, yeah,
Which video, not me, and I was
oh, I think this is, wait, 1 second, sorry. I'm go to her VOD. So I think this starts here.
and just, you know, I would just carry them myself. Today, I'm finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail that Ms. Kiff has done towards me, and some of these issues which are still ongoing. For the entirety of this year, I've attempted to separate myself from him and not talk about him at all, and not talk about this issue, and just not make it a public thing. I always tried my best to keep this to myself, but like I said, I feel like it's gone to the point, which I'll explain later, that I feel like it just has to be done. And I have always believed in not condemning people or starting drama online. So I'm sure a lot of people are going to be asking, why am I doing this and why now? And I would like to explain that before I get started so that people understand what prompted me to do this today, and that it's not just on a whim or something like that. Okay, so like I said, I took a lot of notes, so forgive me if I just end up reading off my notes. The first and probably most severe reason is that one of the rules that I set for myself a long time ago about withholding this information was that if I ever felt like somebody else was in danger or being hurt, I would then make myself speak about it. And 2 weeks ago, actually 3 weeks ago now, I was informed by 3 separate people, one of whom was present for said incident, that he had done something similar to something that he had done to me, and to someone in LA at the end of September. And this person is not a streamer or content creator, but obviously that does not matter. And because of this, I cannot in good conscience sit here knowing that I know critical information about someone that almost no one else does and not say anything. I think that most issues and dramas should stay private and off the internet, and I still hold that belief to this day, and I will hold that belief going forward. However, there are certain things that cross the line, and I say that the line has been crossed too many times to be count. There's a point where I believe that people deserve to know. I think that at a certain point, if you know a lot of things about someone and you don't say anything to look out for others, it's wrong. It's wrong to keep it to yourself. I don't want what happened to me or what has happened to other people because of him to happen to other people. And I don't believe he will ever stop behaving the way he does. But regardless, yeah, like I said, one of the main reasons I decided to do this stream is to come out about all of this, because I can't hold on to it any longer, because it feels wrong to do so. And an honorable mention reason for why I'm doing this is that for a while, he has been indirectly threatening me through my friends and people that I work with. They've informed me that he said that if I ever talked about anything he did, he would try to create a smear campaign against me in retaliation. I was told that he even approached other streamers who were close with us back when we lived together asking them if they would join with him, and they all refused. At TwitchCon, he approached one of my employees, threatening them and saying if I ever talked about him, he would destroy me. Multiple people have told me that his plan was to claim that I kill animals and that I killed my own rabbits, since I had several of my rabbits pass away over the course of 3 years while I lived with him. I'm sure he's probably listening now, and it's probably going to come as quite a shock to him that this information made its way back to me and that I've known for months. But if you try to threaten me to stay quiet, especially using my poor dead animals, I'm not going to stay quiet. Okay.
And spoiler alert, by the way, he did exactly that when he was streamed.
So now that I've explained all the reasons why this took so long and why I made the decision to do this stream, I have a few more things I would like to get out of the way before I start talking about all of this. The way that I'm going to do this today is I'm going to run through everything from the beginning to the
Thank
end.
you for the raid study time. Thank you. Sorry for, we're talking about some stuff that's a little serious right now. Sorry if the vibes are a little bit different right now, but thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We're talking about Emeru speaking out about sexual abuse from and sexual assault from Mizkif.
To try to get across the story as accurately and fully as I can. And, hold on. Hold on. I'm also going to be showing a few screenshots validating what I'm saying. I have more things, but this is what I felt comfortable using today. And, I will be running through those later. Another thing that I'd like to mention before I start is that during my statement, I'm going to be mentioning directly the names of about half a dozen other creators who were present for certain things. And I want to say that none of these people did anything wrong. I'm just saying that they were there, and I've asked all of them permission. They all said that it was fine to include their names, but I know this won't stop everyone, but I ask people, for the streamers that I mentioned, please don't go bothering them or asking them for more information. If there's something else that they want to say, they'll say it themselves, so there's no point to go pester them and bother them about it. There are also streamers who gave me permission to share things that they relayed to me privately, but asked me to redact their names, which I, of course, did. And the last thing that I want to make clear is that not every person that I interact with or that I'm friends with knew the extent of all of these things. And in fact, most of them didn't. And some of them didn't even know anything at all. I tried to keep things private with my close friends, but if anyone during the past year ever approached me asking questions, I didn't lie and I told them the truth. But yeah, I don't want there to be some kind of witch hunt like, oh, you knew and this, no. A lot of people, didn't know everything or didn't know anything. Okay. I think that's all that I have to get out of the way to start. So, this is public information. I initially moved in, sorry, I'm still sick, like I said. Okay. This is all public, obviously this part. I moved in with him, I believe it was the end of 2021, because he offered. I was living alone at the time, and I was having stalker issues in Kansas, and I mean, you guys know, like, all the stuff that happened there. I ended up joining the org and everything. We did a lot of streams together, and I mean, a lot of people already know this, but I'm just gonna come out and say it. We started dating. We were in a relationship starting January 2022, after I joined OTK. I'm not planning to go into too much detail about the start of the relationship because it honestly doesn't really matter at this point. It's irrelevant now. The only things that really matter that you guys need to know for the story are that it was, one, an extremely private relationship. It was even hidden from friends and people in the org, but I mean, obviously people all eventually figured it out. They're not fucking stupid. And second, it was an extremely codependent relationship, which it's not the issue, but that's just, you know, making that clear for details. He initially portrayed himself to me as someone who was very nice to girls and wanted to help me feel safe from stalkers and wanted me to succeed as a teammate. And we grew very close over time, and I was very dependent on him for feelings of safety, social life, like my stream, my job, everything. So yeah, besides it being a very codependent relationship, the start of it was fine. I saw a lot of people mentioning this. They thought this was what I was going to talk about. It's not a secret. I think everyone who paid attention knew that he was very controlling over what I wore, to a degree, who I was friends with, and even when I would stream.
And by the way, we'll get to it, but he confirmed that he would tell her what to wear.
So, when it was definitely slow over time that bad things started happening. At the start, it would be things like, for example, he would throw bottles, like plastic bottles with liquid in it, not like glass bottles, at me, despite me telling him like I didn't like it and it scared me and I bruised very easily. He would throw his phone at me. I would tell him, you know, it scared me, I don't like it. And one time it even hit me in the eye, which caused me to get a black eye, but he always, you know, was like, oh, it's an accident. And I was like, oh yeah, it's an accident. Like, you know, of course I'm not gonna think that, you know, he's, yeah, I just, at the time, I just kind of was, you know, I just brushed it off. And looking back now, I feel like that was kind of the start of him testing my boundaries, if that makes sense. So that was already kind of starting to show signs within the first 6 months of me and him being close, and then.
And just spoiler, he says that he was only like he only ever threw his phone like at the bed. He wasn't throwing it at her. Like, she would be on the bed and he would throw his stuff there to go brush his teeth or whatever. And it's like, dog,
No,
like,
I'm not talking.
who do you think you're fooling when we literally have clips of you throwing shit at your ex? Here is Maya on the bottom left at the time when Maya and Miz were dating.
Today.
Well, nobody asked you to, so.
I'm not doing anything.
Okay.
Look at her
Oh, let me
face.
show you a bit of a
She's
play
so uninterested.
She said no.
Maya unimpressed. That's what that was.
2 Starbucks bags of Starbucks I got you over the past.
Me when I'm normal. I'm upset, so here's your fucking Starbucks bags. Like, I don't know why I genuinely don't understand this attempt at like, no, I just happened to throw my phone at the bed and it hit her in the face. That was, you know, and it happened like once and it didn't happen ever again. And that was it. Yeah, a guy who definitely respects women and treats them well in private does this shit.
Maya unimpressed. That's what that was.
2 Starbucks bags of Starbucks I got you over the past few days.
Oh my god!
That was
Throw it back. Throw it
yeah,
back.
There better be. Oh my god, I would beat the shit out of him.
We're live.
What the fuck? We're live, she says.
He just did it accidentally. Yeah. And then also did it intentionally when he was doing it to Maya on stream. And it's like, if you do that shit on stream, you're doing it in private. And you're probably doing it worse in private. Like, I feel like when I was raised, I feel like my parents really drilled into my brain that you are part of society, act like it. That even if you have personal disagreements with, obviously never put your hands on someone. That's fucking step number one. Never throw shit at someone. Step number one. But past that point, we're talking about how people treat each other, how people engage with each other and talk to each other, right? That if you're a unit, you should act like it in public. You should act like it in private, but everybody knows everyone in a relationship is going to argue. There's no such thing as being in a relationship and never having an argument. If you happen to be the one person that got in a relationship and has been in one for like 10 years or whatever, and you've never had a single argument with your partner, fucking, you know what? Congrats. You're the first relationship that has ever done that ever in the world. Mostly because it's awkward for everybody else. Because everyone else is like, ah ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha. That guy just threw stuff at you and is treating you like shit. Or like, dude, your girlfriend is kind of being a huge piece of shit to you. Ha 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 ha. And it's just cringe. It's just cringe. If you have a disagreement in public, it's not fair to like air out your fucking beef in front of everybody else. It's just not polite company. It's not a polite company thing to do. But if you don't care if you're at the point where you don't care how other people perceive you, whatever is happening in private is like a billion times worse. He only cares about his ego. I mean, it's just pathetic.
Again, a very public situation. The end of 2022, the cover-up allegations happened. I mean, yeah, like I said, all that's public. You can find all that, see like what I said during that, everything. After that happened, his behavior started getting a lot worse, which, I mean, I suppose it makes sense. You know, he was very stressed.
Also, I'm so sorry. I should have said this sooner, and I didn't say it sooner, and I apologize for not saying it sooner, but I'm going to try and, like, make up for it. Please do not bother Maya about any of this stuff. We can look at videos of Mizkit being a huge piece of shit to Maya, and we can recognize and contextualize his behavior with that, but please do not brigade her. Please don't tell her, like, speak up on this, speak up on this. Like, speak your truth. Like, why aren't you defending her? Like, why won't you talk about this? Like, what do you think about this? So did he abuse you? Don't do that. Please don't do that. She very clearly has, like, tried to move on to a new chapter in her life and is doing an amazing thing and doing amazing stuff with her sanctuary and is very happy. She raised like $500,000 for her sanctuary, which is just amazing. Like, please don't go bother Maya. Please, 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 please. You guys know how I feel about like getting other parties involved that are not directly involved here. And like, please don't bother her about it. She actually raised $1 million in 3 days. Whoa. That's amazing. That's really cool. Yes, please send it, Prophet. I will take a look at it. Oh yeah, I saw Cuco. We're going to talk about stuff with Cuco later. There's a lot of other people that have spoken as well. But yeah, just please don't bother Maya. I know personally that like she's like very happy with her sanctuary and she's doing what she loves and she's doing what she's always wanted to do. And that's the biggest reason that she was even excited to do streaming, because it was a way to like educate about animals and animal sanctuaries and be able to eventually do what she's doing now. She's such a normie. Bless her heart. She's such a normie. She's so normal. So yeah, please don't. If you feel the need to comment to her, just turn it into a donation instead. Exactly. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for understanding.
A lot of stuff was happening, but the bad behavior was ramping
How
up.
is Maya catching strays? She's not, but I just want to try and measure for it and make sure people don't go to her and say like, "Hey, can you speak up on this? Like, so did he abuse you? Like, what do you think about that?" Like, people will speak on things when they feel comfortable and ready to speak on things, and you shouldn't force victims or potential victims. You shouldn't force them to speak on anything. And that's all I wanted to say. So,
and I feel like it's so apparent if like, you know, you go back and watch anything from that time. I tried so hard to help him and be there for him because I really believed in him and I wanted him to, you know, get better and get back on his feet and be the person that, you know, I always believed that he was. But that unfortunately did not really happen. For a long time, I think about a year and a half from when that all happened, it was kind of like slow things getting worse, but I mean, honestly, I'm not even gonna bother going into the details of all of that because there's just too much to cover, and it's honestly kind of not really relevant to the rest of what I'm saying because the rest of what I want to say is a lot worse. There was a point where things really took a turn for the worst. Like, it felt like, you know, like a very delicate branch just kind of snapped. So, and again, a lot of people are like vaguely aware of this, but I'll explain it for people who aren't, you know, chronically tapped into all that stuff. So for a long time after the like cover-up allegations happened and he was like starting to kind of struggle on his stream, he never wanted to stream at the same time as me. Like, we really avoided it. And to me at the time it made sense because, you know, I was like, well, of course, like, you know, we share a lot of community members. If we're live at separate times, we're both gonna perform better, you know, it makes sense. But, yeah, we were never really live doing the same thing at the same time for a long time, with the exception of, like, things like events or sponsors or, like, you know, just special things. For a very long time, and a lot of you guys probably noticed that I would only usually stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. That was, because of him. And, now I stream whenever I want, but, the first time that we ever streamed at the same time was for the 2024 Rust Kingdoms event on Twitch. We were sharing drops, so it was the first time in a very long time that we were both going to be live at the same time doing the same thing, basically. I know you're probably like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? But it'll make sense in a bit. So, I'm live, he's live, we're both streaming, and like I said, you can go find all of this. This is public, there are clips of this. We're both streaming the Rust event, and I thought it was going really well. I thought everyone was having fun. I was like, oh, this is great, everyone's, you know, doing the same thing at the same time, we're all hanging out, you know, we're gonna have fun. Like, I was really, really excited. And then I start seeing in my chat, people start saying, unofficial Ms. Raid, and I'm like, what does that mean? And then I check my Discord messages, and he's messaging me. He's saying, like, Emmy, you know, I'm gonna kill myself, I waited, or I'm gonna KMS, I waited so long for this, etc. Basically he was upset because I had higher viewership than him.
you could not make a more pathetic person if you tried. If you tried to invent a more pathetic person in a lab, you literally could not. Can you imagine your girlfriend is pulling like 20, 30,000 views on Twitch playing Rust and you're still butthurt? Like, you are a pathetic loser. It's giving the same vibe as, like, dudes that are like, I don't let my girlfriend wear heels because then she'll be taller than me. You got yourself a mountain and you're too much of a pussy to climb? Move out of the way, bitch. I'll climb. You clearly don't understand the treasure you have. I will. It's so soy. It is the most soy, pathetic, beta-ass shit I've ever seen in my fucking life. Like, you are a child. You are a little child if you think this way. If you have, like, a beautiful girlfriend or a beautiful wife who does really well or who's, like, tall or pretty or whatever, and you want to bring her down to your level instead of showing off how amazing she is, because if you had any fucking brains at all and if you could put your ego aside for 2 seconds, guess what? Who you date and the people that you're around make you better. It's such a green flag when, like, I meet someone and then the person that they're dating is really cool. And I'm like, damn, I like you more now because you pulled someone this cool. Imagine dating, like, a large female streamer and not realizing, like, oh, damn, you must be, like, realizing the status that comes, like, even in the most shallow way, realizing the status that comes with that it's like, yeah, that's right, I can pull. Yeah, I can pull. Again, same thing with, like, dudes that don't let their girlfriend wear heels or whatever. You're dating a model who's taller than everyone else in the room, and instead of being like, yeah, that's what I pulled. Don't get too jealous, gentlemen. Don't get too jealous. Not all of us can pull Amazonians, all right? But maybe if you're real lucky and you play your cards right, you could be like me. But instead, you're just going to be like a little fucking soy beta-ass, bitch-ass loser sitting there sniveling in the corner like, why are you doing that? You're making me look bad. So pathetic. So pathetic. It's just so, I just don't get it. I just don't get the behavior at all. Bullying someone cool isn't the flex, holding on to the someone is. I mean, yeah, obviously. Ugly behavior? Yeah.
That's literally it. I had higher viewership than him.
Yeah.
And like I said, this
my steak is too juicy. My lobster's too buttery. Ugh. This sucks, dude. Move, bitch. Give it to me then.
was during an event, so there were drops. Like, everyone knows when there's drops, like, it's not even fucking real, but yeah, he starts messaging me, he's really upset. I tried to tell him, I was like, bro, you should come back and play. Everyone's having fun. Everyone's, like, wondering where you are. But yeah, he ended his stream. And then I'm still live, you know, trying to act like nothing's wrong. And, in that house, I had a glass door, so I could, like, see this was happening. He was walking behind me, making sure that I knew he was there. And, by the way, so there were many ways out of that house if he wanted to leave the house that were closer to his stream room. He intentionally chose the door that was right by my room. I feel like that's pretty apparent, at least to me. He starts walking behind my stream and slamming the door so loud that my noise gate can pick it up, so even people on my stream are able to hear this is happening. And he slams it so hard and so many times that the front door literally broke. The lock did not work anymore. It didn't work for months, and it would just make this horrible sound that I would have to hear, like, every fucking day. But anyway, so I hear him back there doing this, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I tell my stream, I'm like, hey, guys, I'll be right back. I get up and I go talk to him, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And he's like, Emmy, like, I hate all of you guys. Like, all you guys do is just take from me. And like, I'm just done. Like, I'm just done. And I was like, is this like really happening because of Rush drops? And he was like, I don't know what else to do. He was like going off on me, like basically saying that he hated me. And I was like, well, I don't know what to do now. And he was like, go finish your stream so that people don't know anything's wrong. And I stop in the bathroom outside my stream room, and I'm like, you know, checking my makeup, trying to make sure people can't tell that I was like crying. And I'm only in there for like 30 seconds, and he comes and like looms in the doorway. He's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, I'm just checking my makeup. So I go back and I stream for a couple hours, finish the stream, do my best to just like, you know, carry on the show basically. And yeah, after that, like I said, was when things started to get really fucking bad. It was like something just snapped. For the rest of the week, he streamed the Rust event. He got all the drop viewers. I'm sure he was very happy. I mean, good for him. And during that time, I obviously was like thinking and processing a lot of what happened. But I mean, it was a lot because...
And so people, thank you for posting it. I was just about to show it. Two things. One, people have found clips of this incident. And two, people have found clips of like him engaging in this behavior about being a fucking beta because he can't handle that the women he dates are successful. So if, in case you were like, I don't know, Mizkif doesn't strike me as that type of person that would be insecure because his girlfriend was doing well. First of all, I have a bridge to sell you. Holy shit. If you can't spot a Napoleon complex like this, you never will. But two, for the non-believers, please, here, allow me to show you this.
I don't have more viewers when I'm doing sponsors at my desktop.
I was just so
You
quiet.
had 7,000 viewers when you were playing the Crane game.
I had 14,000 this morning IRLing at the nonprofit.
Okay, I didn't need to hear that.
He gets upset when I succeed.
No, okay. I used no. I used to get upset. I'm not kidding you, chat. I used to legitimately get fucking pissed because I'm like, are you fucking serious? I brought this bitch into the world, and now all of a sudden she's fucking growing faster than I was. Because I was going like this, and she was going like this. And I'm like, what the hell is this crap? What is going on here? It's the fucking Babsity effect. So I was pissed. I'm like, you were such a pussy.
The fact that you can say that and feel like it's okay that you felt that way and just be like, yeah, I was like that. Like, that is crazy. That's bad.
Is it bad?
Yes.
And guess what? I don't care anymore.
Maya's like, actually, you're a fucking crazy person, by the way. I don't know how many times I have to explain this to you. You sound insane. You know there are inside thoughts, right?
That's bad.
But I don't care anymore. And I stopped caring.
He's okay as long as I never have more viewers than him. If I ever surpassed him in viewership, which will never happen.
Oh, she'd be done. I'd pull the plug.
He could not take it. He could not.
I'd pull the plug.
Which I kind of understand.
Chat, it's like if she beats me in Mario 64. That's literally what it'd be like if she has more viewers. It would feel like she 2-0'd me, and I would just not have that.
My lobster is too juicy. Sorry, my steak is too juicy. My lobster is too buttery. My wallet is too fat and heavy. My weed is too loud. Imagine dating a woman who is successful, beautiful, smart, fun to be around, and can beat your ass in video games, and you're still complaining like a little soy baby bitch. Actually, the most pathetic behavior I have ever seen in my fucking life. Who wouldn't want a successful, beautiful, and smart girlfriend? This fucking loser, because he needs to feel above. He needs to feel above her. He needs to feel above the people that he dates, because that's the only way he can build his fucking pathetic ass ego. I think it comes from the fact that once they get bigger than him, he's scared he won't have control over them anymore. Well, no, it's that he's insecure, that he has nothing to offer once they are doing better than he is. That one, he can't get away with as much shit, and he wants to be this douchebag, and he wants to get away with it. But also, two, that he has nothing outside of that. It's pathetic. And the chatter said, "You can have weed that's too loud, though, Denim." That's true. When the paranoia sets in. Monka. That's true. That one is valid, actually. So it's just so like my brain can't comprehend it. Like I don't understand a universe where you're upset because your partner is doing better than you. Like it's so insane to me. Like I can like read. I can understand it, but I can't ever feel it. Like I can read someone's explanation of why they feel that way and why it makes them insecure and why it impacts them negatively and be like, you're an idiot. What the fuck is like skill issue? Grow up. And then this was someone, these people working fast, dude. So, and this is what I've been saying. Like the problem with Miskiff is that everybody fucking hates him. Like he's been such an irritable or irritating douchebag for so many years that tell me how people collected this goddamn 3-minute compilation in a couple hours. And this is of the Rust stream that Emma was talking about, where she says that like they start the stream, the vibes are all really good, and then she surpasses him in viewership, and then the vibes get totally fucked. He ends stream for no reason. And then he starts like slamming the door. And then she has to like leave for like a bathroom break and then come back. And here's the collection of clips.
Today is the Rust server. Chat, I'm excited. We got some stuff, dude. We're gonna start talking to people again. We're gonna hang out a little bit.
Got raw pork.
I'll fucking take it.
Would you like some raw pork?
Yeah, I'll fucking take raw pork. Hell yeah.
Miskiff is sitting at 13,000 viewers and she's sitting at 7,000 viewers.
Enjoy.
So I thought, why not build a house up here?
Yes. I can pay rent in your house.
Okay, let's do it. Yep. Oh, wait, check this out. Come here.
Ooh.
Not bad, huh?
The house?
And then she surpasses his viewership. So he has 19,000 and she has 25,000.
Wait, our houses literally look exactly the same.
Yep.
Hello?
Yeah.
She says hello because he walks into the building and closes the door behind him so she can't get in.
I want to see Emmy. I can't believe you guys are making separate houses.
Biggest sweats, you retards.
They will come after you guys.
They're the biggest sweats.
We can stop them early.
Yeah, let's go. Let's do it, dude. We'll join the resistance. You're spelling it wrong. Yeah, my bad. No, I hardly slept last night.
Not the Pepe lap. Alenity raids Emaru with 5,000 viewers. Now Emaru's sitting at 30,000 viewers and Miz is still under 20k.
That's why I seem tired today.
And like, if anyone in here is thinking, how are you crashing out because you have 20,000 viewers? Yes. Yes. How?
Because I'm honestly fucking tired, chat. I'll be honest. I'm pretty tired. I'm just tired. Alright, chat. I'll see you guys later. I will see you guys probably tonight, if not tomorrow. I just need a nap. I'm fucking zooted out of my mind.
What does unofficial Miz raid mean?
Guys,
Oh, he did?
Listen, why are we all acting like we haven't murdered, like we haven't pillaged, like we haven't had?
And if anyone missed it, that's him slamming the door and then she jumps at the slam door noise.
To do what we had to do to make it here where we she had a one-hit advantage. She was coming after me. I had to attack back.
What the fuck is this?
What are you? Was that a test?
You said.
Well, I have some cloth in my house.
Here is slam. Every time he slams the door, she jumps. Like she literally is flinching, and you can hear the door getting slammed. And most streamers that try and, if you tune into someone's stream and their audio is usually pretty good and it doesn't peak and stuff, it means they put in a little bit of effort into their stream. So like I think I have a pretty okay noise gate. And I try to like, you know, have my stream audio not be totally terrible for audio files, because I agree, stream audio does kill me. If you can hear a door slam with the noise gate, it makes sense why she's flinching. If it's that loud through the noise gate, think of how loud it is in person. And like, admittedly, I will sometimes accidentally slam doors. You know, you ever like totally zoning the fuck out, but you're just so yoked. Not literally, but you're just so yoked. You like push a door and it like fucking slams. Like, I would look past one of them, because sometimes you do accidentally just like close the door way too loud. And whenever I do that in front of other people, I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to slam that door. Sorry. I did not mean to do that. But the fact that it keeps happening over and over and over and over again. It's intentional. It's intentional. Because maybe I'm just speaking for myself, but the few times where I've accidentally closed the door around someone and I don't want them to think I'm like slamming it in their face, I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize. Sorry. And I try to be like cautious the next couple times, because I don't want the other person to think that like I'm trying to slam the door in front of them or at them or anything like that. Because it's such a form of disrespect, slamming a door at someone. To do it multiple times like that is like, can I get a TLDR? Basically, they're doing this. Emery is alleging that during the course of their relationship, he wouldn't let her stream on days and times that she was streaming. She was only allowed to stream when he wasn't live, because then he would get insecure about her viewership being higher than his. And so this is the first stream they had done in a while where they were both live at the same time. And as soon as she surpassed him in viewership, he started throwing a fucking little bitch made fit. And then he starts like slamming the door so loud that you can hear it on the fucking mic through the noise gate. And she literally flinches. And she goes from like, she'll be having a good time and like smiling and stuff, to like totally straight faced and serious and like looking over her shoulder and stuff. Over viewer count, yes. He was upset because he had 20,000 viewers and she had 30,000. And he was slamming it hard enough, oh yeah, that he broke the door. You know, Denims, I like everything you're saying, but sadly you're at 6.5k viewers, and that's 6,499 viewers in me, so I gotta go. So true, honestly, true. So true.
Anyone loot me? Yeah. Go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right
There you
back.
go.
Yeah, she's trapped now.
Bonnie, look what I did.
Sick, okay, sick, okay. I'm stuck in here. Okay, sick.
I'm gonna make some steps.
Hello, sorry.
And then she comes back after 20 minutes.
Hello. Avaragi, thanks for the sub. But alright, yeah, I'm gonna log out for now, but I'll probably come back later. And if not today, then tomorrow or my normal time, so.
Yeah, we'll go over that in a little bit, Eddie. I'm trying to go over, like, I'm trying to let Emery tell the story and just provide clips of context to show and to back up all the things that she's saying that are true. So,
This person was at the
she talked about all of this, and someone put together that selection of clips that literally shows everything she said about that was true, and that like there are literally clips of him talking about how he gets insecure because if someone he's dating gets more viewership than him, because of someone he's dating getting more viewership than him.
time, like, kind of, it was like my partner and my best friend and like the only person that like I really talked to ever, or like at least off stream. So I mean, it was just it was a lot. But the very next stream, I went live about a week after that, and I announced that I was planning to move because I knew that I would have to move. So I was like, okay, I have to go live and say this so that, you know, kind of force myself to commit to it. Right? Does that make sense? Obviously, I didn't move out right away, but after like all of that Rust stuff happened was when the other domestic abuse stuff really started. He would destroy furniture in front of me. He would throw things in front of me and near me. Destroy walls. Again, you can go see this in some of his VODs in his bedroom. The holes in the wall. There would be times where he was upset at me, and I would go to my stream room and literally lock myself in to get away from him, and he would be banging on the door and screaming at me. And at the time, he also would more often do things like going, like if we were driving in the car together, he would be going like 150 miles an hour, and like one time he even said like, well, now we're both gonna die, like threatening to kill both of us. And this wasn't like even necessarily because of me or like because of something I did a lot of the time. Like one of the times that it happened, it was because we were just getting food and he was on his phone and he saw that Mr. Beast had put out a video, and Mr. Beast had invited another streamer, and he was like, oh, Mr. Beast.
Really quickly, her talking about Miskiv driving 150 miles per hour in his car, and then saying like, haha, I'm gonna kill us. I'm gonna kill both of us, haha. Just so happens to line up with this story that Maya's told on Wine About It many years ago about someone she happened to date who did this.
She says.
Anyway, there's something about being trapped in a car with an angry, aggro man that is like the absolute most helpless thing. Dude, I did a guy that would go like 100 miles an hour on the, like we would fight in the car, which was never my decision. Like it just always like happened. Like we just would like fight in the car, and then he'd go like 100, and I would like literally like beg him to slow down. I'd be so scared and I'd cry, and then he would not slow down until I apologized.
Whoa.
So then I started driving only. Like I wouldn't let him drive me anywhere. But then if we'd get in a fight while I was driving, he would like pound my ceiling in my glove box.
Ooh,
He would like
that's scary.
scream and like hit the ceiling and like hit the glove box and just like scream profanity and scream like he would like just call me terrible things while he was doing it. And then I'd pull over and be like, get out of my car, and he'd be like, no. And then I was like, well, okay. Because what am I gonna do?
Yeah, what are you
What am I gonna do?
I wonder who she could have been talking about. It could have been anyone, for sure. For sure, it could have been anyone. The guy with anger issues punching holes in the wall. That definitely isn't someone who would do that. Ha 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 ha.
Invited this guy to his video, not me, and I was like, oh, well, you know, like, huh, yeah, I guess so. Which led to him going 150 miles per hour in the car and talking about killing himself while doing it. Then at home, other things would happen, like I'd be trying to sleep and he would scream at me and say that it was all my fault that he felt insecure. There was a time that I walked into a room that he was in, and as soon as he saw me there, he threw his phone at the dresser and started yelling because I had posted a YouTube video within the same couple of days as him, and mine was doing better. So basically, I felt like I was kind of stuck in a loop where I felt like I had to constantly perform and like prove my value to not be thrown away. But at the same time, if I ever performed too well, I was gonna be punished for it. And it just felt like a very rough situation to be stuck in because, I mean, streaming is my hobby and my job. Like, it's a huge part of my life, even before, you know, I met him and became like a larger creator.
Like, how? I can't get over how much of a fucking beta you have to be. If you know you are going to get jealous and insecure and envious because your partner might do better than you, then don't date a fucking streamer. If you know that this is some problem that you refuse to sort out in therapy, because sometimes men just be punching holes in their wall and going 100 miles per hour instead of going to therapy, then don't date a fucking streamer.
And I remember thinking all the time how it felt like he hated me, but he still wanted me around for his channel and like his thumbnails and everything. And this is still before I moved out. There was a time where it was the tension in the house was so unbearable that I would sneak out and I would sneak into Esfan's house using my code. And Esfan didn't know why I was doing this. He saw me a couple times. I'd be like, oh, I'm just gonna go take a nap in your guest room. He'd be like, yeah, that's fine. I would sneak into Esfan's house just to have some time of like peace and quiet. But eventually, he figured out where I was going and he would go over to Esfan's house to keep telling me off. And there was, a time that he did it, and I was laying in the guest room bed, and one of the roommates in that house had come to see like why I was crying, and they were standing in the corner, and he came in, and he was very physically aggressive. He was like, Emmy, like, what are you doing? Like, angry. And then as soon as he turned and saw this other person standing there, he instantly, like, deflated and changed his tone. He was like, oh, Emmy, I was wondering where you were. Like, are you coming home? And, that roommate, like, later asked me about it, and they were like, what the fuck was that? Like, are you okay? And I was just like, oh, it's nothing, because I felt like a lot of the reason that I didn't tell the people around me was because I felt like no one would understand, or even if they understood, it would just be a burden to them, because all of our streams and social circles and communities are so intertwined. I was like, maybe it's just better for me to deal with this and like hope things get better, basically.
And it's really funny because you know that he justifies his behavior by saying, like, when he does it on stream, you know that he's like, well, I was just joking on stream and that's why I did it. When I was acting like a piece of shit on stream, it was a joke. I was joking around. But as soon as it's a private circumstance or like a private situation, and then you realize it's not a one-on-one, it's like, oh, I can't just say I was joking.
I honestly don't even remember what the final straw was that I finally was like, okay, it's time to go. Like, I prepared the house that I lived in before this one, like, pretty much immediately after the, like, breaking the front door thing happened, but I was still, like, scared and unsure. So I don't remember what the final straw was, but I remember the day I took Cheddar to the house, because he just randomly started, like, screaming at Cheddar and was like, get that fucking cat out of my house. So I just grabbed Cheddar and put him in my car and grabbed his litter box and took him there, and I just left him there and never took him back to that house. And then I think like within several days after that was when I finally moved out. It was on very short notice. Like I said, I don't even remember what the final straw was because so many things happened, but there was a time when I just knew. I called some movers. I said, hey, can you come tomorrow? And they were like, yeah, and then I literally moved the next day. moving out into the last house that I lived in was a huge step mentally because, like I said, a big part of why I moved into the first house in Texas in the first place was because I felt like it was the safest option for me because, you know, I am a girl where it's like kind of scary for me to be living alone. So it was very hard, and at the time, even though like all these other things had already happened, I was very hopeful that me and him could be cordial and like eventually like things would be fine, at least publicly, like for stream reasons, that, you know, everyone could just keep streaming like nothing had happened. And, you know,
Because I will say it's the most annoying thing on the planet when you as a creator, if you have like a personal falling out, and it doesn't have to be over anything serious, it can be something small that just, it doesn't necessarily mean that either of you are bad people. It just means that your personal relationship didn't work out, whether that's friendship or anything else. And it sucks when that shit ruins events or other people involved. Because like, imagine if you're Will Neff and you're an OTK and you're like, this org is so much fun and it's so great, and then you find out that all these people are like sexual predators and like none of these people like each other, and you're like, I was hoping we could do this event, but if I invite this person, I can't invite these people, and if I invite this one, these people won't come, and these people won't show up in the same room, and these people will only show up if this person's in the room. So like, I think it's very reasonable in Emeru's position to be like, I just want things to be amicable because I don't want to make other people stress about like, well, if I get invited, then Miskiff can't get invited, or if Miskiff gets invited, I can't get invited, or whatever. So if we could just get along, that would be great, because then everybody can just keep doing what they want to do, and I don't have to burden anyone with all this shit.
At the time, I thought that would be the best thing
Is Will still an OTK? No, he left. Reasonably so.
to do, and I felt like if I, you know, separated myself from him without explaining anything, people that watched us wouldn't understand and would attack me. I was yeah, I mean, it ended up happening anyway. So, but yeah. After I moved out, we, like I said, still kept in contact. I had hope that somehow things would get better. He would always beg for me to come back, and he would promise therapy and change, and like even talk to other people and like kind of present like, oh, I want to change, I want to be better for Emmy or whatever, you know. There was a short period in October where we had broken up because, I mean, honestly, doesn't.
I stopped using Twitch for years because it's unbelievable how many terrible creators get unmasked. I mean, like, so I've talked to Anissa a lot about this, and there are like really good videos and like interviews that iDubbbz has done about like his experience in the content space and his experience being like a creator with a really large audience that became beholden to that same audience. And the way that they talked about it is just, if you have nothing, so you're not particularly gifted in any way, you're not like jacked, you're not like super smart, you're not super wealthy, like you don't really have anything that like makes you you, or that you feel like makes you you, and then you get all this dopamine from being a big creator, and all these amazing things come in because you're a big creator. You build your entire identity and your entire like, you start to believe that all your value comes from your viewership and from your identity. That's why, by the way, when Twitch started cracking down on view botting, guess whose viewers were hit first? Miskiff's, because it was an open secret that Miskiff was botting like crazy. Because in his head, the only thing that validates him as a person is that he has an audience on Twitch and that he's a successful streamer that gets lots of viewers. And anything that jeopardizes that jeopardizes his identity, because he doesn't exist outside of his Twitch stream. He thinks that the only reason that he can be valuable as a person is because of his viewership. And it's a good fallback because it's like, whatever, people don't have to like me, but they have to respect and fear my viewership. And that's a lot easier to deal with, like mentally, than trying to improve who you are as a person. That's why so many people cope and they're like, women don't date me because I'm 5'9", and women only date tall dudes. And it's like, no, dude, you know how many short dudes I have met with crazy riz that pull? Insane. Like, they all they do is pull. Okay? When they work out, they're like, push. What the hell is that? I only pull. Okay? This idea that you have to improve this thing that seems difficult, your personality, and getting people to actually like who you are, it's so much more difficult than just being like, no, it's because everything else is wrong and because people only like me because of this and people only like me because of that. And even in my personal interactions with Miskiff, he's so like viewer brain rotted. He genuinely thinks that the only reason people talk to him and the only reason people have ever liked him and the only reason anyone has ever associated with him and has treated him with any respect ever is because of his viewership. He literally cannot understand that anyone in his life ever at any point wanted to hang out with the best version of Miskiff. Where he was, and the best version of Miskiff is when he was sitting at the top and he didn't have ego issues and he didn't have to worry about being jealous of other people because his viewership was higher than other people. He got to be the best version of himself because he wasn't feeding into all the toxicity and negativity and everything. He was just like a fun clown or whatever. I was never a huge Miskiff fan, to be honest. I tried to watch the stream. I thought it was kind of boring, but I was like, whatever. There's lots of streams that are a lot of people think are entertaining, but I don't find entertaining and I think they're boring. Or like I just don't like watching them for X, Y, and Z reason. It doesn't mean that the stream is bad. It's not my specific cup of tea, right? It doesn't matter how good like a chess streamer's stream is. I'm not gonna watch a chess streamer. I'm just not. I'm sorry. I gotta go get bitches, man. I'm sorry. I can't be caught watching pawn go to D4 or whatever the fuck. Okay, I'm sorry, man. Not anything. And I love chess streamers. So many chess streamers. Lots of love in my heart for them. Especially... Anyways. I was just going to say, chess streamers have the most beautiful women in them. But that's all of Twitch. So, I was taking back my words. But anywho. What's a chess streamer? Me. That's me. What was I trying to say? Right. So he has like this crazy ego. And but the problem is that like he doesn't reel in the ego and he doesn't know what the fuck to do if he exists as a person without a stream. Like he literally doesn't know how to handle that world. And it's because he had so much success so quickly that he doesn't know how to like act gracefully despite not necessarily having that success now. You know who's an example of someone who acts very gracefully? Myth. Myth had like a crazy blow up. There's a really good video on it. It's like, it kind of made me tear up a little bit. But Myth had a crazy blow up because of Fortnite because he was just so cracked and he was just so addicted to streaming Fortnite. And he's a really good entertainer. Like he is genuinely very entertaining. But when Fortnite kind of fell off, he kind of fell off a little bit. And he's always acted with so much grace and maturity. Like the M in Myth stands for mature. And the M in Mizkiv stands for man-child. And like even I've seen like Myth's tweet where he's like tweeting about how he's excited that his videos are getting like 3,000 views. It's like, dude, you get it. You fucking get it. And that's why people like Myth, because he's fun to hang out with. He doesn't make everything about viewership. He doesn't have this massive ego. Like he understands, you know, sometimes you're doing well, sometimes you're not doing well, and that's okay. We're all sitting on piles of money that other people will never have in this fucking country because it is a shithole country. People don't have health care, and you're gonna fucking weep into your $100 bills. Grow the fuck up. Like, literally grow up. And I would say Myth's mental on that. Makes a lot of sense. He got his YouTube bag. It killed his viewership a little, and he's like, you know what? Whatever. I'll cry into my millions of dollars. I don't care. There's so much to be grateful for, unless all you can do and all you can think about is what you don't have.
Matter now. And when that happened, I honestly felt relieved because I was like, okay, finally, it's like on his terms, so that means he'll be satisfied and he'll be able to say it was his choice, and he'll leave me alone. Because whenever I would try to push for it, it just felt like I couldn't like really sever it, if that makes sense. But I mean, obviously, hence me doing this stream, that was not the end of it. A week after this breakup, he asked to come over to my house and talk for closure. came to my house, and I was crying like crazy because the emotions were just very high, because I was dealing with a lot of major shifts in my life as a result of me attempting to start to try to distance myself from him. So yeah, we were just talking and I was crying a lot. He started to try to comfort me by
As a lot of people in chat are talking about, content warning and like trigger warning. She does talk about sexual assault here. So if that's something that's a little heavy for you, it's maybe a good idea to mute or like just prep or whatever, you know, would make you comfortable. But yeah.
hugging me while I was sitting on the couch and holding me really close to him. And when this was happening, we hadn't talked in quite a while, and I'm usually very uncomfortable with being touched a lot by people that I'm not in a relationship with. But I let him hold me while I was crying. And he started kissing me in my face, and I let him do it. I was still sobbing a lot. And then suddenly he tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hand down my pants. And I screamed. Yeah. And when I screamed, he jumped off me like a cat, like. And instead of apologizing or checking if I was okay, he said, "I feel weird now. I feel like I did something wrong. I have to go." And he immediately left my house while I was still crying, without checking if I was okay or anything. And at the time, I was still making excuses for him, and I was still afraid of causing trouble for other streamers around us, or like, you know, making things weird for viewers. I know that probably sounds crazy, but like I just felt this pressure, like I had to try to keep things together, if that makes sense.
And I've already seen at least one stupid comment saying, "There's no proof, question mark." Like, I hate you, and you are everything that is wrong with society, because not only are you an asshole, but you're also a fucking idiot, because if you spent even 2 seconds looking into this, he admitted to doing this. Moron. And he defended it because he was like, "Well, I jumped off her immediately and I didn't do anything, blah, blah, blah." And it's like, here's the thing, in a vacuum, or like maybe not in a vacuum, but in different contexts or in different circumstances, you're not like a predator for misreading something or misreading the room or like misreading the vibe of something. Like that doesn't make you an assaulter, an abuser, or a sexual predator. That if you thought that there was an opportunity or that someone was initiating something or whatever, it's that like, if you are genuinely afraid because the person that you're talking to or the person you're around is prone to violent bouts of anger and has said like, "I'm gonna kill myself," and like punches holes in walls and drives at fucking 100 miles an hour or 150 miles an hour and talks about how he's gonna kill both of you, I think it is very reasonable to be afraid in that moment. The concern is when you don't feel comfortable to say no, when you're scared because you know the person you're dealing with is prone to these insane bouts of anger where you know that they can get violent, where they throw things at you even though they know you're going to bruise, and they gave you a fucking black eye with their phone and then has the audacity to be like, "I didn't know I was going to." When you're dealing with someone like this, where sorry, I want to find this. When you're dealing with someone who acts like this.
Okay.
Look at her face. She's so uninterested.
She said no.
Maya unimpressed. That's what that was.
2 Starbucks bags of Starbucks I got you over the past few days.
Oh my. When that's the type of person you're dealing with and you genuinely are afraid, that changes things so dramatically, it's obscene. If you don't know if someone is going to get violent, it takes a situation that otherwise could have been a misunderstanding into something actually genuinely terrifying. And that's on top of the fact that why are you trying to do sexual things with someone who's fucking sobbing. Like, literally, holy shit. So if one of those things wasn't bad enough on its own, you have to put on top of that the fact that this is someone who's genuinely afraid of this other person. If you don't know how someone's going to react and you don't know if they're going to get violent or they're going to get aggressive or they're going to throw stuff at you, it is completely understandable that you would scream and be like, what? Like, what the fuck are you doing? And I really want to stress, it's like, it's not the fact that someone can misread a situation. You're not like a predator for that. It's all of these things compiled on top of each other that make this fucking insane. And it make it very obvious that like you're reaching out to this woman who left you, who's not interested in you, and you think that you can prey on her when she's in a vulnerable state, when she's crying and she's dealing with this shit show that is all of these fucking stalkers and freaks in her life. And you see that as an opportunity to like fuck her. On top of being a violent, aggressive person. Within the context, because surprise, things don't exactly exist in a vacuum. That's assault, dude.
I felt like I'd caused trouble for so many other people if I ever said anything bad about him, or if I caused rifts in our friend group or streamer group. I tried to stay on good terms with him and hold everything in, and also I still cared about him a lot, and I still at that point had hope that things would get better and that, you know, he would improve. And he'd also always hammer into me how he never physically abused me because he never hit me, and he would coach me and tell me to tell people.
That's good. That's good. When you have to tell your ex-girlfriend to tell other people that you never hit her, that's how you know you're a good guy, by the way. Famous good guy quote, make sure to tell people I never hit you. Yeah, I'll take things normal people don't say for 1,000.
Or other streamers who were asking about it because they were concerned. He would say, tell them that I never hit you. Make sure that they know that I never hit you. Around the same time, this was during OnlyFans 2, so I guess like December-ish. He would often message me in the middle of my streams and berate me for things like playing the same class as him in WoW because he thought it would make people think that—
very Steven Crowder going through a divorce. There was never any physical abuse. It's actually giving. That doesn't work for me either.
I was better than him. And again, like I said earlier, I felt like I was stuck in a constant loop where I had to perform well to not be thrown away. But if I performed too well, I was going to be punished. And I actually wanted to show some of those messages. Because obviously a lot of these things, I'm not going to fully read these out. Because I honestly just don't want to read them out, but I feel like I want to show them to like kind of show what I'm saying. And I am planning to probably post the VOD of this somewhere, so if, you know, you want to read this later, That's fine, I guess. And again, this was all happening while I was live. You can literally go find the stream and see me trying to deal with this while I'm live in the middle of a dungeon, trying to just play the fucking game. Oh fuck, I think I... Tank Emmy, do it. Let me handle all the hate, the criticism, the you're worse than Emmys. The Emmy is so much better. The people saying you're better in every chat. The comparisons is nobody will ever be on my side. Let me deal with it. You have fun. I asked you not to become a tank. You didn't listen. And now it's the classic, what was I supposed to do? I'm not dealing with this. And like I said, you can go find the stream. But for context, I was playing Warrior in World of Warcraft in like a level 24 dungeon. It was like Silverpine. Like, it was just like, it wasn't even like, it was like dog shit gameplay, I'm gonna be honest. Like, so, yeah. Yeah, yeah, you can, read that later, I suppose, if,
I'll pull up the screenshots in a sec. So pathetic.
Yeah, like I said before, shit, hold on. I was constantly trying so hard to compromise with him because I wanted to be cool and I wanted us to be able to coexist in the same streaming sphere. But I felt like I could never win, and he hated my whole existence, like ever since that one stream where I had like a little bit more viewers than him. And he would say that it was my fault that his stream was dying because most of his viewers liked me, and whenever he hit on another girl, they would be confused or not take it seriously because they knew that me and him were together privately. And he said if he would be able to hit on other girls and convince them that it was real, he would get his career back. That was like, started within the last couple of weeks that we spoke to each other. He started, saying terrible things to me about other streamers in Austin. In particular, one specific streamer who, I know there's a lot of people that know he has beef with certain streamers. It was not one of those streamers. It was someone who, to this day, has been nothing but nice to him. He would say horrible things about this person, like, about them in their stream, and it was just...
Sorry, I pulled up the thing so I could look at the screenshots. I think they're just a little bit more visible on the VOD. On the Twitch VOD for some reason. It's like him saying, yeah, sorry, she says, I'm still wanting to be DPS, but for dungeons I have to tank, yeah. He says, you don't really, like, you don't. I'll just manually screenshot these and show them. Because when I try and show the VOD is the video is so small that, like, I can't read it anymore if I try and show it on screen. So I'll just take PNG screenshots of all of them so that you can see them. One sec, chat. There's the first one that says, how do I know it's not just someone who doesn't follow LOL? And then she says, yeah, I'm still wanting to be TPS for dungeons. I have to tank, yeah. And he said, you really don't, like, you don't. And she says, how can I not tank in dungeons? He says, you straight up don't have to because you're a DPS. She said, my group didn't have other warriors. He says, I don't know where, yeah, I know where this is going and I'm not dealing with it. I asked for a boundary and it's always crossed. You don't know boundaries. Dude, the abuser using therapy speak stuff is just so fucking dog shit. It's like, it's actually like the worst thing that has come from the modern era. It's like, I'm setting this boundary where I get to do whatever I want and you don't get to do anything and you're not listening to my boundary. Suck my fucking dick, dude. And she says, how can I not tank as warrior in dungeons? And he says, because you aren't a tank. And she said, when I said I don't want to be tank, I meant I don't want to tank in raid, which is still true because I don't know what I'm doing. He says, you do not need to tank in dungeons. And he says, I'm going to get so much shit nonstop. And Emeru says, so I just don't ever pull aggro. And Miskiff writes, quote, Emmy is better. Emmy this. I can't have anything, Emmy. Like, you really could not make a more soy character. Holy shit. Such a baby, dude. Oh my god. So fucking pathetic. And she says, I don't understand what you want me to do. And he says, not tank. Just that simple. And she says, what the fuck does that mean? And he says, you already played warrior when I told you we're gonna get compared. And she said, so just like, don't pull? I'm going to pull aggro because I'm warrior. No, you're not. Another warrior can tank. And then, no. Oh, okay, it's fine. And then she says, I didn't have another warrior in any of my groups today, and no warriors wanted to join. And he says, girl with 27K couldn't find a warrior. You can every time. You just want to tank. I know what you're doing right now, and I'm not dealing with it. And she said, there were no warriors asking to join, and why is it bad for me to pull in dungeons? And he says, because now I'm going to get compared nonstop, because now people are just going to say you're better, because I told you this when you first told me you wanted to play warrior, and it's already happening, and you just don't care about this stuff ever. There are no boundaries with you. I can't believe he's doing this. He's pretending to be Eustace and saying, stupid girlfriend, you make me look bad. It's like, nah, dog. What if you're just bad at the game? What if you just suck, actually? And people think you're bad because you're actually bad, and maybe you should just get good. Just literally, as someone who's tanked, not in WoW, admittedly, I played a lot of Blade and Soul and I was addicted to that fucking dog shit Korean MMO, but as someone who tanked on Gunner, which is not easy to tank on, it's a skill issue, okay? If you suck at it, just get better, dude. And guess what? I out-tanked people who were on classes that could tank. I had less than a 1-second block, and guess what? I was better than the people with 3-second blocks. It's a skill issue. Get good. Admittedly, I don't know the details about tanking in WoW, but I can't imagine it's much different. Skill fucking issue. Now we're the same class, same thing, tanks. And she says, dude. And he said, don't dude me. I asked for one thing with you. Don't be a tank. And now you're tanking. What can I do? What the fuck am I supposed to do? Don't tank. Yep, there it is. I'm playing the game. Tank, Emmy, do it. Let me handle all the hate. And then he says, just like normal man-child things. Let me handle all the hate, the criticism, the you're worse than Emmy. The Emmy is so much better. The people saying you're better in every chat, the comparison since nobody will be on my side. Let me deal with it. You have fun. I asked you not to be a tank and you didn't listen. Now it's the classic, what was I supposed to do? I'm not dealing with this. Oh, did the poor baby get called a dog shit gamer? Oh, did someone get addicted to crack? Can you imagine bitching and moaning because your girlfriend's a better tank than you? Literally grow up. Oh my God, grow up. And this just goes back to the original conversation. Do you know how stoked so many people would be if their girlfriend was a better tank than them? Again, as someone who's played MMOs, admittedly not WoW, but I've played a lot of MMOs and I've tanked. And let me tell you, tanks are hard to come by, okay? Not a lot of people want to tank, and the few people that do tank usually aren't that good at it. Sorry, with peace and love, some of them are just not that good at it. And it's the same in other games too. Listen, I became a tank player out of necessity because I couldn't find good tank players in my life. And let me just tell you, do you know how happy I would be to date someone who was a good tank? I'd be like, Thank you. Thank you. Finally, I can just DPS. I can just be a DPS bot. Finally, what I've always wanted. And you're gonna bitch and moan and soy about it and treat your girlfriend this way because she's tanking. Like, just... And it's like, of course, this fucking emotionally immature idiot has no fucking understanding of what she means when she says, "What am I supposed to do?" She's not saying, "Well, what was I supposed to do to never piss you off ever?" Because only you get to be upset about things ever, and I have to do everything you want all the time. Otherwise, it's crossing your boundaries. She's saying, "Well, what do you want me to do now?" Well, now what am I supposed to do? We're in this position. We're here. We're both tanking. What should you do now? What? Because I'm not gonna make a new character. Do you want me to just not pull aggro? I can just not pull aggro if you want. I'll just do my best to not pull aggro. But he's so envious and jealous that he can't even think straight for 2 seconds to recognize, oh, she's asking me for a solution in the moment because we're already here. What the hell is aggro pulling? It's like when the either raid boss or dungeon boss or enemy attacks one particular person. So if 5 of you queue up for a raid or something, or that's way too small for a raid, but like a dungeon, whoever the boss is attacking is the person that's pulling aggro. And basically he's pissed off because she's pulling aggro because she's probably tanking better than he is. Describe it as rage baiting. It's the person who rage baits the hardest and makes the boss really mad, and so the boss just attacks them. And he's saying, but I'm not so good. I'm not so good, so you need not do it so people don't judge me.
It was very hard to listen to. And just in general, he would say horrible things about other streamers in Austin, like, I quote, "I hate everyone here. You are all useless to me. You're worthless to me because it does nothing for my stream anymore to collab with any of you." And
normal.
Him saying that was the final straw for me. The day that he said that to me about other people was the first day that I ever, for the first time, started to ignore his calls and messages. And because of that,
yeah, like I said, I see a lot of people bringing up Kyuko, and from what I've read through her story, it's really bad. We're going to get through that after this. I don't want to interrupt Emmy describing her experiences with that, so I want to let Emmy fully represent what happened with her, and then we can talk about Kyuko.
Threatened to come to my house if I didn't answer. But I did end up calling him back, and I spoke to him, and I basically told him that I felt like I could finally see things for what they were. And he started panicking, and he was super apologetic, and he was saying he didn't want to lose me, which wasn't the first time that he did something like that and was basically begging me not to leave. But that was definitely the most extreme time. And again, like I said, I always had the hope that things would be cordial, or that, we could be fine with each other, so I agreed, and we agreed we were going to talk about all of that. We talked about it about a week later, and instead of apologizing for anything, he basically told me that he realized he needed to go to Japan and LA to get his viewership back up, and he was basically too young to focus on friendships and relationships. And it was despite everything, like I said, I still cared about him, so it was still hard.
Me when I'm a 30-year-old grown-ass adult.
And it was like a mix of feelings, I was devastated, but I was also so relieved. But because of the past incidents during other fights and times I would try to separate myself from him, past incidents, during those times of him manipulating me into staying close with him and giving him more chances, sexually assaulting me, the abuse, and just him generally not being a very nice person. After that, I decided that the only solution and way for me to move forward, I made the hard decision, but I know now for sure the right one, was to finally completely cut contact with him. I knew it'd be very hard because our careers and our communities were so intertwined, but I knew that I had to do it and that there was no other choice. So I have not spoken to him since January of this year. It's been 10 months. But if you think that's the end, it is unfortunately not. I haven't spoken to him since January of this year. It only took a couple of weeks, but soon the messages started. He has attempted to contact me over 40 times individually this year in individual texts, Discord messages, Instagram DMs, and phone calls. And I'm just gonna show those.
Is your chat emote only? I mean, it's the smart thing
And
to
at
do.
first,
Sorry, let's see if
at
we
first
can...
it starts
I'm gonna try and pull this up as well.
simple, be confusing messages or like him expressing he was worried about things. Like at first it wasn't anything weird.
Okay, I'm like gonna try and pull these up a little bit. Says, hey, just this is from I believe June 20. It's either says 7 or 9. I can't really see. Or maybe January. No, January 29. The text is like really blurry. And I believe it's from this year. Hey, just make sure you don't have recordings of me, right? I'm getting harassed that you do, and I'm assuming it's nothing. And then February 20 something says, do you know why I'm removed from everything? Why I'm kicked from OTK? Nobody's answering my calls, and I don't want to bother you, but I'm panicking and I don't understand what's happening. And then the next day, can we please communicate so I don't feel isolated and hated by my own org? I just want to be okay with each other. And I feel with our streams, let me zoom in to the next one. I feel with our streams and lives, we shouldn't have this feeling. I came home and feel terrible. It feels so odd that I cannot talk to you or anyone and just know what's happening. And then February 24th, can you please respond? February 26th. I understand and will just leave you alone, but I would really appreciate if we can talk. I won't text you again after this. So that was a fucking lie. I really do want to talk if possible. And then... let's see, pull this up. Then he says on March 3rd, I know you don't want to hear from me, but I cannot just not message you, and I still care about you. If you need to talk, I'm here. I'm so sorry shit like this happened. I'll be up all night if you need to talk. And then March 4th, can we please talk, Emmy? I'm so sorry for what I said. March 11th, can we talk? Tomorrow, question mark? And then... this one's slightly higher quality. Not so crunchy. March 15th. Hey, I found out you weren't invited to the party. I know you wouldn't want to go, but I don't do invites. You were invited, of course, and I hope you're doing okay, and one day we can talk. March 19th. Emmy, can we please talk? I really need to tell you things. I'm so sorry for the past few months. I'm so sorry for so much that happened. I need this time to be alone, but I really love you so much. I just needed to know what being alone, and I learned I need you. I don't want to be without you. I regret so much that I hurt you and I left, but I know I needed it. Bruh. Bruh. And then it continues. This one's a long one on March 19th. He turned into fucking Shakespeare. I really need to tell you things. I'm so sorry for the past few months. I'm so sorry so much of this happened. So much that happened. I need this time to be alone, but I really love you so much. I just need... Okay, yeah. And then he says, I regret so much that I hurt you and I left, but I know I needed it. Please call me. I haven't stopped thinking about you in months. I know what I want, and it's you and only you. I've been nothing but miserable without you. I love you, Emmy. And if you take me back, I want us to be a real relationship. I want us to go on dates, to live together, to plan our lives. I want so much. Let's go to the next one. No. He says, I want so much with you. Please just hear me out. I wrote out a lot of how I feel. I've been writing so much, and I've learned so much about myself. Just please, if you can hear me out. I love you so much, Emmy. I've been crying every night without you, and I'm sorry I've done any of this. I've been so depressed without you. Please call me. I'll be up. I will do anything for you. I will come home from Japan right now for you. And then March 20th, can you answer me, Emmy? Just at least tell me you moved on. And then... so the last one was March 20th. No. Yeah, March 20th. And then he went 20 days, April 11th, and said, hey, would you be willing to talk? And then goes a month, May 5th. Hey, I know it's been a while. I just wanted to say I'm going back to Austin next week. And I think that you and I should at least be able to talk and communicate with each other. I'm also going to be doing a lot of collabs, and I know you've been doing a lot of collabs lately, and I feel like we should be amicable with each other so it's not weird because we're both now doing a lot of collabs, and I feel like it would be really weird considering we're both also in the same or that we're just not talking to each other at all and have zero communication. I want to come back for us to at least be same org. Okay, I got it. Thank you guys. He said, wait, where's that part? We're both in the same org. It would be really weird considering that we're both in the same org. Okay. And then he says, where are we? And that we're just not talking to each other at all and have zero communication. I want to come back and for us to at least be okay. I don't want need to talk to you about anything in terms of relationship. I just want to talk to you in terms of business and also just overall collaboration. So I think we should have a conversation if you can call me sometime this week. I think that would be great. Hope you're doing well. If we can't communicate and we're not going to continue to talk, this is only going to get weirder and weirder as we're both invited to the same things constantly and we're both involved in Austin activities. It's best for both of us. Okay, bargaining now. Excellent. That's good. That's good. Famously, that's always played out really well. And then she starts showing Discord messages where at the same time that he's doing this through text messages, or I think these are text messages. These are either like text messages or WhatsApp. But he's also doing it on Discord and saying, can you please answer my phone? And this is from like March.
This is not someone who loves or cares about you.
Okay, and then she starts showing these Discord messages. Again, these were happening at the same time that he's like texting her. Because obviously, if someone isn't replying to your text, it's just because they didn't get the notification. So you should just send the messages over Discord as well. And then he says, I'm sorry. So this is in May 29th. I'm sorry, not a day has gone by in the last 4 months where your final words to me, don't go, haven't echoed in my heart. I walked out your door thinking I knew what I wanted and I was wrong. I told myself I needed to be alone, that I had missed out on being single in my 30s. I convinced myself I needed space, freedom, distance. But the truth is, I was afraid of commitment, afraid of what it meant to truly let someone in, even someone as beautiful and kind as you. So I tried to protect myself in the worst way possible. I pushed you away. I told myself lies to justify it. I said I was bored. I said a relationship would hold me back. I said I didn't want to be with just one person, but those weren't truths. They were shields I put up to avoid facing my fears and the parts of myself I hadn't yet healed, and in doing that, I lost you. And then he continues saying, the last 4 months have been the hardest of my life. Whatever people may see on the outside, online or anywhere else, know this. I've been lost without you. I've missed every single day. I've missed you every single day. I've cried more times than I can count just thinking about your smile, your laugh, the way you'd say merp or make those little sounds when you were happy. I even had to unfollow you at one point, not because I wanted to forget you, but because seeing you reminded me so painfully of how badly I messed up. I love you, Emmy. I always have, and I know now I never stopped. I know our time together was far from perfect. My mental health weighed heavily on us both, and I'm so sorry for what I put you through. You carried more than you ever should have had to. But I'm working on myself now, really working. I've started treatment. I'm on Lexapro and propranolol, and for the first time in a long time, I feel clarity. My emotions aren't running wild anymore, and I think more clearly. I feel steadier. I'm learning to be the man you always believed I could be, and now that I can see things clearly, I know this without a shadow of doubt. You are the love of my life. Every night we spent watching shows, every silly conversation about cheddar, every time I walked into your room as you were about to go live, I cherished it all. You brought color and joy into my life in ways I didn't fully appreciate until I lost you, and I hate that I let that fear and pain and pride blind me to how lucky I was to have you. Emmy, if you still have any space in your heart for me, I would spend the rest of my life making things right, loving you the way that you've always deserved to be loved, this time fully. I'm leaving for LA, but I would make it work with you, even if we can start small. It's always been Matt and Emmy, and still could be if you'll have me. Now, those probably were at least edited by ChatGPT. I'm sorry, the M dash? And then it's like she's showing, I think, Jesus Christ, bro. She's showing messages. I can't tell what this messaging app is from. Oh, it's from Instagram. It says August 16th. He starts sending her messages on Instagram. That says, why is this image so crunchy? Wait, what did my monitor do to this image? The hell? Sorry, let me take this screenshot again. Like, blasted the image all the way up. Like I'm trying to find a fucking shock collar tape or some shit. He says, can we please talk while you're here? A simple conversation would go very far for both of us. The lack of communication is very confusing, and I've been wanting to talk to you for a while. And then he keeps going on Instagram messages to say... No, not that. Wait, where did... Here it is. To say, the lack of communication is very confusing. And I've been wanting to talk to you for a while. Bro, the lack of communication is only confusing to you. Any other normal person would see that that person isn't fucking interested in you. Sending one more essay isn't going to change their mind. The lack of communication means something very clear. I don't want to communicate with you.
And keep in mind, this is only things that he sent to me. I can't document all the things that people told me that he was saying. And, just kind of a funny side note, I guess. I would like to highlight this message. because doesn't really matter, but I ran it through the ChatGPT checker and all the highlights. Like I said, doesn't really matter. I just thought it was interesting.
And it says 50% or like 58% ChatGPT, and it highlights the parts that look very ChatGPT-ish. And let me just say, seeing what he wrote yesterday and reading, like him reading out what he wrote yesterday, makes me convinced that these messages had to be ChatGPT. Because what he wrote yesterday was definitely not ChatGPT, and it showed.
But, yeah, like I said at first, the messages were just simple things, like, him saying he was worried about things, or saying no one was talking to him, which I don't think was even true at the time. I think he was just saying that to try to guilt me into responding to him. I'm not sure about that, of course. This also extended to in-person interactions, because initially I made the mistake of thinking that I only had to cut him off through private communication, and, you know, we would be fine going to the same events and parties and such. I also had to start... Hold on, I'm still fucking sick.
Also, yeah, I gotta say the game plan is like incredible. The game plan strategy of Emmy, everybody hates me. Please talk to me. Please, 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 please.
I made the mistake of thinking that I only had to cut him off through personal, private communication. But I also had to start avoiding going to the same parties or places I was worried he'd be in person. Because this was after he came back from his first trip to Japan. There was a party that I attended several months after I first went into contact with him. I was aware that he would be there, and I thought it'd be fine. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal. I thought I'll just let him have his space, I'll have my space, you know, it's not a big deal. We're adults, right? During this party, I felt like he was following me around and monitoring me, but I thought that I was just being paranoid. I was like, it's probably just in your head. I was hanging out with Nick and Catchy and a couple other friends. And at some point, Nick was like, it's too fucking loud down here, let's go upstairs. No one's upstairs. Let's just go, you know, chill in a room and like talk where it's not so loud. And I was like, okay. So they, as a group, went upstairs first without me, but it took me a bit longer to get up there because someone like stopped me and was talking to me. And I did feel like, I mean, he was like standing pretty close to that person. I felt like he was watching me, but again, I thought I was just being paranoid. But I went upstairs. I was hanging out with Nick and Catchy and, you know, our other friends. And then about 30 minutes later, the room that we're in, the door opens. It's Miz. He opens the door, makes eye contact with me, goes, ooh, and then closes the door and leaves. And I was like, what the fuck? But again,
you gotta love the idea that Mizkif was telling Emaru that she's the reason she has so many stalkers because she's acting in ways that stalkers love. And then he literally became a stalker. Incredible.
I was still trying my best to, you know, give the benefit of the doubt. Like, you know, maybe it's just like an awkward situation or something. But a couple months later, the person that he was hanging out with that night reached out to me privately and was apologizing. And I was like, why? And they're like...
He said what? Well, she said that, like, first of all, he admitted that he told her to not dress certain ways. And fucking internet sleuths found this, or they, like, have resurfaced this thing, back in May of 2023, where Emaru had accidentally leaked these DMs where Mizkif is telling her, like, she is bringing the stalkers onto herself. And this is the VOD, and it says, the text here refers to her 427 drunk Q&A stream that she left for 45 minutes and cried during the rest of the stream upon returning. During it, Mizkif messages her, she leaves, comes back, and spends the rest of the stream crying and sniffling VOD here. And the messages say, like, let me see if I can pull it up. Amazing that a 6 out of 10 Asian girl is causing so much male drama. Back in my day, she wouldn't even be noticeable. Do you feel like a real special boy? Oh, who's your special boy? Oh, aren't you so proud you had something so intelligent to add to the conversation? Oh. Back in my day, losers like you knew not to interact with the rest of society. Okay? Back in my day, people like you had some fucking shame. But we can't all have what we want, huh? Let me pull up the messages really quickly. It's so obscene to me and so crazy to me that, like, people type this shit. I get when people type this shit because someone is, like, doing fucked up shit. I can't believe people type that shit when someone is having fucked up shit happening to them. It's like, what the fuck are you? Anyways, these are the messages that he was sending her. He said, like, heard that 1,000 times. Oh, sorry, no, this one goes first. He says, you literally lift your legs like a cheerleader multiple times and stick a bottle between your legs and play with it. Farm those parasocial people by doing this content in the first place. After claiming to me you don't want these weirdos and you hate this community and the just chatting community. I genuinely don't think of things like that as sexual when I'm doing it, especially when I'm wearing pajama pants, but I will stop. Okay, LOL. I do just like having to make content for those types of viewers, but I thought this was something that would be easy and low effort. Go to sleep on stream. Clearly that's not one we've talked about, or is bad to do. And she said yes. And he says, heard that 1,000 times. I'm so done with this. I don't believe you at all. She said, I'm not trying to attract weird people. I'm sorry. Bullshit. And she said, I don't think of things the same way. And by the way, the clip of her lifting her leg like a cheerleader. Okay, careful, guys. Careful. Careful. This might be too crazy for you guys to see. Careful, careful, careful. Caution, caution. Yeah, she's basically asking for stalkers by doing this. Famously, anytime a woman has ever done this, this is the clear-cut woman symbol for, it's like kind of like the bat signal. You see, like, oh my god. Ms. Kids are fucking poisoning me. It's like the bat symbol or the signal. You see the bat signal in the sky? It's like someone needs help for Batman. If a woman does this, it means that she desperately wants stalkers. That's actually what it means. You can trust me. I'm the woman whisperer, so I know for sure that that's what that means. And that was it. That was the bottle between her legs. When he said, like, the bottle between her legs clip, I thought she would be like, I thought it'd be one of those TikToks where it'd be like, there are a lot of weird TikTok trends that they try and get around, like, sexual content. A lot of OnlyFans creators try and game the system. So I thought she'd be, like, standing and, like, gyrating a bottle or something like that. She's just, like, sitting pretzel style trying to open a bottle of vodka. I thought she'd be holding it like a penis or something. I thought she'd be like... I was like, he was saying, like, you're holding it all sexual. I thought she'd be, like, doing, like, this or something. I don't care, because I'm so annoying, so I don't give a shit. And then she'd be, like, doing, like, this, like, oh, the bottle is, like... It's not even what she's just opening a bottle, like, normally. Oh, sorry, maybe I can't. She's literally just fucking sitting there. She's literally sitting pretzel style, just opening a bottle. I'm sorry, how is she supposed to open a bottle? She should open the bottle like this. So it's not sexual. She needs to eat bananas like this. Like a piece of watermelon. So it's not sexual. Fucking so stupid, dude. Like the most... I can't believe you would see this and be like, oh, this is clearly the fucking... You're trying to attract the fucking stalkers. And then he becomes a stalker. Like, incredible stuff. You can't make this shit up. And it's like, this is what I'm talking about when I say shitty dudes will justify other shitty men's behaviors and engage in like victim blaming behavior so that they can justify their own behavior. Well, I was stalking you because you were giving me signals.
I just felt like I had to apologize to you because I felt so bad and so embarrassed of what was going on. Like, yes, he wanted to see what you were doing. He was saying, like, I want to go see what's upstairs, and he was checking every room. And then after he opened the room that you were in with Nick, he closed the door and started laughing, and then he just wanted to talk about, you know, how you guys broke up for the next, like, however many hours of the night. So I was like, wow, okay, that's good to know, I guess. The next story, that I want to tell involves what happened to me, Valkyrie, and Cinna earlier this year when we were attacked at the Santa Monica Pier, because that was obviously... Hold on, let me close all these fucking texts. I don't want to look at them. They're still on my desktop. Where was I? Yeah, so, yeah, it happened March 3rd of this year. A lot of people were talking about it, talking about how me, Ray, and Cinna were attacked. Which was not an issue. Like, we had no issue with that. Like, obviously, it's big news. People are gonna talk about it. It should be talked about. We had, like, no issues with anyone talking about it and covering it, and that included him. I was fine with that. He joined in on that whole thing of people going live to talk about it. And again, I'd like to remind people at this point, we were already a couple months into me making no contact with him, making it clear I didn't want anything to do with him. And so during this stream, he was covering what happened to me, Ray, and Cinna. He decided that he was going to tell more of my personal stalker stories that I've never personally talked about or shared publicly myself. And one of these stories was one that, like, no one knew at all, and, like, it just felt so shitty, because at the time that those things happened, like, you know, all the people that lived in that area together, we all came together and we all kind of decided, and this was heavily pushed by him, we should never talk about this because, you know, people are gonna be weird. It puts Emmy in more danger, and, you know, gives people ideas, so we're never gonna talk about it. But, you know, of course, as soon as there's,
I mean, like,
some big drama that he's...
Hassan has talked about this, why he doesn't talk about, like, whether he's getting swatted or doxxed or something, because it just encourages people and shows people that, like, you're getting to that person. So that's why, like, the safe thing to do a lot of times is just to not talk about it at all.
Not involved in, and he finds a way to, you know, bring up, oh, I was there for something that happened to Emmy. He does it. He was on a stream talking about these personal stories of mine, and I caught wind of it. And by the way, it was also so frustrating not saying anything at this time, because the way he told those stories, he kind of framed himself as, like, the hero. He was like, oh, I held the stalker at gunpoint. No. The only person who ever came into contact face-to-face with that stalker before the police came was Bonnie. Bonnie is the person who found that guy outside, went inside, told everyone, called the police. The police came. All Miz did was he stood far away from the front door, behind glass and metal, with a gun. Yeah, I mean, I understand. Still very scary, but why are you acting like like, if anyone deserves credit for that, it's Bonnie. Like, it's literally stolen valor. I'm so glad I finally get to say that because she is the one who, like, kept everyone in those 2 houses safe, not him. Anyway, back to the original thing. The Ray
And it's so funny because now when you watch Mizkif's stream, he talks about this for like 30 minutes about how he's such a great person because he held this gun at the door.
The stuff. So, I was obviously panicking. Like, I just had this horrible thing happen to me the night before. It was like huge, like public, millions of people seeing it. And then my crazy ex-boyfriend is going live talking about more of my personal stuff. And I'm like crying, and Senna and Ray are like what's wrong? And I tell them, and I'm like panicking. I'm like, I need to call so-and-so, I need to call so-and-so, I need to call so-and-so. Like these different people that I was like, they can contact him because I did not want to contact him. So, Ray, Senna, some of me and Mrs. mutual business partners, and Asmongold were all messaging him to stop. And by the way, Asmongold told me that he tried to call Ms. while he was talking, and it rang 3 times and then hung up, which means that he saw it and he just wanted to be able to keep talking because, yeah, anyway, just a little note.
Bro, when you're getting outflanked in morality by Asmongold, like, reevaluate your life. Holy shit.
I don't know exactly what, like, the other people said to him, but Ray and Senna told me that they were messaging him being like, bro, like, stop, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing this? And he was messaging them, who were also equally as traumatized as me, of course. They had gone through the same thing. Oh, what am I doing wrong? I'm letting people know what, girls go through. Was that your job?
So do you see when I explain, like, please don't go bother Maya about this stuff, because it's not in anyone's best interest to force anyone who is potentially a victim into talking about something that they don't want to talk about. Let victims speak on their situations if and when they want to talk about it.
Well, anyway, yeah, that all happened a couple of months into me being no contact with him. And yeah, he was arguing with Ray and Senna while they're trying to be like, bro, like, stop, like, you're making it worse. He finished talking about my stuff and then reacted to Senna and Ray's whole stream where they were crying, addressing their communities, made sure to react to that, and then immediately went offline. So yeah, that was a terrible weekend. I got threatened to be stabbed, and then the next day, my weird ex was going live trying to self-insert so that he could make sure to farm his own clips. After that incident, his attempts to talk to me only ramped up, which I showed those texts. We went back to Japan, and during that trip, he was texting, calling me, trying to call me quite a lot, begging me to take him back. And at the same time, I heard that he was reaching out to quite a few other streamers who know both of us. And he was crying to them about how he wanted to get back together and how he thought someday we would reconnect and eventually get married. I don't think he even meant that, but I hope not. But I assume he did that with the hope that they would relay the messages back to me since I wasn't talking to him. And, I mean, some of them did. I also had a couple other streamers report to me that he would obsessively watch my stream and not in a like, oh, I wonder what Emmy's doing right now way, or like having my stream open. Like, he would be obsessively and attentively hate watching my stream, like watching my stream and just saying horrible things almost every time that I've been live this year. And they tell me that he would want to discuss how he believed I still wanted him. Interesting, considering I never replied. And he would ask other guys if they thought I had slept with anyone this year. They'd be like, I don't fucking know, man. And then they told me he would say stuff like, no, there's no way she's done that. She's not like that. And she's probably waiting for me. Just really fucking gross stuff like that. And a couple of streamers in LA also told me that he was telling people that me and him still talk all the time, but we simply weren't together anymore because I was too mature and I was not ready. I was too immature. But yeah, you couldn't see from the messages I showed. I'm not sure if people can go back and read them. He was begging me to take him back for the majority of this year, which was 7 or 8 months total. And like I said, some of those messages were even...
Bro is living in another dimension. I mean, like, literally, he became another stalker.
I believe ChatGPT. Not that it really matters. It's just interesting, right? As of today, it's been about 2 months since he has attempted to contact me directly. I think because about 2 months ago was when he started kind of getting scared that I might have been telling people things, which again, I wasn't going on my way to do it, but if anyone ever asked me, I wasn't gonna lie to them. I mentioned this at the beginning before I started fully telling the story. I heard from my friends, other streamers, and my employees that he had cooked up a plot that if I ever tried to talk about him, about the abuse or anything else, he would try to go live and say that I killed my rabbits. And I was told that he approached several streamers who were around us a lot when we lived together and asked if they would basically back him up, and they refused. Obviously, they're not insane. And even something happened this weekend at TwitchCon. One of my employees told me he went up to them and he threatened them, saying, if Emmy ever tries to talk about me, I will destroy her. Whatever that means. And within the same night, he also texted one of my best friends, and he would have known that I would have been with this girl. He texted her saying, hey, worried about her, hope she's okay. Right after he just said to my employee and other people that he was gonna try to destroy my life. Yeah, all in the same night. And, yeah, that was Saturday, so that pretty much leads...
He probably latched onto the whole rabbit stuff so much because he saw how big Collargate got. Also, he doesn't, have anything else. He literally doesn't have anything else.
Us to today, feel like it's clear I've spent the last year of my life cutting him off and building a new life with people that actually care about me and doing my best to move on peacefully without causing any drama. I did not want to do this. A lot of people...
The lion is running out of excuses.
A lot of other creators actually told me that after his other allegations in 2022, if I wasn't the first person to stand up for him and start appearing on his channel again, they do not think that they would have gone back to helping him with his content. So I always tried to keep things private, always tried to make things better, had hope that things would get better, tried to be supportive, and my thanks that I got for all of that was abuse and resentment, and for all of 2025, all of this year, harassment and hatred from him and his community, while he was the whole time secretly begging for me to take him back behind the scenes. I've taken a lot of steps already, as I said, it's apparent. I've taken a lot of steps to restructure my life and be a lot more careful about who I help and who I invest my time and my care into. And I'm doing a lot better now, but I felt like this was a necessary stream because, like I said at the very beginning, I have heard that he has done things to other people that aligned with some of my own experiences, so I felt like it would be wrong for me to keep holding on to all this information. I know I stayed for way too long, and I thought that I could help, and I unfortunately learned that I couldn't, but I worked really hard to have the life that I have now with my friends, my family, my pets, and my community, and I'm so grateful for how things are now. It was very difficult, but I'm very proud of myself for making the choices that I did to end up where I am now. And, yeah, that's my story of, dealing with abuse, psychological and domestic abuse, sexual assault, and, stalking, and being threatened on if, you know, I ever talked about it. And this whole time, it's been kind of hidden in plain sight away from hundreds of thousands of people. And, yeah, I know that me saying all of this probably isn't gonna make him or what's left of his community leave me alone, but sorry, voice crack. I know talking about this probably won't make him or, probably won't make him or what remains of his community leave me alone, but, I'm at least glad that people will be aware of all of this now and I won't have to feel like I'm hiding a terrible dark secret anymore. And, it's all out there now. And I also want to make it clear that, not everyone that I interact with or that I'm friends with knew the extent of the things that were happening. And a lot of streamers didn't really know anything at all, but I mean, like I said before, people aren't stupid. I think it's pretty clear that a lot of people knew that things were happening, and like I said, you have to remember, it's not just me. A lot of people have told me that they have their own, you know, grievances with him. But for the people who did know about this, thank you for being there for me through all of this and supporting me and cheering me on. And there were a lot of people as well who, even though they didn't know anything, without asking any questions, they still were very kind and supportive, and I will always remember that for the rest of my life. I also want to say, just so people know, that I'm not just trying to, like, put this out there and then, you know, I am already in the process of filing a restraining order on him in both Texas and California.
The fact that he doubled down on the rabbits is insane. I have always had a bad feeling about him since his relationship with Maya. There's been so many clips of him smacking, throwing things, insulting her, and everyone played it off as just that's just who he is. I've said this about Dr. Disrespect. I said this about Mizkif. I've said this about so many people. If your entire act is just being a massive douchebag and you never turn the act off, surprise, you're just a massive douchebag.
Yeah. And I also wanted to say that I would not be surprised if he tries to sue me for this stream that I did today and for coming out about him. Not because he thinks that he would win, but for PR reasons, like a slap lawsuit. It'd be interesting if that happened, and I wouldn't be opposed to people finding out more of the truth and things that I didn't even talk about today, and what else he's been lying about. And I'm sure there's also plenty of things that even I don't know about. And, yeah, there's more things that I didn't even talk about today, but I'm hoping that now that I have this out, this is the last time I ever have to talk about it. And I can be like, okay, I got it out there. I'm not withholding this anymore. It's out there. And, yeah. I guess that's pretty much it. Definitely not how I would have been liked. How I would have liked to spend my Saturday. I would have loved to go to karaoke with my friends
Sorry, that was a clip for later.
or something like that instead. A lot of people like karaoke. Right, guys? Yeah, I think that's it. I'm probably gonna take some time off. I'm not sure. Like, I genuinely have no idea what the response to this all is gonna be like. I really just wanna, like I said, do my best to move on from this, because I've already been doing that for a year. Like I said, I feel like that's pretty clear. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys for today. I asked my editor if he would put this on YouTube for if you guys want to look at, you know, any of the things that I shared today. But like I said, all of the streams that I referred to today are public. You can easily find them. And all the people that I mentioned today gave me permission to mention them. Except I think I mentioned Mr. Beast, oops, but I mean, he's not involved. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I never thought that I would be doing this stream, so it feels really weird to have done it, and it's over now. Yeah, well, now you guys know everything. And all the things I've been holding in for the past couple years. So yeah, thank you guys for listening. Hopefully I'll be able to keep giving updates on the TwitchCon stuff, but I'm hoping to put this other chapter behind me. And like I said, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I feel very confident that this was the right thing to do, and I don't regret any of it. Thank you guys. I'm gonna go spend time with my friends, and hopefully I will see you guys all very soon. Thank you for everything. Yep, I guess that's it. See you guys when I see you. Goodbye.
Yeah, someone said, what was her reason? I missed the beginning for why she came out about this. She had told herself that she'd come out if she thought someone else was in danger, and she learned from friends that he apparently abused someone in September. I don't know that she was as clear about it, but yeah, she just said that, like, she would only speak out if she felt like other people could be harmed. And that's why she spoke out, because I wouldn't be surprised if she was referencing what Kyuko ended up coming out to talk about. But yeah, she said she spoke out because she wanted to protect other people. Which is the same reason that a lot of people that get abused speak out. It's not because that they want to ruin someone else's reputation or that they want to get revenge or anything like that. A big part of it is just like they only want to speak out if it means that they get to protect someone else. And I'm sure a lot of people haven't seen this yet because it just got posted today at like 8 a.m. But Kyuko tweeted this out and said, my Mizkiff sexual assault and harassment experience. And she says, number one, our first hookup, I was so drunk I couldn't keep my eyes open. Originally, I was just supposed to crash on the couch, but somehow ended up in his bed. I remember all I wanted to do was sleep, but he kept trying to kiss me and undress me. I finally let him have it because I was too dizzy to care anymore. He made sure to coach me to say that it was consensual afterwards and to get the story straight because he was afraid of being canceled. He was so sweet at that time, we ended up having a consensual fling afterwards. After our fling ended, he started spreading terrible rumors about me, telling people I was manipulative, bad, I was an awful human. He would tell people I cut myself during sex and that I was crazy. I would hear the most awful rumors from people I had just met even years later. He would continue talking about me long after we no longer interacted. This made me never reach out to people anymore. I was mortified of the rumors he'd spread and depressed over what people thought of me. Lakari is witness to the depression Mizkif caused me. He's also witness to the harassment I experienced long after the fling was over. During my relationship with Lakari, he'd regularly talk shit about me and constantly tell Lakari that he doesn't know the real Kyuko. He tried poisoning our relationship the whole time. He would plant ideas until Lakari's had to start fights. After the relationship with Lakari ended, Miz upped the shit talking even more. Lakari noted that it looked like Miz was actively trying to ruin my reputation. I would hear how everyone in Austin hates me because of what Miz would say. I think Emery was super brave for coming out with her story. I struggle with posting this as I don't want to be associated with or tied to him at all, but I want to corroborate her story and my personal hell that Mizkif kindly gifted me. Like, I really don't know how to say that this guy is like just like a piece of shit. Is this another streamer? This is another streamer who is in like the Austin space. Who obviously had their own negative experiences. But like most people don't speak out because they are afraid of getting called a liar. They're afraid of getting called clout chasers or whatever. And they're afraid of getting even more harassment. I always said the day that his victims came forward, no one would be surprised. It's like, and here's the thing, right? He's such a massive piece of shit. Like, he's such a shitty person and such a shitty friend, but he does like the classic move that every shitty person does, which is always, well, I'm actually a great person and my friends love me. Miskiv just tweeted, I'm not perverted. I'm just Italian. And it's a Cuomo Fox News tweet or a Fox News headline. Oh my God. It's like, there's a reason that no one is even bothering to try and defend any of this. And it's because he's such a massive piece of shit. And he's been such a massive piece of shit to so many people around him. Miskiv is like the only person, and I'm really not joking. He's the only person that every time I told people I don't fuck with Miskiv, every single person I said that to said, no one does. I've heard people defend XQC. I've heard people defend Asmongold. I've heard people defend like everybody, but no one has ever defended Miz. That's insane. Arya Saki also tweeted saying, quote, one of the reasons Byron killed himself was because he was jealous of me, end quote. From Real Mizkiv 2025. I was cordial during a live stream where you asked me to come over and collab just to save you the public shame. And my plan was to ask you out to lunch for a serious talk. I have messages with Emmy approving this plan, although doubtful it wasn't completely hopeless. I needed to see for myself since I had seen Ms. as a friend too. I had known about your terrible treatment to others and wanted to know if you felt any remorse or could essentially be changed. But you went live anyways without my consent. I ended up letting you down there too, but after the stream, I offered some time for a talk to which you agree. Miz came over to my place and we talked for 3 hours going in circles about his mistreatment in the scene. I do my best to incite the possible path of reflection, but ultimately to no avail. The man was convinced he had done no wrong and everyone was out to get him. I gave you a chance to come clean about everything just to see if there was any humanity left in you, and you fucked it up so hard. The one statement that broke all hope for you, not realizing I had become close to Byron. Not once during the time I had talked to him every single day leading up to the tragedy had he ever mentioned your name. He literally who omegaled. You didn't even know, you little bro. Once I angrily confronted you about that and showed you proof of our friendship, you quickly tried to change the subject to, well, he was. I've been holding on to this shit statement for some time now, waiting for the right moment when Emmy decided to come out with everything. You are a shit human, Ms. You are not the victim, but you create them. We got on the right track when you finally mentioned mood swings, but quickly after admitting that, you go back to the pity party narrative, and I honestly was just done. My stubborn grandmother has shown more ability to self-reflect than you, and I've had it listening to you talk in only victim tongue. Don't ever mention Byron again to further any sick narratives of yours either. Like, how much of a piece of shit do you have to be to say that someone else killed themselves because they were obsessed with you? Meanwhile, they literally never even fucking spoke about you. So fucking pathetic, dude. Like, I don't know if I've shared this story, but I will never forget. I feel like my read on people is usually pretty good. It's usually, I think, mostly pretty accurate. And I have to say, like, the very first interaction I ever had with Mizkif told me everything I needed to know. Where he just acted like a massive, massive douchebag. He was being a massive douchebag. Where I was just starting in the streaming space and I had just barely started doing like politics and stuff. And I was at this like house party. And I get like people are going to be tired and people are going to be busy and people have other stuff that they want to do and talk about and whatever. And I've had experiences with people where like one experience is like maybe slightly neutral to negative, but then like the next one is positive and it's because they were just tired or whatever. And literally the very first interaction I've ever had, he did not know who I was. I basically did not know who he was. And I walk up to say hi because I'm like, oh, I'm at a party. I should say hi to everybody and, introduce myself. And I shouldn't let my anxiety get in the way. I should just try and, be cordial and friendly. And it's like back in 2021 or something. And I walk up and I'm like, hi, like I'm Denims, blah, blah, blah. And he literally won't even like look at me. He's just like, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. That's nice. Okay. And he just like walks off. And I'm like, I am now going to curse you with balding. And then I did curse him with balding. Yeah. Like actually one of the rudest people I've ever interacted with in my life. Like he acted like he owned the place when he wasn't even like, she wasn't even shit. And I was like, oh, okay, bizarre, weird. And then like the next time that I ran into him, he just spent the entire time trying to defend to me how he was a good person. And at that point, I was like, I was over. I was like, I think I told him to his face, like, you are a piece of shit. Like, you are genuinely a shit person. And until you stop acting like the villain, that you think that you have to be the villain of the internet or whatever, and you get over yourself and you just treat people nicely and other people will treat you nicely back, you're a fucking loser. And then the next time I ran into him, he literally spent the entire time bothering me, trying to convince me that he's a good person. And I'm like, yeah, famously, good people constantly have to convince everyone around them that they're good people. Okay. Go for it, man. Go ahead. Go ahead. Why does he say that about Wreckful as if it's a badge of honor? Because he's so like, he's so content brained. He can't imagine a world where people don't care about viewership and they don't care about view count. He cannot comprehend the universe where people care about something other than your viewership. Like he's streamer brain broken. It's like really sad. It's like genuinely really sad and really pathetic. I would feel bad for him if he wasn't such a piece of shit. But I would feel bad for him because it's like, it's a worse way to live. Imagine living in this world where you think the only reason anyone would ever talk to you is because of your viewer count. Yeah, there are going to be people who only talk to you because of your viewer count, But there are also lots of people that won't. You shouldn't automatically immediately assume that it's because of that. And you shouldn't automatically assume that the only thing anyone values is that. Like, that's psychopath behavior, dude. Not like literal psychopath, but more colloquially. It's just... It's so sad. What a sad way to think of the world. So he went live for some fucking godforsaken reason and thought that this was a good response because he's a fucking idiot. And he's like, no, dude, all these clips circulating that show that I'm a huge, massive piece of shit and everyone's own personal experiences validating that because every single person has had an experience with me that's been negative. No, dude, I can have a stream that will fully vindicate me. I can do it. I can undo the damage from these clips. This is like an old clip. Miskiff telling Maya she's an idiot, get the fuck out of the house. Along with things like say that on stream, leaving the stream in between TTS discourse. What the fuck did someone type to make the TTS make that noise? Oh, Lamont. It's really hard to hear, and I don't want to blast your guys' ears. But there was also, I'm trying to find it. There was one that was like making the rounds on LSF that was just actually pathetic. Let's see if I can find it. I got a little mad when I saw this, I'm not gonna lie. Here it is.
Do you like my setup?
Shut up.
Do you like my setup?
Shut up.
Sorry. Trying to get the fucking... Okay.
Excuse me? Don't talk to me like that, Matthew. Sorry, Maya. No, it's not funny. Every time you do it, it bothers me. It's just me kidding around, Maya. Well, it's not funny to me. I don't think it's funny. I don't know why you say it to me all the time. Because it's funny, Maya. It's just me trolling. I don't even realize I say it. Well, start paying attention to what you have to say because it's getting really annoying that you do this all the time.
The fact that we've had this conversation that many times and somehow it's still not serious enough to you is annoying.
Shut up. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Me when I'm normal. For anyone who doesn't understand what the fuck is happening because he sounds like a crazy person, she says, do you like my setup? And he says, shut up. And she looks like visibly annoyed. And so he acts out an argument that they've had many times where she says, hey, I don't like that you talk to me that way. I don't think it's funny. And he says, well, I don't care because I don't even think about it when I say it and it's funny. And then she says, how have we had this conversation enough times that you can recite it perfectly, but you still don't care? And then he tells her to shut up. So now that you have the context, I can play it again for people who missed the beginning.
Do you like my setup?
Shut up. Excuse me? Don't talk to me like that, Matthew. Sorry, Maya. No, it's not funny. Every time you do it, it bothers me. It's just me kidding around, Maya. Well, it's not funny to me. I don't think it's funny. I don't know why you say it to me all the time. Because it's funny, Maya. It's just me trolling. I don't even realize I say it. Well, start paying attention to what you have to say because it's getting really annoying that you do this all the time.
The fact that we've had this conversation that many times and somehow it's still not serious enough to you is annoying.
Shut up. Do, re, mi, fa, sol.
I wonder why this guy doesn't have any fucking friends. It's so funny because he blames literally everyone else for his problems, and anytime anyone is mean to him, it's the end of the world and they're terrible people, and he's the biggest victim on the planet, but he gets to be the biggest douchebag. And it's okay because he's just joking. When anyone is mean to him, it's totally fucked up. It's the worst thing you could ever do to another human being. But when he does it, it's just joking. Yeah, okay. Yeah. True, why do women still associate with him? I don't know that there are any women that associate with him. I don't know that there's anyone that associates with him, as evidenced by the fact that his fucking document looks like it was written by a 3rd grader. Which you guys will all see very soon, because we're going to watch it now.
Hey. Yo.
Oh my god, I can't watch this part where he's just
Fuck
like...
it. Obtuse. Yes, there's some people that are saying some pretty crazy things that...
It's so funny, too, because, like, I shit on him hard so many times at this point because I just don't like bullies and I don't like shitty people that act this way. And I saw so many people, like, collabing with him and, you know, being buddy-buddy, and I'm like, whatever. Like, a lot of times people are just, like, not going to keep super informed and stuff, and it is what it is, but whatever, I don't care. I decided a long time ago with streaming that I was just going to say what I wanted to say, and if it meant, like, nobody wanted to talk to me, I was fine with that. It was cool. I have friends outside of the streaming space. I have a life outside of streaming. I have things that make me happy. I have things that make me feel fulfilled. I really don't care if some streamers are like, well, I don't want to say anything mean because then what if it impacts, you know, X, Y, and Z? And like, it's way better to have morals and way better to just like stand on business than it is to like try and appease everybody. So whatever, I don't care. It is what it is. I don't. And I just have to say, man, the vindication wasn't needed, but it feels good to see that he has been such a shit person to so many people that he has no one in his fucking corner anymore. But I can't wait for him to just pretend to be victim again. That like every time anyone has ever been mean to him, it's totally undeserved, but whenever he does it to other people, it's totally fun. It's totally okay. It's just jokes. He can act that way. It's all good. Like, fuck you. Like, genuinely fuck you. How about you look at, like, how you've negatively impacted other people's lives? Like, for him to go on that whole tirade on Emiru about how people were comparing them and he was getting, not harassment, but people were being mean to him and saying that he's a worse tank and WoW or whatever. Meanwhile, he literally didn't even give a single shit about the fact that Maya got so much harassment after the two of them broke up. The Botez sisters put up a comment on their interview saying that they stand with Emiru. Good for them. The Botez sisters always gave me really good vibes. I just assumed that, like, they like to make the rounds and stuff. And so, like, oh, they're going to show up on a stream for 2 seconds and be like, okay, that was weird, I guess. And then leave and then go do other stuff. But anyways. Also, nobody even said anything about Emmy being better. He literally just hallucinated that. Well, yeah, he's just a fucking soy boy beta bitch that can't handle being worse at a game or anything else. Like, this clip is so funny. He's trying to, like, do this speed running. I don't know if this would be considered glitchful or glitchless or whatever, but he's trying to do this speed running thing. And he fails. And then Emmer just fucking schools his ass.
Why are your settings like this? These aren't even the default settings.
inside. Get fucked, idiot. L plus bowling plus you suck at games.
Understand.
Chat, it's like if she beats me in Mario 64. That's literally what it'd be like if she has more viewers. It would feel like she 2-0'd me, and I would just not have that. I'd flip a shit.
You would have more fun if you were good at the game.
Can I talk to you for a second?
Actually bodied it. Oh, dude, Maya knows. She knows the smug. Her smug aura. It brings me joy. Yeah, it's almost like skill issue. All right, we can watch what he said. Yeah, and everybody's been posting this one as well. This Arky and Yugi went to Disney or something. I don't know, Nintendo Land. I don't know, with Mizkif, and they just body the shit out of him. And I'll admit, he's so good at being like a victim. It's so pathetic. When I watched it the first time, I was like, damn, that's kind of harsh. That's kind of mean. But now with the context, it's like, dude, they were just spitting.
Dude, you know one of my favorite collabs was Emeru, bro.
Oh my god, Emeru was so cool.
I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Dude, everyone was like so cool.
Emeru, bro, I didn't think Emeru was gonna tap in with us. That's the
Dude, someone needs to make a Wojak. He's so Wojackable, dude. Oh my god, look at his face. Look at
bro, I didn't think Emeru was gonna tap in with us. That's the thing, because we were with Cinna and Bonnie, but it's just the thing that Emeru, when she popped
So
up, I was
cool.
like, dude, Emeru was like,
I'm not gonna lie, bro, everyone's been so cool so far, except for like,
I feel like there has to be like a cancer, like there has to be like a reason people like, you know what I'm saying? It's always got to be that one person. But definitely like Emeru was definitely probably one of the best.
You think that phases me at all?
What do you mean?
me when I poke at your biggest insecurity. Smiling, crying, Wojak. He really said, do you think that phases me at all? Sorry, keep going.
What do you mean? That like none of this like I don't think you understand. Bro, you can't hurt me. There's nothing you can do.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm not talking about anything.
We collabed with Cinna, Bonnie, and Emeru the other day.
That's great, that's fine. Enjoy yourselves, brothers.
Whoa, bro,
Are you okay?
Are you good?
Are you good? Yeah, I'm good. I just gotta go to the bathroom. Give me a minute.
Dude,
no, I'm fine.
It's okay.
I know it's okay.
Dude, wait, what's wrong?
Are we in therapy or something, bro?
What
This is
did I
fine.
say?
You said nothing.
Guy who doesn't care at all.
Hey.
You said
Guy who really doesn't care. He doesn't care even a little. Me when I don't care. This is what I look when this is how I look when I don't care.
nothing. You said you did a collab. That's cool. It's fine. I have no problem with that.
The definition of someone who is good.
I told you there's no issue.
You used to live with Emeru, and then all of a sudden you wanted to use Emeru to become bigger, and you couldn't. So then
Dude, he looks like he's like, why is there no drywall around here?
oh, and everyone's been like having way more fun and doing way more cooler things.
What even are you spitting?
Dude, Emeru used to always be in her room. Now she's like going IRL and having fun and doing a lot of cooler stuff now.
It's a good thing she disconnected from you because
Thank
Wait, dude. I love these guys now. Wait. Wait, holy shit, I love these guys now.
The Lord. Thank the Lord.
You would have brought down the vibes with Emeru, dude.
Yeah.
Facts.
Wait, Emeru's actually having so much more fun now. Like, she's IRL, she was grilling, doing all type of stuff.
You're grilling me right now.
Sorry. Bro, dude, that's where I'm chopped.
We weren't even dating, dumbass.
Well, of course, bro. Queen Emeru's not dating someone like you.
By the
thought that would work. He's like, I know what to do. Say that we were never dating. What was he thinking? He's so stupid. Oh my god. Here you go,
Fucking God. Hell no. Fuck no. God no. Jesus no. Hell no, bro.
This is so fucking funny with the current context. I know.
Don't even say
Not them saying hell no.
that word.
Oh my god. But nothing can hurt him though. He doesn't care. He's good. Miskiff never defeating the Goomba allegation. Oh, they did Goomba stomp his ass. I won't lie. Oh god, dude. It is really funny that like over the past year, the only people that he can hang out with are the people that are actively making fun of him. Because no one else likes him. Oh. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Well, let's watch, shall we? Let's watch. You know, honestly, this one kind of is like popcorn time a little bit. It's pretty funny how shit his response is here. And it really is a testament to the fact that he has no friends now. Because if he had even one friend, they would have told him, what the fuck did you graduate high school? Do you have a GED? Why do you write like this? When was the last time you read something? Like a book? Or anything? Like even an article? Never. Okay.
But I've been around for 10 years now. A lot of you guys know. I am pretty far away from this stuff at this point. But I am totally okay with exposing a lot of things and saying things. At this point, I think it's pretty obvious I will not be friends with any of these people after this. Ludwig was right. I am going to completely separate myself from these people in this community, which is fine, and I've already been doing it. But I have hundreds of messages and DMs from people, things that people probably would never want to get released that are very interesting for everyone, and I will be releasing it as time goes on, because why not? Go crazy. Who cares? Who fucking cares? But before that, I would like to address everything that was said today. Okay? Let's get some yos in chat first. Maybe some tryhards. It's perfectly fine. Go ahead. You're a disgusting piece of shit. Absolutely. Been that for years. It's pretty fucking par for the...
Why are you admitting to being a massive piece of shit? I don't understand what was the strat here? What was it? I don't...
Of course, what are we going to pretend that I'm not a piece of shit? We've all known this. All right? Calm down. Is this anything new? No. I'm a piece of shit. Why the fuck is Caroline Burton chat? That's probably the most crazy thing I've ever seen in my life. But I'm going to defend myself on a lot of things that were said about me. I am going to defend myself on what was said with Emmy. I see a lot of people saying other things that really upset me, but the Emmy one is a serious thing that I want to take serious, and we will be discussing that, okay? I wrote this myself, so I don't know if it's even good. I am not the best writer, as a lot of you know. I have half my screen right now is red, because I can't write for shit. It's not through ChatGPT. Shut up. Not through ChatGPT. It's not through ChatGPT. Shut up.
Chatter says, I used to really like him. It sucks to see him become more mentally ill over time. Yeah. I mean, it's the same thing with, honestly, Asmongold fans. I feel so bad for Asmongold fans. Can you imagine just wanting to watch this guy play, like, World of Warcraft? Not that well, but play World of Warcraft. And then the mold just, like, takes over all of his brain and makes him into the biggest, cringiest right-winger on the planet.
Shut up. It's not through ChatGPT.
I don't know if you guys saw the clip of, like, Asmongold talking positively about Nick Fuentes, but, like, dude, coping with the fact that you used to watch Asmongold would be crazy.
You really think in a serious situation like this, I put ChatGPT and I'm writing something out because it's like, oh, hold on. Like, bro, shut up. No. Yes, really. Really. No, it's Sora AI. I have an entire video made. What is wrong with you, chat? What is wrong with you? I wish I could show you how much red is in this to show you that each other is spaced. It's
Again, bro, we all, anyone who watched it knows that you wrote it.
so stupid. I'm not a good writer, bro. I'm not a good writer. So, okay. Let's get to this, shall we? No stalling. I'm taking out of sub-only mode. I don't really care. I know there's a lot of people that want to speak, and they can. I have no problem with that. This is a very serious situation that I was told. I know a lot of other people are saying things about me as well on top of this, but this is the thing I want to talk about. So let's talk about it, shall we? And then we can go into it. Okay. So, this is April of 2021, okay? I'm going to write everything down. Everyone just chill and let me hear this out, okay? We met online when we were playing AT&T Annihilator Cup. This is me and Emmy. I was introduced to her through it, and my chat started to like us hanging out. I didn't have feelings for her or anything, but I thought we could start hanging out more and be friends. So we met through the Annihilator Cup. A lot of you guys know this. I was playing with her. My chat liked her a lot. She was fun to hang out with. So we started hanging out. We started to play games with each other on stream, and we started to grow closer together. We started calling each other, and we were flirting. We didn't do anything, but it was pretty obvious that Emaru had feelings for me as well as I had for her. But we couldn't really do anything because at the time, she was dating a girl named Bonnie, another cosplayer from another state, and I was dating Maya. Me and Maya broke up. I broke up with her because the relationship felt stagnant, and Maya's sanctuary started to take over a lot of her life, and we hardly had time to hang out with each other. Since Maya moved out, I knew I wanted a streamer to move into the house, preferably a girl to farm content with, but I didn't want it to happen so fast. I didn't know if I wanted to be Emmy, but she told me about a stalker that came to her house with a bat, and she didn't live at her house anymore. I'm telling you everything, chat, okay? Come on. I'm telling you the whole story. Sit down and relax, all right? Take a seat. I told her to come move in with me in Austin because she had a stalker, and we want to make content, and the guy will probably be scared since there's a bunch of people around instead of her in her Kansas home by herself. From there, our relationship started growing very fast. Within just weeks of moving in, she would sit in my room with me late at night, and I would watch Pokemon over and over again, Season 1. I loved it because she made me feel like because it felt like my childhood and a place of calmness. She would fall asleep in my bed. With some nights, we would touch our backs or legs together. We knew we liked each other. We just knew it was a bad idea. Talks of her joining OTK happened fast as well, and I knew that if we were potentially going to date, we'd have to keep it a secret. Nobody was allowed to know. Streamers as well were already starting to resent me, saying that it was a shitty thing that I moved Emmy in so fast and replaced Maya so quickly. If people found out we were dating, I could be hated by my peers and lose what I created in OTK. I didn't know if we were going to date, and I knew if we were going to make it happen, it was going to be very stressful. But I had no idea what was going to come. It was the beginning of January.
I feel like he's doing the thing that people do when they're caught in a corner, where they're trying to add a bunch of details to sort of absolve themselves. So it's like, see, look at how honest I'm being about all this stuff. But it is really funny that even his own chat is typing holy cringe at this dog shit script that he prepared. It's like, dog, listen, maybe I'm overestimating the average person online, but in my experience, it's been the case, like most people, if they don't know that a relationship's happening, the vast majority of people just like won't care. Like, I think a lot of people maybe sort of knew that Emaru and Mizkif were dating, but they understood, well, they don't want to talk about it. They don't have to talk about it. It's not really my business. That's fine. Or even like Valkyria and Hassan or whatever, right? Like, I think most people kind of knew, but they were like, not my business. Their life. I don't see why it's important. I don't know why it's relevant. It makes no sense to talk about that. And I think a lot of other people feel that way. It's just like, whatever.
2022. Emmy just had her huge party in an arcade celebrating her birthday on stream. Everyone from Austin was there, And as we were celebrating her
Are you outing them? No. Fucking Ethan Klein weeks ago decided he was going to out them. I'm not the one leaking this. This is literally Ethan Klein weeks ago being like, fuck you, Hassan. You know what? I'm gonna fucking say it. I'm gonna say it. Dad, these people are fucking dating. You know, like a normal person would do. And he did that right before TwitchCon just to ensure that any concerns she had about safety would be totally valid. I have never spoken to them about it. I've really barely spoken to Ray. It's possible that he's just lying and they're actually friends and I don't know and he's just trying to play everything up. More importantly, it's not my fucking business, so I don't give a shit. It doesn't impact any part of how I view either of them, so I don't care and I don't want to talk about it and I don't want to care about it.
joining OTK, there was a huge scare. Someone outside in the parking lot rammed into my Audi R8 and drove off. And while we were outside thinking it was a schizo viewer, we were told that the person who just hit my car was now inside holding a gun. This scared us to no end. Me and Connery's pants ran inside in fear to get everyone out and make sure everything is okay.
You gotta flex the car really quickly.
First concern was Emmy. I wanted her to be safe. The cops came, the drunk driver did have a gun, and was sentenced to 3 to 5 years in prison. Me and Emmy were terrified that night. And on the way home, I grabbed her hand, and she grabbed mine. And we knew we were trauma bonded, and we didn't want to let go. We would wake up together, stream together, and hang out with each other all night. She quickly became my best friend, and someone that I felt for the first time I was in love with.
Why in God's name would you say this? This is proof that Mizkif is a piece of shit, because if he had any friends, they would tell him not to write that in his fucking script and to say, that was the first person I've ever fallen in love with, and no one before that. No one? No one. There was no one.
Hung out all day, every day. We were always so happy with each other. Playing games until the night, loving every moment we were with each other. It felt poor. Jack, relax. I remember one day I left my house. She called me just so we can be on the phone together, as we always did. And we were playing a song called Falling in Love with You with Elvis came on, and I felt that love, first time I felt love for a girl, and I thought I'd want it to never let it go. The first year of our relationship, we almost had no fights. We started to date officially in January of 2022, and up until my cancellation, everything was perfect. She brushed
Not as chat typing fan fiction, Omega lol.
over that I threw water bottles or my phone near her, but that wasn't during fights. I want to make that very clear. It would be me throwing my phone on my bed when I brushed my teeth. She did tell me she got a bruise from it, and I stopped. That's all that happened. I will throw you and show you an example, chat.
Please buckle in, because what you're about to witness is not okay.
I'm brushing my teeth. Right here. Look at me. I would throw my phone on the bed.
See, this is the fun thing about really stupid people. They're so stupid, they think everyone else is as stupid as they are. So it's like, well, what if people don't know what it means to throw something on your bed? I better show them. I gotta demo this. Do you think other people don't understand what that would mean? Well, I wasn't convinced before, but now for sure, I get it. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Holy shit. It's also, why would you lie about this in the stupidest way possible when there's literally footage of you throwing shit at other people?
No.
Maya unimpressed. That's what that was.
2 Starbucks bags of Starbucks I got you over the past 2 days.
Oh my.
Listen, I never threw anything at Emmy because that was the first person I ever loved. So I would never throw stuff at the first person I ever loved. I would only throw stuff at them because they happened to be on the bed and I was throwing stuff at the bed. In arguments. I would never throw other people that maybe I didn't love. Maybe those people I would throw stuff at them during arguments, but I never did it to Emmy. I swear. Uh-huh. Interesting strategy. Please continue.
I would just lob it over because I was going to bed. So I would just throw the phone. That's it. And when that's the whole thing. I didn't throw it at her. I want to make that very clear. I never threw it at her. I never hit her. And she even said in her situation that she bruises easily. She brushed over that I threw water bottles with her on my phone near her, but that wasn't during our fights. It would be throwing my phone on my bed when I brushed my teeth. She did tell me she got bruises from it, and I stopped. That's all that happened. That's it.
Hey man, even in your universe that you're trying to like sell us this fucking garbage, this snake oil, where you keep throwing things at the bed and they keep hitting your girlfriend in the face, maybe stop doing that. Maybe she shouldn't have to tell you, hey, you're bruising the shit out of me. Stop throwing things at my direction, in my direction. Like, even in the universe that you're talking about, where this was all accidental and it was never intentional, ever, in any way, shape, or form, you're just like, oops, my water bottle hit you again. Oops, it hit you again. Oops, my phone hit you again. Oops, my phone hit you again. Hello? I don't know. Stop doing it? Without the other person needing to tell you that?
I did feel a lot of stress over the time of our relationship up until this point from her stalkers. From the ones that would show up at her old house, and also stalkers that just had from her TikTok postings. We found after being with each other that her stalkers had a lot would come to her a lot from her short form content. These people were schizophrenic and would think that she is talking to them. Whether it was songs she played, the way she looked at the screen, or just the titles of the videos, these people started to feel she was talking to them and come to our house to stalk her. These people thought in their heads they were dating her. They were out of their mind and dangerous.
Sometimes I wish I wasn't a streamer and I was a chatter, because I can't make the noise that is 10 question marks in a row. Because that is the noise that I want to create from my mouth, and I can't do it. Because what? Yes, that is how stalkers work. Yes, we all understand that. Why are you explain again, it's like, I think this is just like stupid syndrome, where he's trying to explain to us something we all know, but he's so stupid he has to assume everybody else is so stupid they don't know what a stalker is.
I told her, if we're going to be serious about this relationship, I need her to stop posting as much and to not farm these people. She agreed and understood that it was a safety concern for not only me, but the house. Russell, Simply, Corey, or anyone that was in my house or anyone that was near us. She agreed.
The idea that the stalkers would stop because she's gonna post less. Meanwhile, we know, and we've already seen that you talking about how you get pissed off that she gets more viewers. Like, there's literally, there's at least 2 clips of you talking about getting pissed off that Maya started getting more viewers than you. And then there's Emaru's perspective, backed by, and her story, backed by the VOD where you both play Rust together, and you're so pissed off that you only have 20,000 viewers. Admittedly, probably half of those were botted, so whatever. And you're so pissed off, you start slamming the door and you break it. No, for sure, though. It was because of the stalkers that you wanted her to stream less often and make less content.
That she wouldn't want to hurt anyone else and knew that posting these types of TikToks and posts can mess.
Did he say that she was farming stalkers and should stop? Correct.
With us, and is something I'm not comfortable with as a guy. So she would tell me that if I had a problem to let her know. And at first it was minor things here and there, but over time it got harder and harder to deal with. There were more stress on top of this. We both had to hide the relationship from everyone. If anyone found out or was known, I could get in a ton of trouble with OTK and cause a ton of problems. Would you guys stop spamming never sub, never donated?
You can tell this is a serious stream that he really cares about because he's reading stupid fucking chat messages. Hey, I know someone at work is harassing you. Have you considered just not going is insane advice? Well, yeah, because he's lying. It's not that he wanted her to stream less because of the stalkers. He wanted her to stream less because he wanted to stream and get the viewership. And if she streamed, he would lose some of his viewership.
Okay, relax. I told her if we were going to be serious about this relationship, I need to stop posting as much and to not farm these people. And then there was more stress on top of this. We both had to hide the relationship from everyone. If anyone found out or was known, I can get in a ton of trouble with OTK and can cause a ton of problems in my life. So I lied to all of my old friends, S-Fan included, who lived just next door to me, and everyone in OTK. And that was very hard for me to do.
I don't even think he ever explains why he would get in trouble.
Stay strong, Miz. This will pass.
We had a doggy door between our rooms just so we can hide it from everyone else, including my roommates. We would lock the doors to avoid our roommates finding out. As time went on, they found out, but to most of our friends in the Austin circle, they never officially knew. That stress alone would drive anyone mad, but our love for each other was strong and we knew we could handle it. So, in September in 2022, a lot of you guys know, I was canceled by Trainwrecks and others trying to claim I covered up sexual assault. It was proven wrong, but that destroyed my mental health. I felt like my brain cracked, and I was never the same since. I was suicidal, depressed, and I didn't know what to do with my own life. Every day felt like an absolute nightmare. I was losing OTK, my mental health, and all my friends.
It's so obscene to talk about the situation with Crazy Slick as it was proven wrong that I didn't do anything incorrectly and I did everything right and it was all proven wrong. When in reality, the primary criticism from the very beginning is if you want a space that feels safe for women, it doesn't matter if you believe those women or not. You have a responsibility as an owner of an organization and as a large content creator to take every single allegation seriously. And if you're too close to the situation, it's not fair to all of your employees and all of your coworkers to just take your buddy's side. You need to take a step back and be like, hey, as an owner of this organization, I'm sorry, I can't personally get involved. We're going to hire a team to investigate everything. We're going to take, statements from everybody. We're going to try and get to the bottom of this. I can't get personally involved. It's not fair to all of the people that work on our videos, to all the people we hire, to all the people in OTK. And we take sexual assault all allegations very, very, very seriously. And we need to stress, this is not a place for sexual assault. This is not a place for people to feel unsafe. So I'm going to take a step back. This is not up to me. We're going to hire a team. We're going to step back because we need everyone to know we take this very seriously. And instead, what did he do? With the ego that he has, he was like, I'll just handle this. I'll just go on stream and watch this video on consent and laugh the entire time. That'll go over well. I'll just tell everyone, I'm just trying to help my buddy Crazy Slick out. Yeah, that'll go over well.
Was one of the only people that were there for me. She ditched sponsors to go with me to Japan.
Dry our lips.
She went with me anywhere I needed because she wanted me to be happy. And she knew sometimes I freaked out. I lashed out. But she loved me, and she knew I was in a terrible mental place.
Is Emery part of this story, or I think Narcissus over there forgot the assignment? No, don't worry. He's going to get to it eventually.
It got so bad, the stress and constant talking about the same things over and over and no sleep and depression, that most of my hair started to fall out, and Emery started to...
Wrong. That's because I cursed you with bald.
...hurt herself while we were in Japan. As this time happened, I was a massive wreck. I couldn't think straight. And
how do you start something saying, fuck it, I'm going to go scorched earth. I'm going to show everyone everything. I'm going to burn all of you people. And then you think that you can ult and do these fucking white man tears, bro. Be for real. Did you not learn from Tectone's mistakes that nobody takes it seriously when it's not authentic?
And being that Emeru hung out with me all day, she too started to become high-strung. Ugh. We would yell at each other, fight, and argue all the time. Things we never once did. I felt this relationship was taking a huge strain. But I thought it could be fixed over time, since things were just so amazing that first year. But I'm so gay. But as we stayed around longer, I started resenting her a lot more. You can take it out of only mode. But as we stayed around longer, I started...
Do you think it's alligator tears? No, I think he just only has one mode, which is sympathy farming. And that's the only mode that he goes into when he ends up in situations like these. And I think that's exactly what he's doing. And yes, he did just say, I'm so gay. And then in a straight voice said, not like straight as in gay or straight, but in like a straight voice, said, yeah, take it off emote mode only. It's just fine. I'm done with the crying bit. He's thinking about how he used to have Emeru as like this person that like validated his existence, and actually she brought him more value than he was bringing her. At some point, she validated his existence and normalized his existence more than the other way around. And when he realized he lost that, and he realized that like he fumbled, and then he realized he has no fucking friends, he's sad about the consequences, and he's sad that he's suffering. He's not sad about how he has made other people in his life feel.
Started resenting her a lot more. I never want to talk about this. Emeru has a lot of rabbits. It was her calling when she first moved in. These were a big part of her life. But as those rabbits moved out of her room and into the living room, they started to see disgusting neglect. No food, no water, sometimes not having clean bedding for weeks.
I like how Emeru literally said he threatened that if I ever tried to speak out about him and against him, he would say that I abused and killed my rabbits. And then he does exactly that.
Weeks. I, along with many others who would come over, would give them what they needed, and I would tell her all the time to take care of them, but to no avail. She completely neglected those rabbits, so much that many of them just died over 1 year of being around in my house. My cleaning ladies would clean them just because they felt terrible, and my brother once came over and said, and I quote, "If you ever marry this woman, I'll never forgive you."
Turn off your TTS! Oh my god, what do you mean 7777777?
777777777. I didn't even know there was TTS going on.
Oh my god. Not that chat message I just read. Not only is he insecure, he's dumb. Dude, oh my god. Oh my god.
Here is a video up close of Emeru's rabbits. These are small little mites that are inside the rabbit cage, and she didn't care. She completely neglected these animals, and I'm not going to sit around and let people say that she didn't. People who came to my house knew that they were neglected. This is an up-close view of the rabbit cage being completely disgusting and neglected.
Notice that because he can't fight the allegations in a way that's effective, he has to do the next best thing, which is smear her, so that people are so mad about the rabbits that they don't care about what he did to her. If someone only brings something up as a way to torment the other person or to deflect criticisms against them, they don't actually give a shit about this. Objection, Your Honor, relevance. It's like, here's the thing. Even if all of this is true and these animals were getting abused for weeks or months or whatever, do you think that magically undoes what you did to her? You know, people don't have to be perfect victims. That she could have been shitty with her rabbits and she could have not taken care of them as well as she could have taken care of them. And this is still proving that you were holding this blackmail over her head? Even Asmund said that that was a lie. Okay, listen. I would love to go along with a narrative that would help me shit on Mizkif even more, but I don't think Asmund knows what things look like when they're clean and when they're dirty, so I can't take his word for it, and I'm sorry. I would really love to. I would really, really love to attach myself to that, because it is in my best interest to take anything that shits on Mizkif, but unfortunately, Asmund is just like the one, like literally the only person I can't take his word for that on. I just can't. I'm sorry. We've all seen what his house looks like. I'm sorry. I don't. And even Asmund honestly probably wouldn't even disagree with me saying that, so. And even Asmund's fans probably wouldn't even disagree with it. Like, this is probably really clean for Asmund's house, so I don't, you know, but yeah, basically this is where I'm at. Not giving Emmy for a pass for this, but it isn't helping Mizkif's image at all. It just confirms that he was blackmailing her. Like, he was literally just sitting on this entire time to be like, okay, well, if you ever speak out about me, I'll make sure to call you an animal abuser. It's like, oh, so you don't actually care about the safety of these animals. You just want something to hold over me so I can't ever shit on you. Got it. Okay. Now, unfortunately, I don't know anything about owning rabbits because I've never owned rabbits. I've seen some people say that, like, you can, like, kill a rabbit with just, like, a loud noise. Like, rabbits die really easily. I don't know the details on this. I have to do a lot more research on rabbits, and they're just very sensitive animals. They have really weak hearts, apparently. I also read that they, like, shit literally everywhere, and they have, like, really petulant digestive tracts. Again, I had rabbits as a kid. I can confirm that. They'd die of a heart attack if there was a door slam nearby. That's so sad. They do poop everywhere. Again, like I said, I've never owned rabbits. That sounds like a really sad, depressing animal to have. This is the same reason I can never own rats. Knowing that they die in 2 years would make me cry so bad. Because basically, as soon as rats start warming up to you, and as soon as you're able to get their trust and get them to like do little tricks and stuff, is basically they're about to die. And it's like, that's the saddest thing I've ever heard in my life. That's so fucking depressing. So I don't know if she abused these rabbits or not. It's possible that she did. It's possible that she didn't. I don't know because I only have one video from Mizkif to go off of. The reality is, even if she abused these rabbits, even if they had mites and they weren't taken care of as well as they could have been taken care of, that doesn't magically make your abuse of her okay. Like, what the fuck defense is this? Your Honor? Yeah, maybe everything she said was true, but did you see her rabbit's cage? There was a lot of poop and some mites. It's like, what the fuck? And of course, besides everything else, or in addition to everything else, it's not like things are stagnant, right? If this is how her rabbit cage always looked and the conditions were always this bad, yeah, I would agree. I think that that's like probably really bad and probably fucked up. If she like never cleaned the cage and it always just was terrible, in terrible condition. But because all I have is Mizkif's context for it, which is very little, I have no way of knowing if this was a short period of time, maybe in between when she was moving, maybe when she had just gotten them, or maybe she was changing their medication, or maybe she was out of town for a week and she had like a sitter or something. Like, I have no way of knowing any of these details, right? Because he provides one video and he says, oh, my brother took this video and she definitely was abusing them. See, look at the mites. And it's like, wait, so what? How long was that happening? For what period of time was that happening? So anyways, do we even know if these are actually rabbits? I don't know. But again, even if we take his word, which is worthless, by the way, even if we take his word and assume that everything that he's saying true when these rabbits were being neglected forever, which already you should be a little skeptical of anything Mizkif is saying, considering the number of people that he's fucked over and the number of people who fucking hate him and don't trust him, that doesn't discount or undo what you did. There's no amount of rabbit poop that makes punching drywall and sexually assaulting women okay. It's not like, well, you had like a pound of rabbit poop in your house, so I'm allowed to beat you. Like, what? You're just proving that you were threatening to blackmail her the whole time and then you're following through with the blackmail.
Left them to die. And I'm not going to sit here and have her pretend she didn't. It's fucking disgusting. This is a video from my own brother. I didn't record this. These are mites all around her cage. Okay. I would tell her to take care of them all the time, but to no avail. She completely neglected those rabbits, so much that many died just over a year or two of being around in my house. My cleaning ladies would clean them just because they felt bad, and my brother once came over and said that if I marry her, he'll never forgive me. In fact...
You're the guy who said that one of the reasons Byron killed himself was because he was jealous of me. I don't really know that you're the best person to talk about on why anyone is dying, to be quite honest with you. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know that I trust your retelling of events to say that essentially what he's saying is Emeru killed her rabbits.
When Maya came over during my cancellation, she actually commented on Emeru's rabbits and said, "These rabbits are completely neglected and this is disgusting." Emeru wouldn't clean the cages and the smell became so bad that we started to have the rabbits just be outside.
Which
I told her if that's the case, she's got to make sure she's giving them water, because they are her responsibility. Instead, these rabbits were left outside in 100-degree heat with no food or water or anything. Most of the time being in cages with no bedding besides poop all over the place. Emmy didn't care. She would sit inside and play League of Legends all day. And what this showed me is that I don't want her to be my children's mother.
Meanwhile, sending her paragraphs and essays written by ChatGPT about how he will never love anyone else the same way, and he loves her so much, and he needs to be back with her no matter what. Amazing. This is like, do you see what I mean when I say, chat? Like, this, not only was this written by a third grader, but it's also evidence that he has no fucking friends. Because if you had even one fucking friend in your life, they would have told you not to read this dog shit script. Is he actually saying, oh, you accused me of sexual assault? Will you neglect rabbits? Checkmate. And like, can I be honest? If you actually gave a shit about the neglect of the rabbits, you are a fucking millionaire. Hire a maid. If you genuinely care about the animals and that's why you're like, I won't stay silent about this anymore. So you're down to talk about it. You're just like, what? Not down to actually take... You're a fucking millionaire. You are literally a millionaire. If I was dating someone who was otherwise perfect, but then they just like were a little bit not so cleanly, or they could have taken better care of like their cat's litter box or their dog's kennel or their rabbit's cage. At some point it's like, you know what? You're allowed to have some flaws. And streaming is one of those things where I don't know if you guys have seen like Extra Emily's Apartment. A lot of streamers get really addicted to streaming to the point where it's very hard to even manage like basic shit. Anytime you get addicted to any type of work, you prioritize it so hard, you will neglect other parts of your life, right? Which is not an excuse or an exception or like that you should allow that to happen. But it's about finding those areas where you're neglecting things and then building solutions for that neglect. Right? So it's like, I know for a fact that I am not great about cleaning the litter box, and that's why I got a litter robot. Because I was like, I'm not gonna let my cats just like live in filth like this. This is disgusting. Like I know if I have 2 cats, I should be cleaning the litter box every day, and I'm not doing it every day. So I can't have a normal litter box. I just have to invest, get a litter robot, so that my cats can have clean litter all the time. Because I can once every 4 days remove a bag and replace a bag. That's easy. But it's like you have to be aware of the fact that like you have these areas where you know you're not great about X, Y, and Z, and you build around that, right? It doesn't make the action acceptable. It just means you build around that. Like everybody who's ever dated anyone knows, everyone's going to have flaws. Everyone's going to have things that they neglect a little bit. You build around that. It's like, it's not that Asmongold lives in filth that's disgusting or that he's not clean. It's that he doesn't do what XQC does, which is just hiring someone to clean. That's the problem. It's like you're a millionaire. Just hire someone to fucking clean your house. Holy shit. So this, besides the fact that this entire line of reasoning is so nonsensical and it literally makes no sense why you would bring up this like animal abuse that you care so much about that you did nothing. You didn't try and fix it in the moment. But also in response to sexual assault allegations against you, you're like, this is the perfect time to deploy this after I was accused of using this as blackmail.
And I couldn't see myself marrying her. The fights from these times started to get worse. I would constantly want to be farther and farther from her. I would use her for content, but after stream would want to be alone. I didn't know how to break up with her or end things. She was a co-owner of
Oh my God.
my org, the only person I knew.
I know what'll make people sympathize with me. Saying I only used her for content. And I just wanted to get rid of the evil woman from my home. Aren't I so likable? Also, she's the only woman I've ever loved. The good guy, by the way. You know, there were a couple of things in Emeru's story where I was like, I want some of this stuff to be corroborated. And I really hope people can like piece together some of this stuff. Or ideally, you know, she would put together some things here. Because anytime anyone comes out about any situation, it helps a lot if there's anyone that can corroborate parts of the story, right? If anyone can say X, Y, and Z, you know, I was there for this thing, I wasn't there for this thing. It just helps build everything. And obviously, you know, believe all women. It just helps to have more than that, right? To believe more than just a story. And people did. But if I wasn't already on Emeru's side, watching this VOD was so bad, it convinced me that everything Emeru said was true. He fucked himself so hard by streaming this because it literally convinced me that she wasn't lying about anything. Because he comes off like a fucking freak, a crazy person, and just like a sad sack of shit. It's like, wow, I was unsure about the details of like this part of Emeru's story, and I was unsure about the details of this part of the story. And I appreciate like people corroborating. But then after seeing this, I was like, I don't need anything else. Got it.
And the strain of the relationship and hiding the relationship was really taking a toll on me. On top of that, the stalkers were getting worse. One stalker came to my house, and I had to point a gun at him for 30 minutes until the cops came.
And the fact that his retelling of this story is also inaccurate, and what actually happened was that Bonnie was the one who warned everyone. And he was holding a gun to like a metal door.
These stalkers are no joke. And the pressure from the relationship, the anger I felt, and the stalkers as a whole really made us lash out at each other. She would tell me that she doesn't realize what she's doing, that she didn't understand what she was doing wrong. But I would constantly tell her, on and off stream, that she needs to do more because these stalkers are getting worse. I know I wasn't perfect with my language or tone throughout this entire relationship. I know I wasn't. And I was aggressive at times. In regards to being controlling,
And by the way, the proof of him saying that she needs to do something about these stalkers, we already showed it earlier, but for anyone who missed it, where did I fuck? Misplaced it. Some of this stuff was caught on stream, and some of the stuff that he had said to her about what she needs to do about these stalkers was said on stream. Like this thing, this was like leaked years ago, where he's saying like, you literally lift your legs like a cheerleader multiple times and stick a bottle between your legs and play with it. Farm those parasocial people by doing this content in the first place. After claiming to me that you don't want these weirdos and you hate this community and you hate the just chatting community. And she said, I genuinely don't think of it as sexual when I'm doing it, especially since I'm wearing pajama pants. But okay, I will stop. And the sexual stuff that she's doing to encourage stalkers, by the way, is this. This is her lifting her leg like a cheerleader. This is her. And this is her putting a bottle in between her legs and playing with it. I mean, I've seen enough. Lock her up. Am I right, gentlemen? No, dude, you're so right. Keep going with the victim blaming. It'll work out really good. It'll work out really well for you, man. Just keep going. Just keep going. Just double down. Just triple down. Just quadruple down. It'll keep working.
I told her many things. I told her to dress older, to stop wearing pajamas, to stop talking about stalkers and schizos as a whole, stop talking about past relationships, and yes, I didn't want her to travel without me. I also said that I didn't want her to hang out with specific people. This is because I didn't want her to get hurt. I didn't want Emmy to get assaulted. I didn't want some man to do something to her when I'm not there, and I want...
Yes, I was controlling. But I swear it was for her.
wanted to keep her safe. And I know with how my mental was and who I was back then that I didn't do everything right. I know I could have done better, and I'm sorry. I know I was controlling, and I should have just ended the fucking relationship, but I was so confused as a person. And I'm sorry I did it. I'm sorry things got to this fucking point, man. The last 9 months of this relationship...
I am not buying what you're selling, man. I'm sorry. You can take your goods. I'm not interested, man.
Things got extremely fucking toxic.
You know, since the streaming thing isn't working out for him, at least with that acting, he'll definitely make it in porn. For sure.
I told her to move out. She didn't move out on her own. I told her to move out because I wanted space, but she still wanted me around at all times. She would get upset if we didn't sleep together or if we weren't around. She always wanted me to drive over to her house, but I never wanted to because I wanted to be alone. And that increased our fights. But the stalkers continued, and I got even more stressed. They started to take pictures of me whenever I would drive to her house.
It's almost like stalkers aren't reasonable, rational people, and there's no amount of dressing maturely that's going to make them go away.
Sorry. They knew my every movement. I couldn't take it. Between the rabbits, the stalkers, and the overall ability to handle situations with each other, I knew this wouldn't last. But I didn't know how to get out of the relationship. She did not want to move out.
Yeah, her stalkers were upsetting me is insane.
As for me telling Cheddar to leave my house, he was swatting at Chompy constantly and making him bleed. I not only was the one that wanted her to move out first, I was the one that wanted the cat out of the house because he was attacking my cat. Every month went by the last year, and our fights started to get louder. We were breaking up with each other almost weekly. Fights were getting more aggressive, and shouting began to increase. I was not perfect, and I reflect on those situations with poor taste to myself. I'm ashamed that the situations got so bad, but Emmy was also violent. She would throw clothes or plushies at me, and I punched holes in the walls or slammed doors in aggression.
I just want to show all of you this. Let me find it. Please, God. Oh, I had it. Where did I misplaced the clip? Fuck. Oh man. I found it. Ronaldo responding to this or reacting to this. This is how I feel. I'm the guy that's not on camera that asked the question at the very end of the clip.
I'm ashamed that the situations got so bad, but Emmy was also violent. She would throw clothes or plushies at me, and I punched holes in the walls or slammed doors in aggression. I one time did say I was gonna...
Wait, so she... No, I gotta be getting trolled. Wait, I'm not even kidding. Is this a joke? Guys, you're... Did I just hear him say she threw a plushie at it? That's fucking, like... Just...
I walked away. I went to her door, and as I opened it, the last words I ever heard her say is, "Don't go. I love you." Dia, to...
The way that he gripped his face
What
up.
the fuck is he even talking about?
That was really him? That was an AI?
The other guy at the end saying that was really him. Are you sure that wasn't AI? Oh my fucking God. Because, so here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Can I just say a couple of things really quickly? There is absolutely a universe where you could be throwing plushies at someone in a way that is abusive. Okay? I don't want to downplay the fact that you can, in fact, be abusive against someone and that you shouldn't be throwing stuff at anyone at all, ever, really. But my issue with this, and the reason why everyone else is laughing at this, is because how does he not have the self-awareness to realize the statement, listen, I was punching holes and I was a terrifying force in her life, but she threw plushies at me, is not the fucking defense. How do you have no friends in your life that can tell you, okay, dude, did she ever throw a plushie at you that maybe had like little beads for eyes or something? Can you just try and spin something, like say that like one of the plushies, like the like little bead on the eye, like it hit you in the face and it really hurt? Like say something like that, maybe. Just fucking like there was like a zipper on the plushie or something that actually like hurt you and like scratched your face. Like say something. You can't just say she threw clothes and a plushie at me and then I made sure to punch 1,700 holes in her wall. This equivalency makes sense and makes me look good. Like how? How do you have no one in your life to tell you that you look like a fucking idiot saying that?
I one time did say I was going to kill myself during an argument, but Emmy did this as well numerous times. She would constantly say she's going to kill herself in arguments, and I have a picture where while I had a gun pointed at one of her stalkers who came to my house while she was in Kansas, she told me she was going to kill herself out of aggression of the situation while it was happening. And I'm just going to leak everything.
Okay, let's say a couple of things really quickly. What do you mean by out of aggression, for starters? Second, there is a massive difference between you saying that you want to break up with someone or you saying that you're upset at someone and that person saying that they want to kill themselves because of that. Because you're twisting the conversation that should be about criticizing you into criticizing them and like evading all responsibility because of your emotional situation. If someone is dealing with stalkers in their life and they're saying, I'm going to kill myself, like this is so fucking psychotic, I'm so tired of having these stalkers, they're not trying to reframe a conversation that would have forced them to take accountability into making themselves the victim. That's them talking to you in earnest about something that they're struggling with. When people talk about saying, I'm going to kill myself as an abuse tactic, it's abuse tactic to avoid taking any accountability or responsibility for any of your actions. It's very different from saying, dude, I'm gonna like, sometimes I drop my ice cream or my fucking drink and I'm like, it's over. I'm gonna KMS. And my friends know that that's not an abuse tactic because I'm saying it about something stupid. Or in some cases, you can say it about something that's serious. You're not blaming anyone, or you're not blaming the person you're talking to, or using a situation that's criticizing you and making it about you. You're talking about a situation that's negatively impacting you and asking for support. Because the purpose of saying, I'm going to kill myself, especially in terms of like abuse dynamics, is to force that person to stay with you. That's why people talk about that specific term being abusive, because it's, oh, you want to make me be accountable? You're literally you're going to drive me to suicide. And nobody wants to feel like they're going to drive someone else to suicide. Those are totally different contexts. Completely different fucking contexts.
Because I don't really care. This is the situation. I told her that a stalker's at the house. I'm freaking out. What is happening? Can you call me? I'll call you. I literally want to kill myself. I can't take this anymore. I feel so alone and like a problem. So just want to show this. She was also using the I want to kill myself a lot in our situation and relationship. This is while I had a gun pointed at one of her stalkers. This stalker who was at my house, his background picture was Emaru. And when he talked to the cops, he was in love with her and thought that she was talking to him. It is disgusting what these stalkers can do.
What the fuck? This isn't abuse. This is despair. He's a total fucking moron. Like, again, why does it say to Emmy? I don't know. Some like sleuths were like, isn't this just like his messages? But then some other people said, like, if you open, you know, your text messages, that can show up on the screen even if they're not yours. I don't really care. I'm just going to assume that they're hers for just 2 seconds. To be clear, you confiding in a friend or a partner that something is stressing you out so bad that you are emotionally distraught because there's a stalker staking out the place outside of your fucking house, which is something that should distress you, is very different from someone saying, I feel like you never take accountability and I feel like I want to end this relationship. And then you saying, I'm going to fucking kill myself if you leave me. One of them is to attempt to abuse someone else. The other one is a cry for help and a cry for sympathy. Like they're totally fucking different.
I will say this. The fact that this guy came to my house and the result of it was a cop brought him down the street to a QT, which is a 7-Eleven, 15 minutes away, and that's all they did, is terrifying for these girls and terrifying for the situation in general. Sorry.
Right, to step out for a DSA meeting, catching back up. Is Liz Kiff trying to shill some idea that the receipts are fake or something? No, his current strategy is to tell everyone that he's a piece of shit. And he did do the things that she said, but she abused her animals and she threw plushies at him.
I knew that the relationship wasn't healthy at this point. I knew we had to end it, and soon. One day, Emmy posted a very provocative picture, one that she knew I would hate, and she posted it to make me upset. She admitted that she made me upset with it, and we got into a heated argument, and I broke up with her. We broke up for about a month, then got back together because we thought we can make it work. We went to get food at BJ's, a common place where we would get food, and then we went back to her house.
You see what I said when I said there's no way ChatGPT wrote this? What is this fucking fourth grader ass sentence? We went to a place, the BJ's, a common place that we would get food, and then we went back home. Why are you who? How do you have no one that would tell you you look like a fucking idiot, dude? It's fine to be an idiot on stream live when you're not prepared, but this is when this is what you prepared. Everyone who live streams is going to say stupid shit on the live stream and make themselves look like an idiot eventually. It's just a matter of time. If it hasn't happened to someone yet, it's just a matter of time. But how do you prepare a script and this is what you made?
Then got back together because we thought we can make it work. We went to get food at BJ's, a common place where we would get food, and then we went back to her house. We cuddled for about 30 minutes and started to kiss. She said that she was okay with this on her stream, and I started to advance to the next stage because I thought that's what she wanted. She yelped, and I immediately sprung up and was scared if I did anything wrong, or did wrong in general. I got scared and left the house. I apologize if that made Emmy uncomfortable for me not saying sorry, and I wish I said sorry back then.
Two things. One, love that he just removed the part where she said she was crying. And like, why are you making sexual advances on someone who's crying? Two, why would you admit that that story was real? Like, you have to have such crazy ego combined with stupidity to think that your retelling of events would make you look good in this insane way. Jesus.
But we got back together soon afterwards. And during those last few months where we were fighting, we were still fighting, but it did feel like the relationship had good progress. And we were both agreed we need to talk about our future. Since it's been 3 years, we should see what we want. And Emmy had an idea.
Sorry, just to lighten the mood a little bit, but this. We went and we got a Pazuki and I ate it and it was good. And that's how all of this is written.
My God.
Sorry.
To write down everything we wanted on paper. I'm going to let everyone know that what I'm about to say is very true. This is exactly what happened, and she cannot argue this. One day, after staying over Emeru's house, Emeru made me breakfast, and she wrote down everything she wanted. She wrote she wants me to move closer to her. She wrote that she wants me to marry her, and she wants kids with me in the next 5 years. And I just looked at this letter that I was staring in front of me, and I just handed her back the paper. She began to cry, and I told her, I'm sorry, I just can't do this anymore. I knew we were just beyond the point of toxicity.
Considering that he failed to recognize or failed to add in that she was crying when he decided to make a sexual advance on her, I wonder what else was in that letter. If even what he's saying is true, and that's what's in the letter, and at any point in that letter it said any of that. I wonder if at any point it said other things in there that said like, hey, I need you to stop engaging in this behavior. Like, I want to see a future for the two of us because I love spending time together, but I can't accept that you act irrationally, that you fucking punch holes in the wall, that you do this, that you do this, that you do this. I like how he's framing it as if like she's just like so needy and she just needs him so bad. And there was definitely nothing criticizing him in this fanfic ass fucking letter. Famously, he so far hasn't failed to failed to add in crucial details in the story, like the fact that Bonnie made a big difference with the fucking stalker that showed up, or the fact that she was crying when you were making a sexual advance on her. And in general, maybe don't come on to people that are in emotional states. Maybe.
In the relationship, that our trust had completely died, and that we had so many issues that I couldn't deal with it, and I was not mentally well. I walked away. I went to her door, and as I opened it, the last words I ever heard her say is, "Don't go. I love you." That week, I made flights to Japan because I didn't want to sit around and wait to possibly get back together again. I have never talked to her in person since. I have messaged her numerous times wondering why I have been removed from OTK, Discords, and I was very scared because I didn't know what was going on. Nobody was talking to me or contacting me, and I have had so much regret. Times where I wanted to go back, times where I've
Can I just say, there is a slight, not to like Ace Attorney this too hard, but there is a slight discrepancy here in his story and some of the receipts that she showed, where he says that she told him, "Don't go, I love you." And then in the message that he wrote to her in on May 29th, he said, "Not a day has gone by in these last 4 months where your final words to me, 'Don't go,' haven't echoed in my heart." So did she say, "Don't go," because maybe she was saying, can we try and fucking work this out amicably? Can you not leave on these fucking terms? Or did she say, "Don't go, I love you"? Because those are very different. Those are two very different statements.
Messaged her love letters, as you saw on stream. But after 10 months, I know we're much better off without each other. I did see her at a party once at Simply's house. The house was very small, and I opened the door, I said whoops, and proceeded to talk in the other room about what I possibly did wrong, and began to bawl out and be depressed because I just saw my ex-girlfriend. I want to make it very clear. I was not following her, nor lingering around her. I was with others the entire night. The house is about 2,000 square feet with about 50 people there. I, of course, was near her, but I was never following her. This year...
No, I was just obsessively messaging her and texting her and telling her, can we please talk? Can we please talk? Can we please talk? Can we please talk? Please, can we talk? Can we talk? It's just so stupid, too, because it's like knowing the person that he is, like, having had this interaction personally, I'm sorry, I believe Emaru. I totally believe that he would bother her and try and get her to talk to him. Stop writing Matt GPT.
Sorry. This year has been very hard for me, and I'm sure for her. I even went to Japan and drank every single night just to sleep. Going from being with each other for 3 years straight and trauma bonding to be completely alone is such a difficult thing for both of us. I began therapy in February of this year with EMDR therapy, something she recommended me when we were dating. I'm very happy to say that I feel better than ever, and I've gotten a lot of the stress I've had away. I've also moved from Austin myself, and I've had a lot of trauma lingering from there as a whole, and I feel a lot better from that. I truly hope nothing but the best for Emmy. I know she said a lot of these things today, and I do believe a lot of them were false, but I do hope nothing but the best for her, and I'm sorry that any of this happened. I hate that we're in this situation, and I hope that she can move on. We were in a toxic relationship. I saw that. I've realized over the years of 2 relationships now online that I'm a horrible boyfriend and I have a lot to work on for myself. I've been single for the past 10 months and I plan to stay that way. I'm continuing to go to therapy and work on myself, not just for me, but for the people around me.
I hope she moves on. Meanwhile, he's been sending her fucking love letters and essays for the past year, asking to talk. I wish nothing but the best for Emmy, but she did kill her rabbits and abuse them. But I wish nothing but the best for her.
That's it. If you're wondering if it's scripted, the answer is, of course it is. I wrote it out because I cannot freeball this. This is a very serious situation.
What? No wonder he constantly has to explain simple concepts to his audience. What type of fucking moron types is this scripted? Maybe, you know what? Maybe they were fucking with him. You know? Maybe they were actually fucking with him the whole time. I don't know.
I want to make this real, and that's it. Okay? I am going to stand up for myself. I am going to defend myself in these situations. I am not going away. I have no plans to go away. And I believe a lot of the situations today were absolutely exaggerated. I have dozens of photos and videos, calls and messages as well, if she has them. I have things I will be leaking over the next few days of other people, of other things. I have a lot of messages that I have that I'm going to expose as time goes on, because I do believe that this is a time to go fucking buck wild. But I want to make it very clear. When it comes to Emaru, when she says that I was getting ready to go after her and that I was going to use her rabbits against her, that was never the plan. My plan for myself was very simple. If Emmy were to say something about me, I would say something back. That's it. I never had a plan.
I'm sorry. I just like... Maybe I misheard that. Can we just...
Plans against a lot of messages that I have that I'm going to expose as time goes on, because I do believe that this is a time to go fucking buck wild. But I want to make it very clear. When it comes to Emaru, when she says that I was getting ready to go after her and that I was going to use her rabbits against her, that was never the plan. My plan for myself was very simple. If Emmy were to say something about me, I would say something back. That's
So there was never a plan to talk about her rabbits, but the plan was always that you were going to respond. And you what? Just happened to want to respond about with the rabbits? So there was never that plan was never a plan, but it was a plan that you enacted. Okay. Yeah, all right. The plan isn't a plan.
it. I never had a plan in my life to go after her or do anything. It was if she ever said anything, I would say something as well.
I never said that I would respond and I would attack her. That was never the plan, except it was the plan, which I did tell her if she ever attacked me, I would attack her. But it wasn't the plan, but it was the plan. Are you guys understanding? Do you guys get what the plan was? To go buck wild, but there was no plan. There was never a plan except for the one that there was. Do you guys understand? Okay, just making sure we're all on the same page here.
And that's completely understandable. Can you clarify what, if anything, was said to her team at TwitchCon? I said that if she goes after me, then I will go nuclear. And that is exactly what I said. And that is what's going to happen. Because you can't mess with me anymore. I don't have anything to lose. I'm sorry, I don't. Go after me all you want. I have nothing to lose. And I will say this proudly. Emaru abused those rabbits. She did. And if you're in Austin, Texas...
I will proudly say the plan was always to do exactly what you told me, exactly what you told Stream that I was going to do. You can't make this shit up, man. You really can't. You really can't. That's why I said, trust me, guys, by the middle of it, you'll understand that there's no way this was written by ChatGPT. ChatGPT couldn't write something this stupid.
And you want to say that she didn't abuse those rabbits at my house? You're lying. You know she did. She abused those rabbits and she let them outside. And it's disgusting. And I didn't want to bring this up ever. This was not something I planned on bringing up in my life. But it's something that she claims that she didn't do, and people are trying to defend her from that, like Asmongold, where he says that one of her rabbits she took and brought around. What about the other 6 rabbits that died? As for what happened with me and Emaru,
thankfully, rabbits never die, ever. And they're not prone to heart attacks, and they're not prone to any other issues. And they all are known to live very, very long. And they are actually immortal creatures, thankfully. Whew.
it is I mentally have been fucked up for years. And I'm very proud of myself for working on myself. And I think leaving Austin was the best thing, not just for me, but for everyone around me.
No, for sure, man. You should work out and then post a video of you with a dog that you just adopted, and then post how you're reading books and stuff. That'll play out well, I think.
I do believe that. I fucked up a lot, and I'm never going to not admit that. And I realized I need to be alone. I never got kicked out of Austin, Texas. I left myself.
I wasn't fired. I quit. Hey, man, listen. You can say whatever is your truth, King, and everyone's allowed to think it's stupid and disagree and have their own opinions. If that's what you're saying, man, sure. I don't know that anyone's buying what you're selling, but keep saying it. Just keep telling everyone that you're the one who quit. That's your truth, King. Go for it. I really have to pee, chat. I have to pee so bad. I've had to pee for the past, hour. Can I just leave you guys with some stim music? Anyways, guys. Sorry, I really had to pee. I'm so confused because it works, I know, right? I posted it in chat. How do you find this heat? Oh, you know, I'm just built different like that, man. Okay, getting back to where we're getting. I really just had to pee so bad.
You're still mentally fucked? I am. I'm absolutely mentally fucked. I have been slowly working on it. I do feel like I've been getting better. I feel like I'm very calm right now. I don't feel stressed. I don't even feel angry.
I've only punched 16 holes in this wall. So, it's a big improvement for me.
I feel that every day I'm trying to learn more and more and do better. But I'm going to stand up for myself in a lot of these situations because a lot of it was not true. And I don't like that she was portraying that it was just me who was at fault. It was a toxic relationship, and that's what it was.
It was a toxic relationship, except the only evidence of the toxicity is that her rabbits died. And thankfully, I can say with confidence, it was definitely not because I was slamming the doors so hard that they were breaking. That definitely didn't play a factor at all in the stress of these rabbits. No, for sure. It's definitely all her fault because she is neglecting the rabbits. And everyone, please think about the rabbits. So it was definitely a mutual sort of thing, you know? I threatened her and made her feel unsafe, and then she neglected her rabbits. So, as you can see, very mutual here. Uh-huh.
Why was viewership so important? I will bluntly say this, and I'm very honest. I was, and I still am, but I very much was someone that was massively obsessed with streaming and viewership. And when my cancellation happened, and even before it, I mean, it's something you guys know. I've been massively obsessed with streaming and viewership over the years, and it's disgusting and it has ruined my fucking life. It is something that I am envious of others. I am angry at others because of it. It makes me jealous when I see others doing well, and it has made me realize that I am I'm never happy for someone else if they're doing much better than me. You guys know this is true if you watch my old stream. I've always been this way. I've been very envious of other people. And
well, it's not that you're envious of other people, it's that you're jealous of other people. Like, you have to personally take them down. That's the problem. Being envious is like a little bit of envy is not a bad thing necessarily. It helps if it helps you strive to be better and helps you get more because you want what those people have, so it makes you work a little bit harder. That's great, right? I know for myself, I mean, I feel I resonate with the iconic Little Nas X line. I always want the ones I envy. It's good to have goals and have things that you want to reach for and strive for and do better. It's just like all over. And it doesn't have to be just like purely money or clout or whatever. Sometimes like putting together a stream that like brings everyone together is very motivating and like fulfilling, right? It's that you have to be so mad the entire time you don't let anyone else enjoy their success. That you see Emeru has whatever 30,000 viewers streaming Rust, so you start slamming the door and making her feel bad about it. It's that you see those people there and you have to drag them down because how dare they do better than you?
it's a problem. It's a serious. I'm definitely way better than I was now, or I am now, but it's a serious problem that I am still working on to this day. I am not perfect, and I fucked up with that. I've been this way for a very fucking long time, where I'm a competitive dude, and I think I'm very competitive with streaming.
As someone who is so competitive and had to, I struggled. I struggled as a kid because I was too competitive. Okay, I struggled with basic human interactions. Okay, and it took me a while to get friends and stop getting bullied so hard because I would make everything a competition because I was so competitive. But there's a difference between being competitive and being like being a sore loser. You're not allowed to be competitive and be a sore loser. Then you're just an insecure, fucking pathetic sack of shit.
Because I really care about it a lot. I've sunk my whole life into this thing. So, did you really drive 150 miles an hour? I'm going to say this very clear. If you know me in Austin, Texas, I drive fast everywhere.
So, yes. Bro, get one friend. One. Get one. Just one. For the love of God. And then treat them well. So you're never in this situation again.
I drive fast literally everywhere. I'm in an Audi R8 in Austin, Texas, where the freeways are open. I drive fast all the time. I do. I don't even remember what situation she was talking about.
Is there even an accusation he didn't admit to?
I mean, we were in cars with each other all the time. I remember one time when she was picking me up from the airport and she was in her blue Corvette and she started the speed when we were on a straightaway when she was getting mad and she stayed quiet. I don't remember the exact speed she got up to, but we were definitely flying.
Well, she drove fast in her car, but I don't remember the speed. Bruh. You don't think there's a distinction between going 100 miles an hour or 150 miles an hour and saying, I'm going to kill both of us? I could kill both of us. And getting in arguments and then forcing people to apologize in those arguments as you're threatening to kill both of you. And someone being upset and driving fast. Who knows what mile per hour it is because he didn't specify. He just said, I don't know what it was, but it was fast. This poor Chatter. Chatter, we cooked. You are so cooked. You're so cooked.
But I'll say this as well. I have no problem admitting fault. The person that I was during that relationship, and I would say the Mizkiff in Austin, Texas, is
Someone in this chat wrote Fast and Furious. Just stop.
fucking disgusting. I hated myself. I hated this person that just sat there all day, stressed and angry and mad at the fucking world. I hated being this upset person because I know you are who you hang out with. And I definitely changed Emmy in a lot of ways and made her very stressed as well. And mentally, the situations we were in, it just cataclysmed both of us.
Stop talking!
I was a very toxic person and I knew I needed to get out, so I broke up with her. In fact, I broke up with her twice. The first time I broke up with her, I really thought it was over. And the second time I broke up with her was forever. I did message her a lot.
Dude, his chat saying, "Stop bullshitting. You're still that same person." Bro, honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think anyone's chat hates them as much as Mizkiff's chat. That's crazy.
Afterwards,
There's like one positive comment for every like 1,000 negative ones.
Primarily for OTK stuff, but there were times where I did want to go back to her. I'm not going to pretend I didn't. I was drunk. I thought I needed to, but
Not his chat saying you're not perverted, you're just Italian, not the Cuomo line.
Yeah. That's it. I don't think there's really anything else to talk about.
He really is trying to like Amber Heard the situation so hard, and it's just like not working, and he doesn't understand why it's not working. And the reason it worked for Johnny Depp is because he had a whole fucking legal team, you goddamn imbecile. I guarantee you, if Johnny Depp's drunk ass got on the fucking stand, he would have fucked himself so hard, just like you're doing right now.
Leak something? No, not today. This is something I think that we went over, and I am glad that it is out there, what I just said, and that's it. So that's it. I said what I had to say. I appreciate you guys listening, and I will be back. I'm not leaving anytime soon, but I'm going to go relax. It's been a pretty rough day. No, we're not doing top 500. Okay. All right. That's it, guys. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. I will keep defending myself as time goes on. I appreciate you guys, and I will see you guys.
Don't. As the one, if there's one person that gives you any good advice in your goddamn life, stop. Stop trying to defend yourself. Get someone else to help you. Holy shit.
As we keep going, I appreciate you guys, and I'm yeah.
Excellent stuff going on, man. Do you know how cooked you are when Asmongold is saying that you need to have some dignity?
Any open message to Miz? Fuck off. Have some dignity and retire. Like, I really, I mean, that's my honest, like, you know, what advice do you have? There it is. But You're really mad at him, huh? I don't even know really if that's the word to use. It's just like it's just I don't know. Maybe No Money needs to censor somebody else.
Do you know how bad it is when the guy who says that he likes Nick Fuentes regrets platforming Mizkif? Do you know how cooked you are? You know how fucking fried you are, bro? You're fucking legally squashed, man. And it's like, the problem is, this is sort of the same thing as Tectone, where with Tectone, there's so many clips of him just being a total piece of shit to his last partner. And these people have such insane egos, they just never think that they never think the fact that they've been a piece of shit on stream to their partners will ever come back to bite them in the ass. They never think, oh, wait a minute, maybe me berating my partner in front of this audience isn't a good look for me. Like, they're not even good at the manipulation because they're so fucking stupid.
Doing sponsors at my desktop.
You had 7,000 viewers when you were playing the crane game.
I had 14,000 this morning IRLing at the nonprofit.
Okay, I didn't need to hear that.
He gets upset when I succeed.
No, okay. I used no. I used to get upset. I'm not kidding you, Chad. I used to legitimately get fucking pissed because I'm like, are you fucking serious? I brought this bitch into the world, and now all of a sudden she's fucking growing faster than I was. Because I was going like this. And she was going like this.
Yeah, for sure, man. You definitely, this is a good play for you. This is a good play. You should definitely act exactly as you're acting because no one will ever find any clips of you being a total piece of shit on stream to your partners.
And I'm like, what the hell is this crap? What is going on here? It's the fucking Babsity effect. So I was pissed. I'm like, you were such a pussy.
The fact that you can say that and feel like it's okay that you felt that way and just be like, yeah, I was like that. Like, that is crazy. That's bad.
Is it bad?
Yes.
And guess what? I don't care anymore.
That's bad.
But I don't care anymore. And I stopped caring.
He's okay as long as I never have more viewers than him. If I ever surpassed him in viewership, which will never happen.
Oh, she'd be done. I'd pull the plug.
He could not take it. He could not.
I'd pull the plug.
Which I kind of.
Chat, it's like if she beats me in Mario 64. That's literally what it'd be like if she has more viewers. It would feel like she 2-0'd me, and I would just not have that.
I can't believe they didn't. What is this music? Ah! Twitch's autoplay on his next VOD started fucking playing. I just closed all my tabs thinking, I was like, what is it? What could it possibly be? And it was that. Well, let me try reopening my fucking, Thank you so much, Twitch. Appreciate it. Why would anyone want to autoplay into another VOD? I don't know. Sorry. Like, I just don't. Sorry, it sucks that this clip ends right before she says, just get good, lol. Just get good, literally, just get good, lol. You think he's gonna go down the alt-right pipeline and start grifting? I mean, he jokingly says it in the very beginning. I skipped over the very beginning because it's just a preamble where he's like, hey, and it was boring as shit, but I forgot there was one thing in it that was really funny, which was this.
Yo.
I don't have the exact timestamp, so you guys are gonna have to suffer it through. Yo.
Yo. Yo. Yo. What's up? Hello? Yo. Hey. Yo. Call Bean, he can fix this? No, it's okay. Yo. 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 What up, chat? Yo, what up? Yo. Is this goodbye? No. It's not goodbye. Not at all. Yo. Yo. Explain yourself. I will. Promise you. We're not playing Marvel Rivals today. Tom, think of this up. Appreciate it.
Yo.
Yo.
Hey, new viewer here. Why is everyone?
What up, Walnuts?
Yo, Miz.
Are you starting your right-wing grift? It's getting close. Yo. What up?
That's what I was looking for. Sorry, I didn't have the timestamp. It's 1 minute and 38 seconds in. Are you starting your right-wing grift? It's getting close. He's clearly a dumb, arrogant, useless guy. Why are these super attractive women dating him to begin with? People so easily fooled by overconfidence. No, it's that Sorry, the problem with being a genuinely good person is that you want to see the good in everyone that is around you, and you make a lot of excuses for the people around you. The other thing, too, is that abusers tend to pick their victims well, and they pick people who they know have a lot of, heart and have a lot of love to give and want to see the good in everyone. So they keep giving them chances over and over and over and over again. It's that simple. The nicest people I've met in my life who are just genuinely, they're so nice that, they do see the good in everyone. Are always the people who've dated the biggest pieces of shit on the planet. Because pieces of shit can't go for someone who can actually defend themselves because it would never work. This is why I tell people, and this is I mostly tell it to women, but it's true for everybody. Don't get afraid of getting called an asshole or a bitch or whatever for defending yourself or standing up for yourself. That word has no power over you. Getting called a bitch has no power over you. As long as your requests are reasonable, and it's hey, I want to stream on more days than just the ones you allow me to, and on more than just the hours you allow me to, and actually I'm my own streamer and I kind of want to do this. That seems like a reasonable request to me. Ask your friends, is this reasonable? And if they say it's reasonable, don't be afraid to be called a bitch and a cunt. Who cares? Those words have no power over you. As long as you're asking for things that are reasonable and asking for just respect, who gives a fuck if someone doesn't like it? You should stand up for yourself. Yeah, I have to say, I don't know what he was thinking, genuinely. But man, this was not it, man. I don't know. I know why. It's because he thinks that he can do it. He doesn't think he needs help. And that's why he decided to go on this massive tirade. And because he doesn't have any fucking friends, he doesn't realize that his message and his script was dog shit. But, I never liked the guy.
We're gonna come up right here. Yes. I want you to come right here. You're gonna weigh heavy on us. You're gonna go. See? So you're right. So weigh heavy. That back foot, and you're almost with your head. You're gonna.
So I'm pumping,
Yeah. So you're not pumping the leg. It's almost like.
I'm pulling him into my leg.
Yeah. Everything you're doing, and you're extending with the hip.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me try. I've never done this before.
This is gonna be good. Yeah.
I almost hit him with my chest. I'm sorry.
We're gonna come up.
Do you guys remember this? I almost forgot about this.
You weird as fuck. I don't like that. And I'll call you out on that shit in front of everybody since you won't text my phone while I'm streaming in front of everybody.
Stay safe.
Fuck you now. Now it's fuck you. You weird as fuck. Period. It's no drama. It's just it's just weird energy because I left, and you know, it's
Hey,
like
chat,
that.
what that
It's
mouth
no
do?
weird energy
Yeah.
on my end. I didn't say anything wrong, but it's just like that though. That's how you gotta say shit sometimes for them to understand.
Still remember
I
when
was
you told
more
me
than
to
enough
stop
of a
crapping
friend
and
to
work
even
at
come
Burger
on your
King.
stream and stick my neck out for your white ass. When I knew some of my viewers never forgave you. But you know what? I'm such a good
4
person.
months
My
already
Hoover
is
hat.
crazy.
I'm such a
Big
good
Teo,
person.
some shit.
I see the good in people and I wear my heart on my sleeve just like my mama, and you took advantage of that by texting my phone on some dumb shit. Don't ever do that ever. Nigga, you won't even ever be able to do that again. But you really took advantage of that. I came on your stream, made it a good stream. You wouldn't have had that good stream without me, nigga. Period. Like that.
I'm pretty sure I watched this clip and the collection of clips with this when Bruce first streamed this part, and I thought it was hilarious the first time around, and I thought he was so right and he was so true. And it's still just as right and it's still just as true. Oh god. That was good. But man. Anywho, I think that is where. Oh, and then yeah, I saw this as well. Miss Kif slaps extra Emily while playing a game of horse at streamer games. I don't know what the context of this clip was, so I don't know if it was like. I literally just don't know what the context of the clip is. To be fair, she asked him to. I don't know. I don't know. It was a part of the game, but he slapped her harder than needed. Mm. Mm. It's like that one. I don't know if you guys have seen that one clip of like, it's some. I think it's like a Korean game show or something, and like, the dude hits this chick over the head with like a fucking pot, and he hits her with like so much power that she falls over, and he just like pretends like it's all good. It's like, hey man, really regardless of gender, maybe you should be aware of how much strength you have versus other people, and you know, like not like reel it in a little bit, just like a little. I don't know. Maybe. But there's enough stuff out there that everyone doesn't need to reach too far for these kind of clips. I saw that live. She asked her to slap her hard. Not defending that's what happened. Yeah. Makes sense. I think people are just on the hating Miskiff train because he's because he's a total fucking piece of shit on all these fronts. At least he's a tortilla. Anyways, chat. I think that is a good place to stop. I think that's a good place to stop. I think I covered basically everything that I wanted to cover. And everything that I wanted to go over. So I don't want to like talk about something more than I need to. Plus I'm getting a little hungry and tired and stuff. So I'll send you guys over to, someone suggested sending you guys over to Ray. So I'll do that. That sounds like fun. And I'm going to, I'm going to head off. Please have a great rest of your day. Stay hydrated. Tell your homies you love them. I will stream tomorrow. We haven't had a news day in a while, so we'll see if anything else comes up, and we'll cover it tomorrow, because it's totally plausible that a lot of other people will come out with their own stories the way that QCO did. And all of them, all the women that, or men or anyone really that has their own stories deserves to have them heard. So we'll go over that if there's any updates on that front. And then we'll have a news day because there is some stuff that I wanted to talk about and I wanted to cover. But it wouldn't be a stream without Mayor Cat. So mwah. Thank you everybody for tuning in. I will see all of you guys in the next one. Stay hydrated, tell your homies love them, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye. Bye. The cited harassment in this video is pulled from Rise's chat. If you look at any of the stream from Mike and Vio for about 16 hours after dropping this video, it was nothing but vitriolic hate, lies, and slander. I don't know how you could dismiss Vio and Mike's behavior. I don't know where you got like this narrative from, because this is an insane statement to say. But if I was going around telling people that you stole my blue Pepe reskins because I refused to go and reach out to you, and I was just like waiting. I was like, whenever you want to reach out to me, I'm waiting. I went on stream for 20 minutes and said that you stole my emotes. So whenever you'd like to reach out to me and apologize, and because someone wants to fight back and not get harassed, and they correctly call out that that other person swung first, somehow it's their fault for defending themselves. And it's not just in Rhizome's chat. Like I've literally seen people harassing Vio in this chat. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This is only from Rhizome's chat. Like, come on, dude.
That's so fucking funny.
Hilarious. Anyways, you're probably wondering, how did Rhizome approach the situation? Well, after seeing a non-sub in his chat posting a single emote of mine, this is how he reacted.
Wait, is Vio copying my emotes?
Instead of reaching out to me to get some clarity, Rhizome immediately starts a parasocial witch hunt. He then frames me as a malicious thief, encouraging his chatters to dogpile both me and feed me, which hasn't stopped to this day. After sicking his community on me by validating countless comments like these,
I hate to be the one that says it, but it seems very intentional. Oh, I agree. Oh, I don't think it's a coincidence at all. It's so obvious.
he also makes no attempt to de-escalate the situation he created. In fact, when one of his mods attempts to de-escalate the situation by suggesting that it would be worth it to reach out, this is how he responded.
Maybe worth reaching out. Why was I not reached out to?
During his...
I perceive that you stole my Pepe reskins, and you didn't reach out to me. What? So when I talk about misogyny in the space chat, and I talk about like misogyny being in all of our brains, mine included, this is what I mean. There is this expectation that like, and this is like, it's so fucked up because it can creep on you. You can be the most leftist on the planet, and like, you can still be misogynistic. But this expectation that like women should serve you and women should talk to you before they do any of their own actions, that they get permission from all the men around them first. It's like, it's so ingrained in your brain. It's so hard to fucking remove. Like, it's crazy to me that you would go on stream and berate this person for 10 minutes or 5 minutes or 20 minutes or however long it was. More than I would. I would do 0 minutes. I would talk to the person immediately and be like, hey, I know you didn't mean to steal my emotes, but like, I did notice you had some of these similar ones. Did you take any inspiration? I would love the credit. You know, my artist would love the credit. Like you know, we're all in the same space here. We're all in the same boat together. I don't want to talk about it on stream, but I did see this. Like, that you would think that first and that you would instead first think, well, she should reach out to me. Because obviously I'm being wrong and she didn't ask for my permission first. It's like, what the fuck? You're literally adding to it right now. Trying to right some wrongs that I saw, because I've seen Vio getting harassed in this chat over this stuff and trying to correct the record and like not trying to sweep it under the rug and be like, well, I heard that like maybe Rhizome apologized now, so we can just ignore this. We don't have to watch this because I don't want to add to it. You're like just discrediting people's voices. Like someone wants to talk about how they were wronged and like I saw Vio was talking about on her stream that like she hasn't felt like she could stream and she's been really stressed about all of this shit. And I'm supposed to just be like, well, I don't want to add to it, so let me just silence the women speaking out. Like, what are we fucking talking about, dude? Like, literally, what are we fucking talking about? I get it that like maybe people in here have like a personal bias towards one streamer that they like more, and that's fine, but like you gotta call a spade, and like I'm not gonna sweep some shit under the rug because someone, after going on stream and berating someone because they didn't want to talk to them because they expected someone else to reach out to them, when they find out that they're getting any backlash, they're like, well, I'm gonna apologize now. It's like, how about you don't harass this person for this shit? Like, what?
Rant, his viewers also decided to pile into my offline chat to call me a thief and even showed up to harass me during my own live streams. To my surprise, Rhizome refused to call out the chatters who were dogpiling me and feed me and openly discussing brigading and harassing us. Not only did his hateful rant embolden chatters to harass us in my own chat, but they also went out of their way to target both me and feed me in other leftist spaces. For example, here's how some Rhizome chatters reacted in Mari's chat after she complimented my emotes, along with more of them harassing me in Caroline's and
But to the chatter earlier who was saying, and I'm just going to assume that it's not like bad faith and it's genuinely that this chatter didn't know, but to the chatter that said like, the cited harassment is pulled from Rise's chat. It's like, what universe is it okay that your community is like going to like Caroline's stream and being like, has Vio addressed why they reskinned 16 hand-drawn emotes from a smaller channel and claimed them from their own? Vio even did a big reveal as if the emotes were their own. You can't even post the original emotes in Mike's chat without getting auto-modded now. Like, I am not joking. I've said this so many times on stream. If I find out any of you are posting this much cringe, in my defense, you will be perma-banned, okay? Like, I am not joking. That was not a joke. That was not me being funny. That was not me like just a funny little meme. And just to be clear, this is because I don't like the cringe, okay? Because this is cringe behavior. It is cringe. Do not defend my honor over fucking whatever stupid shit in other people's chats. Like, especially not like fellow leftists. If I found out that people were defending me against someone else in like Caroline's stream, I would die of cringe. Like, don't do that. Like, don't do that. Don't do that.
Jason's chats. Even one of Gremlo's mods, who goes by the username
Does Caroline even know what an emote is? Shut up. She's just a little boomer coded. Leave her alone, okay? Stop.
me in Caroline's and Jason's chats. Even one of Gremlo's mods, who goes by the username Boiled Peanuts, is actively harassing my artist Feed Me. Not only have they been spreading an incredibly harmful and slanderous lie that my artist used AI to
I like how Wubby handles this type of stuff. If he notices Chatter's dog piling someone, he's said not to his mods, or that his mods will monitor those streamers' chats and permaban anyone they notice. I mean, I have like more of a what is it called? Community policing. So if anyone in here sees someone who's doing that behavior in other people's chats, just like send it to mods on Discord. So that I can know, so that we can ban that person, because that's at the very least like a year timeout, because that's not acceptable behavior. It's just not acceptable behavior. And it's like, to be very clear, it's not like someone talking about a situation in a way that's respectful in context that makes sense. Like if Caroline was talking about it, then I would be like, oh, okay, that's fair. She decided to talk about it. Okay, great. I'm saying like you're actively stirring the pot because you need to defend your streamer. It's like, no, no, no.
Create the emotes. They even gleefully bring up how they are a mod in Gremlo's channel and that they plan to continue to harass my artist Feed Me whenever they get the chance. Now, I assume Gremlo isn't aware of this because I know he wouldn't allow his own mods to harass creators. However, it is still concerning that this is happening in leftist spaces. On top of that,
Also, like, man, what are these? This is apparently Gremlo's mod that was typing, my friend has a theory that the emotes were made with AI because they're so bad. What the fuck? Like, first of all, the emotes aren't even bad. Do I have no taste? I think they're good. I like them. And second, what a huge insult to say, like, your art is so bad it looks like AI. That's so mean.
To create the emotes. They even gleefully bring up how they are a mod in Gremlo's channel and that they plan to continue to harass my artist Feed Me whenever they get the chance. Now, I assume Gremlo isn't aware of this because I know he wouldn't allow his own mods to harass creators. However, it is still concerning that this is happening in leftist spaces. On top of that, Rhizome deliberately framed this as a parasocial issue by claiming that I stole not just from him, but from his entire community.
Like I had you guys choose the emotes. They're all ideas like that we create together, I feel. You and I are like, okay, yeah, this could work.
This was especially shocking since Rhizome has been very vocal about leftist creators treating personal conflicts delicately and taking accountability for their chat if they start dogpiling other creators.
And I want this space to be comfortable for people to contribute to the conversation in whatever way they can and not just get demonized or like just feel uncomfortable to the point where they don't want to fucking be here.
He constantly claims to understand.
And it's like, how do I explain what I'm trying to explain? I want to get my words correctly, so I want to think about it. And I don't want to... Listen, I'm on 5 hours of sleep, chat, okay? Please, give me a second. Give me a break. Two things. One, I've seen people saying that, like, Rhizome said not to harass VO, and I would love to see, like, the clips of that, so I can better understand the situation. So if anyone has those clips, I would love to see it. And two... Sorry, I'm reading chat. Oh man, there was a different point that I was trying to get to. Oh, fuck. Sorry, let me rewatch and then I will remember.
I feel. You and I are like, okay, yeah, this could work.
This was especially shocking since Rhizome has been very vocal about leftist creators treating personal conflicts delicately and taking accountability for their chat if they start
Right, I remember. The other thing too is you have to understand that as a creator, even opening that can of worms on stream before dealing with it privately will lead to that person being harassed, whether you want it or not. Like everybody, I feel like knows this already. And if you're pretending like you don't know this, I don't know what to say. Like if I got on stream and I was like, oh, who's a creator? Who's like a creator I can pick here right now in this conversation that would make sense. Oh, okay, Austin. If I was like, you know, Austin definitely like stole my emotes and stuff, like don't harass him or whatever. But he definitely stole my emotes. It's like, come on, man. The problem with that is that if you cover it for 30 minutes, there's going to be a lot of people who don't hear your statement about like not harassing them. If all of this can be resolved so quickly, if VO reaches out, then why didn't you just reach out?
dogpiling other creators.
And I want this space to be comfortable for people to contribute to the conversation in whatever way they can and not just get demonized or like just feel uncomfortable to the point where they don't want to fucking be here.
He constantly claims to understand just how harmful parasocial dynamics with chatters can be, yet fails to uphold any of his own standards even when confronted on it. This ongoing witch hunt has made me feel so anxious and unsafe that I haven't been able to stream and can't even type in other people's chats without worrying I'll be harassed again. This includes chats of people I'm friends with. I can't even imagine how FeedMe feels as a marginalized freelance artist who found a home in these communities. What happened next shocked me beyond belief. The next day, I was hoping that things settled down and I was prepared to reach out to Rhizome to clear the air. But just as I was about to message him, I discovered that he had permanently banned me from his chats at 10:28 a.m. At that point, I assumed he had already made up his mind that I was nothing more than a malicious, backstabbing thief and that he had no interest in speaking with me or hearing me out. So I decided to move on. Just a couple of hours after I had been permanently banned from his channel, Rhizome reaches out to one of my closest friends, CaseyTron, to, quote, get her opinion. Considering the malicious rant he went on the day before and the fact that I was permanently banned from his channel, this didn't feel like he was reaching out in good faith. And my suspicions were confirmed when I saw the rest of the conversation. As ridiculous as it is, the next segment will be told through CaseyTron's DMs since this coward refused to speak to me directly. I'll be summarizing the key points, but feel free to pause the video if you want to read through everything yourself. He immediately begins with a lie, claiming that his chat had brought something to his attention, when in reality, no one had mentioned my emotes in the context of copying him. In reality, a single emote had been posted by a non-sub who was merely reacting to the video and participating in chat, and Rhizome saw that as an opportunity to bring it up himself. He then asks her for advice on how to handle.
Which, like, I keep seeing people saying that, like, Rhizome was reading a chat message or responding or something, but I haven't seen this. The video that I saw was just, like, someone literally just posts Vio's emote, and then he says, wait, she stole my emote. So it's like you initiated that conversation. You started that conversation.
It and says how he is fucked up and wronged by it in an attempt to paint himself as a victim and emotionally manipulate Casey. Casey mentions that I was thrown off guard and hurt by Rhizome. She brings up how there are many reiterations of the Pepe memes and also mentions that she saw my emotes and disagrees with Rhizome on them being reskins. At this point, it was starting to become clear that this had never been about simply getting an opinion or getting clarity.
Why did I laugh? I'm such a wine mom, dude. Vio's new nickname is gonna be CVS because of all the receipts. Shut up. Like, literally be quiet, dude. Don't make me laugh at such a stupid fucking joke.
He acknowledges Casey mentioning that nothing malicious was happening, but then immediately dismisses it because he feels like the new emotes are stolen. He doesn't provide any images, references, or proof whatsoever with this claim and frames the whole thing as a grand act of personal betrayal, insisting that it had to be malicious. He then tries to claim that me asking Casey, who's been a close friend of mine for years, for help with the harassment I've been facing was evidence that I must be acting maliciously. Casey reiterates and confirms that there was no malice behind anything I'm doing, including me reaching out to her. She then asks if there's anything she can pass along. Rhizome completely ignores everything Casey said, and instead he tells Casey to tell me that 1, he feels like this was deliberate thievery, 2, that I should have asked for his permission and even his advice before making emotes, which is just weird, and because we're quote-unquote friends, which really he's just exaggerating a connection that's really casual at best. 3, that I should credit him, and 4, that I should reach out to him. At this point, it's clear Rhizome isn't interested in resolving anything, but instead is fixated on damaging mine and FeedMe's reputation by pushing this baseless claim that we stole 16 of his emotes without a shred of proof. Casey tells him she'll pass along his message and once again emphasizes that there was no malice involved. Rhizome responds that he really hopes she's right, as if he couldn't just message me directly from the start.
And it's like you have the time and energy to go talk to CaseyTron, but not to just message Vio? What the like, that's so weird.
and resolved everything in 20 minutes. Instead, he went out of his way to reach out to the people around me and accuse me of theft. Casey tries to wrap up the conversation with a supportive message, but then Rhizome takes a chance to lie again. He claims he didn't jump on the attack, which everyone clearly saw he did. Then he inflates our friendship over and over again and reiterates that I betrayed him. Keep in mind, our entire quote-unquote friendship consists of 3 DMs back in 2023 and hanging out 2 separate times for a couple of hours at TwitchCon 2023 and TwitchCon 2024. If we are as close as he claims, how come he never reached out to me when I was unfairly banned for 30 days back in October to check in on me? Being this parasocial and delulu with a streamer that you spoke to a couple of times is one thing, but acting on it to try—
Call me crazy, I think the emotes was just an excuse to do an attack. I mean, it's like, this is what I mean. Like, this is what I talk about all the time. Like, it's just repackaged misogyny. It's, oh, you're dating this person? Well, it must mean that you hold all of their values and you guys agree on everything and you guys have never disagreed on anything ever. Well, I guess since you guys are one unit, you're a valid target for me to attack. I just need to find a way to attack you. And it's like, again, like I've said a million times, if you don't like Mike, I get it. He's really aggressive. He's very passionate about the things that he talks about in the political sphere. That's fine. It's not going to be for everyone. That's like, and I've always said this, like for years now. Why are we just, that doesn't magically make it okay to start attacking someone's partner because you feel like you were slighted because you invented this slight. I mean, that's why yesterday when we were talking about Ludwig, and we'll talk about it again today, don't attack Cutie. Don't clip her stream. Don't watch her stream. To find ways to attack her relationship with Ludwig. Don't do that. Just like let Ludwig's stupid statements speak for themselves and let Cutie's statements speak for themselves. You know, like they can be their own people. Again, it's like when it comes to things like bigotry, generally speaking, people don't really date other people who are bigoted unless they're also bigoted or they don't mind bigotry. But when it comes to like friends not really fucking with each other, that's fine. Anyone who's dated anyone or even had a friend group knows some friends just don't get along for whatever reason. That's totally valid. If Ludwig doesn't fuck with Hassan for whatever reason, that's fine. That's not a reason that Cutie needs to break up with him or needs to be canceled. That's okay. It's the same thing. Like, just, what's the reason? Oh, you just like don't fuck with them? That's fine. Okay. So, one sec. One sec. Sorry. One sec. Just... Okay. Continuing.
Drama farm? That's just a whole new level of disgusting and pathetic. Casey pushes back, reminding Rhizome that the way he handled this has hurt both me and Feed Me, and she emphasizes once again that nothing was done behind his back. She also calls out the nasty comments he made about Feed Me's art, urging him to apologize since his behavior was completely uncalled for and utterly disgusting. Rhizome responds by, once again, you guessed it, lying. He downplays his reaction and says he isn't sure if he even brought it out on stream. He mentions telling his chat not to attack anyone on his behalf. Meanwhile, he claimed I should be named and shamed and spent nearly an hour relentlessly slandering and attacking both me and Feed Me, egging his chat on to dogpile both of us. And even then, it was only mentioned after an hour of ranting because one of his viewers forced a poll onto the screen asking whether they should let those involved handle it.
Dude, shout out to this chatter, this VIP, that said, we agree to let those involved handle this alone.
on their own. Instead of recognizing how fucked up it was of him to go after Feed Me and insult his hard work and art, calling it sloppy, lazy, ugly, and traced, he excuses it and justifies it by calling it an emotional reaction. The next part is so fucking bizarre, I don't even know where to start. For the first time, he finally admits this could have just been innocent, but then flips it, saying it's on me to reach out to him. Bitch, what the fuck are you talking about? In what world does a grown-ass adult go out of their way to bully and harass someone, then expect that same person to reach out and apologize for their unwarranted, self-fabricated emotional meltdown over some fucking emotes? Especially when all of it could have been avoided with a single quick message, especially if, as he claims, we're supposedly so close. He went out of his way to create and uphold this narrative both publicly and privately that I maliciously stole 16 of his emotes and that my artist just traced his original art, and then permabans me from his chat, yet somehow expects me to reach out to him? And when Casey reiterates again that there was no malicious intent and urges him to apologize for his hateful behavior, here's what he says. This so-called apology is hard to take seriously when everything he's apologizing for are things he's still actively encouraging. Not only was his chat openly discussing brigading me, but none of it was called out or timed out either. If anything, it was encouraged. So no, he absolutely did not step in the moment he saw it. This non-apology is just riddled with lies. He ends his apology by saying that Feed Me and I don't put in the time and energy to create and curate our emotes and that we don't make them in-house and that they aren't tailor-made for our communities. He admits to using the Peepo character.
Sorry, this is pretty funny. I was caught up in a chat message.
But then flat out lies by claiming there are animations and concepts that don't exist outside of his channel and that they were blatantly copied just to prop up his narrative that were maliciously stealing directly from him. The credit angle is also just laughable considering how much credit and support I have been giving him over the years. For example, whenever I've seen one of his new emotes that was clearly inspired by one of ours, such as VO Shake and Rice Cheeks, I've reacted excitedly and told my chatters to go sub to him so we could have matching emotes. And if I had ever felt weird about something being inspired by me, I would never in a million years drag it onto stream the way he did and would have handled it privately. That's how I've always operated. I'm gonna be
like, I don't know how many of you guys remember, there was this clip from, I think it was Alana Pierce, and someone sent it to me in chat, and the clip is like, wait, this person, who is this person? Denims? She's the biggest political streamer. What if I just start doing politics and then I become the biggest female political streamer? Just by virtue of having all these other platforms. What if I just take this place? And I saw that clip and I was like, I know who Alana Pierce is and I know that we're all on the same side. Like, I know none of us are like enemies or anything. Like, we're all fighting for the same stuff. We all want the same things. So I saw that as an opportunity to riff and be like, honestly, girl, whatever you want. If you want my cats, you can have my cats. You want my apartment, you can have my apartment. Do you want all my stuff? I can just get, like, that's fine. I'm gonna simp for you, so you can have whatever you want. You have permission. And she saw that, and she, like, I don't want to say felt bad because that's maybe too strong of a statement, but she was like, oh man, she realized in that moment how it could have been mean-spirited, but I know that she didn't intend for it to be mean-spirited, right? Like, she was just riffing with her chat. The purpose of that story is to say that, like, even if you feel like someone is wronging you, or you feel like maybe someone is being a little bit more mean-spirited, or you feel like they're stealing your emotes, the solution shouldn't be to go on stream and then inflate the situation into something even bigger than it has to be. Like, I could have in that moment seen that Alana Pierce clip and been like, that's really mean of her to say. But because I handled it the way that I handled it, and because also I like Alana Pierce, and I think it's funny, and I like to make jokes whenever I can. And I took that and was like, yeah, sure, for sure, you can take the title. I'll take it out of my bio, go for it. You can have everything I have, you're good. She had, like, because I responded that way, she responded in a positive way and was like, oh man, like, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to see that. I was just joking around. I'm sorry. I don't want to, like, take that away from you. Like, obviously you worked hard for that. Because I know that she's, like, she is woke. And I know that she is for progressive values and she wants to make the space better. So I know that that's not, like, she doesn't actually mean it. And I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt because we're all in this together. So even if I did feel wronged or I felt slighted, I would try not to put it on stream. It's the part that it's like that I don't understand. Why would you put it on stream? Like,
the mullet rolls are gone, people.
They are gone. They are gone, people. Open presents. Thank you for the 25 gift subs. What the hell? Thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Everyone say thank you or else.
Real. This is hands down the most insane non-apology I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. And honestly, it doesn't even feel like Rhizome is talking to me in his pass-along message. At best, he's talking at Casey rather than having a conversation with her, and at worst, he's still trying to convince her that I maliciously stole his emotes.
So someone in chat linked this. And it's part of Rhizome's stream for like from 2 months ago.
Space. It's just like a fucking lot. Chat, give some love to fucking Jaina. That's some sad news, Jaina. I'm sorry to hear that too. We're all going through a lot over here. So yeah, I needed some space yesterday. Also, I tried to I wanted to give some time before I went live again because I was feeling like pretty emotional about the emote situation. Because as a lot of you guys know, VO debuted 16 new emotes this week, each of which was ripped and reskinned from my channel, and I still have not heard from them about it. So I don't know their side of the story.
Ripped and reskinned from my channel, and they haven't reached out to me about this thing that I made up. These are the ripped and reskinned emotes, by the way. On the left is VO's emotes, in the middle is Rhizome's emotes, and on the right are the original Pepe's, or the original source material.
They know that I want to talk. And my sentiments have been communicated.
Yeah, and a hostile environment on stream, and now you want them to come beg and apologize to you?
So right now, all I know is 16 of our designs ended up on VO's stream.
Our designs. And they're Pepe reskins.
Are on her channel, and each new emote that was debuted came from this channel. And I don't really care about a lot of the ones that come from FFZ or 7TTV or whatever, or BTTV, but I care about the original designs that me and Rare Flowers have worked on that are ripped. No is a good example, the ones that are tailor-made. Rod is another good example, right? And I was never communicated to in the process.
Original, and it's one of them is from Smiling Friends and the other one is a Pepe.
When the thought of taking 16 of my emotes was had between VO and her artist, I was never included in that process, and no credit was given to me upon the release of the emotes. So that's where things stand right now. That's all I know right now. There's been no response. VO knows that I want to talk. That's been communicated. My feelings have been communicated through a mutual party who I know is relaying the message.
Why not just reach out to her? What?
So that's the situation as of now. So I appreciate you guys because I see you guys talking about it in the Discord, and I appreciate you guys being don't go over there and brigade, telling people not to make this a cause for themselves, and I appreciate that because it's not. I just my trust has been betrayed and I'm hurt. It's that's where.
Do you see what I mean? If you spend 20 minutes shitting on this person, saying they stole your emotes, meanwhile you're misrepresenting the situation because your emotes are Pepe reskins, and saying yours are all original art and hers are all stolen. And then you're yeah, I appreciate people saying not to brigade. Anyways, I just feel really hurt and betrayed. It's you can't undo 20 minutes of saying that this person stole from you and this person hurt you and they still refuse to talk to you even though you haven't reached out to them, and then be well, thanks for not saying, thanks for not brigading. Okay. You can't undo. Here's the thing with Twitch, there's constant churn. There are people that are going to tune in for 5 minutes. There are people that are going to tune in for 1 minute. There's people that are going to tune in for 4 hours. you have no way of knowing at any point if that person, if any of those individual viewers are going to see you say that. This is why it's so dangerous to like make those type of accusations against someone instead of just reaching out to them over. And it's about emotes. Like, it's about emotes. To expect them to come apologize and ask permission from you to also have Pepe reskins, and then to ban them from your chat and be like, they still haven't talked to me, even though I told them I wanted to talk. I didn't tell them, but what I mean by that is I want them to apologize to me for this perceived slight against me. And then like to try and undo that with one sentence that says, I appreciate the people saying not to brigade. It's like you can't undo shitting on this person so relentlessly, telling your audience that they've slighted you in such a way, misrepresenting the situation to the extent that you did. Because I understand why chatters felt this way, because I saw these people talking about VO stealing emotes in chats. And I'm not surprised that people like believed their streamer when their streamer said that this person stole the emotes, because Rhizome didn't even show the emotes, and he's lying about some of these emotes being original. Like him being like, Rot is original. It's like, dog, it's like literally a screen grab from Smiling Friends. What do you mean? What do you mean, man? So I understand if some chatters were tricked into thinking that. Into thinking that like VO did steal these emotes. Because, you know, you want to believe that someone isn't just going to blatantly lie to you. But like, what the hell? He said he invented it, quote. Yeah, I'm going to get to that in a second, Marianne. I just want to go over this again, like, as chronologically as I can. It's just someone else had sent this and said, well, no, he did say not to brigade at the time that he covered this. But it's like, this is, like, not enough for how hard you went. Okay, oh my god, I lost my place like an idiot. Okay, I think we were here.
Create and curate our emotes and that we don't make them in-house.
This happened more than a month ago? Yeah, and like VO's been getting harassed this whole time.
Aren't tailor-made for our communities? He admits to using the Peepo character, but then flat out lies by claiming there are animations and concepts that don't exist outside of his channel and that they were blatant.
Also, hi VO. VO is here right now. He's coming in here and running defense instead of apologizing to me and feed me. Like, come on. He has yet to apologize to me and feed me directly. Like as in, like, he hasn't sent a message to either of you. It's like, dude, check your priority list. Why are you in here typing? I'm not going to carry on your message, man. Don't you think, I don't know, at the very least, apologize to the artist. Like, calling their art ugly and calling it lazy. Like, and their art's good. I actually like their art.
Copied just to prop up his narrative that we're maliciously stealing directly from him. The credit angle is also just laughable considering how much credit and support I have been giving him over the years. For example, whenever I've seen one of his new emotes that was clearly inspired by one of ours, such as VO Shake and Rice Cheeks, I've reacted excitedly and told my chatters to go sub to him so we could have matching emotes. And if I had ever felt weird about something being inspired by me, I would never in a million years drag it onto stream the way he did and would have handled it privately. That's how I've always operated. I'm gonna be real. This is hands down the most insane non-apology I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. And honestly, it doesn't even feel like Rhizome is talking to me in his pass along message. At best, he's talking at Casey rather than having a conversation with her, and at worst, he's still trying to convince her that I maliciously stole his emotes. This passed along message just comes off as manipulative and honestly is just fucking weird. You're a grown-ass adult, what the fuck are you doing? To dump the task of figuring out his emote drama on Casey while she's literally dealing with non-stop harassment, a lawsuit that's trying to bankrupt her, and taking care of her disabled parents, dragging Casey into this bullshit of all people is beyond shameless and just straight up fucking despicable. Rhizome continues to make this Casey's problem and has no issue following up with her to make sure there is a back and forth happening, yet still can't reach out to me himself. Instead of apologizing and admitting he handled things atrociously, he tells Casey he plans to keep pushing the narrative. Shortly after that message to Casey, Rhizome goes live and pretty much immediately—
It's so fucked up because, like, anyone in my personal life knows that the second that I have any problem with them, I immediately reach out and I immediately send, like, a couple sentences to, like, check the vibe. And then if I feel like they're being receptive, I'll send, like, an essay. And I'll be like, hey, you're a really good friend of mine, and I just want you to know that, like, you hurt me in this way, and I know that, like, your intention was never to do that. These comments kind of, like, fuck with me this way, and you know, I'm sorry if this is, like,